Chapter 71 Abyss Achievement, Apologize to Gu Chen. Passing the hell-level bone-buried dungeon in 4 hours and 02 minutes, this will not leave anyone with any way out. Who can tell me what is the significance of Gu Chen refreshing the hell-level abyss? Yes, record-breaking rewards can only be received once, and they will not be reissued. It's hard to bury the bones. His actions will completely block the roads of other professionals. That's right, how can others win the reward for breaking the record in the future? Gu Chen is just a villain. I want to ask, aren't you all eyes? Didn't you see Gu Chen mentioning the achievements of the Abyss? Abyss achievement? Are you sure he got it? Just after Gu Chen posted the picture and text just now, comments quickly emerged. At the same time, the Abyss Square in the bone-burying dungeon issued another announcement. Notify. The professional team successfully passed the nightmare level bone burial dungeon and won the Abyss achievements. From today on, the difficulty of passing the first level bone burial dungeon will be reduced by 25%, and the reward for passing the level is increased by 25%. 5 members of the pro team received Abyss achievement badge. Boom! An announcement made major media platforms explode directly, and both Wanqinj and Lingheng professionals were in indescribable shock. Who scolded Gu Chen just now? Come out and apologize. Apology. Apologize must be. No defense is accepted. I warn you and apologize to Gu Chen immediately, otherwise I will be a human being. Gu Chen's fan support team leader, apply to play. I just said that a great god like Gu Chen will definitely achieve the achievements of the Abyss. How could the city lord misjudged his vision? The difficulty of the bone-burying dungeon is reduced by 25%, and the reward for passing the level is increased by 25%. This includes 4 difficulties: ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hell. It seems that professionals in Wanqinj will be blessed in the future. Xiao, Gu Chen is from Lingheng, why is this kind of good thing not the turn of Lingheng? Correction, Gu Chen is already from our Wanqinj, thanks to our Wanqinj having a good city lord. Ha ha ha, I still have to thank the lord of Lingheng. If it weren't for him, how could Gu Chen come to Wanqinj? Why are the people of Lingheng not speaking? I guess they must be whistling past 10,000 grass and mud horses in their hearts. I'm so angry that I want to write the word miserable on Su last leg. Ha ha ha. The people of Wanqinj were very happy and actively shared the sudden joy on major platforms. Judging from this situation, they were determined to build their happiness on the pain of all Lingheng professionals. Liang Yi, who was sitting in the city hall office, almost jumped up from the chair after learning the news. Abyss achievements. Gu Chen entered the hell-level abyss for the first time and actually achieved the Abyss achievement. This was far beyond his expectations. In his plan, he had to wait at least until Gu Chen was promoted to level 19, and like he did in the past, he would try to get the Abyss achievements in the bone burial dungeon. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen did something silently that no one could do for so many years. No one knew better than him how much improvement Gu Chen's move would bring to the professionals in Wanqinj. Even he could imagine that in the next few years, Wanqinj's urban combat power will usher in a blowout improvement. Reward, must be rewarded. Gu Chen, this floor is the residence that the city lord has bought for you. After coming out of the bone-burying dungeon abyss, Li Feng took Gu Chen and others to a luxury apartment building in the center of Wanqinj city. You mean, this entire floor is my residence? Gu Chen didn't react for a moment. Yes, the large flat apartment has an area of 518 square meters, with luxurious decoration, furniture, and daily necessities, and you can move in with your bag. Li Feng responded with a smile. He looks serious like a real estate agent. Gu Chen nodded, came to the generous mother-in-law's door, and entered his face into the face recognition system. With a snap, the door opens automatically. Gu Chen waved to Lin Yuan and others, and then several people walked into the house. The moment everyone stepped into the house, the smart home equipment entered the working program as soon as possible. The lights in the house are on, the curtains are automatically closed to both sides, and the window opener opens the window to the maximum angle, with a cool breeze and a bright and clean window. After walking through the entrance hall, the living room was decorated very carefully, and many of the materials were not named by Gu Chen, showing low-key and luxuriousness. This set of large flat layers must at least tens of millions, right? Lin Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and looked down below, and couldn't help but sigh that this was the 33rd floor, which was enough to see the night view of the city. To be precise, it is 15.54 million. Although Wancheng is a third-tier city, the large flat floor located in the city center is not cheap either. Li Feng responded. Gu Chen nodded, and felt extremely unreal in his heart. At this moment, the dilapidated hut in his memory located in the suburbs of Lingheng suddenly appeared in his mind. Compared with the luxurious apartment in front of you, the place I lived in before was simply a sewer. Sure enough, no matter which world it is in, the sense of disparity between people is always so strong. Before coming, he had psychological expectations. In order to continue to win over him, Liang Yi would definitely give him some more generous conditions and he could not easily fall in love. But now, he found himself wrong. Poverty restricted his imagination, but he didn't expect that the other party would give him a large flat floor worth more than 15 million yuan. It simply subverted his worldview. This apartment is already a top luxury house in Wancheng. It has the best lighting and orientation. What do you think? Li Feng asked. No, Gu Chen nodded, suppressing the shock in his heart. When he was downstairs, Lin Yuan told him that no matter what Li Feng took out, he should keep calm and must not be looked down upon by others. It's okay, that's it. Lin Yuan next to him put his hands on his hips and nodded gently. However, within a few seconds, he couldn't hold on. Well, is it still time for me to join Wancheng now? Lin Yuan turned to look at Li Feng, showing a smile on his face. You also join Wancheng? Don't get me wrong. I'm not for resources or luxury houses, but mainly respecting the character of City Lord Liang Yi, and the customs of Wancheng, which makes me feel intimate as if I go home. Li Feng was amused and spread his hands. I can't do anything like this. When you get admitted to a higher education institution, you can focus on Wancheng's talent introduction policy. Okay, let's talk about it later. Lin Yuan touched his nose, as if he had noticed the smiles in Lin Qingqing and Suran's eyes, and he added. Actually, there is nothing wrong with Lingheng, but Wancheng is more vast and vast for me. Chapter 72 Su Lai is very angry. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere of Wancheng professionals, after learning that Gu Chen had achieved the Abyss achievements, Lingheng professionals' back teeth were almost broken. In the square of the ruins of the temple, Gu Chen's name is still hanging on the pass record of the Hell-level dungeon, which is extremely dazzling. There are people who know Gu Chen everywhere, some who have ridiculed him, some who have envied him, some of them are his classmates. Of course, Wu Ziyi is not included. Since he rebelled from the team in the dungeon, he has never appeared in the novice dungeon square, which is embarrassing. Nowadays, novices are basically discussing topics related to Gu Chen. Have you heard it? Gu Chen not only joined Wancheng, but also won the Abyss achievements of the bone-burying dungeon. I'm envious. After Wancheng's transfer student passes the novice dungeon, he is very likely to choose a normal level bone-buried dungeon, right? After all, the difficulty has been reduced by 25%. Don't forget, not only the difficulty has been reduced, but the reward for passing the bone burial dungeon has also increased by 25%. Oh, there is a good city lord in Wancheng. Liang Yi poached Gu Chen and benefited all the low-level professions in Wancheng. What did the city lord in Lingheng give us? I heard that Su Lai has reduced the copy usage fee of Lingheng. If there is a copy that has not been reduced, we low-level professions still have no way out. Su Lai is a villain. He seems to have given benefits to Linkhung professionals, but it is just cheaper for nobles and rich people. People don't care about the life or death of the lower-level professions. It's hard to imagine how much improvement a professional in Wanchange would be due to Gu Chen. It's all Su Lai's fault. If he hadn't joined forces with the Li family to suppress him, Gu Chen would not have left at all. Su Lai, this guy is really not a human being. Linkhung General Office. Su Lai sat in the office, listening to the secretary's report. His face was so gloomy that water was almost dripping from the water. City Lord, the people of Linkhung are venting their dissatisfaction with the City Hall on major media platforms. Negative news is almost on the hot search, and our credibility is seriously lacking. Block down the news. I will suppress all the negative news about the City Hall. Do I still need to teach you this kind of thing? It cannot be blocked. They are all mainstream media platforms, and not only Linkhung, but also several surrounding cities including Wanchange have also been involved, saying that they want to seek justice for Gu Chen. Su Lai didn't speak, and his face became a little gloomy again. We also received news that a large number of students are organizing a demonstration to get the city lord to apologize to Gu Chen. A little anger suddenly surged on Su Lai's face. Switch on. Gu Bicheng sent a message that from this month, Linchange's tax revenue will increase by 15%. In the next 3 years, various subsidy policies in the north will not be implemented in Linkhung. Continue. After the Li family was wiped out, the 3 major families in Linkhung fought many times to seize the various industries of the Li family, which had an extremely serious impact on Linchange's public security. Everyone is here to mess with me? It's intentional. Everyone is here to mess with me, right? Su Lai roared, and his fists slammed hard on the table, his eyes covered with blood, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, it's all about making trouble for me at this critical moment. If the online news cannot be blocked, I will block the relevant media platforms to me, and I will make them all go bankrupt. March and demonstration? Force me to apologize? Suppress me. Suppress me hard. All participants will cancel their school registration and send them to factory labor reform. And Gubei City has actually increased Linchange's tax revenue by 15%? And cancelled the subsidy policy? Revenge. This is definitely a naked revenge. Okay, the major families are not honest, right? Arrest all the people who make trouble for me. Gubei City wants to bleed from me, so don't blame me for taking surgery on them. Su Lai roared angrily, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. At the beginning, he did not take this down-and-out young master who had cut off his ties with the royal family seriously, but he did not expect that one negligent and one trouble after another would come one by one. I thought that after the Li family was wiped out, the activities between him and Li Xiao would disappear forever, but I didn't expect that everything would be exposed. For a moment, emotions such as annoyance, anger, regret and other emotions surged out. He was very angry. This time, he rarely did not maintain restraint. He wants to vent. After all, Su Lai was the city lord and did not completely let himself be controlled by emotions. A minute later, he had returned to his calm. After breathing a sigh of relief, no anger could be seen on his face. He had already thought about it. The mixed voices from the outside world were nothing at all. Even the position of Linkhung City Lord was just a job for him. With 2 years left, his term of office will expire, and he will be transferred to the western regions or the southern Xinjiang. The prince of the northern royal family, I look down on you and can't afford to offend you. Can't I still afford to hide from you? Su Lai thought this way, and there was a little helplessness in his eyes. He had already planned to make a fuck. Gubei City, the king's mansion. The news of Gu Chen leaving the northern border and joining Dongzhou has been sent back to the royal palace. Gu Qingfeng was extremely angry at this matter. If Qin Yun hadn't pulled him, he would have planned to mobilize his troops to enter Wanchenge. Your Majesty, CIER called from Shangjing. The special recruitment assessment of Shangjing School has been completed. Next, we will wait for the start of school. Qin Yun's tone was filled with strong joy and pride. Huh? CIER will be back in the afternoon, take it seriously. Yes, this child is still worried about his parents and said he will be busy after school starts, so he will spend more time with us before school starts. Well, CIER has been obedient and sensible since childhood. It's enough that he can have this kind of heart. If that's the case, go and ask the housekeeper to arrange a banquet in the hall tonight to welcome CIER. Qin Yun nodded, with a hint of dismay between his expressions. Your Majesty, you are leaving for Dongzhou now. If CIER comes back and can't see you, I'm afraid he will feel regretful. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's face showed a little bit of disgrace. Whether it is Gu Chen or Gu Ci, they are both his sons. As a father, you can't ignore one or the other. It will take at least 2 days to go to Dongzhou, and deal with Gu Chen's affairs. And this time Gu Ci will probably not stay long after he comes back. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Qingfeng's eyebrows showed a little angry look. Gu Chen is obviously his eldest son, so why do he always cause trouble outside? As a brother, why can't it be as worry-free as your younger brother Gu Ci? It seems that his previous thoughts are correct. Gu Chen will a young life is too wild, so you must suppress it, otherwise it will be difficult to become a great person in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng sighed. Well, leaving the north is the choice of the ignorant. Even if he joins Dongzhou, there will be no trouble in the short time. I will accompany you mother and son in Gubei City in the past 2 days. After CIER leaves the northern border, he will settle the score with the rebellious son. Qin Yun nodded, and her frown eyebrows immediately stretched out. Chapter 73 Wanchenge Treasure House, Unyielding Black Armor. The day after passing the Hell-level bone burial dungeon, Liang Yi fulfilled his promise. Li Feng took Gu Chen outside the treasure house of Wanchenge. The treasure house of Wanchenge contains the greatest wealth of the entire city, which contains countless equipment, props, and rare materials. Apart from the city lord, only those who have made outstanding contributions to the city are allowed to enter and select treasures. Gu Chen's achievements in the bone burial dungeon can be regarded as an outstanding contribution to Wanchenge. Gu Chen got a gold card from Li Feng. With the gold card, he could choose any legendary equipment in the treasure house. Gu Chen, go in. You can choose any equipment at any time of legendary level or below, but this gold card can only be redeemed for one piece of equipment. Li Feng's tone was filled with unconcealed envy. Gu Chen nodded and walked into the treasure house with the golden card. The treasure house is like a large exhibition hall, which is placed in various equipment and props, and the lowest is also rare. The equipment and props emit various bright lights, and there was a brilliant scene in front of you. There are too many treasures, I don't know how to choose. Gu Chen looked at the many treasures in front of him and felt a little as Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, and was dazzled for a moment. After a walk around, Gu Chen found that perhaps because the summoner profession is rare in small cities, there are not many equipment suitable for the summoner profession. However, he was not discouraged. Although he didn't have much equipment, he could use a lot of equipment. After watching the legendary equipment area for a long time, he finally picked out an armor, the Unyielding Black Armor. Unforcing Black Armor. Quality, Legend. Level, LV.20. Professional restrictions, Melee Career. Attributes, Physical Constitution plus 500, Health Value plus 6000. Effect, inflict real damage to the wearer's maximum health value of 5% per second to the surrounding target. This effect is invalid for remote occupations. After careful consideration, Gu Chen finally decided to take down this armor. Although physical constitution plus 500 and health plus 6000 are quite impressive, it is only second. Gu Chen mainly cares about the effect of this armor. The target is the enemy unit. If this unyielding black armor is used to the dark dragon hunting turtle equipment, the health volume will be increased by 6000, and the maximum health value will increase to 82,000. In this way, the dark dragon hunting turtle can cause more than 4,000 real damage to the surrounding targets every second during the battle. See clearly, this is every second. Angry, the mocking can force surrounding targets to attack themselves. Broken impact can cause damage while also slowing down the targets on the attack path. With the effect of the unyielding black armor, you can imagine that once the dark dragon hunting turtle enters the abyss, you will definitely kill madly. It's worthy of being legendary. It's you. After redeeming the gold card for the unyielding black armor, Gu Chen took down the equipment and left the treasure house with great satisfaction. Outside the treasure house, Li Feng is still waiting outside. From your expression, you should have chosen a very satisfactory equipment, Li Feng said with a smile. Well, thank the city lord for me. Gu Chen nodded. Next, you have another chance to enter the first level dungeon or the abyss. What are your plans? Li Feng asked. Gu Chen is now at level 19. This time he passed the hell level bone buried dungeon, his level has only been increased by 2 levels. The upgrade speed has slowed down a lot compared to before. First of all, due to the increase in level, the experience gained after killing aliens has been reduced. At the beginning, the level 11 summoned beast killed a level 13 beast corpse chimera, and the experience gained was about 1500. Now, the level 17 summoned beast kills a level 15 beast corpse warrior, and the experience gained is less than 800. Cut it straight in half. Secondly, the experience required for upgrading has also become more. When entering the nightmare level bone burial dungeon, Gu Chen was only at level 11, and it only took 20,000 to 30,000 experience to upgrade to level 1. When he entered the hell level bone burial dungeon, he was already level 17, and it took more than 300,000 experience to upgrade to level. Moreover, you can only get the record-breaking reward once, and you will not have this experience bonus when you pass the hell level later. As the level increases, the speed of upgrades becomes slower and slower, which is inevitable. Therefore, while he can still get into the first level dungeon again, Gu Chen certainly doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Do you have any plans for the city lord? Gu Chen asked. Since Li Feng took the initiative to raise this topic, he must have come prepared. Some time ago, Wanshinj built a new first-level copy. If you are interested, the city hall can directly allocate the quota to you. Directly allocating the quota will waive the copy usage fee, which will save millions at once. First-level dungeon? How about the experience reward? Gu Chen was a little moved. How to say it, although it is a man-made dungeon, if it is difficult to fight hell, the experience reward is not weaker than the abyss, but the difficulty is much greater than that of ordinary dungeons. This is not the point. As long as the profit is high enough, it doesn't matter how difficult it is. Gu Chen didn't care about this. After all, it was just a first-level copy. How difficult could it be? Then it's okay. If you agree, I can send you some copy information. Wait a minute. Gu Chen did not agree in a hurry, and quickly said, since it is entering the dungeon, can you ask the city hall to do a little favor? You say. I heard that the difficulty level of artificial dungeons can be adjusted. I want to directly hit the hell level. After all, I am already level 19. If I unlock it step by step from the difficulty level, I guess I will be level 2 if I can't hit the hell level. Once you become a second-level profession, you can no longer enter the first-level dungeon or the abyss. This may not work for others, but since you can get the abyss achievement, it's okay to open a hell-level dungeon to you directly. Okay, then I'll trouble Secretary Li. After discussion, Li Feng sent some dungeon information to Gu Chen, and then went to operate the dungeon quota and the opening of hell level difficulty. After Gu Chen returned to his large flat apartment, he called Lin Yuan and others out. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Siran are not from Wanchenge. For convenience, the three of them live in Gu Chen's apartment. After all, it is a large flat floor with many rooms, so accommodation is not a problem at all. The team members of the dungeon remain unchanged this time, and they are still in the previous lineup. Su Xia is also among the team members. Last time in the Hell Level Bone Burial Dungeon, Gu Chen made an epic Eternal Source Crystal, which was bought by Su Xia for 5 million. According to him, with this material, he can develop a new generation of Mark 21 armor. The reason why I followed Gu Chen into the dungeon was to try the combat capabilities of the new generation of armor. In response, Gu Chen directly agreed. Su Xia can make up the number of people, but she won't share the experience, and Gu Chen is also curious about the new generation of Mark 21 armor. This is a world where all people change their jobs. Is Iron Man coming? Chapter 74 First Level Dungeon, Spider Cave. Is the First Order Dung Spider Cave very difficult? Lin Yuan sat on the ground in the living room, put the handle of the PS5 aside, and looked at the copy information on the TV screen. It's very difficult, there are a lot of alien races inside. Lin Qingqing said. A little more. Siran asked with his head tilted. Lin Qingqing thought for a while and changed to a more appropriate word, very much. Even huge. That's a spider cave. Didn't that mean that there will be a lot of experience? Lin Yuan asked. That won't be. Even if we directly open the hell level dungeon to us, the final experience will be at the same level as the first level abyss. Even if there are too many, there will not be too much. Since that's the case, it's all first level anyway, why don't you continue to brush the bone-buried dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. This kind of question, hasn't the high school teacher talked about? You don't listen to it in class. Huh? Will I not listen? Come on, you can talk first, I will add if there are any omissions. Lin Qingqing glanced at it and explained patiently, the abyss has a self-protection mechanism. If you repeatedly brush the same abyss, the profession's own attributes will be suppressed by the abyss and the experience you gain will be reduced. Lin Yuan nodded, well, I think so too. So, if Wanchenge District Department can approve the quota, it would be the best. At least we can waive millions of copies of the fee. Siran sighed from the side. When it comes to money, ahem. Gu Chen cleared his throat, the price of the first level dungeon is the same as the first level abyss. It's okay if you have 3 million yuan per person, right? Lin Qingqing looked sore, no problem, give us some time to sell equipment. Now he is in too much debt, and several online loan platforms do not give us loans. Gu Chen suddenly remembered something and looked at Siran and asked, by the way, I have opened a level 20 dagger, which is rare. If you want it, you can sell it to you at the market price. Well, I happen to be missing a level 20 weapon, but I have to wait for a few pieces of equipment to exchange for some money. Siran was embarrassed to send it every day. Book, Group 65,5/502*33.8 scratched his head. Okay, then that's it. Today you have a day off and prepare by the way. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will enter the first level dungeon Spider Cave. Gu Chen nodded and decided on the matter for the dungeon. He received news from Li Feng that the quota of dungeons had been approved, and hell level was directly unlocked, saving a lot of trouble. After confirming, Lin Yuan sat in the guest again. PS5 was played on the floor of the hall. Lin Qingqing and Siran went out to sell equipment. Although it can be passed through the professional trading platform, the process is too slow. If you leave the dungeon tomorrow, it may be too late. So they went directly to the equipment recycling store in Wanchenge city center. Su Xia volunteered to take over various preparations before the dungeon, such as strategies, consumables, food, etc. Gu Chen was not idle either, so he sorted out his equipment. In the Hell-level Bone Burial Dungeon, he obtained a total of 3 epic items, 2 of which are the Echo Ring and the Echo Amulet. The third item is the Yongheng Yuan Crystal sold to Su Xia. Even Gu Chen didn't expect that in just one Hell-level dungeon, he would have gathered the Echo set. The attribute bonus of the set is also considerable, and it can provide him with a total of 600 spirit points, 500 speed points, and 300 physique points and strength points. The most powerful thing is Gu Chen Xinyanyan's suit effect. After each killing the target, he immediately recovers 10% of his energy. Another level is upgraded, and the Nightmare Lord can put on the Echo suit. Although the epic second level suit is not yet a star, it is enough to make people feel excited. The next morning, Li Feng sent an MPV to send Gu Chen and others to the copy square of the Spider Cave. It's not yet 7 o'clock, and there are not many professionals in the dungeon square. But when Gu Chen appeared, many people still recognized him. God, Gu Chen, such a coincidence, you also went down a spider cave. God, you are my idol. Gu Chen, the people of Wancheng welcome you. Gu Chen nodded politely at the greetings around him, responding to everyone's greetings. Since he obtained the abyss achievements of the bone-burying dungeon, many low-level professionals in Wancheng are willing to call him the adopted father from the bottom of their hearts. After all, Gu Chen's operation directly made most of them win at the starting line. As for the few people who really can't take up, they have no complaints in their hearts, and they are even very grateful to Gu Chen. Because now, they can also rent their small balcony for more than 1,000 yuan to those outsiders who come here to see it. Gu Chen did not delay and took Lin Yuan and others through the dungeon square and arrived at the entrance to start operations. Identity authentication is successful. The current copy has unlocked the Hell level difficulty for you, please choose carefully. Gu Chen asked Lin Yuan and others to prepare and chose the Hell level without hesitation. The current average team level is too low, it is recommended to regroup. No. Entering the first level dungeon Spider Cave Hell level, please wait. The space vortex representing the entrance of the dungeon suddenly turned blue dread, and then a strong aura of terror swept over, entangling Gu Chen and the 4 people behind him into it. Feeling the oppressive aura of the Hell level dungeon, the pros in the square quickly looked over, with shock and surprise in their expressions. Huh? It's the great god Gu Chen. He actually entered the Hell level dungeon. What? How did he do it? How could he go directly into the Hell level dungeon? What's the point of making a fuss about this? Gu Chen is a celebrity around Liangyi City Lord. What's the difficulty of unlocking a dungeon? Oh, I'm envious. They are all of them of the same age. They have already made it into the Hell level dungeon, and I can't even pass the ordinary level. I don't envy you. I'm tired of envying you. It's too difficult to be a professional. It's better for me to go to the factory to make screws. By the way, the fastest pass record of the Hell level Spider Cave is 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you think Gu Chen will refresh the record this time? You came from the abyss? You still need to ask such a question. I won't go to the factory anymore. From now on, I've lived in Abyss Square. I want to start a live broadcast. My family, come and guess how long it will take for Gu Chen to pass the level. Oh, I'll go, you guys have figured out the live broadcast. When the heat in the dungeon square gradually increased, Gu Chen was already standing in a dark and cold cave. At the same time, a series of copy information appeared in his sight. You have entered the Hell level dungeon Spider Cave. There is a ghost-faced king spider polluted by the power of the abyss deep in the cave. Please be sure to stop the ghost-faced king spider from launching an insect disaster, otherwise the power of the abyss will completely erode this place. The insect controlling master is living outside the cave. If you can convince the clan leader, all insect-controlling masters will become your helper. Chapter 75 Lao Gu, you have a plan. When his eyes adapted to the dark environment, Gu Chen and others began to look around. Wherever you see, there are traces covered with clues everywhere. These spider silks are like layers of tulle, hanging crisscrossingly on the surrounding rock walls and tops of caves, with some grey-white spiders the size of rice grains crawling around. On the ground, there were messy wreckage everywhere, including insect shells and dry skeletons, scattered among spider silks all over the ground, exuding a decayed aura. Lin Yuan walked a few steps to see. He subconsciously reached out to the dense spider silk on the cave wall and pulled it to the side. For a moment, a lot of dust fell down, making him covered in dust. This dust, is actually the same as it is. Lin Yuan's tone was full of surprise. The first time I got a copy? Look at your unpromising look. Lin Qingqing gave him a blank look. Hehe, the first time I downloaded a copy that costs money, this copy looks no different from the abyss. Although the copy is artificially made, everything here is infinitely close to the real abyss, otherwise why would you charge so much money? There are charging standards in the dungeon square. The price of first-level hell-level dungeons is 1 million per person per time, which is extremely expensive. The original Shangxia Empire was monopolized by the aristocratic class, and ordinary people were not qualified to enter the dungeon. If they wanted to upgrade, they could only risk their lives to enter the abyss. It was not until the current lord took over the throne and launched a series of reforms and cleared up many stubborn nobles that the ownership of the copy was nationalized. Subsequently, the empire issued a new policy, and ordinary people could enter the copy as long as they paid the usage fee. At the same time, in order to give more professionals the opportunity to upgrade, the empire began to carry out infrastructure construction. It took almost 10 years to build a teleportation array in every abyss square. In this way, the number of professionals in the Shangxia Empire ushered in an era of booming. Even Xiao Nanfan, the number one in the Shangxia army, known as the Shura god of war, rose strongly after the release of the new policy. Therefore, the opportunity for ordinary professionals to make a name for themselves now depends entirely on a series of new policy reforms implemented by the king of Shangxia. At this time, Su Xia stood beside Gu Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, according to the strategy, the insect-controlling army is living on the periphery of the spider cave. If you can get their help, you can pass the level as quickly as possible. However, if you want to get help from the insect master, you must first convince their patriarch. This is not small." Lin Yuan nodded pretendingly and came up. "Old Gu, do you have a plan?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look over. Gu Chen thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes." Lin Yuan was suddenly overjoyed. He was waiting for the word Gu Chen. It seemed that he would definitely be stable this time. Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "God, what should I do next? We just entered the dungeon and happened to be outside the spider cave. Should we go to the territory of the insect-controlled army to persuade them first? I have also read some guides on spider caves. The patriarch of the Insect Master clan is very arrogant. Even the entire Insect Master clan thinks they are talented and are not willing to help us ordinary people. If you want to convince the clan leader, you must come up with 2 epic equipment, and the experience gained from killing the aliens must be distributed to them, half of the experience. No need to be that complicated." Gu Chen waved his hand and directly interrupted Lin Qingqing's words. "My plan is very simple. First, kill all the insect-controlled tribes, then kill all the spider aliens in the cave, and finally kill the ghost-faced king spider." Lin Qingqing's face was stunned, and he almost misheard it. She subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan, Su Xia and Suran, and found that the 3 of them had indescribable complex expressions on their faces. Lin Yuan tisked his tongue and advised, "Old Gu, what we want to kill is the alien race, not the insect-controlling army. Don't confuse these 2 things." Gu Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "In this copy, the ghost-faced king spider is about to launch an insect scourge, and the insect-controlled clan lives outside the spider cave. It can be said that it is at a critical moment of life and death. However, they have no desire to resist in the face of the invasion of alien races. Instead, they deliberately make things difficult for us professions. Since that is the case, what's the use of asking them?" After hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod. It makes sense. Although the main task of the profession is to prevent the ghost-faced king spider from launching an insect disaster, it can be regarded as a disguised rescue of the insect-controlling clan. However, the group of insect control masters, including the patriarch, were above the top and looked down on professions who entered the spider cave. They not only asked for equipment props, but also divided their experience. Even if there is a hell-level dungeon, it is not necessary to produce epic equipment. The patriarch of the Insect Emperor tribe showed 2 epic equipment as soon as he reached out, and he had to share the experience with the pros, and they almost occupied all the good things. Lin Yuan was playing PS5 in the living room yesterday and played Tiger Pioneer for a day, so he didn't read the strategy at all. By the end of the evening, Lin Qingqing and the others sold their equipment and raised enough money to come back, and Lin Yuan had never beaten Tiger Pioneer. Saran went up and asked with confusion, "What kind of game are you playing? Why do all the monsters inside look the same?" A light and swinging sentence directly made Lin Yuan break his defense. He worked hard until the second half of the night, and he had no time to read the guide. Now that he knew about the situation of the insect-controlling traders, he spat directly on the ground and said angrily, "Okay, just listen to Lao Gu, and kill those insect-controlling traders first." It seems to be even more difficult to kill the insect-controlled army clan. Su Xia felt no confidence. Before this, professionals basically had 2 directions in spider caves. First, they directly entered the cave, broke through a group of spider aliens, and finally killed the ghost-faced king spider. Of course, this approach is relatively difficult and must be fully confident. Otherwise, there will be spider aliens everywhere in the cave. If you neglect, you will be eaten by the overwhelming aliens so that they will not even be left with residue. After all, the spiders here are all alien races, and eating people is all about Kifo. As for the second, it is to ask the insect-controlling clan for help. The insect-controlling tribe is of great talent, and their skills have innate restraints against the spider-transcendent tribe. With their help, the difficulty of passing the level will be greatly reduced. However, accordingly, they will also take away a lot of rewards for passing the level. However, Gu Chen's choice was unprecedented. First kill the insect-rewarding clan, and then kill the ghost-faced king spider, which means that the difficulty of the dungeon has skyrocketed. After all, that's a group of people. Although Gu Chen's decision was a little unacceptable, Su Xia still chose to cooperate. A faint glow flashed across his space ring. Boom! A mechanical armor with a very technological look appeared in everyone's sight. The cool red and gold appearance, smooth and powerful lines, is simply a perfect combination of technology and art. Su Xia quickly put on his armor, and the eternal source crystal located on his chest burst out with bright blue light, like dazzling stars in the bright universe, illuminating the dim cave. Then let's go, target the territory of the insect-controlling division, I'll lead the way. Chapter 76 Foreigners, the territory of the insect control division is not welcome. Su Xia's armor has a built-in navigation system, which, according to him, is more advanced than the last time she was in the bone burial dungeon. After putting on the armor, he showed amazing mobility and flexibility, and his movement speed was no less than that of Lin Yuan and other level 12 professionals. Since everyone had just entered the dungeon, it was not far from the territory of the Insect Emperor tribe. Not long gone. Laugh! A giant spider suddenly jumped out of the top of the cave and jumped towards Gu Chen and the others. Careful! Su Xia turned around at the first time, and a dazzling beam of energy burst out from the palm of the mechanical arm, which instantly hit the spider's head. However, this giant spider was covered with a hard body, and the energy beam from the armor hit it, causing pitifully little damage. Fortunately, Gu Chen was prepared, and the Blood Clan King beside him had already launched an attack. Bang! 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 The silver photo bullet roared out, and the giant spider was blown out in midair before it even landed. Boom! The giant spider's body hit the ground, its hard shell was covered with cracks, green blood splashed out from its broken body, and its sharp steps were twisted and broken. Kill the sharp blade poison spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. This experience is too low. Gu Chen is mentally prepared for this. There are many alien races in the spider cave, but their individual combat power is relatively low, so his experience is very low. It is not difficult to deal with a poisonous spider, but the difficulty is that the poisonous spiders in the cave basically appear in groups. In this way, although the experience is high, the difficulty is also high. Therefore, many professions would rather pay some price and would choose to ask the insect rewarding clan for help. Just after the first sharp blade poisonous spider was killed, a noisy sound rang out in the darkness, and soon, more than 20 giant spiders appeared in everyone's sight. Retract the formation. Gu Chen shouted softly, called Su Xia back, and then released the Nightmare Lord. A sharp blade poisonous spider only has more than 1000 experiences, but more than 20 years are only more than 20,000. Gu Chen took a look at the experience bar and it would take more than 500,000 yuan to get to level 20. It seems that it is still a pleasure to be at a low level. If he is level 11 now, the alien races in front of him alone will be enough for him to upgrade. The Nightmare Lord rushed up. These ordinary aliens at level 20 were basically just delivering vegetables to epic summoned beasts. The figure of the Nightmare Lord flashed away and appeared among the poisonous spiders in an instant. Then, it directly activated its skills. Deep Dream. Although it is a group of level 20 level sharp blade poisonous spiders, it is just an ordinary alien race. The skills of the Nightmare Lord are completely explosive damage to them. The illusory dream energy instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing continuous damage to the poisonous spider, and its blood volume dropped rapidly. Injured tens of thousands in seconds. More than 20 sharp blade poisonous spiders were trapped in a deep dream and could not withstand such high damage at all. In a blink of an eye, they were torn to pieces by the dream energy. The Nightmare Lord collected his skills, and it only took about 2 seconds before and after, and his energy was consumed pitifully. Kill the sharp blade poison spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill the sharp blade poison spider LV.20, experience plus 1030. Kill the sharp blade poison spider LV.20, experience plus 1080. Kill all of them and earned more than 24,000 experience. Gu Chen looked satisfied. Very cool. No wonder so many people like to play the mowing game. Before, whether it was killing the desolate guards or the beast corpse warriors, they all needed to maintain deep dreams for continuous damage, which also consumed a lot of energy. However, for spider aliens, if you basically stay in a deep dream for 2 seconds, you will be torn to pieces by the dream energy, which will not consume much energy. This kind of pleasure is truly unprecedented. In a blink of an eye, all the sharp blades and poisonous spiders died. Su Xia stood in place in armor, his eyes wide open. So strong. His energy beam can only knock out more than 600 blood of the sharp blade poisonous spider, but Gu Chen's summoned beast directly injured more than 10,000 yuan in seconds. The gap is ridiculously large. Let's go and keep leading the way. Gu Chen spoke calmly. Soon, everyone arrived at the territory of the Insect Emperor tribe. It is said to be a territory, but in fact, the term stronghold should be more suitable. There are patrolling guards on the outside, just like an ancient army camped. Seeing Gu Chen and others coming, a team of insect rewarding masters wearing white windbreakers immediately stepped forward. The leader was a thin bald man with a cold face, stretching out his hand to stop him. Foreign people, the territory of the Insect Control Division is not welcome. If you are here for help, show enough sincerity first, otherwise I will not let you in. The bald man looked at everyone with his eyes squinted, his tone revealing unconcealed arrogance and indifference. Gu Chen did not care about the offense in the other party's tone and looked at the bald man's attribute panel. Alien race, Guardian of the Insect Master. Level, LV.18. Health point. Attributes, Strength 240, Agility 245, Physical 240, Spirit 250. Skill, Insect Storm. The amount of blood is only over 10,000. It's really pitifully weak. Gu Chen looked calm and said, I want to see your patriarch and ask him to come out. Hearing the unconcealed reticence in Gu Chen's tone, the guard of the Insect Control Master's face darkened and shouted angrily. Bold! The patriarch has a noble status, so how can he be a bad person? Before he finished speaking, a series of bullets roared like lightning, instantly knocking the bald man and the guards of the Insect Control Division behind him into sieves, and the bodies fell to the ground in a row. The Blood Clan King shouted softly and activated his skills, and his health volume dropped by a small amount instantly. Blood Clan Inheritance. The next second, the corpses on the ground were shrouded in bloody light, and they stood up one by one, with a breathtaking bloodthirsty light bursting out in their eyes. There are 5 more Blood Clan descendants in the team. At this point, Lin Yuan and others trembled, and then they realized. Even though he already knew that Gu Chen would kill the Insect Master clan first, this is too tough. This is a murder. Why are you so quick and straightforward to start? Even the bald Insect Master had not finished speaking, and a group of guards were dead. Kill the Insect Resistance Guard LV.18, Experience plus 788. Kill the Insect Resistance Guard LV.18, Experience plus 809. Kill the Insect Resistance Guard LV.18, Experience plus 796. Gu Chen looked calm, took a look at the experience bar that had almost no movement, and walked directly into the territory of the Insect Emperor. Kill? No, in his eyes, it's just experience. Gu Chen's tactics are also very simple, pushing them all the way. The territory of the Imperial Insect Division is very complicated and has many channels. If you are in other copies, you may need to find alien races one by one, which is very troublesome. But here, there is no such concern at all. After killing several teams of guards, an alarm sounded in the territory of the enemy's attack. Then, more than 50 insect-controlled troops in white windbreakers rushed out with great momentum. These are just ordinary guards of the Insect Master clan and are not considered the main defensive force at all. Foreign tribes, you dare to kill people in the territory of the Insect Rain Division. You are really looking for death. Listening to the other party's angry shout, Gu Chen raised his eyes and looked at the Blood Clan King. Kill all, no one is left. Chapter 77. Killing you is the best help to me. The Blood Clan King was full of murderous aura and cast deadly shooting without saying a word. With the blessing of skill effects, a bullet can cause tens of thousands of damage, and the flames in the 2 guns are spewed out, which is unstoppable. The descendants of the Blood Clan rushed towards the guards of the Insect Control Division and launched a fierce attack. The Nightmare Lord turned into a dark mist, and in a blink of an eye it appeared deep in the territory of the Insect Control Division, and at the same time opened up a deep dream. The escorts of the insect-controlling army who rushed over were like moths that were rushing to pieces. As soon as they entered their dreams, they were torn to pieces. Gu Chen and others watched from the side, and they were completely one-sidedly massacred, and their experience increased rapidly. There are more than 50 guards in total, which is more than 40,000 experience. It's so cool. This experience was so easy to come. I took it while standing. Perhaps these ordinary guards died too quickly, and then a group of more powerful warriors of the Insect Control Division appeared. And the number is also a little higher than before. However, even so, it cannot withstand the powerful killing of the two summoned beasts. The Nightmare Lord attacked in groups in the depths of the territory, while the Blood Clan King and the descendants of the Blood Clan were killed on the periphery. Some of the stingy insect masters gave up the Nightmare Lord and rushed towards Gu Chen, but were shot by the Blood Clan King and then turned the body into a descendant of the Blood Clan. The group of descendants of the Blood Clan is growing, and the territory is like a slaughterhouse, with a strong smell of blood. In the eyes of other professions, the powerful insect controlling division is just a wave of experience for Gu Chen. Kill the warrior of the insect harming division LV.18, experience plus 1026. Kill the warrior of the insect harming division LV.18, experience plus 998. Kill the warrior of the insect harming division LV.18, experience plus 1010. Just as his experience was slowly increasing, Lin Yuan next to him suddenly said, "Old Gu, it seems that an elder of the Insect Control Division came in front of him." Elder of the Insect Reward. Gu Chen looked up and found that it was probably because the guards and soldiers of the Insect Emperor's clan had died too many times. A group of Insect Emperor's clan wearing grey windbreakers appeared in the battle. The leader is a middle-aged man with hideous scars on his face. His whole body was covered in a large grey windbreaker, and wherever he passed, the ground was covered with small black insects as big as rice grains. Alien, Elders and Elites of the Insects. Level, LV.19. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 278, Agility 223, Physical 292, Spirit 205. Skill I, Alien Zodiac. Skill 2, Insectization. Level 19 Elite Aliens can be used as the final boss in the Nightmare Dungeon. 2 skills, one is a skill similar to summoning, and the other is range damage. If it faces an ordinary professional team, it will be a disaster. Su Xia said from the side. The elder of the Insect Master noticed Gu Chen at first sight. He looked over and felt a strong hatred appeared on his face. Weak humans, even worms, dare you attack my insect controlling division? I want to kill you all. Facing the anger of the elder of the Insect Master, Gu Chen didn't care at all, and he didn't even want to take over the battle every day. Book, Group 65,0/5/02*33.8. He took a few steps back and handed the elder of the Insect Rewarding Master directly to the Blood Clan King. Swish! A subtle sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure of the Blood Clan King appeared in front of him like a ghost. The elder of the Insect Master was shocked. Even if he was an elite alien at level 19, he could not keep up with the elusive speed of the Blood Clan King. The next second, the shock on his face was replaced by a touch of pain. The Blood Clan King exuded a cold murderous intent all over his body, and a series of silver photo bullets shot out from his muzzle, bursting out a terrifying power like thunder and lightning. Deadly shooting. The high explosion bullet hit the elder of the Insect Emperor's body to a bloody and blood spilled all over the ground. Ah! The elder of the Insect Master let out a painful scream. Even if he was an elite alien, he could not keep up with the speed of the Blood Clan King, and his health volume dropped by 1/3. At the same time, the last bullet with skill effect rubbed against the body of the elder of the Insect Master and exploded the head of an Insect Master guard. Bang! Kill the Insect Resistance Guard LV.18, experience plus 826. Trigger kill reset and skill refresh. The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed, and a after-image passed by, and appeared behind the elder of the Insect Master. Deadly shooting. Another series of bullets came, and the elder of the Insect Master had no time to cast his skills, and blood holes appeared on his body, which was shocking. If there were no guards, maybe this elder could fight against the Blood Clan King for several rounds. However, now he has become a survivor, looking at the Blood Clan Lord with a look of shock and anger. Impossible. Why has your skills not cooled down? In addition to being shocked and angry, a large piece of black mist burst out from his body. Splitting of the insect. No, it is not the black fog, but the dense black alien insects. If you look closely, you will find that one of these insects has turned into two into four, and the number is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, Wuiang's alien insects flew into the air like a large cloud, flying straight towards Gu Chen. Kill the summoner first. It seems that this elder is also smart. However, what the elder of the Immortal Division did not expect was that when the large number of alien insects were just halfway through, the 5 descendants of the Blood Clan kicked their feet and rushed up like shells. Then, self-destruct. Bang! The explosion sounded almost at the same time, and a small cloud of mushrooms rose up with the terrifying blood flames. Range damage instantly swallowed up countless alien insects. Kill the alien insect LV.19, experience +3. Kill the alien insect LV.19, experience +3. Kill the alien insect LV.19, experience +3. What? When the elder of the insect master saw this scene, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of shock. 5 level 18 level German descendants exploded, and the total damage was 15,000, just killing a group of insects, which was more than enough. The explosion's blood flame quickly dissipated, and all the alien insects turned into ashes in the explosion. The elder of the insect master looked complicated. He originally thought that he would cast the insect tide and chew the summoner into a skeleton, but he did not expect that all the insect tides he released were destroyed and killed by explosion. At this time, the Blood Clan King looked over again. The elder of the insect master's face tightened, and it felt like he was being targeted by the god of death. Without any hesitation, he immediately released his skills. Insectization. With a roar of pain, his body quickly became deep and hard, like a rough carapace growing rapidly. At the same time, his limbs began to twist, his bones reshaped in a creaking sound of teeth. His arms and legs became thick and powerful, and sharp thorns were bulging at the joints. In a blink of an eye, the elder of the insect rewarding division turned into a human-shaped alien insect. Then, he let out a sharp roar, and his sharp limbs flashed with a cold metallic luster, piercing towards the Blood Clan King in front of him. The transformation of human body into insects is undoubtedly the strongest skill of the elder of the insect controlling division. However, the Blood Clan King looked at him coldly, without dodging or avoiding. When the sharp limbs pierced, he pressed him in front of him, making him unable to make any progress. At this moment, the worm-shaped elder of the insect-removing army showed a clear look of horror on his face. In this attack, he was originally going to pierce the body of the Blood Clan King. But I didn't expect it to be blocked so easily. Horrible. Everyone is at level 19, why are you so scary? The head of the insect master trembled, and he gave up his resistance and begged Gu Chen. Human, don't do it. I'll take you to see the patriarch. As long as the clan leader nods, the insect-controlled clan can help you kill the ghost-faced king spider. Hearing this, Su Xia and others looked surprised. Is this a vote? The elder of the insect master is really not that strong. However, Gu Che shook his head indifferently, killing you is the best help to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody storm burst out from the body of the Blood Clan King. Scarlet Feast. The body of the elder of the insect-harming division was hit by a blood-colored storm, and the body of the insect was shattered. In a blink of an eye, the blood volume was cleared. Chapter 78 The Devastating Blow to the Black Death Bacteria. Kill the elders and elites of the insect-harming division, LV.19, experience plus 8212. Get the loot, the insect velvet LV.19 rarity. Get the loot, the insect division boots LV.19 rarity. Just like in the bone burying dungeon before, elite aliens are also divided into strengths and weaknesses. Undoubtedly, the elder of the insect master belongs to the relatively weak category. But after all, he is an elite and has considerable killing experience. The two rare level equipment that fell were clothes and boots, but they limited their profession and must be insect control masters to wear it. The insect control master is a rare profession. I believe that these two pieces of equipment should be sold at a considerable price on the professional trading platform. In the territory of the insect control division, seeing the elders being killed in battle, the morale of the insect control division on the battlefield was greatly reduced. Especially the grey-clothed insect controlling masters who appeared with the elders, they ran away when they saw that the situation was not good. Just kidding, even the elders were killed, and they even made some yarn. At this moment, a group of insect-controlled troops were defeated and fled to the depths of the territory. The Blood Clan king led more than 30 descendants of the Blood Clan to chase after him. The Nightmare Lord also withdrew from the deep dream, consumed nearly half of his spirit, and summoned more than 30 Nightmare Servants. The Nightmare Servant turned into a black shadow and flew out, entangled some of the fleeing insect masters in place, and then was killed one by one by the Nightmare Master. Gu Chen led a group of summoned beasts to chase the territory, and all the insect control masters along the way were killed. Kill the warrior of the insect harming division LV.18, experience plus 1026. Kill the warrior of the insect harming division LV.18, experience plus 998. Although the growth of experience is slow, it is also rising steadily. Walking to the deepest part, everyone came to a sculpture of an alien insect made of rocks. This alien insect sculpture is about 3 meters high, about the same size as a heavy truck. When Gu Chen and others approached, a woman in a black windbreaker slowly walked out of the sculpture. This woman has a strange appearance and a hot figure. She is wearing a fishnet-like lining under her open windbreaker, and her sexy parts are prominent without any hindrance. Humans, aren't you here to seek my help? How dare you attack my noble insect-controlling division? A cold and proud voice rang out, echoing in the empty crypt. Alien, the leader of the insect master and elite. Level, LV.20. Born health. Attributes, Strength 338, Agility 263, Physical 342, Spirit 265. Skill I, the tide of insects is raging. Skill 2, Insect Master Strengthening. Skill 3, Completely Insect. The elite alien at level 20 is also the strongest existence of the insect-controlling division. This can be said to be an irresistible disaster for ordinary professions. However, for Gu Chen, it is not as powerful as the beast corpse aberrations he killed before. The main skill of the insect control clan is to summon alien insects to launch attacks. However, for the blood clans, the attacks and scraping of alien insects are undoubtedly the case. And for the Nightmare Lord, it is not even as good as scraping. Listening to the tone of the leader of the insect master, Gu Chen couldn't help frowning. There was an unconcealed sense of pride from the other party's proud tone. It seems that in her eyes, humans are undoubtedly the ants on the ground. "Nei," Gu Chen said coldly, "then let's die here with your noble." Hearing the murderous intent in Gu Chen's tone, the leader of the insect master was furious. She shouted coldly, and countless alien insects flew out of her palms and turned into black lights and poured into the surrounding insect master's body. Insect master strengthening. With the black light blooming, all the insect control masters seemed to have entered a state of madness, with a strong aura bursting out from their bodies, and their bodies were extremely fast, turning into a half-human and half-worm form. The level has not been improved, but the four-dimensional attributes have soared by 45%, becoming more powerful. Immediately afterwards, the leader of the Insect Rain Division let out a sharp roar. Insectide Rage. There was a significant vibration in the entire cave, and large cracks broke out under this huge force. The dense black alien insects crawled out of the cracks, making harsh and squeaking sounds, rushing towards Gu Chen and others in an overwhelming manner. Retreat. Gu Chen made a quick decision and quickly retreated with everyone. The number of these alien insects is so terrible. Lin Yuan and the others are all ordinary professionals. Once surrounded by insect tides, they are afraid that they will be eaten for a few breaths so that they will not even be left with residue. The vampire Maharaja took the opportunity to activate the effect of the mirror ring. Its figure blurred, and two cold figures in dark red dresses appeared next to it. Two mirror images kicked under their feet and appeared in front of Gu Chen and others. Bullets roared out, smashing the rushing insects into pieces and covering them back. The body of the Blood Clan King rushed towards the leader of the Insect Harmonic Division and launched a fierce battle. At the same time, the Nightmare Lord unfolded his deep dream without hesitation, and countless alien insects crawled out of the cave and were then crushed into powder by the dream energy. Kill the alien insect LV.20, experience +5. Kill the alien insect LV.20, experience +5. Kill the alien insect LV.20, experience +5. Countless experience messages are constantly scrolling in sight, dazzling. Gu Chen was too lazy to see it. He only had 5 experiences to kill an alien insect. If he pointed to this upgrade, he would have to wait until the year of the monkey and horse month. As soon as the thought moved, the skill light lit up, and a towering golem appeared in the cave. Roar! Immediately afterwards, a large piece of black light burst out from his body like a rock, exerting 2 debuff effects on the insect-controlling army. Extremely exhausted. Black Death Bacteria. When 2 skills were released, all alien races, including the leader of the Insect Master, were weakened. The Insect Masters, whose combat power had soared due to Insect Master's strengthening just now became weak in the blink of an eye. Black Death Bacteria has also begun to be widely transmitted. After the last Bloodline Awakening, Black Death Bacteria was strengthened again. The more infections are, the more health the target loses per second. The leader of the Insect Rewarding Master summoned a vast exaggerated insect. Not only did he not cause much damage to Gu Chen and others, but instead pushed the damage of Black Death Bacteria to the peak. 1 passes to 10, 10 passes to hundreds, hundreds passes to thousands. Deep Dream can only cause damage to targets in a fixed area, while Black Death Bacteria has increased damage with the increase in the number of infections. This is a kind of epidemic that will be destroyed and will be a devastating blow to any ethnic group. After a few breaths, a large number of alien insects died, and the ground was filled with thick layers of insect corpses, and then they were trampled to pieces during the battle between the descendants of the Blood Clan and the Insect Master. When the Nightmare Lord saw this scene, he simply removed his skills. Unexpectedly, a debuffing skill like Black Death Blight would cause such terrifying damage under such circumstances. Gu Chen didn't expect it either. Just now, he summoned the dead skeleton golem just to suppress the Insect Control Clan, and even the Black Death Blight was only applied to the Insect Control Master. However, it later spread to the alien insects and was rapidly spreading between insect tides, which led to countless alien insects being killed by the epidemic. It was a complete surprise. Seeing this scene, the cold eyes suddenly contracted, and an indescribable shock appeared on his face. The color. Impossible. What kind of skill is this? Can you kill thousands of alien insects in just a few breaths? How could humans have such terrifying combat power? Chapter 79 Kill the Leader of the Insect Master, the Epic 5 Stars. The leader of the Insect Master never expected that the alien insect he was proud of would die inexplicably. Even after the infection of thousands of alien insects, the damage of the Black Death Bacteria increased sharply, causing her blood volume to fall rapidly. At this time, facing the shocked leader of the insect master, the Blood Clan King fired bullets as dense as a storm, causing a large amount of blood mist to explode on his body. Seeing that her skills did not cause damage to Gu Chen and the summoned beast, the leader of the insect master shouted, and a powerful energy fluctuation was emitted throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, a huge phantom of the alien insect appeared behind her. Laugh! The head of the insect rewarding division's body suddenly swelled, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge alien insect more than 3 meters high. Full insectization. This is not a half-human and half-worm form like the elder of the insect master, but a completely transformed human body into a different insect form. Moreover, after the body was completely wormed, the head of the insect controlling division grew a hard shell on the surface of the body, greatly improving its attack and defense, and gaining a high melee bonus. For a moment, the combat power of the worm-controlling leader increased greatly, and it seemed that he really turned into a giant alien insect from the abyss. A violent aura surged around his body and rushed towards the Blood Clan King without fear. However, she forgot that even though her combat power surged after the complete insectization, her full attributes not only did not increase, but also decreased significantly in the debuff state of extremely exhausted. Not only that, the damage suffered is also a 100% bonus. Facing the giant alien insects rushing towards him, the Blood Clan King raised his gun and fired it. The bullets poured out like a storm, smashing the hard shell into pieces. The sharp limbs as sharp as a knife became extremely fragile under the attack of the Blood Clan King. The legs and feet of the giant alien insects were broken one after another, and the carapace on their bodies was even broken, and green blood was splattered everywhere. Cry! The giant alien insect made a painful hissing, and before even touching the corner of the Blood Clan's clothes, it was seriously injured and became a big disabled person. The leader of the insect master let out a painful roar, "Impossible! Why is this happening?" After a meeting, the ultimate skill she was proud of was crushed by the Blood Clan King. At this moment, she had no intention of fighting, so she quickly turned back and ran towards the direction she came. If you can't beat it, you want to run away? How could it be so easy? The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed and turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. The elder of the insect master felt a strong wind coming from behind, and before he even had time to look back, he saw a figure appearing directly in front of her, blocking her retreat. The elder of the insect master roared in disbelief, "Human, the insect master clan is the nemesis of the Ghost Face King Spider. If you kill us, the Ghost Face King Spider will summon the insect scourge to destroy everything here, and even you will not be spared." A sneer appeared on Gu Chen's face, "Are you threatening me?" "No, let me go, I'm willing to help you kill the ghost-faced King Spider." "Just you?" Gu Chen smiled disdainfully and gave the Blood Clan a look. The latter understood and directly launched the Scarlet Feast. A bloody storm swept out, followed by additional damage, and the blood bars of the leader of the Insect Emperor's clan. Kill the leader of the Insect Master, Elite LV.20, Experience Plus. Get the loot, the Insect Master Skill Book LV.20 Rare. The Patriarch died, and the remaining insect-controlling master completely turned into a pile of loose sand and fled toward the stone caves everywhere. How could Gu Chen miss this opportunity? It was not the insect master who escaped, but the experiences. With a thought, dozens of nightmare servants turned into black shadows and wrapped around the insect control masters. The nightmare master flashed away and named them one by one at the escaped insect control masters. The mirror images of the two Blood Clan Kings took this opportunity to launch the vampire inheritance. The corpse lying on the ground stood up again under the baptism of blood-colored energy and launched a crazy attack on the lively insect-controlling masters. The Blood Clan King was not idle either. After dealing with the clan leader, he went deep into the territory of the Insect Control Division and started the killing mode for the Insect Control Divisions in white or grey clothes. Gu Chen's order was not to be kept, and no insect control master could escape from this disaster. Kill the warrior of the insect harming division LV.18, experience plus 1026. Kill the insect master LV.19, experience plus 1326. Kill the grey-clothed insect repeller LV.19, experience plus 1302. Soon, the insect-controlled clan was driven out of control. These insect control masters who look down on humans and regard humans as humble ants will die here forever with their nobility and pride. Gu Chen had no sympathy in his heart for this. According to the plot of the dungeon, if the profession cannot kill the ghost-faced king spider, everything here will be destroyed after the insect scourge breaks out. At that time, the insect-controlling clan will also be destroyed due to their arrogance. A person is inherent if you die. It would be better to die as you want. It would be the best experience of Gu Chen. Level improvement. Level, LV.20, 3126/. Strength, 517. Agility, 516. Physical Constitution, 518. Spirit, 619. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.20 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.20 Epic, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.20 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise LV.20 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Finally the second level. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. After entering the dungeon this time, the upgrade time has obviously become longer. Not only did he kill a large number of sharp blade poisonous spiders along the way, but now he has killed all the insect-controlled tribes, and he has finally advanced to the next level. After the dungeon is out this time, you must enter the second level abyss. However, before this, Gu Chen planned to improve the summoned beast. The first bloodline obtained at level 17 has not been used yet. Last time I entered the hell level bone buried dungeon and was promoted to level 19, and I got 2 first bloodlines. Gu Chen was vaguely expecting in his heart. This time, even if it was the turn, it was Wang Shui's turn, right? Star Talent. You have obtained, Dark Bloodline First Generation. The first generation again? Gu Chen's face was full of depression. Is Wang's bloodline so rare? Forget it, let's use it first. There is nothing wrong with the bloodline of the first generation. At least it can also give Nightmare Lord and Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle a star. With this in mind, Gu Chen directly gave all the 4 first-generation bloodlines to the Nightmare Lord. Summoning Beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Nightmare Lord Epic Rightward Arrow Nightmare Lord Epic. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 390, Agility 396, Physical 395, Spirit 480. Get new talent Shadow Killing Arc Epic. Shadow Kill Arc Light. When the Nightmare Lord launches a skill attack from behind the target, if he directly kills the target, it will cause equal damage to the target entangled by the Nightmare Servant. Talents are enhanced. Dreams Come True. Nightmare Master's skill cooling is reduced by 80%, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 80%. Skills are enhanced. Nightmare Plague. Every 5 points of spirit, you can summon a Nightmare Servant. The target attached to the Nightmare Servant will suffer multiple damage, with an upper limit of 20 times. Chapter 80 Shadow Killing Arc Light Instant Harvest. Epic 5-star. Added an epic talent. Shadow Kill Arc Light. Use skills to kill the target from behind, and you can cause equal damage to the target entangled by the Nightmare Servant. This is amazing. Nightmare Haunted. The skill has just been enhanced. Not only has the damage rate increased to 20 times, but it also takes only 5 energy points to release a Nightmare Servant. The spirit of the Nightmare Lord is 480 points. Judging from the current spiritual attributes, 96 can be released at one time. In other words, the original Disappointed Instant Kill was just a single body explosion skill, but after obtaining the talent of Shadow Kill Arc Light, this single body skill directly became a group attack skill. Now, the Nightmare Lord will no longer need to name one by one. Not only that, another talent dream comes true has also been strengthened, and the effect of skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects have all been reduced by 80%. In this way, the Nightmare Lord not only improved his attack ability, but also continued flight ability. After elevating the Nightmare Lord to the epic 5-star, Gu Chen couldn't wait to take out the long-awaited Echo set. They are the Echo Necklace, the Echo Ring and the Echo Talisman. Put the suit into the equipment bar of Nightmare Lord, and its four-dimensional attributes suddenly increased, increasing a total of 600 points of spirit, 500 points of speed, and 300 points of physical fitness and strength. The equipment effect is also considerable, with cooling reduction of plus 45%, recovery speed plus 45%, attack plus 35%, defense plus 30%. With one set of effects, various bonuses are already very eye-catching. However, what Gu Chen is most looking forward to is the effect of the set after getting a set of 3 pieces. Set effect: after each killing the target, restore 10% of your energy. A simple sentence is so powerful that there is no need for explanation. This set effect, coupled with the talent of Dream Comes True, directly enables the Nightmare Lord to turn on the infinite fire power mode. Gu Chen looked at the data on the panel and nodded with satisfaction. Although the Nightmare Lord is still an epic summoned beast, it is already comparable to the legendary summoned beast. Moreover, there is only an ordinary first-generation bloodline between the epic 5-star and the legendary summoned beast. Even if you still can't get the king's bloodline at level 21, Gu Chen can still advance the Nightmare Master to the legendary level through the first generation of bloodline. In this way, among the 4 summoned beasts he contracted, there were at least 3 legendary levels. Looking at the entire Shengxia Empire, no second-level summoner has ever possessed this powerful lineup. Moreover, Gu Chen is now at level 20. After leaving the Spider Cave dungeon, you can contract the 5th summoned beast, so his combat power will be improved in a leap. The summoner is paired with god-level talent, so terrifying. After sweeping the territory of the Insect Reward Division, Gu Chen's team expanded rapidly. The level 20 Blood Clan Lord transformed 200 Blood Clan descendants and advanced towards the depths of the Spider Cave. Among the 200 descendants of the Blood Clan, more than half are second-level Blood Clans, and their combat power is definitely stronger than ordinary aliens of the same level. The most important thing is that the second-level Blood Clan self-destruction can cause 5,000 range damage, 10 self-destructions will cause 50,000 damage, and 100 will cause 500,000. If all the descendants of these 200 Blood Clans exploded, Gu Chen was worried that he would blow up the dungeon directly. In front is the nest of the sharp-blade poisonous spider, and there is an elite swordsome spider inside. As long as you kill it, you can go to the next nest smoothly. Su Xia's voice sounded in the cave. There are multiple nests in the spider cave, and each nest has an elite alien, and these elite aliens can summon many ordinary spiders. Okay, keep moving forward. Gu Chen nodded and ordered the descendants of the Blood Clan to rush forward. Groups of sharp-blade poisonous spiders would also appear along the way, but they were not the opponents of the descendants of the Blood Clan at all. Each descendant of the vampire only needs to launch one attack in turn to kill those ordinary spider aliens. Soon, a large number of descendants of the Blood Clan entered the nest of the sharp-blade poisonous spider. Almost as soon as I stepped in, there were a series of tiny noisy sounds in the surrounding caves. Immediately afterwards, a large number of spider silks hang down from the top of the cave like curtains, and one sharp-blade poisonous spider after another fell down the spider silk and appeared in everyone's sight. So big! I can't stand it! Lin Qingqing said in shock. I saw that the sharp-blade poisonous spiders jumped out of this nest were even larger than those of a car. The 6 scarlet eyes were extremely eye-catching in the darkness. At first glance, there were at least 50 or 60. They were all level 20 level sharp-blade poisonous spiders, and their scarlet eyes were staring at them, making a sharp whistle. Oh at. In a blink of an eye, spiders rushed up in groups, looking at the bloodthirsty look that emerged from the scarlet eyeballs, completely treating Gu Chen and others as food. If this scene is encountered by an ordinary professional, there will be only a dead end. However, for Gu Chen, he almost wanted to send it every day. Book, Group 65,05,02*33.8. Nightmare Lord, right. With Gu Chen's order, the Nightmare Lord turned into black mist and dissipated beside him. Then, a large number of black shadows shuttled around the nest, and in a blink of an eye it wrapped around the group of sharp-bladed poisonous spiders rushing up. More than 50 sharp-bladed poisonous spiders were trapped in their original position, struggling hard, but they could not move at all. 8 legs. I can't even walk a single step. The spiders let out a fierce roar full of anger. However, at this moment, behind a sharp-bladed poisonous spider with 5 black shadows wrapped around it, strands of black mist appeared silently. Before it could react, the thick black fog completely enveloped the hideous body. Nightmare plus disappointment instant kill plus shadow kill arc. 5 times the damage erupted, and the sharp-bladed poisonous spider made a harsh cry, and his blood volume was completely cleared. Immediately afterwards, all the sharp-bladed poisonous spiders entangled by Nightmare servants made a harsh cry, and the 5-fold damage exploded instantly on more than 50 sharp-bladed poisonous spiders through the talent of Shadow Kill Arc Light. Hurry! The huge body of the sharp-bladed poisonous spider fell to the ground, with no scars on the surface, but all the blood volume was cleared. Kill the sharp-blade poison spider LV.20, experience plus 1023. Kill the sharp-blade poison spider LV.20, experience plus 1065. Kill the sharp-blade poison spider LV.20, experience plus 1042. In an instant, Gu Chen's experience prompt began to roll rapidly again, and in a blink of an eye, he harvested more than 50,000 experiences. All dead? Is this the skill of Nightmare Lord? Su Xia's voice was full of surprise. Impossible, I must be dreaming, how could I have such an outrageous skill? Lin Yuan was stunned. After all, it's a great god's skill. So what's wrong if it's a little outrageous? Lin Qingqing said casually. The spider is all dead, it's great. Saran quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just when everyone was surprised, a huge earth bun suddenly arched on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a giant spider with a shape similar to the sharp-edged poisonous spider, but covered with red and green patterns crawled out from the ground. The spider's head was even more ferocious, and its size was twice that of the sharp-blade poisonous spider. It lifted up gravel on the ground and let out a sharp and harsh roar at Gu Chen and others, declaring territory sovereignty. Alien, Sharp-Blade Poison Spider Elite. Level, LV.20 Health Point. Attributes, Strength 328, Agility 253, Physical 332, Spirit 245. Skill I, Poison Spider Carcass. Skill 2, Corrosion of Poison Net. Skill 3, Regeneration Ability. Chapter 81, Meeting a Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. It can be considered as kicking the weight. The blood volume of this sharp-blade poison spider elite in front of him is only 165,000. Judging from the numbers alone, it may not be very powerful. However, those professions who despise it have all died under its sharp blade. Because of its third skill, regeneration ability, it has a super recovery speed and is not affected by the negative effects of banned healing. Therefore, the combat ability of the sharp-blade poisonous spider elite is terrifying and is harder to kill than a cockroach. Even if you blow up all 8 blade feet, or even cut your body into several sections, you can quickly regenerate in a short period of time and restore combat ability. Moreover, it also has a hard and sharp carapace with a highly corrosive poisonous net. It can be said that apart from the low health, this elite alien has no shortcomings in combat and is born for battle. A elite alien born for battle? Is this a coincidence? Dark dragon hunting, go! A war spirit burst out in Gu Chen's eyes. He did not summon the golem of the dead body, but summoned the warrior-type summoning beast, the dark dragon hunting turtle, who had just contracted. Roar! The shocking roar echoed in the cave, and the dark dragon hunting turtle was wearing sharp armor, like a heavily armed heavy-armored warrior, walking out of the summoning magic circle. Its eyes are full of strong fighting spirit, and for it, fighting and killing are the greatest pleasure. The terrifying power swept across the surroundings, making the elite of the blade poison spider feel an unprecedented threat. Laugh! As if he felt the powerful aura emitted by the dark dragon hunting turtle, the sharp blade poisonous spider elite suddenly rose up and made a sharp roar. This cave is its nest, and in its territory, no creature that threatens it is allowed. The dark dragon hunting turtle had a strong desire to fight in his eyes. Facing the strong hostility, its thick legs kicked on the ground and activated its skills directly. Broken impact, starting from the ejection, charge forward, causing a lot of damage to the target on the path and slowing down, causing knockoff effect to the target at the end of the path. Boom! The ground under her feet was shattered, and the dark dragon hunting turtle was like a heavy shell, ejecting forward with an unstoppable momentum. Swish! The sharp blade poison spider elite also released their skills at the same time, spitting out a dark purple corrosive poison net, and slashing towards the dark dragon hunting turtle. At the same time, its carapace bloomed with scarlet patterns, becoming harder, and its sharp blade feet stabbed at the huge figure that was coming at a rapid speed. Swish! The poison net with strong corrosiveness covered the dark dragon hunting turtle, which could not stop its fierce attack at all. Instead, it was torn to pieces by the sharp armor when it was met. Immediately afterwards, the huge figure hit the front of the sharp blade poisonous spider elite. A bang! A large piece of shattered body appeared in the body of the sharp blade spider, and the sharp blade feet were broken into several segments. The whole body was hit in the air and was directly knocked out of the knockout state. One skill, damage of over 80,000. Explode. It's simply too explosive. However, such explosive damage did not even kill a drop of blood from the sharp blade poisonous spider elite. Poison spider carapace. The sharp blade poisonous spider elite stood up tremblingly, and the broken shells on their bodies were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its shell is not as simple as defense, but can also play the role of a shield. As long as the shell on its body is completely destroyed, it will not cause real damage to it. No wonder the level 20 elite alien race only has 165,000 health. Although the blood volume is low, the shield is high. The damage of 80,000 did not break this shield. Gu Chen glanced at the blood bar of the blade poison spider elite, and the damage just now only accounted for half of the shield value. In other words, this shield has at least 160,000. No wonder so many people die here at the blade poison spider elite. With a blood volume of 165,000 and a shield that almost has the same blood volume, I'm afraid most people will be tortured to death here. In fact, this blade poison spider elite does not have any powerful attack skills, the only thing that is strong is the high-value shield. After breaking this shield, it also has super recovery ability. To put it bluntly, it is to be pestered to death because it is not easy to be beaten to death. However, for the elite sharp blade poisonous spider, today it encountered the dark dragon hunting turtle, it was considered to have kicked the weight. Roar! The dark dragon hunting turtle heard a sudden shout, and a dazzling orange halo burst out from all over his body. Angry, taunt, shamanize targets in a certain area, force the target to attack himself, and every time he is attacked, he will get a 1% attack speed bonus. The ridiculed elite of the blade poison spider suddenly burst out with strong anger, rushed towards the dark dragon hunting turtle, and waved the blade foot that had just recovered and slashed out. Bang! The sharp blade foot cuts on the armor covered with sharp thorns. On the other hand, a series of dazzling mars burst out. There is no armor breaking, no blood loss, and the damage can be ignored. Even this attack triggered the talent of the dark dragon hunting turtle, causing the momentum emitted by it to suddenly surge. The battle sorrow: every time the dark dragon hunting turtle receives a 10% damage bonus, and the bonus effect continues until exiting the combat state. The next second, the dark dragon hunting turtle waved its arm, and its sharp claws swept out, cutting the air into a sharp sound of breaking through the air, cutting the hard shell without any obstacles. The sharp blade poisonous spider elite did not dodge and directly counterattacked and began to fight against the dark dragon hunting turtle. Bang! 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 Although the sharp blade poison spider elite is huge, it is still smaller in front of the dark dragon hunting turtle, and its momentum is even weaker. However, in a few rounds, the blade poison spider elite was completely suppressed and was no match at all. It was very angry and greedy, and with its super recovery ability, it began to fight back even more crazily. But this scene made the dark dragon hunting turtle even more excited. It also has another talent: back of spike armor. Back off spike armor: when you receive melee damage, return 50% of the damage to the opponent in the form of real damage. The physical fitness can be increased by 1% for every 20 points. After wearing the unyielding black armor, the physique of the dark dragon hunting tortoise increased to 730 points, and the proportion of counter-injury soared from 50% to 86.5%, which can be regarded as terrifying. The sharp blade poisonous spider elite kept fighting back, but its injuries were getting heavier and heavier. But for a long time, none of the shells on the body were intact. Even with the powerful regeneration ability of the sharp blade poison spider, there was no time to recover the broken body. Bang! With a claw strike from the dark dragon hunting turtle, the carapace was completely broken. The shield of the blade poison spider elite was completely knocked out. The dark dragon hunting turtle roared, and its combat power and fighting spirit reached its peak at this moment, and a bitter cold light burst out from its claws. Scream! The sharp claws were like swords, slashing forward, directly cutting open the bulging abdominal cavity of the sharp blade poison spider elite, and colorful internal organ fragments sprinkled all over the floor. The elite sharp blade poisonous spider screamed in pain, gave up the counterattack, and retreated back for the first time. Chapter 82: Self-Destruction, Vampire Spider. With the retreat of the sharp blade and poison spider elite, the battle obviously began to come to an end. The dark dragon hunting turtle exists for battle. As long as it enters a state of combat, it will become more and more courageous as it fights, and it will be incomparable. Dark dragon hunting turtle? What kind of summoning beast is this? It's so terrifying. Lin Yuan looked shocked and couldn't help but suck in a cold air. Generally speaking, as the level increases, it will become more and more difficult to cultivate summoned beasts. I don't understand. This is the fourth summoned beast, how can it still be so terrifying? Su Xia's eyes widened, almost doubting life. If Master Gu Chen could always be so strong, I dare not imagine how terrifying it would be when he formed an army alone. Lin Qingqing sighed in shock. For ordinary summoners, due to limited resources, the quality of summoned beasts will decrease as they increase in quantity. But according to the current situation, Gu Chen's summoned beasts are stronger than the other. This completely goes against everyone's perception. While the dark dragon hunting turtle was chasing the elite of the blade poison spider, the Vampire Majesty brought a group of vampire descendants and the Nightmare Lord to kill the ordinary poison spider that was summoned outside the nest. Although there are a lot of ordinary poisonous spiders, the 200 descendants transformed by the vampire Magister are no less than that, and the Nightmare Lord who obtained the Shadow Kill Arc Light. It is a piece of cake to summon beasts to harvest these ordinary aliens. More and more sharp blade poisonous spiders died in their nests. Seeing that they had no choice but to retreat, the sharp blade poisonous spider elite burst out with a sharp roar and rushed towards the dark dragon hunting turtle. The dark dragon hunting turtle is not worth it. In its eyes, this elite alien race is already at the end of its strength and cannot become a climate. It activated its skill again, stomped on the ground with its feet, and its body was like a shell, and it ejected forward with an irresistible momentum. Boom! The blade poison spider elite is already in the residual blood. Now that she has taken one of the skills of the dark dragon hunting turtle, the small amount of blood left is directly cleared. Even the broken insect body became a bunch of vague fragments under this fierce impact. Kill the sharp blade poison spider elite LV.20, experience plus 9216. Get the loot, the poisonous spider blade LV.20 rarity level. Get the loot, poisonous spider heavy armor LV.20 rarity level. Get the loot, strengthened fossil *20. Get the loot, poisonous spider silk *5. The experience gained from killing elite aliens is still considerable. As for the two rare level equipment, one is the assassin profession and the other is the warrior profession. If placed on a professional trading platform, you can also sell for millions of dollars and make a big profit. An elite alien provided nearly 10,000 experience, and killing ordinary aliens on the periphery also accumulated more than 80,000 experience. The returns are pretty good. Gu Chen was full of expectations for the next spider nest. At this moment, a buzz suddenly sounded in the darkness around him. Immediately afterwards, densely packed sharp blade poisonous spiders surged out, with more than before. Here again? Why is it so fast? Su Xia was surprised. According to the strategy, after the sharp blade poison spider elite dies, a small-scale insect tide will break out in this spider nest. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. It's just right. Gu Chen smiled. Although a sharp blade poisonous spider has little experience, if the insect tide comes, it will be a wealthy person who will splash. Catch it. Must catch it. He can't wait. Descendants of the vampire, go. With Gu Chen's order, dozens of descendants of the Blood Clan rushed forward. He launched a self-destructive attack directly at the surging insect tide. Boom! 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 One explosion will cause 5,000 damage, 10 explosions will cause 50,000 damage, and they will all be range damage. The dim cave was illuminated by the blazing blood flames, and the sharp blade poisonous spiders were completely swallowed by the explosion. In a few breaths, 15 descendants of the Blood Clan exploded and killed more than 40 sharp blade poisonous spiders. The mirror images of the two Blood Clan kings took the opportunity to activate their skills and transformed 15 of the sharp blade poisonous spiders all over the ground to replenish the losses of the descendants of the Blood Clan. The transformation skills are not limited to the type of the target. They were able to transform beast corpses before, but now they can transform poison spiders, as long as they are corpses. The transformed blood group poison spider is generally no different from the sharp blade poison spider, but the body is surrounded by rich blood-colored energy, which is easy to identify. Gu Chen didn't care about the form of the descendants of the Blood Clan. Whether it was human or insect, the damage of self-destruction was the same. So, a large number of transformed blood poisonous spiders rushed outwards and launched a self-destruction against the sharp blade poisonous spiders that rushed over. If the elite swordsman had not died yet, the scene in front of him would definitely make him go crazy. Even if he wanted to break his head, he could not imagine that the dead poisonous spider corpse could burst out such terrifying damage in Gu Chen's hands. All the alien races killed by the descendants of the Blood Clan are considered the killing results of the Blood Clan King. After all, the descendants of the Blood Clan are the skills of the Blood Clan King. They are killed by the descendants of the Blood Clan, that is, they are killed by the skills of the Blood Clan King. In this way, for every sharp blade poison spider killed by the descendants of the Vampire Clan, the health of the Vampire Clan will increase by 10 points. As the self-destruction continues, the blood volume of the Blood Clan King has increased layer by layer and is constantly increasing. In Gu Chen's sight, experience tips kept scrolling. Kill the Sharp Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1056. Kill the Sharp Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1029. Kill the Sharp Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1045. The explosion kept echoing in the hole. Except for Su Xia, who was covered in armor, the other 4 people consciously covered their ears. There seems to be fewer sharp blade spiders. Not long after, Su Xia discovered that the sharp blade poisonous spider was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This means that this wave of insect tide has come to an end. It seems that we have successfully blown up the first spider nest. Lin Yuan said excitedly. Then let's go to the second spider's nest next. Gu Chen said. After removing the last sharp-edged poisonous spider, Gu Chen took a break. Afterwards, Su Xia continued to navigate and everyone began to head towards the next destination. The 2 mirror images of the Blood Clan Maharaja have disappeared, and the maximum time for the mirror to exist cannot exceed 15 minutes. Before the final time limit, Gu Chen converted all the blood volumes of the 2 mirrors into blood tribe poison spiders to replenish the team. By now, the descendants of the Blood Clan transformed by the Insect Master have been fully exploded, and the 200 descendants of the Blood Clan have become all Blood Clan poison spiders. 200 Blood Tribe poisonous spiders followed the navigation and drove the way. After killing several groups of alien insects in the cave, everyone finally arrived near their destination. This is the second spider cave. Su Xia pointed forward. After everyone walked into a cave that was 1 person tall, they came to an almost oval cave. Looking up, the stone walls around it were covered with spider eggs larger than human heads, and they were in groups, and they could not count them at all with the naked eye. Spider eggs? There are thousands of them. Su Xia, Lin Yuan, and others' faces turned slightly pale, and they felt their scalp numb for a moment. Chapter 83 Nightmare Lord Advance, Chaos Yuan Spirit. The scene in front of him made Gu Chen's face change slightly, and he subconsciously showed a bit of solemnity. Thousands of spider eggs make people instinctively feel strong discomfort, and the feeling of oppression is too strong. I just saw it on the guide before, and I didn't feel it much. Now that I am in the scene, my instinct will make my scalp numb. That's right, these should be the spider eggs of the evil spider. Su Xia signaled everyone to retreat, then lowered his voice and said, "Keep quiet. Once there is a stir here, the evil spider of the tarsal bone will crawl out of the spider egg and attack us." After the words came, Lin Yuan and others retreated repeatedly, looking at the countless spider eggs in the nest. Everyone felt a chill. The guide said that there is an elite Tarsi spider around the nest. As long as you kill it in the cave outside, you can pass through the nest smoothly without disturbing the spider egg. So, we can withdraw first. Su Xia was halfway through, and suddenly stopped talking because he saw the dense blood tribe poisonous spiders rushing into the cave. He turned his head and looked at Gu Chen subconsciously, but saw that there was an unconcealed look of excitement in the latter's eyes. Retreat first? Are there thousands of spider eggs in the cave? No, that's thousands of experiences. This is a gift from nature. In just a while, 100 bludgeon poisonous spiders were already spread throughout the nest. With his order, these bludgeon poisonous spiders exploded themselves. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the sky and the earth, a surging blood flame burst out from the nest, illuminating the entire nest. The damage caused by a second-level Blood Clan self-destruction is 5,000, 10 are 50,000, and 100 are 500,000. In this nest that is almost in a confined space, the damage of the explosion is pushed to its peak. The blood flame turned into a sea of fire, stirring continuously in the nest, and countless spider eggs that made their scalp numb were instantly swallowed by the explosion and turned into ashes in the terrifying blood flame. There is such an operation. Lin Yuan was so surprised that his chin was almost falling to the ground. Although he had known that the descendants of the vampire could self-destruct, he had never thought of using self-destruct in this scene, nor did he think that Gu Chen could self-destruct 100 descendants of the vampire at one time. It's so terrifying. This damage is even more explosive than the elemental mage's forbidden spell. No, the second-level elemental mage cannot cast such a terrifying forbidden spell at all. Su Xia's eyes widened and was completely impressed. It's not terrifying, but outrageous. Lin Qingqing said, don't forget, just now, only 100 blood tribe poisonous spiders entered the nest, which means that the explosion of this level can be released by Master Gu Chen again. This Saran suddenly realized, and the cherry's mouth opened slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Gu Chen's mood is now refreshing, and his whole body exudes a refreshing and transparent feeling. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you will be safe, if you are rich, you will be blown up by me. He wanted to use this tactic when he was buried in the bone dungeon, but the number of descendants of the vampire at that time was limited, and the damage to self-destruct was not very high. Now not only has the number increased, but the damage has also increased. Kill the Tarsal Evil Spider LV.19, experience plus 789. Kill the Tarsal Evil Spider LV.19, experience plus 813. Kill the Tarsal Evil Spider LV.19, experience plus 829. Although there is little experience, it has risen one after another, rising one after another. Soon, the power of the explosion gradually weakened. After the blood flames were extinguished, the entire nest was almost unrecognizable, and the ground was covered with corpses of evil spiders with tarsal bones, piled up like mountains. However, a small number of tarsal evil spiders survived the explosion, and even a large number of tarsal evil spiders emerged from some hidden corners. Not only did these spiders not escape, they rushed towards Gu Chen and others outside the nest in a crazy way. Are these alien races crazy? Lin Yuan looked surprised. Survived from the devastating blow, he rushed up again without fear of death. This was a completely suicide attack. These low-level alien races should have no thoughts, only attack instincts left, trying to consume us with a huge amount. Su Xia said from the side. That happens. The more they come, the more experience we have. Gu Chen was very satisfied with this. For the spider aliens, quantity is their advantage, but in the face of Gu Chen, this advantage is gone. The more spider aliens come, the faster Gu Chen's upgrade speed will be. After killing 400 or 500 evil spiders with tarsal bones, Gu Chen's level was increased to level 21. Level improvement. Level, LV.21, 2129/. Strength, 527. Agility, 526. Physical constitution, 528. Spirit, 639. Summoned beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.21 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.21 Epic, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.21 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting LV.21 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. It's finally upgraded. Gu Chen breathed out with relief. In fact, the current upgrade speed is much faster than that of ordinary professionals, but because the early upgrade was too smooth, the current upgrade speed is as slow as a snail's speed for him. Without saying much, I directly activated my talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. The first generation of blood. It's the first bloodline again. Gu Chen was very depressed, so depressed that he was about to vomit. It's bloody. Let's say, Wang Xuexu has been discontinued, right? Why is it so difficult to want a king bloodline? Fortunately, although this time it is the first bloodline, the Nightmare Lord is already an epic 5-star, and he can just advance to the legendary level. Immediately, Gu Chen gave this first bloodline to the Nightmare Lord. Summoning beast successfully. Nightmare Lord Epic Rightward Arrow Chaos Yuanling Legend. Level, LV.21. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 350, Agility 596, Physical 325, Spirit 680. The qualification of summoned beasts is upgraded from Epic to Legend, obtain attribute feeding, and the summoner has all attributes plus 100. Talent, Unnamed Legend, Dreams Come True Legend, Shadow Kill Arclight Legend. Unknown, the body of the Chaos Yuanling is connected to nothingness, and can devour a certain degree of magical and physical attacks, and can travel through nothingness and reality at will. Dreams Come True, Chaos Yuanling's skill cooling, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 90%. Shadow Killing Arclight, when the Chaos Yuanling's skill directly kills the target, all targets entangled by the Chaos Shadow will suffer equal damage. Skill I, Dimensional Attack LV.30 Legend. Skill 2, Chaos Entangled LV.30 Legend. Skill 3, Gigzu Ultimate LV.30 Legend. Dimensional Attack, open the dimensional space, ignore the terrain and distance, causing fatal damage to the designated target. If you directly kill the target, the skill damage will be permanently increased by 2%. Chaos Wrapping, every 5 spirits can release a Chaos Shadow. Chaos Shadow can wrap the target in place and cause multiple damage, with the upper limit of damage ratio of 30 times. Gigzu Ultimate, open the Chaos Realm in one area. The realm has a pulling effect on the surrounding targets. The targets trapped in it will be continuously damaged. For every target death, other targets in the realm will be dizzy for 1 second. Chapter 84 The Elite of the Evil Spider Who Was Injured and Killed. Legendary Summoned Beast, Chaos Yuan Spirit. This advancement is a huge improvement for the Nightmare Lord. First of all, the 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed, and the average attributes of level 21 directly soared to around 487. What is the concept? Even for a level 30 profession, the average attribute is generally around 460. The average attribute of level 21 is higher than that of level 30 professions, which means that the attributes alone can completely crush the level 30 professions. Next, both talent and skills are advanced to legendary level, and all talents are upgraded to the full level of the current stage. First of all, it is indescribable, which allows the body of the Chaos Yuanling to connect with nothingness and can devour a certain degree of physical and magical attacks. In other words, the previous Nightmare Lord was only immunized to physical attacks, but now, the Chaos Yuanling has a certain degree of immunity to both physical attacks and magic attacks. Dream Comes True has also been strengthened, reducing its own consumption to 90%. Although the improvement of this advancement is relatively small, the effect is very powerful. Shadow Kill Arclight has also been improved. The previous limit was that you must use skills to kill the target behind it in order to obtain equal damage to other entangled targets. After advancement, there are no limited conditions for killing behind the scenes. As long as you use your skills to directly kill the target, you can share the damage. Next is the skills. Dimensional Attack is an advanced version of Disappointment Instant Kill. Previously, the Nightmare Lord had to move to the target before he could activate his skills to attack. Now you can directly open the dimensional space and search for enemies in the air, and you can kill targets from 1,000 meters away. Inflicting fatal damage to the target does not mean killing the target directly, but there is a high probability that it can kill with one blow. But this is already possible. If it is not enough, it is handed over to the Nightmare Servant. No, it is the Shadow of Chaos. Nightmare Entangle is advanced to Chaos Entangle, and every 5 points of spirit can release a Chaotic Shadow. Chaos Shadow is similar to the previous Nightmare Minion, except that the upper limit of damage rate has been increased to 30 times. 30 times. This is terrifying. I can only say that the Dharma Thorn is worthy of being a Dharma Thorn. The last skill Gigzu Ultimate is to release the Chaos Realm. Unlike Deep Dreams, the Chaos Realm can pull surrounding targets into it and continue to cause high amounts of chaos damage, and each target dies, it will impose 1-second stun on the remaining targets. After sorting out the detailed information of the Chaos Yuanling, Gu Chen pointed out with relief. But there is another pity, that is, the maximum health value of the Chaos Yuanling is only more than 36,000 points, which is only stronger than the level 13 Black-Robed Deacon Elite. There is no way, after all, it is an assassin-type summoning beast, and the amount of blood is a flaw. But that's okay. After all, the body of the Chaos Yuanling is connected to nothingness, and a large part of the damage it causes will be swallowed by nothingness. At this moment, the cave in the distance burst, then there was a sharp and harsh roar. A ferocious spider alien jumped out of the darkness, from far to near, and appeared in everyone's sight in a blink of an eye. Bang! 8 thick and sharp feet were like twisted sharp knives, piercing deeply into the cave stone wall. The huge spider's appearance was revealed, its head was hideous and terrifying, its 8 eyes emitted a faint green light, its poisonous fangs were as sharp as daggers, stained with purple-black toxins. Its body was covered with strange patterns, extending from its head to its blade foot, like some mysterious talisman exuding an ominous aura. Interracial, Evil Spider and Elite. Level, LV.20. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Physical 352, Spirit 274. Skill I, Armor Puncture. Skill 2, Evil Gaze. Skill 3, Furious State. Good Guy. This Tarsal Evil Spider Elite is actually an elite alien who can enter a cruel state. The amount of nearly 200,000 is much smaller or more. For the elite aliens at level 20, it is just average. The 4-dimensional attributes are also medium to lower. At this level, they are not qualified to be the opponent of Chaos Yuanling. Roar. The dark dragon hunting turtle let out a high roar, kicked its legs and bounced it out directly. Broken impact. Whoosh. The evil spider's blade was thrown out, and a row of cold armor shot in. Earth-piercing penetration. Facing the skill attack of the evil spider of the tarsal bone, the dark dragon hunting turtle was extremely powerful, and the sting armor on its body directly hit. Bang! 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 In the past, the armor spikes that could wear gold and gravel hit the dark dragon hunting turtle, but they were directly smashed into pieces and dissipated invisible, causing no damage at all. At this time, the dark dragon hunting turtle had already rushed to the front of the evil spider elite of the tarsal bone. Bang! With a loud bang, the evil spider of the tarsal bone was directly knocked out, and the carapaces all over the body were shattered, and a large amount of green blood burst out. More than 80,000 damage. The blood volume of the tarsal evil spider dropped sharply. Taking advantage of the knockout state, the dark dragon hunting turtle did not hesitate at all. He swung his sharp claws and swept it up, and cut off the blade foot as sharp as steel with one claw. Cry! The tarsal evil spider elite screamed in pain and fought back without hesitation. However, before he could move, the claws of the dark dragon hunting turtle swept over again, easily throwing a huge hole in the bloated abdomen. 20,000 damage. In a blink of an eye, the health of 196,000 was lost directly by more than 100,000. The tarsal evil spider elite has become a residual blood and deeply understands the horror of the dark dragon hunting turtle. The next second, the strange patterns on its body burst out with faint purple light, and instantly entered a violent state. Laugh. Accompanied by an angry roar, a powerful aura erupted from the tarsal evil spider elite, and a layer of dark black light escaped from his body. The black light gathered into an energy blade, making up for the incompleteness of the body of the evil spider on the tarsal bone. An unprecedented mental fluctuation suddenly erupted from the green and faint eyes. Evil gaze. Thousands of spiders' pupils appeared out of thin air, and a cold light burst out, instantly causing the dark dragon hunting turtle to fall into a state of dizziness. This is a rare mental attack and very powerful. Gu Chen frowned slightly. This skill made him instinctively feel a huge threat. Immediately afterwards, before Gu Chen could make any move, the Tarsal Evil Spider Elite jumped up, and the 8 sharp blade feet carried a terrifying power and ruthlessly slashed on the dark dragon hunting turtle. Bang! The terrifying damage erupted on the dark dragon hunting turtle, and the huge body suddenly shook and the blood volume suddenly dropped. Immediately afterwards, the surging anti-injury force suddenly burst out from the surface of the dark dragon hunting turtle and bombarded the body of the evil spider elite of the tarsal bone. Before the tarsal bone evil spider elite could react, they were hit by a shattered damage, and their ferocious body instantly shattered into shattered limbs. As an elite alien, after entering the violent state, the evil spider of the Tarsus mercilessly hit its strongest attack. Then, he was killed by the dark dragon hunting turtle. It's so unfair to die. Chapter 85 The Final Boss, Ghost Face King Spider. Kill the evil spider of the Terram Elite LV.20, Experience Plus. Get the loot, the Stalker LV.20 Rare. After the death of the evil spider elite of the tarsal bone, the dark dragon hunting turtle recovered from the mental attack of evil gaze. Roar! The dark dragon hunting turtle burst out with anger and subconsciously wanted to fight back. However, the next second, a little confused expression appeared in the hideous pupils. What's going on? The elite of the Terram evil spider is dead? How did he die? Damn it! Is this an elite alien? Was he killed by being injured or killed? Lin Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. It's quite suddenly. Su Xia didn't know how to answer. Ah, the great god is worthy of great god, I really want to see his summoned beast attributes, but unfortunately he is wearing the Black Deacon emblem. Lin Qingqing said, and his beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, Suran, why don't you steal the Black Deacon's emblem on the great god? Suran was stunned, huh? I'm going to steal. Yes, aren't you an assassin? After the death of the elite alien race, the remaining evil spider on the tarsal bone was not even considered a dish, and was easily killed by several summoned beasts. Although they killed a lot, because these spider aliens have relatively low experience, the experience bar did not increase much. On the contrary, the Blood Clan Master benefited the most in this battle, killing nearly 10,000 spider eggs in the cave, which directly increased his health by more than 100,000. Now the maximum health value of the Vampire Majesty has soared to more than 199,000, and is about to break through the 200,000 mark. This made Gu Chen even happier. Because the amulet of fate he wore was bound to the Vampire Master. When his health is less than 30%, all the damage he suffered will be passed on to the Vampire Master. In this way, his survival was greatly guaranteed. Generally, the maximum health value of a level 21 profession is over 10,000. Because Gu Chen had taken attribute fruits before and the attributes of summoned beasts returned to his level, his attributes were far higher than those of his level, so his health was almost twice that of those of professionals at the same level. Now, with the Blood Clan King's blood volume of nearly 200,000, he can definitely stand in an immortal place in battle. Next, the transformed Blood Clan Evil Spider and the Blood Clan Poison Spider launched a carpet-like sweep around the nest. Each alien was ruthlessly killed and had nowhere to escape. After about 5 minutes of touching, the last evil spider in the nest was killed by the Blood Clan King, and the noisy sound in the cave fell completely silent. This efficiency is simply unimaginable. After a little rest, Gu Chen and others walked through the nest of the evil spider of the tarsal bone and continued to advance deep into the cave. Facing the next alien spider, the killing efficiency of the summoned beast is still the same as before. All killings are completed during the marching, and the propulsion speed is not affected at all. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1150. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1160. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1180. After passing through the second nest, everyone had already reached the second half of the spider cave. The ghost-faced demon spider I encountered on the road is the descendant of the final boss ghost-faced king spider. Except for Gu Chen, he released all the summoned beasts, and thus the killing speed has been greatly improved. Deep in the cave, the summoned army of beasts was like the sickle of the god of death, mercilessly harvesting the life of every ghost-faced demon spider. The progress of the road is unstoppable and there is no obstacle at all. Soon, the Blood Clan army killed all the ghost-faced demon spiders in the cave and arrived at the last nest. Next, we have to face the final boss ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen took a look at the experience value, which was pitifully small. He fought like a huge force throughout the journey, and the accumulated experience was barely enough to meet 1/10 of the upgrade needs. Judging from the current situation, even if the final boss is killed, it cannot be upgraded to another level. After all, the Ghost Face King Spider is just a level 20 boss, and it is impossible to provide him with hundreds of thousands of experience. Inside the cave, there are strange rocks, and most places are covered with white spider webs. The entire cave is gloomy and dark, extremely depressing. In the dark corner of the cave, a demon from hell was quietly lying on a huge spider web. Its huge body loomed in the darkness, and its dark body was covered with spots, so strange that it outlined a grimace that seemed to be crying and laughing. The grimace was located in the middle of its abdomen, as if it was a sealed curse, emitting a heart-pounding breath. Ghost-faced King Spider. After discovering Gu Chen and others, its hideous body suddenly burst out, and its sharp mouth part pointed at everyone, making a harsh roar. Alien, Ghost-faced King Spider BOSS. Level, LV.20. Health point. Attributes, Strength 300, Agility 350, Physical 240, Spirit 350. Skill I, Demon Spider Disaster. Skill 2, Power of the Abyss. As the final boss of the Hell level dungeon, the ghost-faced demon spider only has 2 skills. Although there are few, they should not be underestimated. The first skill Demon Spider Disaster is the insect disaster mentioned when entering the dungeon. The main task of the Hell level dungeon is to prevent the ghost-faced demon spider from launching an insect disaster. Once the spider cave is submerged by the insect disaster, everything in this cave will be destroyed. The power of the second skill, the Abyss, is similar to a strengthening skill. Once the ghost-faced demon spider activates this skill, its full attributes will be increased several times, which means that the insect scourge will be more fierce. The strategy said that the key to killing the final boss is to get stuck on time and interrupt its skills before the ghost-faced king spider activates the power of the Abyss. Su Xia was he spoke next to him. The strategy is correct, but this method of passing the level is not what Gu Chen wants. With the command of the Blood Clan King, a large number of Blood Clan demon spiders rushed into the nest, like Crucian Carpies crossing the river, rushing towards the ghost-faced king spider in the center of the huge spider web. In the end, boss ghost-faced king spider? It's all over the bomb. In a blink of an eye, the blood demon spider came to the ghost-faced king spider and exploded without saying a word. Boom! 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 The violent explosions broke out one after another around the ghost-face king spider, and the surging blood flames spread on its body in a blink of an eye. Every time the explosion sounded, accompanied by a strong impact, a large area of charred black was blown out of the body of the ghost-faced king spider, and strands of green blood oozed out from its body surface. Laugh! The ghost-faced king spider let out an angry roar. It is the king of the spider alien race. There is actually a group of little spiders who dare to offend its majesty? The ghost-faced king spider burst out with a strong anger, and a bright red light suddenly bloomed on the surface of its body. Immediately afterwards, a huge black vortex appeared at the top of the cave. Demon Spider Disaster. The skill was activated, and a large black shadow jumped in the black vortex. Hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders appeared in the cave, and the number was still increasing. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced demon spider spread throughout the nest, surrounding Gu Chen and others. Chapter 86. The guide is right, but I don't want to follow the guide to pass the level. Surrounded by hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders, sharp and thin screams echoed in the cave. It is one after another, and it is extremely depressed. A pair of green pupils stared at Gu Chen and others, and their cold pupils were full of violence and murderous intent. Above the cave, a black space vortex still exists, and a continuous stream of ghost-faced demon spiders fell from it. This is the terrifying thing about the ghost-faced king spider. The difficulty of passing the hell-level spider cave is to resist a wave of insect tide, and then interrupt the ghost-faced king spider to activate the second skill when it is dying. Once you fail to seize the opportunity and successfully activate your skills, the ghost-faced king spider will continuously summon the demon spider until the insect disaster breaks out. At that point, it is definitely an unimaginable nightmare for ordinary professionals who have worked hard to come to boss. Before this, many professions were besieged by hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders because they failed to interrupt the final boss skills in time and were exhausted to death. The key to this clearance is not something you can tell by just reading a few guides. Su Xia used the channels of Yongsheng Group and spent a lot of money to buy this secret. But he didn't expect that this would not apply to Gu Chen. At this time, Gu Chen looked at the more and more ghost-faced demon spiders in the cave, and his face showed unconcealed excitement. Just after killing all the spider aliens outside, I was worried that I would not upgrade my experience. In a blink of an eye, the ghost-face king spider summoned hundreds of ghost-face demon spider. What a generous donation! How to say it? This feeling is like as soon as I dozed off, someone immediately came to bring a pillow. Is there anything more timely than this skill of the ghost-face king spider? Is the one summoned here a scourge? No. That's all living experience. Magical skills. This summoning skill is definitely a magical skill. Laugh. The ghost-faced demon spiders in the cave made noisy and sharp screams, rushing towards Gu Chen in an overwhelming way. At the same time, nearly 200 blood demon spiders rushed up without fear and launched a crazy self-destruction against the dark shadow in the cave. The Blood Clan King stood by Gu Chen and others and directly activated the mirror ring skills. 2 mirror images with 80% of the body's full attributes appeared next to it in an instant. Whoosh! The 2 mirror images rushed up and attacked the overwhelming group of demon spiders. Immediately afterwards, the summoning array lit up on the ground, and a huge mountain-like golem appeared in front of Gu Chen and others. Roar! The dead skeleton golem roared at the countless demon spiders around it, like a dull thunder blew in the cave. The air buzzed, and the black light radiated toward the surroundings, creating ripples visible to the naked eye, covering the entire cave. The forbidden area of the law end, the deadly skeleton golem is centered on itself and defines a forbidden area. The damage of the targets in the forbidden area increases by 10 times, and all consumption increases by 10 times. 10 times the consumption plus 10 times the damage. Once this skill is released, all the ghost-faced demon spiders have become crispy skin with only one skill. At the same time, the black vortex on the top of the cave suddenly became disordered, and the number of ghost-faced demon spiders summoned suddenly decreased. Within the skill range, the ghost-faced king spider was also affected, and even the skill demon spider disaster could not be maintained. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's eyes showed a little urgency. Let the ghost-faced king spider go. With his order, the dead skeleton golem removed the ghost-faced king spider from the target. Gu Chen nodded slightly, showing satisfaction on his face. The color. If the ghost-face king spider's summoning skill is accidentally interrupted, his loss will be no small part. Next, the Chaos Yuanling and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle also rushed up and launched an attack on the Black Demon Spider group. No skills, it's all normal attacks. With the effect of 10 times the damage, these ordinary soldiers could not withstand the attack of the summoned beasts. Even the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle didn't have to do it, and the demon spider around him would die in a large number of deaths. After being equipped with the unyielding black armor, it can cause more than 4,000 damage to the surrounding targets per second. In the forbidden area of the Dharma ending end, this damage becomes more than 40,000. Although the ghost-faced demon spider is at level 20, it cannot withstand such terrifying damage at all, and dies in pieces like mowed grass. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1060. A large number of ghost-faced demon spider deaths and injuries, Gu Chen's experience began to slowly rise again. On the other hand, the boss ghost-faced king spider was still lying in the center of the huge spider web, maintaining the black vortex at the top of the cave. I don't know how much the skill bonus of the ghost-faced king spider is. The summoning skill has not disappeared until now, and it has continuously jumped out of the ghost-faced demon spider. The cave was filled with black magic spiders, densely packed. There are countless kills. There is no end to kill. Although the summoned beasts have strong combat power, as the battle continues, the number of demon spiders surrounding each summoned beast continues to rise. From a few to a dozen, to more than 20, or even more than 30. The number of demon spiders is increasing. Not only does the summoned beast not feel tired, but it is more capable of killing. Killing crazy. I didn't expect that the hell level dungeon was so terrifying. How did other professions pass the level with countless demon spiders? Su Xia frowned. At this moment, he vaguely realized how desperate those professions who failed to pass the level were when facing the overwhelming ghost-faced demon spider. In this case, the teleportation scroll cannot be used at all, and no matter where you escape, you cannot get rid of the numerous ghost-faced demon spiders. If you can't hold on, the ending will be death. Lin Yuan and others did not speak. Although they were not threatened, the overwhelming demon spider made them feel instinctively afraid. Soon, after a bloody massacre, the corpses of demon spiders piled up like mountains and the number began to gradually decrease. It looks like the summoning skill is almost over. At the same time, the ghost-faced king spider lying in the center of the huge spider web suddenly burst out with an unprecedented momentum. On its abdomen, the creeping ghost face suddenly burst out with deep purple energy. Seeing this, Su Xia's face suddenly showed a hurried look. Judging from the key strategy he bought, isn't this scene in front of him a sign that the ghost face king spider activates the second skill? Brother Chen, hurry up, let the dark dragon hunting turtle use broken impact. As long as you hit the strike state, you can break the skills of the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen turned his head and looked at Su Xia, with a chuckle in his eyes. Break the skills of the ghost-face king spider? What are you kidding? Brother Chen, hurry up, that's what the guide says. Su Xia urged with eager eyes. Well, the guide is right. Gu Chen nodded and smiled faintly, but the problem is, I don't want to pass the level according to the strategy. Chapter 87 You will die with dignity. Just as the two were talking, the body of the ghost-faced king spider suddenly swelled, and a ferocious and terrifying ghost face appeared behind it. The hideous body stood upright from the center of the spider web, roared sharply at Gu Chen and others, and an unprecedented powerful aura burst out. At the top of the cave, a heart-pounding evil aura suddenly released from the black vortex. Immediately afterwards, a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders emerged from the vortex and appeared everywhere in the cave. With the blessing of the power of the abyss, the figures of this group of ghost-faced demon spiders have more than doubled, and both attacks and defenses have improved significantly compared with the previous ones. In a blink of an eye, the ghost-faced demon spider blessed by the power of the abyss rushed up and launched a fierce attack on the summoned beasts. Gu Chen looked at the killing indifferently and did not respond. After all, this nest has been covered by the skills of the dead skeleton golem. Although the number of ghost-faced demon spiders is large, they have no resistance at all under the suppression of 10 times the damage and 10 times the consumption. Even with the blessing of the power of the abyss, the mowing game is still a mowing game, and there is no change in essence. The main task of the Hell-level dungeon is to prevent the ghost-faced king spider from launching an insect disaster. Therefore, most professionals will do their best to prevent the ghost-faced king spider from casting the second skill. But in Gu Chen's opinion, killing all the summoned demon spiders also prevents the insect plague? The results are all the same, but his method can obviously gain more experience. Why not do it? The Blood Clan King, the Chaos Yuanling, and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle all rushed out, and the 3 summoned beasts were competing in secret, as if competing for the number of kills. Level 21 Blood Clan King can transform 220 descendants of the Blood Clan. The Blood Demon Spider with scarlet light on his body drilled into the spider group around him and initiated a self-destruction without hesitation. After self-destruction, the conversion continued. Anyway, there were 2 mirror images next to it, and the total blood volume available for conversion reached 320,000. It only takes 3,000 health points to transform a second-level descendant. With the super recovery ability of the Blood Clan King, it can completely keep up with the speed of self-destruction. Every time the explosion sounds, it can take away 5 to 6 ghost-faced demon spiders that bless the power of the abyss. The Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle is not showing any weakness. The thorn armor gives it a super high defense. With the continuous damage of the unyielding black armor to the surrounding units, it does not need to deliberately attack. Crashing among the spider group, basically wherever you go, there will be a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders who die. As for the Chaos Yuan spirit, it flashed directly and appeared directly under the black vortex. Immediately, activate the skill. Gigzu Ultimate. In an instant, the dark golden halo rippled around with the Chaos Yuan spirit as the center, forming a chaotic domain that was twice as big as the black vortex. A large number of ghost-faced demon spiders fell into the chaos realm as soon as they came out of the black vortex. They almost didn't even have time to scream, but were broken down into debris by the powerful chaotic power. It is obviously a magic spike, but it also has unparalleled group attack skills. Nearly 70% of the ghost-faced demon spiders fell into the chaos realm as soon as they appeared, and then turned into powder in the chaos realm. In addition, the power of chaos also condensed into dark golden translucent tentacles, constantly dragging the surrounding ghost-faced demon spiders into the realm. This scene made the Blood Clan King and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle very jealous. It's so good to kill. I feel a little excited when I see it. Lin Yuan said, clenching his fists. This attack power is too outrageous. Su Xia sighed from the side. I just want to know, except for the great master Gu Chen, how should ordinary professionals deal with this situation? Lin Qingqing suddenly asked. In the face of this type of insect storm, you must not turn around and escape. Even if you want to run, you can't run. The only way is to launch skills to attack as soon as possible. Lin Yuan said directly. What then? Saran asked quickly. For ordinary professionals like us, even if we attack first, we can't beat such a fierce insect scourge. That's right, but at least as I say, you'll die with dignity. Saran rolled his eyes and ignored Lin Yuan. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1060. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1080. The ghost-faced demon spiders died one after another. Although the individual has little experience, the key is that they are dense and numerous. Gu Chen was in a good mood as his experience continued to rise. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly popped up from the spider group, ejected out, and rushed towards Gu Chen and others. It turned out to be an elite alien. Gu Chen's eyes were slightly surprised, but he stood there without fear. A layer of translucent shield appeared in front of him, directly blocking the attack of the ghost-faced demon spider elite. The sacrificial robe can provide a shield with all attributes *10. Judging from Gu Che's current full attributes, the shield value has been reached. The level 20 elite alien has not had high damage, and it only destroyed 18,000 shield value. No breaking defense. Although he is close to the limit of the shield, Gu Chen is not proud, because even if the shield is broken, he can avoid the attack through displacement exchange. Even if he can't avoid it, his physique has reached 528 points, and he can definitely withstand this wave of damage. If you take a step back, even if you can't stand it, when his health drops to 30%, the Talisman of Destiny will pass on the subsequent damage to the Blood Clan King. The Blood Clan King now has more than 200,000 health. Even if this ghost-faced demon spider elite uses the strongest skills, it cannot pose any threat to the Blood Clan King. Just at this moment, the Blood Clan King turned his head, and an unprecedented murderous intent burst out in his cold eyes. Any unit that attempts to attack the summoner will be subject to the strongest murderous intent of the summoned beast. The Blood Clan Master is closest to the ghost-faced demon spider. Without saying a word, a scarlet light burst out from his body. Scarlet Feast. A bloody storm surged out and swept towards the elite alien race. At the same time, a chaotic shadow wrapped around the elite alien. Although the Chaos Yuanling was the farthest away, it immediately launched the dimensional attack and ignored the terrain and distance to kill. Immediately afterwards, the dark dragon hunting turtle rushed over. Broken impact. The huge figure was like a hideous cannonball, crashing into this elite alien race. Almost at the same time, the skills of the three summoned beasts fell on this ghost-faced demon spider at the same time. The body of the elite. There was only a bang. The ghost-faced demon spider elite exploded directly on the spot and was beaten into pieces. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider elite LV.20, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Ghost Mask LV.20 Rare. Chapter 88. What will happen if the ghost-faced king spider is not killed? The ghost-faced king spider can actually summon elite aliens? This was far beyond Gu Chen's expectations. But it is useless. Even the elite aliens have no threat under the influence of the forbidden area of the Dharma End. Even with the blessing of the power of the abyss, insect scourges cannot develop in scale. Not long after, a trace of disorder appeared in the black vortex that represented the demon spider disaster, and the number of ghost-faced demon spiders summoned from it began to decrease. It's almost over. The power of the abyss can no longer support the summoning skills of the ghost-faced king spider. Su Xia's eyes showed surprise. It's amazing. A summoning skill lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Lin Qingqing sighed sincerely. Then next, just kill the ghost-faced king spider on the spider web and we can pass the level, right? Suran's tone became a little lighter. No, it's not over yet. Gu Chen interrupted everyone's longing with one sentence. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you didn't kill this ghost-faced king spider? Not killing? The ghost-faced king spider is the final boss, why not kill it? Lin Yuan asked in confusion. Is there a possibility that we can restore the ghost-faced king spider to its state, so that it can release its skills again? Gu Chen's face showed a look of eagerness to try. Lin Yuan and others were stunned and completely shocked by this sentence. Even the four people's eyes all changed when they looked at Gu Chen. Restore the ghost-face king spider to cast the summoning skill again, and then you can continue to kill? This is to completely kill the ghost-face king spider clan. No, you are a devil, are you? Can such a vicious trick be thought of? This, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Su Xia's face showed a tangled look, but will it hurt Tian He? It hurts the harmony of heaven, but it doesn't hurt people. Gu Chen replied. The next second, he took out a primary recovery reel from his portable space. Seeing this scene, Su Xia showed a look of sudden understanding. It seems that Gu Chen did not make a decision temporarily, but had already made this plan. But then I thought about it, although this approach is a bit extreme, it is also an excellent way to kill monsters. After all, Gu Chen is now at level 21. After passing this level, he will no longer be able to enter the first level dungeon. Of course, he must take advantage of this last opportunity to eat his experience to the fullest. Awesome! I'm worthy of being my brother, I actually have this kind of operation. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up and protruded himself into the ground. Gu Chen walked forward with the primary recovery scroll in his hand. The method of using the scroll is similar, they all use mental power to explore, activate, and then exert effect. He sets the ghost face king spider as the healing target of the primary healing reel and then activates it. A rich golden light burst out from the surface of the scroll, falling on the ghost-faced king spider like a light curtain. The next second, a look of incredible expression appeared in the ghost-faced king spider's pupils. It could feel that as the golden light continued to pour into its body, the energy consumed was rapidly recovering, which was an experience it had never had before. On the other hand, Gu Chen's face also burst into excitement. The scroll really works. If it is in the game, the healing scroll cannot be used for boss. But what Gu Chen is in now is a gamified world. The ghost-faced king spider is not a cold data, but a living alien race and a living body. Therefore, the recovery reel can certainly work on it. However, if the use of recovery scrolls for boss is spread, I don't know how many professionals will shatter the worldview of many professionals. After a moment, the golden light of the restored scroll gradually weakened, and the recovery skill casting was completed. Under the action of the scroll, the energy consumed by the ghost face king spider had been completely restored. By the way, even the small amount of damage caused to it by some blood demon spiders was recovered. At this time, the ghost-faced king spider crawled to the edge of the spider web, condescending toward him, looking at Gu Chen and others with a cold look. After all, the ghost-faced king spider is just a bug among the alien race. With its thoughts, I can't understand why these humans in front of me want to help it. Kill. Gu Chen did not explain that his help to the ghost-faced king spider was not from kindness. With a command, the blood demon spiders who had been waiting for a long time rushed forward one after another, and launched an attack on the ghost-faced king spider without hesitation. Under the fierce siege, the health of the ghost-face king spider began to decline. During this fierce attack, the body of the ghost-faced king spider shook violently and she let out an angry roar. Laugh! It jumped, broke through the siege of the blood demon spider, and jumped back to the picture the center of the huge spider web. Immediately afterwards, a bright red light suddenly bloomed from it. It's done! This is the prelude to launching the summoning skill. A hint of joy burst out in Gu Chen's eyes, and he immediately ordered the blood demon spiders to retreat. The next second, a huge black vortex appeared at the top of the cave. The black shadows moved in the vortex, and one ghost-faced demon spider after another jumped out of it. In the blink of an eye, a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders were crawled in the cave. Behind Gu Chen, Su Xia and Lin Yuan looked at each other, their expressions filled with incredible excitement. It's done! The ghost-faced king spider has started to summon again. It's really possible. By this method, wouldn't that mean that as long as you prepare enough recovery reels, you can continue to kill in the dungeon? Once the ghost face king spider enters the exhaustion state, it will use the recovery scroll. When its state is full, you can activate the summoning skill. In this way, the energy source will continue to gain killing experience. The solution is a good idea, but the capitalists will cry after seeing it. As a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders appeared in the cave, the three summoned beasts' eyes condensed, and a strong fighting spirit burst out in their eyes. They shouted loudly, rushed directly into the dense group of spiders, and started a fight again. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1030. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1070. The experience news jumped out again, and a knowing smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Lin Yuan and others were even more overjoyed. As long as they could ensure the status of the ghost-faced king spider, they could enjoy experience. This experience is unprecedented. By the way, Lao Gu, how many recovery scrolls have you brought? Lin Yuan asked suddenly. Not many, I only brought 3. Gu Chen's tone showed a little regret. The reason he only brought 3 was because before entering the dungeon, he just took a try attitude. At the time, the 3 primary recovery reels should be almost the same. But unexpectedly, this kind of operation can really restore the state of boss. Only 3? Isn't that a big loss? Lin Yuan looked sore. Chapter 89 Passing the Passion, the passionate people of Wancheng. Not only Lin Yuan, but even Lin Qingqing and others also showed a painful expression. Gu Chen is now at level 21. After passing this level, he can enter the second level abyss. The second level abyss is more difficult and the access conditions are more stringent, so Gu Chen can definitely enter. But if you can still bring the 3 of them into the room, it will be a question mark. Therefore, this time the hell level dungeon is likely to be the last time they hugged Gu Chen's thigh, and it is understandable that they want to maximize their interests. 3, almost enough. Gu Chen thought about it, and even if he could use the recovery scroll to use the ghost face king spider as an experience extractor, killing would still take time. The killing experience of Spider Cave is not high, and it mainly depends on the number of people to win. In other words, the longer the time you consume here, the lower the cost effectiveness. Next, the summoned beast army launched a fierce attack on the ghost-faced demon spider, and its experience began to grow rapidly. Seeing that a large number of demon spiders were killed and retreated step by step, the ghost-face king spider activated the second skill without hesitation. The result was the same as last time. Even with the blessing of the power of the abyss, the dense group of demon spiders could not resist the attack of the summoned army. Soon, with the ghost-faced king spider let out a weak wail, a trace of disorder appeared in the black vortex, and the summoned demon spiders began to decrease. Gu Chen walked forward again and activated the scroll, representing the golden light of the recovery technique poured into the body of the ghost-faced king spider, and his state quickly recovered. The ghost-faced king spider regained its peak again, and burst out from the center of the spider web, making a sharp roar, and its cold pupils stared at Gu Chen and others. The summoning army of beasts did not stop and continued to attack a large number of demon spiders. Some blood demon spiders even rushed to the ghost face king spider to launch a self-destruction. More than 10 minutes later, the ghost-faced king spider's condition was gone again. Gu Chen stepped forward and used the last recovery scroll. After a moment, the ghost-faced king spider's state returned to its peak again. After a short cooldown, it began to cast the summoning skill again. However, this time, the ghost-faced demon spider was not summoned, but turned into a ghost-faced demon spider larva. Alien, ghost-faced demon spider larva. Level, LV.15. Happiness, 8360. Attributes, Strength 120, Agility 173, Physical 142, Spirit 175. Skill, Evil Gaze. How did you become a larva? Isn't this less experience? Lin Yuan's eyes showed surprise. It seems that even with sufficient recovery scroll, it is impossible to always gain experience from the ghost face king spider. Gu Chen realized this problem. Facing the level 15 larvae, the Blood Clan King was too lazy to use his skills, and a series of normal attack bullets were fired out. Bang! 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 Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.15, experience plus 548. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.15, experience plus 533. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV.15, experience plus 569. This experience is simply outrageously low. Gu Chen suddenly lost his patience and directly ordered the summoning army to rush up again and launched a massacre without mercy. Until the third wave of demon spiders was killed, this time, he only gained more than 600,000 experience in the dungeon, and he was still more than 200,000 away from the upgrade. Gu Chen shook his head, it was time to end. At the command of the Blood Clan King, all the Blood Clan demon spiders rushed towards the ghost-faced king spider at the top of the cave without hesitation. Amid the shocking explosion, the blood volume of the ghost-faced king spider was finally completely cleared. Kill the ghost-faced king spider BOSSLV.20, experience plus. Get the loot, Wang Zuqiang Bao LV.20 epic. Get the loot, Wang Spider Gauntlet LV.20 rare. Get the loot, Teleport Scroll *1. Get the loot, Strengthened Fossil *20. Get the loot, the Abyss Heraldry *1. Congratulations! You have passed the Spider Cave Hell level and received rewards, Professional Experience Plus, Done Treasure Chest *1 Rarity level. The copy ends, exiting the current scene, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spider Cave Copy Square. An announcement suddenly popped up on the screen, causing countless professionals present to stop. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully refreshing the Spider Cave Hell level passing record. Perfection time, 3 hours, 22 minutes and 15 seconds. Perfect team information. Captain, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Soldier, Suran Assassin, Su Xiano Occupation. Rewards, Professional Experience Plus, Personal Achievement Plus 1, Record-Breaking Gift Box *1 Rarity Level. This Customs Clearance Evaluation, SSS. It took less than 3.5 hours to pass the Hell level dungeon. All the pros waiting in the dungeon square were shocked. This is a first-level Hell level dungeon. Under normal circumstances, it will take more than 7 hours to pass the level at the earliest, but Gu Chen directly shortened this time by more than half, which is simply unbelievable. However, no matter how shocked it is, no one will question this clearance time. Because the person who passed this Hell level dungeon was Gu Chen. Before Li Feng sent Gu Chen and the others to the dungeon square, Wanchinch Hall had already drafted Gu Chen's customs clearance announcement. When the news of Gu Chen entering the Spider Cave dungeon was spread, the staff of the dungeon square had already prepared a banner in advance to congratulate Gu Chen on his successful completion. Even major media platforms are speculating on how long Gu Chen will refresh the historical records of the Hell level dungeon in advance. All signs indicate that no one in Wanchinch thinks that Gu Chen cannot pass the Hell level dungeon. After all, Gu Chen has obtained the Abyss achievements in the Hell level Bone Burial dungeon. Isn't that easy to do if I just have a Hell level dungeon? City Lord's Office. After receiving Gu Chen's clearance news, Liang Yi's mouth could not be suppressed at all, and he took Li Feng to the teleportation hall as soon as possible. After arriving at the copy square, the person in charge of the copy square was already waiting beside him. Where is Gu Chen? Have you come out? Li Feng looked at the person in charge and asked. City Lord, Secretary Li, the two came too timely, Gu Chen had just come out of the dungeon. The person in charge had a smile on his face. Liang Yi nodded and looked in the direction pointed by the person in charge. He saw that the entrance of the dungeon square was already surrounded by excited people. The staff of the dungeon square have already spread the banners, and the crowd is full of professionals holding mobile phones and flowers, and reporters from major media platforms have also set up guns and cannons. This specification is extremely grand. I don't know which high-level abyss was passed. Gu Chen, you are my idol. Gu Chen, I love you, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Husband. After coming out of the dungeon, Gu Chen and others were all stunned when they saw this scene. They just passed a copy, why did the press conference be held in the square? Old Gu, look, there is a man calling you husband there. Lin Yuan smiled evilly. Gu Che was also a little amused and crying for a moment. Too enthusiastic. He is just a summoner, how come he feels like he has become a star? It seems that the people of Wanchange can handle it, and they really welcome themselves. He is so. Chapter 90. Do you know the Dragon Clan? In the end, Liang Yi and Li Feng went up to rescue Gu Chen. Lin Yuan and others were pushed up to deal with the enthusiastic Wanchange people, while Gu Chen followed Liang Yi and Li Feng to the city main office located in Wanchange Hall. Ha ha ha, this scene is even more passionate than I did back then. Gu Chen, have you felt the enthusiasm of our people in Wanchange? Liang Yi laughed loudly, his mood today was very beautiful. I really caught me off guard. Gu Chen was ashamed. Fortunately, Liang Yi and the others came in time, otherwise he wouldn't be able to leave. Gu Chen, what do you want to drink? Li Feng delivered a teacup to Liang Yi. Cola, please add some ice, thank you. Gu Chen said with a smile. Well. Li Feng was slightly stunned. It seemed that there was no Coke in the refrigerator in the city lord's office. Please wait. After Li Feng left, Liang Yi said happily, Gu Chen, congratulations, the novice dungeon has just been opened for 7 days, and most of the transfer students have just reached the first level, and you are already the second level. A upgrade speed like you, let alone in Dongzhou, even if you look at the entire Shangxia Empire, it is still a rare existence. Gu Chen thanked me, the city lord is so anxious to come to me, probably not just to congratulate me, right? Well, I like to deal with smart people, it's simple and efficient. Liang Yi's face turned right, then I'll go straight to the point. Gu Chen, have you ever thought about joining Zhen Yuan army? When Gu Chen heard this, he looked strange. I have already obtained the recommended place from Shangjing Academy. Do you want me to join the army? Maybe what I said is not very accurate. Whether it is Shangjing Academy or Zhen Yuan army, it is not as simple as you think. It also involves different forces. Gu Che's eyes showed confusion, and Liang Yi continued. For professionals above the second level, not all abysses can be entered at will. Some high-yield abysses are basically in the hands of major forces. To put it simply, if you don't join this force, you basically don't have the chance to enter the abyss controlled by this force. So, the abyss above the second level is actually more like a resource, and if you want to get these resources, you have to choose a force to join it. For example, the academic institutions represented by the Beijing Academy, the military headquarters represented by the Zhen Yuan army, and the guilds formed by major families, etc. So, before you are about to enter the Shanghai Academy of Sciences, I hope you can carefully consider whether you are willing to join the Zhen Yuan army. Gu Chen didn't reply and fell into deep thought. To be honest, before this, he always believed that being admitted to the Beijing Academy was the highest achievement for professionals. However, according to what Liang Yi said, whether it is Shangjing Academy or Zhen Yuan army, they are all forces in the Shangxia Empire, and different forces control different abysses. It is unnecessary to think about it. In the Shangxia Empire, the Zhen Yuan army must have controlled the most abyss. Perhaps because he did not receive Gu Chen's response, Liang Yi continued, simply put, Shangjing Academy has the largest number of copies, while Zhen Yuan army guards nearly 80% of the abyss of the Shangxia Empire. In comparison, the cost of entering the dungeon is higher. Even if you join the power of the university, you will have to pay a high usage fee every time you enter the dungeon. You also know the advantages, the difficulty is controllable and safer. As for the abyss, it is more difficult than the dungeon, and unexpected dangers occur at any time. There are more than tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers who die on the battlefield of the abyss every year. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Since it's so dangerous, do you want me to think about it? Liang Yi waved his hand. You can rest assured about this. I suggest you join the Zhenyuan army. It is definitely not to let you be a big-headed soldier at will. I believe you have guessed that the power I am in is the Imperial Army, and I happen to have a recommended place that allows you to enter the most elite organization in the Zhenyuan Army. What organization? You can't know about the confidentiality regulations for the time being. Liang Yi kept it a secret, picked up the teacup and took a sip, and looked at Gu Chen up and down. By the way, you are already in the second level. Is the fifth summoned beast in the contract? Just come out of the dungeon, and it's not too late. That's good. That's good? Several meanings are sent every carat day. This is obviously something in the words. Gu Chen's expression moved slightly. Don't you suggest me to contract the fifth summoned beast? Is there anything you want to say? Liang Yi showed a mysterious smile on his face. So, if you can join the most elite organization in the Zhenyuan army, then the fifth summoned beast you contract will definitely be very powerful. Oh? How powerful is it? Unprecedentedly powerful. Gu Chen couldn't help asking, can you be more specific? Liang Yi's voice lowered a little. Do you know the Dragon Clan? A light sentence made Gu Chen's pupils shrink suddenly. Dragon Clan. That it is a terrifying existence located at the top of the biological level. Contracted Dragon Clan. It makes people feel excited when thinking about it. You mean, if I could enter the Zhenyuan army organization, could I contract a dragon as a summoning beast? Liang Yi put down the teacup and smiled and said, I'll just say that dealing with smart people is simple and efficient. Gu Che took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked, what are the conditions for joining that organization? What are the restrictions? This question is a good question. Although I am from the military force, it only serves as a recommendation and gives you a chance. Only you pass the Zhenyuan army's assessment yourself can you be qualified to join it. As for restrictions, well, as long as you don't treason, the military headquarters will not restrict your personal freedom. Even if you perform particularly well in the abyss, you can also gain military merits and privileges, such as giving priority to entering some abysses with very high returns. Is there such a good thing? After hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Zhenyuan army is in charge of nearly 80% of the abyss of the Shangxia Empire, which means that if he joins the military forces, he will have the priority of the abyss. Moreover, you can also contract a dragon. This is a good thing that you can't find even with a lantern. As for the assessment from Zhenyuan army, who do you look down on? If he can't even pass, no one will be able to pass the transfer student of the Shangxia Empire. Thinking of this, Gu Chen suddenly looked at Liang Yi again. By the way, although the Dragon Clan is rare, if I join the Shangjing Academy, I should have the opportunity to contract the Dragon Clan, right? Liang Yi did not hide it and nodded and said, yes, with your talent, if you enter the Shangjing Academy, you can contract the Dragon Clan, but at least you will have to wait until next year. Next year? Gu Chen was slightly surprised. Yes, your younger brother Gu Xi has been admitted to the Beijing Academy of Sciences. He is a rare professional Dragon War Knight, which means that the quota of the Academic School of Sciences has been occupied. You should understand my explanation. Chapter 91, Taking action is the best way to solve the problem. As the name suggests, the Dragon War Knight is a profession that can control the Dragon Clan to fight. Just like summoning beasts with the Summoner contract, the Dragon War Knight also needs to sign a contract with the Dragon Clan to maximize its combat power. But Gu Chen didn't expect that the quota of the contracted dragon clan among the forces of the school was already occupied. And the person who occupied this quota was his half-genius brother, Gu Ci. At this time, Liang Yi continued. The dragon clan is one of the alien races in the abyss. They claim that there is noble dragon god blood flowing in their bloodlines, and regard humans as bed bugs. Even for the vast majority of dragons, they would rather be killed by humans than sign a contract with humans, because it is tantamount to them. So, for the human race, signing a contract with the dragon race is definitely an opportunity that is hard to come by. The only one who can give you this opportunity is to join Zhen Yuan army. If you can successfully pass the assessment, you can become a junior officer. Your basic salary is 30,000 yuan per month. You will start purchasing 6 insurances and 3 funds in the month of joining the company. If you enter the abyss, the military headquarters will also issue additional subsidies. The military merits obtained by killing aliens can be exchanged for equipment, props, materials, etc. In addition, the officer status of Zhen Yuan army can also bring you some privileges. In addition to the abyss priority right mentioned earlier, there are also wartime command power and unconditional cooperation between local departments. What else can I say about this? Zhen Yuan army can provide him with an opportunity to contract the dragon clan. His officer status gives him social status and privileges. He can also gain military merit when killing foreign races, and military merit can be exchanged for resources in the military treasure house. Thinking of this, Gu Chen said without hesitation, I am willing to join Zhen Yuan army. There is no way, the military headquarters gave too much. Hearing Gu Chen's answer, Liang Yi's mouth rose significantly, and even though he had received strict training, he could not suppress the smile on his face. According to the regulations of the military headquarters, if the newcomer he recommended passes the Zhen Yuan army's assessment, he will also receive corresponding rewards. Judging from the talent shown by Gu Chen, he can definitely pass the assessment of Zhen Yuan army, and it is no problem to join that organization. At that time, as a recommender, he will receive a considerable amount of resources as a reward. Liang Yi's excitement was indescribable, and he wanted to take Gu Chen to the Dongzhou military region immediately. However, he still gave Gu Chen 2 hours because he also needed time to submit an application to Janai Yuan Jun. Gu Chen also had a break-up meal with Lin Yuan and the other 2. In 7 days, they followed Gu Chen to pass a hell-level abyss, a nightmare-level abyss, and 2 hell-level dungeons. In addition to the improvement of the level, there are also high returns in resources. In the future, even if Gu Chen is gone, they will be able to easily deal with the first-level abyss below the hell level. Among all, only Su Xia was most reluctant to leave Gu Chen. According to him, every time he followed Gu Chen to pass the level, his physical fitness can be improved to a certain extent. Although this cannot allow him to gain the combat power to kill alien races, a strong physical fitness can control more powerful armor. Gu Chen could feel that Su Xia should have some unscrupulous difficulties, otherwise, as the core figure of the Yongsheng group, would he have to run into the abyss or dungeons every now and then? Gu Chen didn't ask, and with Su Xia's personality, even if he asked, the other party might not be willing to say it. After saying goodbye, Liang Yi took Gu Chen into the teleportation hall of the city hall. A bright silver light bloomed from the mysterious and complex patterns of the magic array, dazzling and fierce, and swallowed the 2 of them in a blink of an eye. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and Gu Chen subconsciously looked around and found that they were already in a base in the wilderness at this time. The base is located in a valley, with grey fog on the outside, but the inside is not affected by grey fog. Gu Chen showed curiosity in his eyes, and followed Liang Yi to a lobby to register information. After answering some questions, he was taken to a closed elevator door. Okay, you can only walk the next path yourself. A bit of complex emotions appeared in Liang Yi's eyes. He knew that from this moment on, the boy in front of him and he would be people from 2 worlds. Liang Yi was about to leave, but suddenly turned around and gave a reminder. By the way, I forgot to tell you that those who can come to take the assessment are all talented professionals from Wancheng and several surrounding cities. If there is a conflict here, taking the initiative is the best way to solve the problem. Gu Chen nodded and walked into the elevator. The elevator went down, and I don't know which floor it was. After the ladder door opened, a young soldier in military uniform led him to the base and finally arrived at the assessment venue. The venue is about the size of 2 basketball courts, among which 40 or 50 students are standing scattered. Gu Chen glanced and found that most of these people were rare professions, and they were wearing shielded props with them, so they could not perceive levels and attributes. So, he also blocked information such as his level and attributes, leaving only the profession that people can perceive. Walking into the venue, lowly conversations came from my ears. There are quite a lot of geniuses who came to participate in the Zhenyuan Army assessment this time. I don't know who can pass the level smoothly. Zhou Xiaotian from Wancheng is considered a rare professional demon hunter. He has already level 16, and he also has epic weapons and protective gear. As long as he is here, we can only be considered a runner-up. I think Zhang Shuren from Lingheng is not bad either. He is a level 15, a rare professional space mage. He is so strong that he is both in survival and output. Listening to the discussion around, Gu Chen felt familiar. He grew up in Lingheng and is naturally familiar with the name Zhang Shuren. It can be said that the family where Zhang Shuren is located is the largest family in Lingheng except for the Li family. As for Zhou Xiaotian in Wancheng, Li Feng mentioned this name to him before entering the spider cave. In fact, I just asked if Zhou Xiaotian could join his team. However, Gu Chen's team was already full at that time, so he did not agree. Just after Gu Chen entered the assessment venue, he looked at him one by one. Huh? The summoner is also here to participate in the Zhenyuan Army assessment? Isn't this seeking death? I should be here to accompany you to run, just to make up the number of people. I guess I'm less than level 10. I wear blocked props and can't see the level, but I bet that this guy must be the lowest among everyone. Gu Chen's appearance suddenly attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Zhou Xiaotian and Zhang Shuren, who were standing in the center of the venue, looked at him. Chapter 92 Zhenyuan Army Assessment. Why is there another summoner? Zhang Shuren was surprised. Looking at Gu Chen's handsome face, he always felt like he had seen it somewhere. Zhou Xiaotian just glanced in the direction of Gu Chen, then withdrew his gaze with contempt. He didn't take this summoner seriously at all. Don't worry about him. The summoner dares to participate in the Zhenyuan Army assessment. Is he treating himself as the protagonist of the world? Fighting against the summoner, kill the summoner first, watch it. As long as the assessment begins, he will definitely be the first to eliminate him. Zhang Shuren did not respond to this, but asked, do you think this person looks familiar? Look familiar? Zhou Xiaotian showed a disdainful smile on his face. Forget it, I'm not interested in wasting time on an unknown man. I can only say that if you don't understand the situation, you dare to participate in the Zhenyuan Army assessment. I can only say that he doesn't know the world. If such a person dares to enter the abyss, he will definitely be the first to die. The unceremonious words were also passed into Gu Chen's ears without any hesitation. Gu Chen frowned slightly, and he had already entered the Zhenyuan Army assessment hall. Is there such an idiot? What's wrong with him when I came to participate in the Zhenyuan Army assessment? He also said that he did not know the sky was high and the earth was deep. Yuan is definitely the first to die? Gu Chen looked up and happened to Zhou Xiaotian also looked over, but he glanced at him with a contemptuous look. That posture was as sharp as 20,000 to 50,000, and the inexplicable sense of superiority almost overflowed the screen. Gu Chen is not a generous person. His eyes suddenly became cold, and he activated the Chaos Yuanling's skills directly through the medium cloak. Dimensional attack. In an instant, a terrifying spatial fluctuation appeared above Zhou Xiaoshan's head. A look of fear flashed across his face. Before he could react, his body fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Shuren next to him hurriedly went up to help Zhou Xiaotian up, but when she looked at Zhou Xiaotian, her beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. Dead. Zhou Xiaotian was actually killed. Zhang Shuren's pretty face turned pale. Looking at the corpse in front of him, he felt his scalp numb. Kill? How dare he? This is the assessment venue for Zhenyuan army. The others also noticed that Zhou Xiaotian was killed and looked at Gu Chen with fear. For a moment, the gossip in the venue completely disappeared and he fell into a dead silence. Swish! A dazzling golden light burst out from Zhou Xiaoshan's body and he was resurrected. At this moment, his face was pale, his health was only 30%, and he entered a weak state. Resurrection Cross. Zhou Xiaoshan's eyes were full of horror. If he hadn't brought a resurrection cross, he would have become a corpse now. He looked at Gu Chen, his face full of anger and frustration. I just said a few wrong words. Is it an unintentional mistake? You actually killed me. How many wrong words did you say? Unintentional mistake? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Such a big person, do you think you are farting when you speak? Gu Chen said without hesitation, oh, you just said the wrong thing? Then you'd better have a memory. Next time, you won't have the props for resurrection. If you have any mistakes, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. Why? You are not convinced? If you don't accept it, you will kill you again and kill you again. Gu Chen has an advantage, which is to listen to advice. Zhang Songhua suggested that he beat Li Renjia hard, and he killed him. Liang Yi said that taking action is the best way to solve problems, so he took action. He originally intended to teach a lesson, but Zhou Xiaotian was too weak and was instantly killed. What can Gu Chen do? Can he blame him? Zhang Shuren turned his head with an ugly expression. Are you too much doing this? Gu Chen raised his eyes slightly. Do you want to stand up for him? How many resurrection crosses have you brought? Zhang Shuren's face changed, and he immediately suppressed his dissatisfaction and dared not say a word. She couldn't stand Gu Chen's approach, but what could she do? How Zhou Xiaotian died just now? She couldn't even see clearly. If Gu Chen attacked her, she would have ended up in seconds. Fighting is prohibited between candidates, and the assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. Mechanical prompt sounds sounded around the venue. Gu Chen ignored those two people and found a place to sit on the ground. The others subconsciously stayed away from Gu Chen and lowered their voices to discuss. This is a real master. I didn't even see how he took action. Zhou Xiaotian was instantly killed with just one skill. What level is this big guy? This is too scary. This man is indeed a little capable, but he is too arrogant. He kills someone if someone says something wrong, and he doesn't take the others seriously at all. Shut up, be careful that the next one will die will be you. What are you afraid of? He may not be able to kill all of us before he runs out of energy. You fucking. On the side, Zhou Xiaoshan's face turned pale and his body was still trembling slightly uncontrollably. His eyes at Gu Chen were filled with fear. He was wearing an epic protective gear. It was actually a move by someone. Thinking of this, the fear in his eyes turned into deep fear. He was afraid, and he didn't even dare to take revenge. Gu Chen's cold gaze looked like a gaze of death. Before this, he looked down on everyone and did not take any of his peers seriously. Rare professional demon hunter, epic weapon, epic protective gear. However, everything he relies on is like a native chicken and a tile dog in front of Gu Chen, and it is vulnerable. Although I am not dead now, I have entered a weak state, and this weak state after death cannot be eliminated and can only be slowly recovered through time. It can be said that from now on, he has no chance of this assessment. The assessment is about to begin. After a while of waiting, a huge vertical eye composed of golden nebula suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the venue. A sound without any emotional color suddenly resounded, as if it came from afar, or it seemed to be heard in my ears, full of strength and majesty, which made people involuntarily feel like surrender. "Eye of the secret realm." The heavy person in the venue looked up, his face changed slightly, and his body became tense involuntarily. It turns out that the assessment was conducted in the secret realm. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and felt an unprecedented mental impact from the golden vertical eyes. The huge vertical eye is full of magnificence, and the golden nebula in it moves slowly, as if it contains some breathtaking terrifying power. The center of the vertical eye is deep and boundless, and the pupils composed of thousands of stars are dazzling. A voice without any emotion sounded again. "All candidates follow the orders and now start explaining the rules. The difficulty of this assessment is divided into ordinary level, difficult level, nightmare level, and hell level. The higher the difficulty, the more points you get. The results of this assessment will be ranked by points, and the points obtained by candidates can be converted into military merits in the later stage. In order to achieve the assessment purpose, recovery props are not allowed in this major test. If you find that candidates use recovery props in the assessment qualification will be directly disqualified. The assessment rules have been read out, and now all candidates are ready. The secret realm is about to be opened." After listening to the assessment rules, the candidates in the venue stood still, their expressions full of solemnity. Recovery props cannot be used. How could Zhen Yuan Army's assessment be so strict? This doesn't leave anyone a way out. The eye of the secret realm was above everyone's heads, and the powerful pressure emitted in it made everyone feel scared. After a moment, thousands of golden streams of light emanated from their pupils and shot towards the people in the venue. The candidate was attached to his body by a golden stream of light, and his figure disappeared in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the entire venue became empty. Immediately, the light on the surface of the secret realm eye gradually disappeared, hovering above the venue, without any changes. Only the golden nebula inside is still flowing slowly. Chapter 93. Isn't it a bit outrageous? Zhen Yuan Military Base. In the command room, several middle-aged men in military uniforms and heavy auras were sitting in front of a huge screen. These officers are all senior officers from the Dongzhou military region and serve as examiners for this assessment. General Ling, the summoner recommended by Liang Yi, also joined this assessment. This is related information. A civilian came forward and handed a piece of paper material to the middle-aged man sitting in the middle. Whether it is the position he is sitting or the pair of epaulets representing a one-star general on his shoulders, it shows that this person's status is extraordinary. And he is also the examiner of this assessment. Ling Feng. Gu Chen, the son of Gu Qingfeng, level 21, summoner. It's just 1 week since the transfer ceremony, and this kid has actually been promoted from level 1 to level 21. Gu Qingfeng really gave birth to a good son. General Ling, since Gu Chen's level has far exceeded the average level of the candidates this time, I suggest setting his secret realm to hell level. Do you think it is feasible? Yes. In addition, based on the examination data, I need to know how he, a summoner, can have such a terrifying upgrade speed. For more novels, 1109, join, https://discord.gg/szxdcashq. Ling Feng gave a few instructions, then looked down at a thick stack of materials on the table. Several officers next to him nodded and adjusted their observation field to the secret realm where Gu Chen was. Assess the secret realm. As the golden light flashed, Gu Chen's figure appeared on a piece of sandy land. At this moment, what was in front of him was a human-shaped banshee with blue dread skin and bones. In the hands of the banshee, a staff made of animal bones was emitting a blazing flame. The alien race of the law. Gu Chen was also not vague and summoned the lord of the blood clan to stand in front of him and confronted the red-skinned banshee in front of him. Assessment Mission I, kill the blood-stained banshee LV.21. The moment the prompt appeared, the blood-stained banshee started to move. The beast bone staff in its hand burst out with strong fire-type elements, and flames visible to the naked eye were gathering in the air, and instantly condensed into a hot fireball. Bang! 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 Before the opponent's fireball technique could fly over, a silver lightning shot out from the muzzle of the Blood Clan King's hand. Deadly shooting! Next second, the blood-stained banshee's body trembled, and the head was slapped by a bullet. He died on the ground without even having time to make a scream. Snap instantly. Gu Chen's eyes were calm, and he was used to the scene in front of him. The ordinary alien race at level 21 will be completely killed in seconds under the command of the 21 level Blood Clan King. The Vampire Master is Gu Chen's first legendary summoned beast. Although his skills have not been strengthened, his growth rate is very high after each upgrade. Along the way, ordinary aliens of the same level were attacked by the Blood Clan King. For more novels, 123,097, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right parenthesis basically, it's a one-hit kill. Therefore, this scene in front of him was already expected by Gu Chen. Flash kill. In the command room, several examiners showed strong shock on their faces. What kind of summoning thing is this? Why is it so strong? No. How could it be a flash sale? Check it out, is the secret realm level set wrong? Report, it has been checked that the level of the secret realm where Gu Chen is located is hell level, there is no error. The combat power of the blood-stained banshee is also level 21, and the combat power is consistent with the set level. Candidates who come to participate in the assessment will receive a prompt to choose the difficulty level as soon as they enter the secret realm. However, since Gu Chen has the highest level, he had no choice and was sent directly to the hell level secret realm. The gap between the 4 difficulty levels is also very obvious. In the ordinary level secret realm, the basic attributes of the alien race are the original attributes, without any bonus. In the difficult level secret realm, the basic attributes of alien races are increased by 25% based on the original attributes. In the nightmare level secret realm, the basic attributes of alien races have been increased by 50%. The difficulty level of hell, the basic attributes of alien races have been increased by 100%. This means that what Gu Chen just faced was a level 21 alien whose basic attributes were doubled. If Gu Chen killed him, it would be understandable. But instant kill? Is this a bit outrageous? Chapter 94 Cliff-like lead. The assessment results are scored based on a series of performances in the battle, including but not limited to rapid response, tactical use, offensive skills, weak strikes, etc. Although alien races of the same level are stronger than humans, for professionals who have been systematically learned, as long as they maintain their normal performance, they will definitely be able to kill them. In this process, examiners can also find out the shortcomings of the profession themselves and correct them. But now, Gu Chen didn't even take action, and just one skill of summoning the beast killed the blood-stained banshee instantly. How should I rate this? This kind of precedent has never happened in past assessment records. What to do? Several examiners were confused and couldn't help but look at Ling Feng, who was sitting in the middle. He is a 5-star general of the Dongzhou military region and the chief examiner in charge of this assessment. He should decide how to evaluate it. For a moment, several examiners looked at the figure sitting at the top. Feeling several gazes looking at him, Ling Feng put down a piece of information that was being reviewed and turned to ask the young officer. What's the situation? The young officer immediately replayed the record just now. General Ling, Gu Chen was arranged to enter the Hell-level secret realm, facing a blood-stained banshee at level 21, with a 100% increase in basic attributes, but that alien race was actually killed instantly by his summoned beast. The young officer explained from the side. Flash kill. This little guy is a bit of a meaning to post every day. Ling Feng's thumb rubbed against the stubble on his chin. After watching the scene in the video with great interest, he narrowed his eyes slightly and thought. Since that's the case, then adjust the parameters and raise all aliens in the Hell-level secret realm to level 30. Ah! Level 30? That's the third-level alien race. Is this a little too high? After all, Gu Chen has just reached the second level. It's okay, this kind of genius is not suitable for common sense at all. I have a premonition that even if I face the third-level alien race, it's not difficult for this kid. Well, what if he could easily kill even the third-level alien race? Another examiner asked immediately. The purpose of the assessment is to select outstanding talents for Zhenyuan Army, not to defeat candidates. If he can pass the assessment when facing third-level alien races, then he is the talent we are looking for. How to calculate the points? Originally, in the Hell-level secret realm, killing an alien race was 10 points, but now, the examiner who was responsible for counting the points looked puzzled. The appearance of geniuses naturally cannot be silently abiding by the old rules and view them with common sense. I am the chief examiner of this assessment and can exercise the right to handle special matters in special events during the assessment process. Here, I suggest that in the Hell-level secret realm, every third-level alien killing will increase by 5 points based on the original points. After Ling Feng said that, he looked at the left and right sides and made a questioning statement. Several examiners nodded in agreement without considering it. Although Ling Feng made an inquiry attitude, they all knew that this was not asking for their opinions. As a subordinate, just nod. In the ordinary level secret realm, the full score for each kill is 1 point. In the difficult level secret realm, the full score for each kill is 3 points. In the nightmare level secret realm, the full score for each kill is 6 points, and as for the hell level, the full score for each kill is 10 points. Note that this refers to full marks. In other words, if there are some flaws in the battle, even if you kill the alien race, you are likely to not get this point value. Ling Feng nodded, his tone of a sonorous voice. Since there is no objection, I announce that Gu Chen's previous assessment results have been invalidated. Now we will start to adjust the difficulty of the Hell-level secret realm and reassess it. Yes. Assessment in the secret realm. After killing the blood-stained banshee, Gu Chen stood there waiting for the prompt, without further action. At this time, the alien corpses on the ground suddenly disappeared. The next second, another blood-stained banshee appeared at the location of the corpse before. Compared with the past, the aura emitted by this blood-stained banshee was obviously several times stronger. Assessment Mission I, kill level 30 interracial blood-stained banshee. The prompt appeared, and Gu Chen's eyes suddenly showed an unexpected look. Why is it Assessment Task I instead of Assessment Task 2? However, he didn't think much about the sudden appearance of level 30 alien race. After all, it was the assessment of Zhenyuan Army. If it was too simple, wouldn't it be like a joke? Don't worry about it, just do it. With Gu Chen's order, the Blood Clan King raised his gun and shot directly. Although the level of the blood-stained banshee has been increased to level 30, the four-dimensional attributes are still crushed by the Blood Clan King, and they cannot make any noise. After all, one is an ordinary alien race and the other is a legendary summoned beast. This is the essential gap. How can it block it? Bang! 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 The bullet turned into a silver-grey lightning bolt, instantly blew the blood-stained banshee's head. Without any surprises, I will kill again. The examiner's eyelids twitched hard and were shocked again. You killed at level 21, and now you killed at level 30. Have you cheated? It's another instant kill? What kind of thing is his summoned beast? With such a summoned beast, it's like a dragon of the Dragon War Night. Summoner, when did you become so powerful? The examiners set their eyes on Ling Feng, waiting for his decision. The assessment continues. A majestic voice sounded in everyone's ears, and Ling Feng made a statement. Immediately, the first round of assessment was announced to end. The first round of assessment ends. The number of people in this round of assessment is 54, and the number of people passing is 43. With the prompts popped up, everyone received the rankings, but they were only allowed to see their own rankings and points. As for others, you can only see points. 1. Gu Chen, points, 15. 2. Zhang Shuren, points, 5. 19. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 2. Gu Chen ranked first, with a 15-point score that was extremely eye-catching, like a king bomb that made all the candidates' hearts pound. Zhang Shuren ranked second. It seems that the combat power of the space mage cannot be underestimated. As for the third and fourth names in the future, Gu Chen has never seen them and has no impression of them at all. If you look carefully at the points of each candidate, you will find that Gu Chen's lead is cliff-like. His score was 15 points, and Zhang Shuren, who followed closely behind, had 5 points, only a fraction of his. The candidates in the future were less than his fraction of his. Point rating is not only related to combat skills, but also accounts for a large proportion of combat time. Even if you kill a foreign race, if the battle time does not meet the standard, you will also get a low score. Damn, is that number 1 abnormal? Even in the Hell-level secret realm, the full score of each kill is only 10 points. How did his 15 points come about? Is the secret realm setting a bug? There must be a problem with this point. I didn't do anything at that time, I was careless, otherwise I would have been able to get 6 points just now. In the secret realm, Zhou Xiaotian glanced at his ranking in the 19th place, and felt a little angry and frustrated. He was the first in this assessment. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen killed his life directly at the venue. In the first round of assessment, he was almost out of the top 20, and it would definitely be even worse in the future. This time he completely became an escort. At this time, most candidates' first reaction after seeing Gu Chen's scores was that they had a wrong data. After all, in the history of Shenyuan Army assessment, no one has ever been able to get 15 points in the first round of assessment. Gu Chen's eyes were calm and he looked calm, and he was not surprised that he was ranked first. He is already in the second level, what can I compare with these first-level little kids? At this time, the prompt appears again. Assessment Task 2, kill as many aliens as possible within the specified time. Note that this round of assessment will refresh the alien race without limit within the specified time. If the strength is insufficient, you can give up the assessment at any time. Chapter 95. Otherwise, you should be an instructor. As the prompts for the second round of exams appeared, all the candidates' faces changed quietly. What is an unlimited refresh of aliens within the specified time? Meaning every day cannot be killed, can you only fight until you are exhausted and then give up? Giving up means you can no longer get points through killing. It is not clear how long it is to set aside, so it is really a torment. For ordinary professionals, this is indeed a considerable consumption, but it doesn't matter to Gu Chen. One alien race is to kill, and 1,000 alien races are also to kill. It's not that he takes action, he's done it. In the Hell-level secret realm, you can get 15 points for every killing an alien race, which is several times the income that others have. The more aliens you kill, the more points he will earn and the higher his ranking. During this assessment, most people chose the difficult level secret realm, and the only few chose the nightmare secret realm. As for Hell level, no one dares to choose. Although the more difficult it is, the more points you get, no one dares to guarantee that you will be able to pass the Hell level secret realm. After all, the selection results are ranked by points, and the higher the points, the higher the ranking. There is only one chance. If you are eliminated in the middle, there is no hope. And if you choose the second-class Nightmare Secret Realm, it is very likely to get the most points through all the selections. Unlimited refresh of aliens. A touch of solemnity appeared on Zhang Shuren's pretty face. For mage professions, she is actually better at quickly resolving battles with high damage, and the war of attrition is not pleasing. However, she was not discouraged. In addition to her outstanding strength, she also had an epic staff in her hand. The staff comes with a skill that can obtain a certain recovery effect after killing, which will greatly reduce her pressure. While the alien race had not yet been refreshed, her eyes subconsciously looked at the top of the rankings. Each candidate can only see his own name, so in Zhang Shuren's eyes, Gu Chen's name has been replaced by 2 asterisks. Although I don't know who it is, those 15 points look extremely eye-catching. How is that possible? How could he get such a high score in the first round of assessment? Even at the Hell level, the full score in the first round is only 10 points. Could it be that this person broke some kind of assessment record? Thinking of this, Gu Chen's figure subconsciously appeared in Zhang Shuren's mind. Is it him? No, definitely not. When Zhang Shuren thought of Gu Chen's unceremonious threat to her in the venue before, he immediately denied this idea. No matter what, anyone can do it, but she just doesn't want the person ranked first to be Gu Chen, although Gu Chen's appearance makes her feel inexplicably familiar. After a short preparation time, the second round of examinations begins. Opposite Gu Chen, the blood-stained banshee's corpse had disappeared, and a space vortex appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow flashed in the space vortex, and a human-shaped monster covered with large pieces of dead bones walked out. The monster opened his eyes, and a strong bloodthirsty murderous intent burst out from his faint green pupils, and rushed straight to Gu Chen. Bloodstained Bone Demon. Level, LV.30. Health Point. Attributes, 580, Agility 300, Physique 320, Spirit 330. Skill, Bone Blade Slash. At this moment, he didn't need his command. The Blood Clan King pulled the trigger as soon as possible, and a series of bullets shot towards the head of the alien race. Whether it is the blood-stained banshee just now or the blood-stained bone demon now, although they are both ordinary aliens at level 30, their combat power is far higher than their same level. Stronger than ordinary aliens, but weaker than elite aliens. It seems that the alien races in this secret realm have been adjusted, which means that these alien races are not truly alien races. Assessing alien races in the secret realm is like visible data. You will not gain experience after killing, and the corpses of alien races cannot be converted into descendants of the Blood Clan. Even the Blood Clan Kings do not receive a blood bonus after killing. There is nothing to gain except points. This made Gu Chen feel that this was completely a data-based test. A series of silver-white bullets flew out, hitting the blood-stained bone demon with great accuracy. The main attribute of the blood-stained bone demon is strength, far exceeding its peers, almost as fast as 600 points, but its speed, physique, and spirit are only over 300, and its blood volume bonus is relatively ordinary, just over 100,000. Just this, how can I block the skills of the Vampire Master? Deadly Shooting plus Scarlet Feast. The two skills were seamlessly connected, and with a bang, the body of the blood-stained bone demon was beaten into a pile of broken bones. The fragments of the corpse fell to the ground, faded gradually, and then disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, another blood-stained bone demon appeared out of thin air where the fragments of the corpse disappeared. The Blood Clan King launched an attack without hesitation. Just as the blood-stained bone demon appeared and had not yet taken a step, the attack of the Blood Clan King had already fallen on it. Deadly Shooting is still in cooldown, but it has little impact on the combat power of the Vampire King, because the damage caused by the general attack is also considerable. Soon, the storm-like attack coupled with the pursuit and damage of Scarlet Feast, the second blood-stained bone demon, also died on the ground. Next, the Blood Clan King stood beside Gu Chen with a cautious look on his face. Its attacks were neat and never dragged on. As long as the blood-stained bone demon appears, he will be killed in just a few breaths. Gu Chen watched from the side. The scene in front of him was like a hang-up game, which was so boring that he found a piece of open space next to him and sat down. Perhaps in order to reduce the assessment pressure, after the previous alien race dies, the next alien will appear about 10 seconds later. This is a humanized design, which just gives candidates a buffer time, and can take advantage of this gap to take a breath. However, this seems to be a waste of time in Gu Chen's opinion. It would be great if the alien races could be accelerated. If not, it would be fine to have a few more alien races at a time. He wants to hit 10. In the command room, several officers looked at Gu Chen's performance through the screen, and an extremely strange look appeared on their faces. What kind of summoning beast is this? Why is it so strong? The information says it is the Blood Clan King. I have never seen such a summoning beast, and I don't know what qualifications it is. The alien race we designed is a living target, at least it is more than 3 stars in the epic. This kind of combat power is unprecedented. So far, Gu Chen has only summoned 1 summoner and is already in the assessment, but generally, level 21 summoners should have 5 summoned beasts. What do you mean every day? Post. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8 means that Gu Chen's current performance is just the tip of his true combat power? After the words came, several officers looked at each other and looked at each other. Is this a candidate? Even being an officer is more than enough. Chapter 96. It's definitely a shady scene. The assessment of each candidate is carried out in a separate secret realm. As one alien after another is killed, the status of all candidates begins to decline continuously. Except Gu Chen. At this moment, he was lying on a gentle slope, with his hands on the back of his head, watching the battle between the Blood Clan King and the blood-stained bone demon in leisure. The examiners sitting in the control room were so angry that they stared at each other. It's so arrogant. This is the selection and assessment of Zhen Yuan army. He actually intends to pass it while lying down. This is despising the assessment. I have to remember him. Is this a genius? It's really annoying. Hearing the conversation between several examiners, Ling Feng subconsciously looked up at the screen. When he saw Gu Chen's situation clearly, an intriguing smile flashed across his hard cheeks. About 15 minutes later, the first candidate announced that he had given up the assessment. He was a swordsman. The reason for giving up was that he was exhausted. This swordsman entered the Nightmare Secret Realm, with a total score of 55 points, which is considered to be a stop here. Gu Chenbei took a bored look at his points, 690 points. It's more than 10 times that of that swordsman. If it weren't for the time when the aliens refreshed too slowly, he would have already lost the points. Next, the number of people who gave up the assessment gradually increased. There were even several candidates who had no time to give up the assessment due to misjudgment and were directly killed by the bloody bone demon. Death is very common in the assessment, and all those involved in the assessment have signed a series of agreements, and Gu Chen is also among them. Without a clear assessment time, it will make people feel anxious psychologically. In addition, unlimited refresh of alien races, this invisibly tests the physical strength and psychological endurance of every candidate. Under normal circumstances, you can still use props when you are in poor condition, and you can rest on the spot without props. But this situation is obviously not applicable at the moment. When you are tired, you will catch the time for the foreign race to refresh and take a breath. When you are out of state, you can only resist. Every time you kill an alien race, new alien races will appear, one after another, endless. There are countless kills, there are countless kills. An hour later, the number of people in the assessment was half less than at the beginning, and the rest of them were all tired, their eyes were covered with bloodshot, and the despair and depression in their hearts were almost driving them crazy. The assessment is over, settlement is now started. Please rest on the spot. Finally, a cold sound suddenly sounded, and it sounded like a sound of nature in the ears of the examines. It's so dangerous. I almost gave up. I finally got there. Who knows what I've experienced? Hi. It's finally over. As the prompt sounded, all the aliens disappeared instantly. The candidates sat on the ground with relief, their faces slightly pale, and were breathing heavily. Their physical strength and spirit are suffering in such a cruel environment, and it is really difficult to survive until now. Zhang Shuren's pretty face turned pale. With an epic staff in her hand, her consumption has been minimized. But even so, the continuous alien races still it brought her strong depression and suffocation. This is a double torture of physical strength and mentality. For a moment, she planned to give up the assessment, but when she thought of the humiliation she had been scared away by Gu Chen in the venue, she forced herself to persevere. Damn it! It's finally over. If it doesn't end, I'm afraid I'll die here today. Zhou Xiaotian was already exhausted and his face was as pale as paper. He felt that he was almost useless and he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He lay on the ground and gasped violently, his whole body limp as mud. Originally, he should have entered the nightmare-level secret realm like Zhang Shuren, but he was killed by Gu Chen and became weak, so he had no choice but to choose the difficulty level. In addition, he is a rare professional demon hunter, and he happens to have the talent to recover after killing, so he has been stuck to this point. Otherwise, if it were another profession, it would have been eliminated. But even so, Zhou Xiaotian was exhausted and his combat power was not 1 in 10. If this state enters the third round, he will undoubtedly be eliminated directly. It's over. Hearing the prompt, Gu Xi sat up from the ground, his posture relaxed and natural. In the second round of assessment, he completely lay down. Although the Blood Clan King has been killing monsters, the state consumption is minimal under the recovery of the Blood Clan. The number of people in this round of assessment is 43, of which 26 people are disqualified due to injury, death, or voluntarily giving up the disqualification. Warning: the difficulty of the next round of assessment will continue to increase. To avoid the high casualty rate, candidates can choose to give up voluntarily. Seeing the prompt, the candidates' faces suddenly became solemn. Someone has died in this round of assessment, and the difficulty of the next round of assessment will increase. Continue to assess the risk of death will greatly increase. I gave up, but I was unwilling to accept it. For a moment, all the candidates showed a look of struggle on their faces. I give up. After a moment, a candidate finally made up his mind. As he finished speaking, his figure appeared on the training ground outside. It is already the limit to being able to reach this point. Even if he withdraws from the assessment, he will be able to enter a higher education institution after he goes out. There is no need to fight with his life. I quit. Just get here, I'll do my best. After this candidate, 6 more candidates chose to give up one after another. The rest was a firm choice to continue the assessment. As the students made their choices, the number of people assessed for the second round of exams was also determined. 10 qualified people successfully advanced to the next round of assessment. Several examiners looked at everything expressionlessly, without praising the people who stayed, nor despising the people who gave up. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. Immediately afterwards, the results of the second round of exams were also announced. 1. Gu Chen, points, 1815. 2. Zhang Shuren, points, 358. 10. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 6-3. Gu Xi ranks first, ahead of the list and is far ahead. How is it possible? The points for the first place are as high as 18-15. Zhang Shuren stared at the ranking of the results, his eyebrows twisted together, his eyes full of shock. If the first place in this round of assessment is still the person from the previous round, that is to say, this person scored a total of 1,800 points in the second round of assessment. Impossible. It's too outrageous. Where is this? For a time, the candidates who entered the third round of assessment showed strong resentment. This data will be clear after a little calculation. Even if the first place is in the hell-level secret realm, killing an alien can get 10 points, 1,800 points means killing 180 aliens. The assessment time is exactly 1 hour, and there is a 10-second interval after each alien is killed, and the total interval between 180 aliens is 30 minutes. In other words, the person ranked first has only 30 minutes of real battle time. In 30 minutes, kill 180 alien races? Kill 6 alien races per minute? Kill an alien every 10 seconds? Isn't this nonsense? Dark silence. It's definitely a shady curtain. Chapter 97, The Spirit is So Vigorous. Zhou Xiaotian. It's not just the shady. It's simply ridiculous. Everyone is a transfer student who has not graduated, and at most he is only level 15. Kill an alien of the same level within 10 seconds? If you are gifted, you can do it once or twice, but more than 100 times in a row. Isn't this nonsense? You are so awesome, why don't you go to heaven? Why are you still here to participate in the Zhenyuan Army assessment? Damn, what's the situation with the first place points? There's definitely a problem. It goes without saying that person must be cheating. The Zhenyuan Army dares to play the shady scenes when it comes to the assessment. Humph, wait, I report to the Imperial Military Council. Re-examination. I ask for a re-examination. The candidates cursed and shouted that the assessment was unfair. Zhou Xiaotian worked hardest, yelling to the sky in the secret realm, constantly shouting to retake the exam. At this moment, he firmly believed that the points for the first place must be a shady situation, otherwise they would be the children of the senior executives of Zhenyuan Army. Otherwise, how can you explain such exaggerated points? In fact, not only Zhou Xiaotian, the other candidates expressed strong dissatisfaction with the points ranked first. After all, this score has exceeded their perception. All 180 alien races of the same level must be killed within 10 seconds, and it is impossible to do it even with recovery potion. Why, you have unlimited energy. Seeing that the negative emotions of the candidates not only affected the normal assessment process, but also became out of control, the cold voice in the secret realm appeared again. In order to ensure the fairness and justice of this assessment and ensure the normal progress of the assessment, we hereby declare. Candidate Gu Chen, Summoner Profession, Level 21, enters the Hell-level Secret Realm. Because Gu Chen's level is far beyond the conventional level, after research and decision by the examiner, it is time to temporarily increase the difficulty of temporarily increasing the prison-level Secret Realm. In the Hell-level Secret Realm, all aliens enter a violent state, and the level is increased to level 30. For each alien kill, the points will be plus 15. All decisions have been submitted to the Zhenyuan Army Assessment Review Committee and have been approved by the Parliament. If there are any objections, you can file a reconsideration with the Zhenyuan Army Assessment Review Committee after the assessment. Seeing the prompt, the candidates suddenly realized. Has the difficulty of the Hell-level Secret Realm increased? All of them are level 30 aliens entering a violent state, and you can get 15 points for each kill of an alien. Compared with the past, the points were only increased by 5 points, but the difficulty level was more than just one step ahead. Those candidates who complained about injustice were all shocked by this fact. Gu Chen, at level 21, killed 123rd level alien races alone within an hour? How is this possible? They were all stunned. At this time, they were more inclined to cheat. After all, this sounds more credible. Everyone is a talented professional from various cities. Under the dual oppression of physical strength and spirit, the difficulty will increase exponentially with every extra race. How could someone kill 123rd level alien races? Although I have many questions in my heart, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the assessment statement has been issued, which means that this is the case. What's more, this is the assessment of Zhenyuan Army. Whoever dares to cheat during the assessment is definitely a dead end. The dark side is impossible unless someone wants to be sent to the abyss. After the statement was issued, some people were unhappy. Gu Chen's level is higher than others, that's his problem. Just increase the difficulty of him. How many points are added every day? Send it every day. Isn't this widening the gap? Several candidates have complained about this. However, they did not make any statement. After all, even the Zhenyuan Army Assessment Review Conference passed this decision. What is the use of the opinions of these candidates? At this time, Zhang Shuren, who was ranked second, changed slightly. Gu Chen. It turned out to be him. No wonder he got such high points. As a native of Lingheng, how could Zhang Shuren not recognize this name? During this period, Gu Chen's name was so thunderous in Lingheng, and it made people's ears calluses. However, because of the city lord Su Lai, Gu Chen had already betrayed Lingheng and turned to Wanqing's camp. What a pity! If Gu Chen had not betrayed Lingheng, we are all from Lingheng, and we can also ask him to help teach the person who threatens me. Zhang Shuren sighed in her heart, and thought of the humiliating scene in the venue before. Since she was young, she had never been threatened like that. She remembers this revenge and will be repaid no matter what. Thinking of this, the person's appearance emerged in her mind again, and as a result, the previous sense of familiarity became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Zhang Shuren seemed to have thought of something, her eyelids hopped suddenly, and her body trembled violently as if she was hit by lightning, and she was stunned in place. No, how is that possible? He turned out to be Gu Chen. For a moment, Zhang Shuren's pretty face turned pale. Thinking of Li Renji's death and the destruction of the Li family in Lingheng, a chill ran out of her back and rushed to the sky's spiritual cover. Despair. Even collapsed. At first she just thought the person who threatened her was a small character, so she was filled with resentment and was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. However, when she realized that the person was Gu Chen, all the resentment disappeared in an instant. The gap is too big. Facing Gu Chen, she did not dare to feel revenge at all. Now she was left with fear and fear. On the other hand, unlike Li Shuren, who was extremely frightened, when Zhou Xiaotian learned that the person on the list was Gu Chen, he looked full of energy. It's Gu Chen. The person on the top spot was actually Gu Chen. My fellow villager. Since Gu Chen joined Wanqing and he was born into a famous family in Wanqing, this friendship can naturally be achieved. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoshan's face showed a cold smile again. After the assessment is over, I will find Gu Chen to chat, and then take out an epic equipment as a gift for the meeting, and then ask Gu Chen to help him get revenge. Everyone is from Wanqing, so isn't this little thing natural? However, I have never dealt with Gu Chen. After leaving the secret realm of assessment, I still have to find someone to ask for Gu Chen's contact information first. That bastard, I don't care who he is, I actually want to kill me. He must die today. Zhou Xiaoshan's eyes burst into a strong resentment. At this moment, golden lights fell from the sky above the secret realm and poured into the remaining candidates' bodies. After the golden light flashed, all the candidates' fatigue disappeared, their condition was full, and they completely recovered. At the same time, the sound in the secret realm sounded again. 10 qualified people successfully advanced to the third round of assessment. Assessment Mission 3, kill an elite alien. The one who takes the least time will get the most points. First place points plus 100, second place points plus 60, third place points plus 30, fourth place points plus 10. If you fail to kill elite aliens within 30 minutes, the assessment will fail. Drunked by elite aliens during the assessment process and failed. Chapter 98. This is not enough. The statement just issued revealed Gu Chen's information, which was naturally approved by Gu Chen. When everyone's status is full, the third round of assessment begins. This time, there was an elite alien. When the word elite appeared, you don't need to think about it. The difficulty has increased several times compared to before. Only by killing elite aliens in the shortest time can you get 100 points. From the fourth place, the candidates who kill elite aliens can only get 10 points. All candidates are single-person assessments, which means that candidates can only kill elite aliens. Although candidates who have persisted until now are all rare professions, with their current combat power, how can they have the ability to kill elite aliens alone? Just hearing this assessment task, the candidates couldn't help but feel cold on their backs. It seems that this assessment not only tests the ability to output limits, but also tests the ability to survive limits. After all, only by living can we cause harm to elite aliens. If you are accidentally beaten to death by an elite alien race, not only will you fail in the assessment, but you will even lose your life. Those who were jealous of Gu Chen were secretly happy and laughed maliciously. Aren't you a high level? Is there a point bonus for hell level secret realm? Okay, no problem. If a level 30 elite alien appears, how will you deal with it? That's an elite alien at level 30. The health value is definitely above 800,000. I want to see if Gu Chen can pass the level this time. It's so miserable. If you can't kill the elite aliens within 30 minutes, you will be judged to have failed the assessment. Ha ha ha, that is to say, Gu Chen has to deal at least 26,000 damage per minute to ensure that he is not eliminated. How is this possible unless he can have unlimited fire? In the command room, several officers looked at Gu Chen in the secret realm through the screen, with a gloating smile on their faces. The elite aliens at level 30 are still in a violent state, so it should make this kid suffer a little. Yes, this is very strong, it's great. Not necessarily. Maybe this elite alien can be easily killed by him. I think his summoned beast is a bit evil. Several examiners had different opinions. Ling Feng was signing a military document at his desk, turning a deaf ear to the differences between the people around him. Liang Yi had reported to him in writing that the purpose of Gu Chen's assessment was to enter the most elite organization in the Zhenyuan army. If you can't even stand this intensity, it would be disappointing. On the other side, Zhou Xiaotian looked full of energy at this moment. Fortunately, I chose the difficult level secret realm, and the golden light in the secret realm can replenish the consumption, so I guess I can hold on for another round. The golden light just now only replenished the consumption and did not dispel his weakness. However, he is a rare profession. If he plays steadily, he should be able to pass this round of assessment. But, Gu Chen is in a little danger. In 30 minutes, you have to kill more than 800,000 of the elite aliens' health, and cause at least 27,000 damage per minute. How is this possible? Even if he has level 21 combat power, he can't do it even if he has exhausted all his energy. Among other candidates, there are many people who have this kind of thought. In the eyes of most candidates, Gu Chen has no chance of turning the tables. Stopping in the third round of assessment is his final conclusion bureau. Actually, it is not the case. I can only say that these candidates think too simply. The Blood Clan Lord is a legendary summoned beast. Although it is only level 21, its four-dimensional attributes have all broken the 600 mark. A mere 30-level elite alien race has not reached 600, and its main attribute is generally around 300, and its average attribute is at most over 400. Take it. In the secret realm, the space in front suddenly became distorted and changed a little, and then a huge tree demon with a dark red torso appeared in Gu Chen's sight. Alien, bloodstained tree demon and elite. Level, LV.30. Health point. Attributes, Strength 518, Agility 213, Physical Constitution 546, Spirit 375. Skill I, Life Absorption. Skill 2, Tree Demon Cage. I glanced at the various attributes of the elite aliens. Except for the health value that reached more than 830,000 under the elite bonus, there was nothing else that was dazzling. No wonder the third round of assessment requires candidates to kill elite aliens alone, so that's it. Although the bloodstained tree demon has a power of up to 518 points, its agility is only over 200. This value is not the regular attribute of elite aliens at all. Not to mention elite aliens, it is even lower than ordinary aliens of the same level. This is still a level 30 elite alien in the Hell-level secret realm. If it is in other low-level secret realms, the agility attribute will only be lower. In other words, although this elite alien has high blood volume and high strength, its speed is very slow, far lower than the average level of its class. In this case, as long as you are cautious in the battle, even the most ordinary professions have a high chance of avoiding the attacks of elite aliens. If it were a professional who was more agile and explosive than an assassin or shadow ranger, he could completely confront this elite alien head-on by relying on his own advantages. 830,000 health points, 518 strength, 213 agility, plus 30 minutes of specified time. It is really hard for the people of Zhen Yuan army to find an elite alien with high attack and high defense and slow action to test the candidate's extreme output ability. Gu Chen nodded slightly. He had already figured out the core points of the third round of exams. Then there is only one thing to be clear. How to kill an elite alien with more than 800,000 health within 30 minutes. Gu Chen looked light and calm. Isn't this enough to have hands? At this time, the blood-stained tree demon walked over with its huge body shaking. A dark red light burst out from its dense canopy. Then, the land at Gu Chen's feet suddenly flipped open, and vines as thick as adults' arms broke out from the ground, instantly forming a cage to trap Gu Chen in it. Skill Tree Demon Cage. The blood-stained tree demon successfully trapped Gu Chen with his skills. It roared excitedly and moved its huge body and walked forward slowly. Command the room. It's over. Gu Chenai was accidentally controlled by the tree demon cage. How could he make such a low-level mistake? This tree demon cage is extremely tough. Even warriors of the same level cannot be broken. As long as the tree demon catches up, he will definitely be dead. Oh, what a pity, Gu Chen underestimated the enemy too much. It is estimated that he won too easily in the previous few rounds. He was controlled by the blood-stained tree demon if he was not careful. Several officers shook their heads and sighed when they saw this scene. However, Gu Chen was in the cage of the tree demon, but he was not as if he was in danger, his eyes were so calm that there was no slight turbulence. Since you want to kill this elite alien in the shortest time, then. Chapter 99 The Fourth Round, 10 Elite Aliens. Gu Chen thought, and a thick black mist appeared beside him, and the figure of Chaos Yuanling appeared. After advancing to the legendary level, the spiritual attributes of the Chaos Yuan spirit have exceeded 700 marks. For magic sting-type summoned beasts, the higher the mental attributes, the higher the attack power. It is no exaggeration to say that even without relying on any bonus, the level 21 Chaos Yuan spirit can easily kill the level 30 blood-stained tree demon elite. However, in order to kill in the shortest time, the Chaos Yuan spirit directly cast 30 chaotic shadows and wrapped around the blood-stained tree demon elite. 30 Chaos Shadows, directly pull the damage rate to 30. Next, the Chaos UN Spirit only needs to cast the most basic dimensional attack to burst out unprecedented terrifying damage. The bloodstained tree demon was still in the excitement of capturing the prey, and he did not realize that the god of death's sickle had fallen above its head. The next second, a dark space crack suddenly appeared, like an extremely deep sharp blade, piercing into the thick tree trunk without any obstacles. At the same time, a rich shadow spread across the body of the bloodstained tree demon, and an extremely powerful damage exploded, completely clearing its blood bar in an instant. The huge tree body suddenly stagnated, as if all the vitality was pulled away in an instant, and fell to the ground with a bang, without any movement. Dead? In the command room, several officers rubbed their eyes, almost thinking they had read it wrong. Even Ling Feng, who was sitting in the position of the examiner, showed a rare look of shock. Instant kill? That's an elite alien with more than 800,000 health. How could he be instantly killed? What skill is this? How could such a terrifying damage be erupted? A skill deals more than 800,000 damage. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I killed it. Several officers looked at each other with stiff expressions. It took a while before they could calm down the shock in their hearts. I originally thought that Gu Chen was controlled by the tree demon cage and was already in danger. Who would have thought that with one skill, he would kill the bloodstained tree demon in seconds? That's an elite alien at level 30. If it is replaced by other professions of the same level, it is not easy to break its defense. How did such a meaty elite alien be killed instantly? Is this too much fun? The faces of several officers were extremely complicated, with an incredible look on their faces, but they had to accept the reality that the bloodstained tree demon was killed instantly. They frowned, stopped talking, and looked at the assessment scenes of other candidates with great understanding. Zhou Xiaotian relied on the speed advantage of the demon hunter and dodged under the attack of the bloodstained tree demon. He avoided the whipping of the vines with flexible movements, and then took the opportunity to go around and carry out a weak point strike. With the blessing of the epic weapon in his hand, each attack will cause at least thousands of damage. Zhang Shuren is a space mage. Faced with the extremely low agility of the bloodstained tree devil, she can bring her profession characteristics to the extreme. Every candidate is trying his best to fight against elite aliens, except Gu Chen. He always was so relaxed and freehand, as if in his eyes this assessment was like a game played by a child. In the command room, several officers felt depressed on their faces. Even the elite aliens with a blood volume of 800,000 were killed instantly. Why didn't this kid put the difficulty? Could it be that he can continue to win like this? General Ling, Gu Chen's situation is too unusual, you see. Don't worry, the purpose of the assessment is to screen talents, not to thwart talents. Ling Feng directly interrupted the officer who was preparing to speak. Gu Chen's performance is already excellent enough, there is no need to increase the difficulty because of his excellence. Seeing Ling Feng's attitude, the other officers stopped talking. Soon, after 30 minutes, some of the 10 candidates were killed, some gave up, and 3 more people were eliminated in this round. The number of people in this round of assessment is 10, and the number of people passing is 7. 1. Gu Chen, points, 1815. 2. Zhang Shuren, points, 418. 8. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 63. Zhou Xiaotian was eliminated, not because he was killed or gave up on his own initiative, but because he failed to kill the elite aliens within the specified time. For him who is weak, it is too difficult to kill an elite alien who is known for his physique in half an hour. At this time, everyone also noticed the information on the ranking list, and Gu Chen was still the first in the points. 1,815 points, far ahead. At this moment, everyone was numb. Damn it, it's just a pervert. Even the elite aliens at level 30 can't kill him. Damn, so awesome. Why doesn't he go to heaven? I'm convinced. Everyone is a professional. Why is he so outstanding? Forget it, this kind of pervert is not something I can compare with. Next is the final assessment. As long as I can enter the top 5, I can successfully join Zhen Yuan army. No matter what, if he is strong, he will only occupy one place at most. My current goal is to advance to the top 5. The gap is too big, and no one is willing to make it easier for themselves to compare with Gu Chen. The candidates who successfully advanced readjust their mentality, were ready to go, and showed their fighting spirit. Warning: the difficulty of the 4th round of assessment will continue to increase. To avoid the high casualty rate, candidates can choose to give up voluntarily. The prompt to dismiss the withdrawal appears again. This time, no one chose to give up because everyone knows that their consumption will be supplemented before the next round of assessment begins. Sure enough, after confirming that no one quit, golden lights fell from the sky, replenishing everyone's consumption again. Meanwhile, the prompt appears. Assessment Mission 4, Counterattack under the siege of 10 elite aliens. Those with the most counterattacks will have the most points. Those who kill all 10 elite aliens will have the most points. First place points plus 1000, second place points plus 600, third place points plus 300, fourth place points plus 100. This round of assessment is limited to 120 minutes. The assessment failed to kill elite aliens within the specified time. The person who was killed by elite aliens during the assessment process failed. After reading the rules, Gu Chen already knew it. The 4th round of assessment also tests extreme survival and extreme output. But the difficulty level is not a little bit higher. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely a dream to fight back from the siege of 10 elite aliens. However, if it is replaced by an elite alien with extremely low agility like the bloodstained tree demon, it would be a different matter. As long as we make good use of the shortcomings of this elite alien race in terms of attributes, there is still a lot of room for development. 10 elite aliens. It's okay to say to others. If you fight for this life, you will probably be able to complete the assessment. But Gu Chen is in trouble. A level 30 elite alien has more than 800,000 health, and 10 of them have more than 8 million health. How can I kill it in 2 hours? It is impossible to kill more than 8 million in 2 hours, and it takes 70,000 damage in 1 minute. Fortunately, I chose the difficulty level, but I didn't expect that low level is also a good thing. I'm sure Gu Chen will definitely not be able to pass the next round of assessment. At the same time, after seeing the 4th round of assessment rules clearly, a hint of joy appeared on Zhang Shuren's pretty face. In her opinion, maybe Gu Chen was lucky in the last round and was lucky enough to kill the Bloody Tree Demon Elite. But in this round, under the siege of 10 elite alien races, there is absolutely no luck. Gu Chen would either die or be eliminated. No matter what the situation was, she would be able to successfully enter the first place. So, this 4th round of assessment is the time of her rise. Chapter 100. Come and tell me who your backer is. The 4th round of assessment begins. In the secret realm, the space in front of Gu Chen is constantly distorting. Soon, 10 blood-stained tree demons appeared from the void, waving their thick branches slowly, and coming here to fight. This round of assessment mainly compares the number of kills. If all 10 elite aliens can be killed, you can not only get corresponding points, but also get a reward of double points. Killing 10 elite aliens will cause more than 8 million health? Chaos Yuanling said it wouldn't be so troublesome, its new talent just comes in handy. Shadow Killing Arc Light. When the Chaos Yuanling's skill directly kills the target, all targets entangled by the Chaos Shadow will suffer equal damage. Chaos Shadows flew out quickly, entangling 9 bloodstained tree demon elites in place. The only remaining bloodstained tree devils elite didn't realize what was going on, so they let out a dull and long roar, dragging their heavy body forward. The Chaos UN spirit will not be abusive to it. A series of chaotic shadows wrapped around the bloodstained tree demon elite, pushing the damage rate to the highest in a blink of an eye. Then, the Chaos Yuanling activates his skills. Dimensional attack. In an instant, 30 times the damage broke out on the bloodstained tree demon elite, completely clearing his blood volume without any surprise. At the same time, the talent of Shadow Kill Arc Light was triggered, and the other 9 bloodstained tree demon elites wrapped in chaotic shadows wailed loudly, and their bodies trembled violently, and they all died in a blink of an eye. Boom! 10 huge tree bodies fell to the ground almost at the same time, completely silent. However, after a few breaths, all 10 blood-stained tree demons died. This scene made the instructors in the command room stunned. A summoned beast kills 10 elite aliens in a row? How is it possible? Chao Yuanling, is that his second summoned beast? This is too terrifying. He is so strong just now at the second level? Is he going to go against the will of heaven? Gu Chen looked at the corpses of the 10 elite aliens and sighed and shook his head. Is this the Zhen Yuan army assessment? There is no challenge at all. Gu Chen had a thought and put the Chaos Yuanling into the summoning beast space, allowing it to go back and recover. In the 2 rounds of assessment, a total of 69 chaotic shadows were consumed, almost half of the reserves of chaotic shadows were exhausted. Although Chaos Shadow can increase the damage rate, there is a limitation, which is to use 1 less. Under normal circumstances, the Chaos UN spirit can recover 1 every 3 hours in the summoning beast space on average, and can only recover 8 in a day. Can't be lost all at once. Just after Gu Chen killed all the elite aliens, a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky, covering him. In a blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the assessment secret realm. Buzz! As soon as his eyes flashed, Gu Chen appeared in the previous assessment venue, and there were still several candidates who were eliminated in the assessment standing around him. Out! He had just killed 10 elite aliens and hadn't even seen the results. A little unexpected look appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. Was he sent out of the secret realm so quickly? But then I thought about it, since it was an assessment, I must wait until all the candidates finished the exam before the results were announced. After he figured this out, he didn't worry about this problem too much. After all, he has killed 10 elite aliens, not only will he get 1000 points, but he will also double the reward. 3815 points. This completely crushed all the candidates involved in the assessment. Also, that is to say, he is the first place in the assessment. Next, it's just to wait for more time in the venue. At this time, Zhou Xiaotian, who was standing in the venue, noticed Gu Chen's figure, and his eyes lit up. The 4th round of assessment just started, and Gu Chen appeared in the venue. In his opinion, this was obviously teleported out because he failed the assessment. Tisk, I thought this kid was so awesome. He was eliminated at the beginning of the 4th round, which was far inferior to Gu Chen. Zhou Xiaotian thought in his heart, and his face showed contempt. At the beginning, after being killed for 1 life, Zhou Xiaotian was deeply afraid of the person who killed him in seconds with just a disagreement, and even did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. But now it's different. When he learned that Gu Chen was also in this assessment and saw that Gu Chen's ranking was far ahead in the rankings, his heart was filled with strong confidence. That's Gu Chen. With the combat power of level 21, you can sweep all the candidates present. Zhou Xiaotian was sure that among the candidates present, only Gu Chen could avenge him. Although he had never seen Gu Chen, since Gu Chen had joined Wancheng and the Zhou family is a well-known aristocratic family in Wancheng, I believe that Xiaobian would definitely be willing to help with this. Moreover, he had just reached Gu Chen's contact information through the family relationship. Next, he could contact the other party just by waiting for Gu Chen to come out of the secret assessment realm. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaotian walked up with great strides, extremely arrogant. Boy, do you still remember me? Zhou Xiaotian blocked Gu Chen and shouted coldly, you actually wanted to kill me before. Tell you, you are in trouble today. Gu Chen raised his eyes slightly. After seeing the person clearly, he turned his head and ignored the jumping clown. Anger suddenly surged in Zhou Xiaoshan's eyes, and this feeling of being ignored made him feel a strong humiliation. Don't think that if I don't say anything, I'll let you go. I'm conscious and immediately take out a piece of legendary equipment to apologize to me. Otherwise, when my backer comes, you will die ugly. A cold light burst out from Gu Chen's eyes, immediately disappearing from my eyes. This is your last chance. Zhou Xiaotian was not only not afraid, but his arrogance became even more arrogant. Boy, do you know who my backer is? I'm not afraid of scaring you to death when I say it, my backer is. Well. Before he finished speaking, Gu Chen kicked him out. Zhou Xiaoshan's body flew straight out, and hit the wall with a bang, and was beaten into a folding screen. Last time, the Nightmare Lord advanced from epic to legendary level. Gu Chen obtained 100 attributes to feedback, directly raising his average attribute to 655, which was almost exceeding the initial attributes of a level 40 professional. Now I'm playing Zhou Xiaotian at level 15, and I'm still in a weak state. Isn't this the same as playing? Gu Chen walked forward and stepped on Zhou Xiaoshan's face. Come on, tell me, who is your backer? Hi. Zhou Xiaotian was stepped on his face by the thick solace of his shoes, and felt unprecedented humiliation in his heart. He glared at Gu Chen, with an unconcealed resentment in his eyes. Seeing this, Gu Chen directly increased the force under his feet, and the solace of his shoes rubbed Zhou Xiaoshan's face hard. Dare to glare at me? Come on, let's shine your eyes just now. Zhou Xiaotian felt a sharp pain on his face, and even his head was about to be trampled. He quickly supported Gu Chen's soul with his hands and began begging for mercy without any backbone. Brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please let me go. Chapter 101, Dragon City, a city that descends from the abyss. Just as Zhou Xiaotian begged for mercy, a tall figure walked into the venue, attracting everyone's attention. The faces of the professionals watching the show next to him suddenly changed, and unconcealed tension and excitement appeared in their eyes. Ling is coming. It turned out to be General Ling. Stand up quickly. Of course, the candidates are familiar with Ling Feng. After all, he is the chief examiner in charge of this assessment, and he is also a 5-star general in the Dongzhou military region. Ling Feng walked into the venue calmly without stopping, and walked straight towards the direction where Gu Chen was. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Gu Chen, and his eyes showed unconcealed pity. The venue just now reminded that fighting among candidates is prohibited. Not only did Gu Chen not abide by the rules, he hit the gun instead and was caught by General Ling. It seems that he was really miserable this time. At the same time, Zhou Xiaotian, who was trampled by Gu Chen, also saw Ling Feng's figure. Zhou Xiaoshan's face changed slightly, as if he had seen a savior, and he was shouting regardless of his image. General Ling, report to General Ling. This candidate openly broke the rules of the venue and attacked me in full view of everyone. Please be fair to me. Shut up. Gu Chen stomped his feet gently and directly broke Zhou Xiaoshan's row of teeth. The pain made him cry and shouted at his parents, almost fainting. Gu Chen's action shocked everyone around him. Damn it, crazy! Not only did he be caught by General Ling, but he actually dared to hit someone in front of General Ling? Will Zhendang Zhenyuan Army's 5-star battle be a vegetarian? The candidates around him looked gloating, as if they had seen the miserable outcome Gu Chen was about to face next. But Ling Feng stood in front of Gu Chen with great strides, and the hard face lines showed a rare softness. I will introduce myself. I am the chief examiner of this assessment, Ling Feng. Ignoring Zhou Xiaotian with blood on his face, Ling Feng stepped forward, with a faint smile on his serious face, "Gu Chen, congratulations, you have successfully passed the Zhenyuan Army assessment." "What? Gu Chen?" Zhou Xiaoshan's voice was clear and his speech was slow. A short sentence was heard in the ears of everyone around him, but it was as deafening as thunder. One by one, his eyes fell on Gu Chen, full of incredible expressions. You are Gu Chen." Zhou Xiaotian seemed to have forgotten the pain, his eyes full of shock and horror. Gu Chen didn't say anything, just stood there, looking down at him condescendingly. A sense of oppression came instantly. The air around him seemed to be drained, which made him feel unprecedentedly suffocated. Zhou Xiaotian felt a black look in front of him, and Gu Chen's cold gaze was like a stare from the god of death, as if he was about to kill him on the spot in the next second. Whoosh! Zhou Xiaotian turned over and knelt down at Gu Chen without hesitation. His forehead was tightly pressed against the ground, his clothes were wet with sweat, and he felt like he had just been fished out of the water. He dared not beg for mercy, let alone say a word, for fear that Gu Chen would kill him instantly with one thought. "Liang Yi has reported to me about your matter. Come with me, I have a message, you will definitely be very interested." "A message that is very interested? Is it related to the Dragon Clan?" Gu Chen nodded, ignored Zhou Xiaotian, who was kneeling on the ground, and followed Ling Feng outside the venue. After waiting for him to leave for a long time, Zhou Xiaotian slowly raised his head and looked at a nearby profession. "You, come and help me, I can't stand up." The professional hurried forward and helped him up. "Mr. Zhou, is it okay?" "It's okay. You can try it." "Damn it, I'm scared." "Do you think there is anything wrong?" Zhou Xiaotian stood up with difficulty and wiped away the blood on his face. He turned out to be Gu Chen. "Damn, I've been in trouble for 8 lifetimes today. Fortunately, Ling Zhang appeared in time, otherwise I wouldn't dare to imagine what consequences I would have." As he said, Zhou Xiaotian accelerated a little more and left the venue as if he was running for life. On the other side, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into a very spacious office. On a huge screen, Gu Chen's assessment results were constructed in the form of a line chart, and he surpassed all the candidates in this assessment. Ling Feng didn't say anything, pointing to the data matching the line chart and said, "In this assessment, your total points are 3,185 points, no problem." Gu Chen nodded. He had already calculated this score. More than 3,000 points are equivalent to more than 3,000 military achievements, which is considered to have made a small fortune. Ling Feng rubbed the stubble on his chin, and a thoughtful smile hung on his face. "Yes, if that old guy Gu Qingfeng knew your grades, he would definitely regret it so much that his intestines were blushed." Gu Qingfeng was once one of the generals of the Shengxia Empire, but he was from the north and rarely dealt with Dongzhou. Although Ling Feng's status is not as good as Gu Qingfeng, who is not arrogant enough to become a 5-star general. If he is timid when he hears the 3 words Gu Qingfeng, how can he gain a foothold in the Dongzhou military region? The smile on his face was curled away, and Ling Feng said seriously, "The assessment you just participated in is the selection assessment set by Zhenyuan Army for students who have changed their positions. Once they pass, they can become a formal Zhenyuan Army. But Liang Yi told me that your purpose is not just to join Zhenyuan Army." "Not bad." Gu Chen nodded, "I know that there is another most elite secret organization in Zhenyuan Army. If you want to become an elite, there is a more difficult assessment. However, in the assessment just now, you have already shown your potential, so I sent an application to the military department to exempt you from the next stage of assessment." Gu Chen's eyes showed an unexpected look. "Well, am I now?" "No, I haven't finished speaking yet." Ling Feng continued, "Although the military headquarters has exempted you from the next stage of assessment, you have to follow me to Yinlong City." "Yinlong City? Where is that place?" "A city that descends from the abyss, where there is what you want." Gu Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and then his eyes showed a look of ecstasy. Can you say that there are dragon clans in that place? No, Ling Feng nodded and said, this time you go to Yinlong City. If you can successfully contract the dragon clan, even if you have obtained the access qualification, you can join the elite organization of Zhenyuan army. If not, then you can only start with the ordinary Zhenyuan army. Gu Chen nodded, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes, so, the assessment was not exempted, but a situation was changed. If I understand it correctly, the difficulty of contracting the dragon clan is more difficult than the original assessment, right? Chapter 102 5-Star Captain. The Dragon City is the invasion of the abyss into this world. Every once in a while, the abyss rifts open randomly around the world, and aliens will descend to this world in this way. Until 5 years ago, a city flew out of the abyss crack and descended into the territory of the Shengxia Empire. This city is Yinlong City. The reason why it is called Yinlong City is because in the abyss world, this city is located in the dragon territory. If the abyss is a closed space and time, then Yinlong City is the real abyss. There are a large number of alien races of different ranks living in Yinlong City. Their arrival is no less than a natural disaster for the Shengxia Empire. Therefore, after the arrival of Yinlong City, high-level powerhouses from various major forces also took action. Over the past 5 years, the major forces have paid a considerable price and finally successfully killed the high-level alien race in Yinlong City. Now, there are only a large number of low-level alien races left in the city, which is no longer a threat. Even for the younger generation of professionals, although Yinlong City is full of dangers, it is also accompanied by opportunities that make people soar into the sky. After killing the dragon clan, a warrior extracted dragon blood and tempered his body. After absorbing a large amount of dragon blood essence, he changed his position for the second time and became a rare professional dragon blood warrior. Some mages also found a large number of Dragon Clan classics in the Dragon Clan's nest, and carefully studied them. Later, they changed their posts to become rare professional dragon grammar masters for a second time. This kind of thing has been widely circulated among professionals, resulting in countless professionals with average talent who hope to transfer their positions at level 25 and then soar to the sky. However, the fact is that most of the professionals who entered Yinlong City eventually died there. After all, it is not an ordinary city, but a real abyss. Those who can gain opportunities and soar into the sky will always be just a small number of professionals favored by the god of luck. Therefore, as Gu Chen thought, this trip to Yinlong City was more difficult than the regular assessment. However, in order to contract a dragon as a summoning beast, he is also very looking forward to the Dragon Instinct City. By the way, I can see what the real abyss looks like. By the way, how do you redeem the points obtained during the assessment? Gu Chen asked. Points can be converted into military success, Liang Yi said before. With military achievements, you can exchange equipment, props, and other items in the Zhenyuan Army Treasure House. After passing the 4th round of assessment, he now has 4,000 points, and he doesn't know how to use it. According to Gu Chen's assessment results, he can already be regarded as a member of Zhenyuan Army. Ling Feng said directly, points and military merits are exchanged one at a time. Your military merits are less than 4,000 now. You can only exchange items of rare level or below. Do you need to exchange them? Gu Chen waved his hand, then forget it. After passing several hell-level dungeons and abyss, there were a lot of rare-level equipment that exploded, but there were very few epic equipment. It's better to save up some military achievements until it's time to exchange for epic equipment later. Next, Ling Feng took out a dark green box and opened it, and it was a dark green medal inside. This is the officer medal of Zhenyuan Army. In addition to proof of identity, it also has the effect of concealing attributes and levels. If presented to local departments, you can obtain the right to act cheaply. Do it cheaply. Officer's medal. Gu Chen was startled at first, and then his eyes showed a little doubt. I just passed the level selection and assessment, so have you become an officer? Ling Feng explained, according to the assessment regulations, candidates who have won the first place in the assessment and have scored more than 2,000 can be directly awarded the rank of the 5-star captain. The officer system of Zhenyuan Army is divided into 3 levels, from low to high, namely the lieutenant, the school officer, and the general officer. Although the 5-star captain is at the bottom of the officer system, as long as you go further, you can become a school official. Moreover, it is already a very rare situation for Gu Chen to cross the soldiers and become an officer as soon as he joined the Zhenyuan Army. Even if the candidates with him passed the selection and assessment, they would slowly rise from the private sector, and it was impossible for him to reach the top in one step. Gu Chen nodded and put away the officer's medal. Gu Chen, you go back and prepare for it today. I will go to Wanchinj to find you tomorrow. Gu Chen nodded, and had this plan. After the dungeon came out, he hurried to the base with Liang Yi, and he has not even removed the dungeon treasure chest. Wanchinj City Hall, City Lord's office. Liang Yi, I want to order Gu Chen to be called out immediately, no matter what method is used. Gu Chen has signed up for the academic institution assessment, and that is the academic institution. Who can give you the courage to send him to Zhenyuan Army? The city lord of Lingheng Su Lai stands in front of Liang Yi, he said coldly and without any hesitation. Liang Yi didn't care and said with a smile, the news about city lord Su is really sensitive, but don't worry, it's probably not long before Gu Chen will be back. Su Lai snorted coldly, and a strong anger surged from his face. Since Gu Chen obtained the Abyss achievements and benefited the Wanchinj professionals with his own strength, his reputation in Lingheng has become completely bad. The people of Lingheng endlessly bombarded and abused Su Lai on major media platforms, and even listed the 10 major crimes that Su Lai had to say. Negative news about him was like a blowout, and he couldn't even press down. If things were allowed to continue like this, they would probably arouse public anger in Lingheng. By then, his career will be over. This made Su Lai's heart go crazy. There was no choice but to come to Wanchinj in person to find Gu Chen. Who knew that as soon as I arrived in Wanchinj, I learned that Liang Yi sent Gu Chen to Zhenyuan military base. What does this mean? Naturally, there is no need to say more. Gu Chen joins Wanchinj, and there is still a chance to return to Lingheng. But if Gu Chen joins Zhenyuan Army, he will be completely finished playing. Su Lai suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, Liang Yi, you sent Gu Chen to Zhenyuan Army without the consent of the academic institution. Are you going to provoke a struggle between the military headquarters and the academic institution? I tell you that I must take Gu Chen away within 10 minutes, otherwise don't blame me for demolishing your city lord's mansion. Liang Yi sneered without fear, Su Lai, don't put a hat on me. Whether it is the military headquarters or the academic institution, it depends on Gu Chen's own wishes. What are you doing here? I said that Gu Chen has signed up for the college assessment. He is from the college and must go back to Lingheng with me. You sent him to Zhenyuan Army privately, this is a taboo. Not to mention you, even if the 5-star war in the military headquarters is coming, you must bow your head to admit your mistake. Su Lai stared at Liang Yi viciously, his face full of gloom. At this moment, a powerful voice came from outside. Let the 5-star warrior bow his head to you and admit his mistake? Humph, what are you? How dare you spray feces all over here? As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in an officer's outfit walked in, with the ranks of officers above his shoulders, and 5 golden stars lined up in turn. Su Lai subconsciously turned his head. After seeing the person clearly, his face suddenly changed, and his anger instantly turned into strong fear and fear. 5-star warriors. Chapter 103 Departure and head to Yinlong City. In an instant, Su Lai, who was originally aggressive, immediately withered. He was just talking, but as soon as he finished speaking, a 5-star warrior appeared behind him. What else is more scary than this? General Ling. Liang Yi was also shocked, but not shock, but surprise. He was still having a headache about how to send Su Lai away. After all, he was the one who was in the wrong. Now, Ling Feng is here, and there is finally someone who can handle the problem. General Ling, I didn't expect that you were the one who came here. Please come in quickly. Liang Yi hurried forward, nodded and bowed, and his slutty posture formed a sharp contrast with the image of the city lord who was tall and above in the past. Ling Feng walked into the office with a meteor, kicked Su Lai to the wall, and then sat in the seat that symbolized the city lord without hesitation. He is a 5-star general of Zhenyuan army and a core member of the military headquarters. In a small city like Wancheng, even the city lord can directly issue orders. What's more, Liang Yi was originally the soldier he brought out. At the door, Gu Chen also walked in and glanced at Su Lai lightly. Is it him? What did he do in Wancheng? Ling Feng seemed to be in a good mood and did not pursue Su Lai's offense, but waved to Liang Yi. Liang Yi, you recommended a good seedling to me this time. It's not bad, you're very good. Immediately, he looked at Gu Chen and smiled. Come on, let me show you Lord Liang. Gu Chen understood and took out the Zhenyuan army officer medal from his carry-on space and placed it in front of Liang Yi. Seeing this scene, Su Lai, who had just gotten up from the ground, subconsciously stood up and looked over. Officer's medal, is this 5-star captain? Liang Yi looked at the medal with an incredible look on his face. Gu Chen had just participated in the assessment and became an officer in a blink of an eye. And he is also a 5-star lieutenant. Could it be that Gu Chen got more than 2,000 points in the assessment? No. This is also outrageous. Who believes it if you say it? Liang Yi once participated in the selection and assessment of Zhenyuan army, and of course he knew how difficult it was to have 2,000 points. Over the years, he has never heard of any candidate who can get more than 2,000 points in the Zhenyuan Jun assessment. Seeing Liang Yi's incredible appearance, Ling Feng laughed, ha ha ha, Liang Yi, just a 5-star lieutenant medal, you have one too, why do you still seem to have seen a ghost? Liang Yi took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Gu Chen. General Ling, my 5-star lieutenant's medal is about to be discharged from the army. Gu Chen got it on the first day, but it was a huge difference. After saying that, Liang Yi turned his head to look at Su Lai on the side, his eyes full of jokes. Lord Su, did you just say that you must bring Gu Chen back to Lingheng today? Su Lai's expression was stunned, and his face quickly became gloomy. Seeing this, Gu Chen said without hesitation, Lord Su, it's impossible for me to go to Lingheng with you. You should come from where you want to go back. For a moment, Su Lai's face looked extremely ugly. He is a peak professional at the 4th level. In his plan, if Gu Chen was unwilling to go back to Lingheng with him, he would do it directly and force Gu Chen back. But now, with Ling Feng, a 5-star warrior, in charge of Wancheng, his 4th level peak is nothing. No, it should be said that it doesn't even count. He can be named a 5-star warrior and is definitely a 7th level strongman. If Ling Feng wants his life, he can kill him with just one breath. Su Lai had no choice but to grit his teeth and left with a grievance. Then, General Gu Chen took away the officer medal. Ling Feng looked at Liang Yi and said, give Gu Chen a certificate, and he will take a special train to Yinlong City tomorrow. Special train? Gu Chen looked surprised, don't you need a teleportation array? On the way here, Gu Chen searched specially. Yinlong City was located in a wilderness outside Dongzhou. The distance was not close. It would take at least 7 or 8 hours to take the special train. Liang Yi shrugged, the threat of Dragon City has only gradually subsided in the past 2 years. The teleportation array is already in the planning process. It is estimated that construction will start next year. Now, you can only arrange for you to take a special train for the recruits. The recruit train is okay. If you can, I'll have a separate compartment. Gu Chen made a small request, and it was just a 7 or 8 hour drive away, just to take a rest. Don't worry, your treatment must be much higher than those recruits. The next morning, after arriving at the high-speed rail station, Gu Chen found a special train with the military sign posted. From the outside, the carriage was filled with new Zhenyuan army soldiers wearing brand new military uniforms. They were basically around level 15, and level 16 was already the best. Gu Chen walked forward, found carriage number 1, showed his officer's medal, and successfully entered the carriage. The front half of the car is open, just like an ordinary train, and the second half is divided into a compartment, with several independent lounges appearing. After entering the carriage, Gu Chen's appearance immediately attracted a series of gazes around him. These people are all wearing military uniforms, but Gu Chen is wearing casual clothes, and standing in the carriage is like an alien. Damn, who is this? Can you go to the military special train without wearing military uniform? Shut up! If you offend the chief, you will be dead. Looking at how young he is, he cannot be the commander of Zhenyuan army. That's when the generals are behind, they can't be provoked. Everyone's eyes looked frequent and they were talking in private. Gu Chen didn't care about the eyes of these people. They were all new recruits of more than 10 levels. What do they care about? He glanced at the ticket information in his hand, walked all the way inside, and entered a separate compartment. When Gu Chen disappeared from everyone's sight, a group of new recruits began to chat in a mess. Although Gu Chen entered the compartment, with his more than 700-year-old mental attributes, he could easily hear the sounds around him. What surprised him was that these people were talking about was him. Brother, I am from Jinshanj. Where are you from? A coincidence, I am from Wanchanj, not far from you. From Wanchanj? Then you must know Gu Chen. It's just a joke. I'm just an ordinary rare profession. How can I know Gu Chen like genius? That's right. It's hard to pass the nightmare abyss with rare professions like ours. Gu Chen not only passed the hell level, but also received an SSS level evaluation. In my opinion, no one who can be better than Gu Chen in Dongzhou's transfer student. Hearing this, a level 16 mage next to him immediately interjected. This is not necessarily the case. I know that a person is much better than Gu Chen. Have you heard that? Yesterday at the Wanchanj test site, a candidate was killed in the assessment and was directly attracted by General Ling. Chapter 104. Although Gu Chen is powerful, he is still far behind the great god. What? Some candidates were attracted by Ling Zhang. That's a 5-star general from the Dongzhou military region. Can't you take off on the spot? That's sure. The mage recruit nodded. I heard that the candidate killed 10 elite aliens in the last level, and the total points will definitely exceed 2,000. Hearing this, the people next to him suddenly showed shock. For ordinary recruits, it is already difficult to kill an elite alien race. What kind of master is it that he actually killed 10? Killing 10 elite aliens? This is a bit irritating. The ranger recruit who picked the topic curled his lips. Those who participated in the assessment were all transferred to their posts. How? Could anyone kill 10 alien races? If you don't believe it, it's all right. My brother passed the test site in Wanchanj. Unfortunately, he was too strict. I asked who the candidate was several times, but he didn't say it. So that's it. No wonder several buddies who participated in the assessment in Wanchanj said they met the king of soldiers. So that's true. Yes, you have also heard that killing 10 elite aliens in a row, and you cannot use recovery props in battle. This is definitely more difficult than the hell level abyss. So, although Gu Chen is very strong, it is still a bit worse than this great god. Post it every day. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. The mage recruit's tone showed strong admiration. That's not necessarily the case. The ranger's recruit directly fought back. A genius like Gu Chen must not be conjectured by common sense. In my opinion, maybe Gu Chen can easily kill 10 elite aliens. The new mage waved his hands. It's impossible. The assessment is much more difficult than the abyss. Gu Chen can pass the hell level abyss, but he may not be able to pass the assessment. The two of them quickly became arguing, which caused several recruits around to lean over and express their opinions one after another. I admit that the great god is very strong, but compared to Gu Chen, who has achieved success in the abyss, he is still a younger brother. That's just an elite alien race. Gu Chen has never killed it, but that great god should have never won the abyss achievement, right? You're so small, buddy, you're a little bit smaller. Do you still remember what the reward is to kill 10 elite aliens? Double the points? Yes, I forgot if you don't say it. The 10 elite aliens have 1000 points, and if they double it, it will be 2000. What's wrong with 2000 points? I have 680 points, haven't I passed the assessment? Brother, don't talk casually, as your IQ is easily exposed. There is one rule in the assessment. If the candidate scores more than 2000 points, he can be directly promoted to the 5-star captain. Damn it! Doesn't this mean that the great god is no longer a recruit, but has become a 5-star lieutenant? After the words came to an end, the recruits who had previously supported Gu Chen were fucked and silent. The lieutenant, and the 5-star lieutenant. This rank is too far away for a group of new recruits. In Zhenyuan Army, new recruits can be promoted to 1-star private after serving for 1 year. Privates are divided into 5 levels, with the highest being 5 stars. 5-star privates can be promoted to 1-star soldier. Soldiers are also divided into 5 levels, the highest is 5 stars, and only 5-star soldiers can be promoted to 1-star lieutenant. This is why Liang Yi showed an incredible look after seeing Gu Chen's 5-star captain medal. For Gu Chen, it was just an officer's medal, but for Liang Yi, it was the path he had only completed in the army for more than 10 years. The ranger recruit was silent for a moment, his face full of complexity. As soon as he passed the assessment, he was a 5-star lieutenant? Is it true or false? The new mage recruit smiled and said, "Can this be fake? What kind of person is General Ling? How could an ordinary genius be seen by him? Even a genius like Gu Chen has never been received by General Ling himself." After this comparison, the eyes of the recruits changed suddenly, and everyone was amazed repeatedly, and several recruits even directly regarded the great god as their goal in life. Even the ranger recruits who have always praised Gu Chen did not speak. For a moment, the new mage recruit was greatly satisfied, as if he was the great god who was awarded the 5-star captain medal. Look, although Gu Chen is amazing, he is still far behind that great god. How many people can't be an officer in their entire lives? The starting point of others has exceeded the end point of most people. Shut up, no noise is allowed on the military line. At this moment, a tall and thin figure in a straight uniform stepped into the car. The new recruits subconsciously looked at it and judged it by their clothes that this person should be the commander of the army. The conductor has no military rank, and because he drives the army, he enjoys the treatment of a lieutenant. Don't underestimate this, for ordinary soldiers, it is equivalent to the ceiling. For a moment, the new recruits' faces suddenly changed, and they sat upright in their positions, looking at their noses, and their mouths closed. The conductor stood in the carriage, his sharp eyes swept across the faces of a group of recruits, and then turned around and walked towards the cubicle. Dong 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 dong. After knocking on the door, the conductor's tone became much more respectful. "Mr. Gu Chen, please disturb me, I am Wu Feng, the commander of this army." As the conductor finished speaking, a strong shock erupted on the faces of the recruits in the carriage. Mr. Gu Chen? One by one looked subconsciously at the compartment. The compartment door opened. After seeing Gu Chen, the conductor Wu Feng immediately explained, "Just received the news, the aliens near the tundra wilderness were a little restless. But don't worry, the nearby Zhenyuan army has been dispatched. I believe that when we arrive in the tundra wilderness, there should be no accident." "Okay, then thank you for your hard work." Gu Chen nodded. "Okay, City Lord Liang Yi has already told me that no matter what your needs are, you can contact me at any time." Wu Feng didn't want to disturb Gu Chen too much, so he left after saying a few words. Before leaving the carriage, he specifically told the group of recruits to be more at ease and not disturb Gu Chen's rest. For a moment, the new recruits who were just discussing were worried and looked at each other. The person in the compartment turned out to be Gu Chen? Didn't he hear all the discussions that everyone had just discussed? The faces of several new recruits were stiff. Just now, they were the least optimistic about Gu Chen. How could they think that the main owner was next to him? The new mage recruit who just spoke up to belittle Gu Chen was sweating coldly at this moment. What if you are sitting on pins and needles? Like a light on the back? If there was a gap in the floor of the car, he would have wanted to get in now. After waiting for a while, there was no movement in the compartment where Gu Chen was, and the faces of the new mage recruits gradually returned to normal. Perhaps out of curiosity, he approached the ranger recruit next to him and lowered his voice, "Brother, this trip is a military train, how could Gu Chen be in the car?" "I don't know." The new recruit from the Golf Warriors shook his head. At this time, he suddenly asked in a strange way, "Do you think it's possible? The great god in the Zhenyuan army's assessment is actually Gu Chen. You can't help it. If that great god is really Gu Chen, he will have to wear a military uniform at least, right?" The new mage recruit was slightly stunned and nodded. "Yeah, that's right." Chapter 105 New Skills, Compulsory Surrender. Gu Chen was not wearing military uniforms because he was just a car and did not go to Zhenyuan military base with these new recruits. After the conductor left, he closed the door of the compartment. "I don't know if it was scolded by the train commander before, or if I knew that the person in the compartment was Gu Chen, and the new recruits outside never had the discussion as enthusiastically as before." Gu Chen was also happy to be quiet. After coming out of the spider cave, he first went to the city lord's mansion and then participated in the Zhenyuan army assessment. He didn't even have time to open the dungeon treasure chest and record-breaking gift box. Now there is just time. You have opened the rare level dungeon treasure chest. Get Spider Robe LV.20 rarity level. Get the transfer scroll *1. Get the fortified fossil *15. Get energy recovery potion *10. Spider robe, well, not bad, finally got a Maharaja professional equipment. Spider robe. Quality, rare. Level, LV.20. Occupational restrictions, legal professions. Attribute, health plus 3000, spirit plus 200. Effect, when wearing a spider robe, you can get spider sensing, dodge rate plus 30%. Good. For mage professionals, dodge rate is a good thing. But for Gu Chen, it's not good enough. Now he is wearing a level 10 priest suit. Although his attributes are not as good as level 20 equipment, the effect of the set can be sacrificed, which will double the attributes of the summoned beast. This is much more useful than adding attributes and a 30% dodge rate. We have to think of a way to find a famous forge and see if we can forge the sacrificial suit to level 20 or higher. Although this sacrificial suit is rare, it was dropped from the hell level dungeon of the temple ruins, and there is no one on the market. If placed on a professional trading platform, it is definitely hard to find a fortune. But Gu Chen was reluctant to sell it. After all, the effect of the set is too powerful. If you can find a forger to improve the level of the set, it would be the best. I heard that some forging masters have a high status and most people can't help them. Even if they can, they have to make an appointment in advance. In this case, I can only ask Liang Yi. Thinking of this, Gu Chen sent a message to Liang Yi, asking the other party to help find a forge who can improve the suit level. Then, he put the useless spider robe into his portable space and prepared to sell it in the future. You have opened the rare record-breaking gift box. Get Skill Book LV.20 Rarity Level. Skill Book? Another skill book? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. The gift box was really a good thing. He had already published several skill books. Skill Book, Forced Submission. Level, 20. Qualification, Rare. Effect, sign a master-servant contract with alien creatures and take them into a summoned beast. Note, the lower the health of alien creatures, the lower the resistance awareness, and the higher the contract success rate. Timely. This skill came in time. Gu Chen looked ecstatic and couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth. Originally, it was a bit unconfident about the contracted dragon clan. After all, the dragon clan is naturally arrogant and regards humans as bedbugs. It is absolutely difficult to count on a dragon to surrender to humans. But now with the skill forced submission, things have suddenly become simpler. The dragon clan would rather die than surrender to mankind? Then fight to the death. Skills have been mentioned. The lower the health of alien creatures and the lower the resistance awareness, the higher the contract success rate. Other professional contracts: Dragon Clan, show combat power, display resources, persuade and coax, coerce and temptation, and spending the power of the ox and treacherous forces may not necessarily sign a contract with the Dragon Clan. Gu Chen contracts the Dragon Clan, fight to death. As long as you are not beaten to death, you will definitely contract the Dragon Clan. Too simple and crude. Why is the summoner skill so powerful? In fact, this is not the case, mainly Gu Chen is strong. For summoners, forced submission is a necessary skill, and almost all summoners have mastered this skill. However, before this, no summoner dared to force the Dragon Clan. Gu Chen is the first one. Although he hasn't taken action yet, he is already on the way to take action. Next, Gu Chen received 2 professional experiences in the pass level reward, each of which was 100,000, totaling 200,000 experiences. Level, LV.21, / I'm still more than 7,000 experience away from being promoted to level 22. After entering the second level, the upgrade is really slow, mainly because Gu Chen entered the first level dung last time. The experience of the first level dungeon is naturally not matched with those who are second level professions, and it is reasonable to upgrade slowly. However, the next trip to the Dragon City can almost match Gu Chen's level. After 5 years of battle, the largest number of second-level aliens in Yinlong City are the second-level alien races, and third-level or higher-level alien races are not ruled out, but they are very rare. It can be said that the current Yinlong City can basically be regarded as a second-level abyss, but it is even more difficult. Because the alien races inside are all alien races with dragon bloodlines. When Gu Chen unboxed the box, the army also slowly started and galloped towards the direction of Yinlong City. After the train left the city, the ubiquitous grey fog completely obscured the sight, the light in the carriage was dim, and the atmosphere was much more suppressed for a while. However, the recruits were not worried about this. After all, they were riding in the army, driven by advanced source crystals, and were extremely fast. Even the elite aliens at level 20 dare not stop the car, otherwise the terrifying impact would instantly knock the aliens to pieces. 4 hours later, the train entered the tundra wilderness and there were some bumps during the journey. Inside the carriage, the new mage looked at the grey fog outside the window covering the sky and couldn't help but show a look of worry. By the way, the train conductor told Gu Chen just now that the aliens in the tundra wilderness are a little restless. No aliens will attack the military lineup, right? Although it is a rare profession and has passed the Zhenyuan army assessment, the new recruits are new recruits after all. After all, they have not walked in the wilderness for a few times, so they naturally have to worry. Haha, don't worry, I received the news 2 hours ago that all the aliens near the railway have been dispersed by the Zhenyuan army. A fat middle-aged man walked over from another carriage, comforted the new mage recruit, then looked at the people sitting and said, I am Su Hai, the flight attendant of this military train. Please rest assured that the speed of the military train can reach thousands of kilometers per hour, and even the aliens in the abyss dare not approach it easily. What's more, the military is also equipped with a weapon system. Even if there are alien races, they will not. A powerful inertia suddenly hit and caught off guard. The flight attendant and the recruits in the car all fell forward, and the sharp and harsh sound of brakes sounded in his ears. Swish! The train stopped urgently and the speed dropped sharply. Fortunately, there were all new recruits who successfully passed the assessment in the carriage, and both their attributes and combat power were above the average level, so there was no big casualties. However, there are still a few people who fail to react in time to receive minor injuries. For a moment, the carriage was noisy and messy. Chapter 106 Mr. Gu Chen, don't get off the car. The intense inertia made Gu Chen feel strong discomfort. He walked out of the compartment and saw the chaotic scene in the carriage, and his brows frowned. Outside the car window, huge figures appeared and disappeared in the black fog, approaching at a very fast speed. Suddenly, a scream rang out among the recruits. What are those, tundra giants? Rock armor giant rhinoceros? Mud beast? Didn't it mean that Zhenyuan army has cleaned up? Why did so many alien races suddenly appear? Several new recruits looked at the scene in the black fog and their faces were pale for a moment. The flight attendant Su Hai stabilized his body, turned his head to look subconsciously, and his face suddenly changed. I saw dozens of black shadows squatting outside the car window, including several elite aliens, all of whom were at level 30. Although the army is very fast, if several elite aliens at level 30 join forces, they can be forced to stop them. Generally speaking, alien races in the wilderness have their own territory and rarely gather together. But today's situation is obviously not right. A group of recruits looked out the window and shivered. Why should you slow down? Accelerate quickly and rush out of the siege of the alien race. Meanwhile, a red alarm on both sides of the carriage lights up. The road ahead was destroyed by the mud beasts, and the train could not continue to move forward. Everyone has it, and be ready for battle immediately. The road ahead was destroyed by mud beasts, and the train could not continue. Come on, everyone has it, be ready for battle immediately. The conductor's voice rang out from the horn. The flight attendant frowned and his face looked extremely ugly. The road was destroyed by mud beasts? These alien races have absolutely planned it. The army was parked in the wilderness and surrounded by a group of alien races. If the rock-armored giant rhinoceros collided with the train, it would definitely overturn the entire train directly. Gu Chen walked out of the compartment and walked towards the carriage. Su Hai hurried forward to stop him. Mr. Gu Chen, don't move randomly. The soldiers on the army have been dispatched and the attack system will be activated. Everyone must remain calm. The last sentence was shouted at the recruits who were in panic. Next, a large number of soldiers rushed off the train with weapons, and there was also a mechanical sound of clarking and clarking sound at the top of the carriage. It should be that the attack system began to start. The flight attendant was guarding Gu Chen's side and did not dare to act rashly. The train conductor just explained to him that Gu Chen is a celebrity around the Lord of Wanchange City. If there is any mistake, his organization will probably be gone. Gu Chen didn't say anything, and looked out the window. In the grey fog, huge black shadows surged in the turbulent fog, headed by the 30th level Tundra Giant Elite, like a large alien army launching a charge. A loud noise came from the top of the train, and the energy cannon automatically locked the nearest alien race, and the firepower was fully opened. The soldiers of Shen Yuan army who were accompanying the car got off the car one after another and fought desperately with the alien races around him. These are all 3-star soldiers wearing standard equipment inside the Shen Yuan army. They can almost be said to be armed to the teeth and have very strong combat power. Led by several third-level officers, the soldiers successfully blocked the first wave of alien races that rushed over. Mr. Gu Chen, the military line is not only loaded with weapons, but also a defense system. This place is the safest. Don't get off the train. The flight attendant's voice sounded in Gu Chen's ear. The reason for saying this is that after a brief panic, several new recruits in the car were passionately getting off the car and killing foreign races, including the ranger who just praised Gu Chen. Because the soldiers of Shen Yuan army had already taken over and were in a fierce battle with the alien race, in their opinion, it was a good time to go up and help. However, at this moment, a clear sense of vibration came from the ground. In the depths of the grey fog, huge black shadows were rushing towards the army. When the recruits saw this scene, their faces turned pale. They were a giant rock-armored rhinoceros that was a circle larger than a heavy truck. They were all second-level peaks, and the leader was still a level 30 elite. How to fight this? Among them, the highest level is only level 16, and they are looking for death when they go up. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen shook his head and walked directly to the car door. Su Hai's face changed suddenly and he immediately stopped him. Mr. Gu Chen, it's too dangerous outside, and getting off the car now is very unwise. In his opinion, although Gu Chen is called a genius and has a great reputation, he is just a transfer student after all, and he is only a second-level student to die. How could he resist the third-level alien race? Moreover, there are several elites among those alien races. Gu Chen pointed out the window. Crew master, if you stop me again, those giant rock-armored rhinos will destroy the army. The flight attendant turned his head and looked pale immediately. The soldiers of Shen Yuan army were in excitement and were fighting with the first wave of tundra giants. The empty doors on the military line opened wide, and after the rock-armored giant rhinoceros appeared, they came to the scene regardless of some. Don't underestimate these charges, they are the skills of the giant rhinoceros. Once hit, the Israeli military defense system will be destroyed and killed if it cannot last a few times. Stop the rock-armored giant rhinoceros! A third-level officer who changed his position to the blood and energy warrior shouted loudly, and his blood and energy burst out all over his body. Each person stabbed him directly at a giant rock armor rhinoceros. A bang! The third-level officer was knocked back and flew backwards. His body was like a shell hitting the military list, smashing a huge depression into the carriage. This scene caused the new recruits in the carriage to look horrified. Gu Chen didn't say much, and stepped away from the flight attendant and walked directly out of the car. If those alien races were allowed to destroy the army, it would be troublesome. Next to the car door, the officer who smashed the carriage into a sunken lightly stood up from the ground. When he saw Gu Chen walk out of the car door, he shouted loudly. Stop! Gu Chen looked over and saw that the officer's broken combat uniform was marked with the rank of the lieutenant, and the 3 stars on it were still stained with blood. 3-star captain. Gu Chen ignored it, but looked at the giant rock-armored rhinestones that were rushing towards him. The leader is the level 30 elite, and the rest are ordinary aliens at the peak of the second level. If this crashes into the army, I am afraid that everyone will be trapped in the wilderness. Go back quickly! The officer shouted at Gu Chen, held the long sword and rushed towards the group of giant rock-armored rhinos. Although courage is commendable, this behavior is like a armed mantis chariot. Even if the third-level blood warrior explodes with all his strength, he will never be able to block the rock-armored giant rhinoceros in the charge state. As a soldier, he has done his best. Even if you die from a different under the charge of the clan, he also had to protect the army and new soldiers behind him. At this moment, an unprecedented powerful aura suddenly came from behind him. Before he could turn around, a hideous figure that was not as weak as the rock-armored giant rhinoceros suddenly rushed out from him, and the surging airflow pushed him aside. Broken impact. The dark dragon hunting turtle shot out like a giant shell, hitting the leading giant rhino elite. Chapter 107 The highest military rank in the game, taking over the battlefield. There was a loud bang, and the grey fog around it surged like waves. Centered on the dark dragon hunting turtle and the rock-armored giant rhino elite, a raging storm suddenly swept out. The 30-level rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite let out a wail, and the black horn on its head was broken by the thorn armor of the dark dragon hunting turtle. The oppressive body fell back heavily under the terrifying impact. Although the dark dragon hunting turtle is at a low level, after reaching level 21, its physique has reached 408 points. In addition, the 500 attributes provided by the indomitable black armor, the overall physique has been directly pushed to 908 points. As a result, the proportion of counter damage of talent back of the spike armor also increased to 95.4%, almost equivalent to 100%. It can be said that the reason why this rock armor giant rhino elite suffered such severe damage during the collision was almost because it hit its own charge skill. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant rock-armored rhinoceros elite fell to the ground, the dark dragon hunting turtle poked out of the thorn armor, activated its skills, and let out a violent roar at the groups of giant rock-armored rhinoceros behind. Roar! More than 20 rock-armored giant rhinoceros were mocked, and the coldness in his eyes instantly turned into an angry look. They quickly turned their spearheads, gave up their attacks on the military, and launched a crazy attack on the dark dragon hunting turtle. The dark dragon hunting turtle was not afraid at all, and the fighting spirit burst out in its eyes. Talent and skills are activated at the same time. Every time you are attacked, you can increase the damage bonus by 10% and the attack speed by 1%. In addition, it has nearly 100% counter damage, and its output ability directly crushes this group of alien races. In the carriage, the recruits looked at the battle here through the window, and their faces showed a strong shock. Whose summoning beast is this? Why is it so terrifying? Is this a guess? Isn't the answer obvious? There is no summoner profession in Zhenyuan army. There is only one summoner in the audience, Gu Chen. Su Hai stood in the carriage, listening to the group of recruits' discussions, and an irrepressible look of shock burst out on his face. How is this possible? This is Gu Chen. Although he had known Gu Chen was a genius for a long time, he never expected that a student who had just transferred less than 10 days could have such terrifying combat power. That's more than 23rd level alien races. Even the officer of Zhenyuan army was no match for him. He could block all the alien races with just a summoning beast. This is simply outrageous. The new ranger who had praised Gu Chen before was excited and showed off to the people around him, "Look, Gu Chen blocked more than 23rd level alien races with just one summoning beast. His combat power must be the strongest. Don't accept rebuttal." The new mage recruit looked dissatisfied, but he could only nod in silence. At this time, the officer next to the carriage also came to his senses and looked at Gu Chen with a complicated expression. "That's your summoned beast? I have to say, it's very powerful. But now, it's not your turn to go up and fight hard. A genius like you should not take risks. Only by living can you become a stronger professional. Go, the military line is where you should stay. Even if you want to fight, at least you have to wait until all of us veterans die." The officer's tone was full of determination. Their task was to protect all new recruits from a safe arrival at Zhenyuan military base. If these alien races were to attack the recruits, they had to step over their bodies. Yes, the courage is commendable, but the current situation is far from the point where you need to pay your life. Gu Chen said, taking out a medal from his carry-on space and put it on his chest in front of the officer. The officer looked stunned, his face stiffened, and he subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had read it wrong. The new recruits in the car also saw the medal, and they all looked dull and were so shocked. The most shocking thing is the new mage who has never been optimistic about Gu Chen. Gu Chen ignored the shock in the other party's eyes and said to the officer with a calm expression, "Just leave it to me here, go to your location." Officer's medal. And he is also a 5-star lieutenant. The highest military rank in the game, no doubt. In other words, when Gu Chen wore this medal, he took over all the Zhenyuan army present and obtained the highest command of the battle. "Yes, sir." After a brief shock, the officer suddenly woke up and gave Gu Chen a standard military salute. No explanation is needed at all. 5 stars, this is not just Oni military rank is so simple, it is a symbol of combat power among the Zhenyuan army. Being able to obtain this medal has proved that Gu Chen's combat power is far greater than that of all the Zhenyuan army present. Gu Chen turned around and said to the recruits in the carriage, "You stay in the carriage, I'll deal with those aliens." As he said that, he took a step and walked into the thin grey mist. Inside the carriage, the flight attendant Su Hai looked dull as if he had been petrified. The new recruits next to them looked at each other, and everyone's faces were filled with incredible expressions. Especially the new mage recruit who had vigorously praised the candidate of the great master in the assessment, his face was dazed, as if his worldview had been subverted. Such a young winner of the 5-star guard medal, looking at the entire Dongzhou military region, only one person meets the situation. That is the great candidate who killed 10 elite alien races with his own strength during the Zhenyuan army assessment yesterday. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen is that great god. The new recruits' faces were complicated, and their expressions should be as exciting as possible. They just argued for a long time to compete with Gu Chen and the candidate god, but in the end they were the same person. It's simply. Everyone has 9 years of professional education. Why can Gu Chen be so outstanding? At this moment, dozens of figures were attacking wildly in the grey fog, and the battle was very fierce. The dark dragon hunting turtle was surrounded by the giant rock armor rhinoceros. Relying on its own talents and skills, the counter-attack was extremely fierce. Even with strong physique and defense, its health has dropped rapidly. After all, it was a group of level 30 alien races that besieged it. Not only was there a level gap between the two sides, but there was also a huge gap in quantity. Even if each rock-armored giant rhinoceros can only deal 10,000 damage, more than 20 attacks at the same time, the damage caused has reached a terrifying level. In just a few breaths, the health of the dark dragon hunting turtle had dropped below the half-blood line and was still decreasing rapidly. At this moment, without any instructions from Gu Chen, the secret dragon hunting turtle roared, which directly stimulated the blood power that was sleeping in the body. Dragon blood boiling, when the health is less than 30%, the defense is increased by 300%, and the life recovery speed is increased by 300%. The dragon blood power hidden in the dark dragon hunting turtle exploded. Its body suddenly swelled, dense and hard dragon scales grew all over its body, its thorn armor became harder and sharper, and its blood volume began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hold head high!" The dark dragon hunting roared angrily, and the screams seemed to be mixed with the dragon roar, which was shocking. After enduring so many attacks, its attack speed and damage bonus have been superimposed to an extremely terrifying level. It stared at the giant rock-armored rhinoceros elite in front of it, and suddenly waved its forelimbs, and its sharp claws about a foot long flashed with a cold light, like the god of death swinging out a deadly sickle and slashing forward. Swish! The two sharp claws crossed, instantly cutting off the neck of the rock-armored giant rhino elite. A head roller with broken horns was on the ground, and the huge body fell heavily to the ground. Kill the rock-armored giant rhino elite LV.30, Experience Plus. Chapter 108 I Remember You. The rock-armored giant rhino elite was killed, and the 20 foreign races around him not only showed any timidity, but instead launched a more fierce attack. The dark dragon hunting turtle is not afraid. After inspiring the dragon blood hidden in its body, it can fight these third-level alien races without losing its advantage. With the high damage and attack speed bonus, the heavy body of the giant rock armor rhinoceros was like paper paste, and was slashed by the sharp claws of the dragon turtle and fell to the ground one by one. The Zhenyuan army over there seems to be unable to withstand it. Gu Chen's eyes shone through the black fog, and saw that the figures of more than a dozen tundra giants had completely surrounded a team of Zhenyuan soldiers. At the beginning, the two sides fought fiercely, and the fight was difficult to distinguish. Several officers cooperated with each other and not only killed one tundra giant elite, but also killed 3 tundra giants. But this is the tundra wilderness, the home court of the tundra giants. As one tundra giant after another continues to join the battlefield, the Zhenyuan army gradually fell into a disadvantage. If they continue, after all these soldiers are killed, their next target will be the army. Without hesitation, Gu Chen directly summoned the Chaos Yuan Ling. A black fog-like figure flashed in the grey fog, and appeared among the group of tundra giants in a blink of an eye. Surrounded by the alien race, the Chaos Yuan Ling directly cast the group attack skill without any hesitation. Gigzu Ultimate. The dark golden light is centered on the Chaos Yuan spirit, forming a vortex-like chaos realm, including all the surrounding tundra giants and Zhenyuan army. In addition, dark golden light and shadow tentacles stretched out from the domain, dragging aliens outside the skill range to the center of the vortex. At the same time, the powerful chaos power burst out in the domain, causing high continuous damage to all targets in the domain. Although Zhenyuan army is within the skill range, if you are not regarded as the target of attack by the Chaos Yuan spirit, you will naturally not be damaged by skills. The tundra giant was wrapped in dark golden chaotic power and was dragged toward the center of the vortex. The soldiers of Zhenyuan army suddenly reduced their pressure and looked at the black fog figure in the air in disbelief. Summoning Beast, Chaos Yuan Ling. Level, LV.21. Although the officer medal has a blocking function, in order to prevent accidental injury, Gu Chen still released the name and level of the summoned beast. This is, Summoned Beast? Where did the summoner come from? Could it be this group of new recruits? So powerful. A summoned beast actually restrained more than 10 tundra giants. What are you doing when you are standing there? Hurry up and kill. The officer thought of Gu Chen at the first time and immediately commanded the soldiers of Zhenyuan army to fight back. At this moment, the grey fog around him surging suddenly, and a huge figure suddenly rushed into the battlefield. Another tundra giant elite. Compared with these alien races around, this elite alien race has a larger and more powerful aura, full of oppression. Grass. These alien races can't kill them all. The officer's brows frowned tightly, and the long sword in his hand was already curled. If the tundra giants were allowed to join the battlefield endlessly, all the soldiers would be exhausted here. Gu Chen also discovered the problem at this moment. After the dark dragon hunting turtle killed all the rock-armored giant rhinoceros, a large number of sludge beasts emerged from the land. Although it was not powerful, it was very troublesome to kill. These alien races are in a wrong state, obviously driven, there must be a mastermind behind this nearby. Gu Chen walked to the previous officer. Sir, do you have any plans? The officer asked hurriedly. You guys continue to deal with the tundra giant, I'll pull out the mastermind. But, we soldiers alone cannot resist so many alien races. It's okay, I'll leave 2 summoned beasts here. Ah! The officer showed a hint of astonishment. Will you be in danger if the summoned beast stays here? In his opinion, the dark dragon hunting turtle and the Chaos Yuan Ling can not only fight beyond the level, but also fight against the crowd with one force. It should be Gu Chen's most powerful summoned beast. This is a wilderness. If a summoner dares to go deep into the wilderness without a summoned beast, it will definitely be a life and death life. It's okay, just guard the military line. Gu Chen's tone showed strong confidence. Seeing this, the officer didn't ask any more questions. He suddenly rose up and slashed at a tundra giant in front of him. The superior has given instructions, so he just needs to obey the order. Gu Chen took a step forward and looked at the direction when the group of aliens came. Blood Clan Master, find out the mastermind behind the scenes. The next second, a tall figure shrouded under the black robe appeared beside him. The Blood Clan King roared into the depths of the grey fog, with dense and sharp sound waves, and vaguely visible ripples continued to spread in the grey fog. After a moment, the scarlet eyes looked in a certain direction deep in the grey fog, as if they had locked in an existence. Finished? Let's lead the way. Although the grey fog in the wilderness obscures the vision, for the Blood Clan King, even if he closes his eyes, he can clearly detect everything happening around him. This is not a skill, but a talent vampire instinct. I remember that the summoner has a skill that can obtain spiritual feedback from the summoned beast. If I learn that skill, I can gain vision in the grey fog through the spiritual detection of the vampire Maharaja. If you have the chance, learn that spiritually shared skill as soon as possible. Gu Chen followed the Blood Clan King quietly in the grey fog, and soon found a strange figure in the grey fog. However, just as soon as Gu Chen discovered this figure, the other party seemed to realize his existence and turned around and ran away immediately. I want to run away? It's too late. Gu Chen's tone was not at all urgent. At the same time, the Blood Clan King disappeared from the spot like teleportation. The strange figure turned around and ran away. However, after just a few steps, his figure suddenly stopped. In the grey fog in front of him, a cold black shadow suddenly appeared, and two scarlet eyes burst into strange light. An invisible sense of oppression made his face terrified. Huh? He actually is a human. Gu Chen walked up and looked through the thin grey fog and saw that the strange black shadow turned out to be a short hunchbacked man. The man's face was covered with strange black patterns, like some kind of tattoo. His face turned slightly pale. His cold eyes stared at the Blood Clan King for a while, and then looked at Gu Chen not far away. You can actually discover me, what a keen mental power. As he said that, the hunchbacked man pressed his hands on the ground and pulled upwards. Hurry! The towering earth buns broke through the ground, and 4 level 30 mud beasts emerged from the ground. The mud beast's appearance is covered with hard scales, which looks a bit similar to a crocodile, but it is bigger and has feet on the ground, move upright like a human. The 4 mud beasts showed fierce eyes, blocking the hunchbacked man behind him, and roared at Gu Chen and the Blood Clan King. The hunchbacked man looked at Gu Chen, and a cruel sneer appeared on his pale face. Summoner, I remember you, I will go find you. After saying that, he left behind the 4 mud beasts, turned around and ran to the depths of the grey fog. Chapter 109 Every mage profession has a heart for melee. After the hunchbacked man finished speaking, a cold burst out in Gu Chen's eyes. Being targeted? Will there be revenge in the future? He couldn't bear this. If you only have 1,000 days to be a thief, how can you prevent a thief for 1,000 days? Are you so confident? Can you escape? Gu Chen shouted coldly, directly activated the effect of the media cloak, casting the skills of the Chaos Yuanling. Chaos Entanglement. A black shadow flew out of his hand, sank into the grey fog, and in a blink of an eye it fell on the hunchbacked man, wrapping it around. Without saying a word, Gu Chen chased after him. The 4 mud beasts rushed up roaring, blocking his way. The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed, and 2 identical mirror images appeared beside it, and they hit the 4 mud beasts. Although the mirror only has 80% of the combat power of the original body, it is a mirror of legendary summoned beasts after all, and it is not at a disadvantage when fighting against the 2nd and 4th. The Blood Clan king followed Gu Chen to the depths of the grey fog. The hunchbacked man was full of horror at this moment. Not only was he accused of being in place, but he could clearly feel the two auras behind him were getting closer and closer. He really couldn't figure out that this time he was targeting the Zhenyuan army's army. How could he get into a summoner with such a strong combat power? Although the wilderness was covered with grey fog and the visibility was not high, he could see clearly that the man was not wearing a military uniform just now. Could it be that he is not from Zhenyuan army? Yes, how could Zhenyuan army have a summoner? As soon as he thought of this, the hunchbacked man quickly turned his head and shouted, "Brother, are there any misunderstandings between us?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen's figure appeared in front of him. The sound of breaking through the air sounded in his ears, and a heavy black iron hammer could be vaguely seen smashing down at him with the momentum of Mount Tai, etc. Heavy hammer? Isn't that man a summoner? The hunchbacked man's mind was blank and he could not escape. He could only make a blocking momentum, and a layer of crystal white shield appeared in front of him. Bang! The shield shattered under the violent bombardment, and the heavy hammer continued to cast off, and it hit the hunchbacked man with a destructive force. The hunchbacked man screamed, feeling as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. The powerful force directly smashed him out and hit him heavily on a huge rock. His arms were broken and his tendons were broken, and his flesh was blurred. Even his internal organs were as painful as a knife and axe. What a joke! Summoner is a magic profession. Why do you do with a heavy hammer for melee profession? The hunchbacked man was shocked and his blood volume dropped. Hit you, can you hammer me? Gu Chen held a heavy hammer in his hand, and a neither salty smile on the corner of his mouth, and came to the hunchbacked man. Every mage profession has a melee heart. Before, he fought against aliens in the abyss, but he did not dare to be arrogant. He was all done by summoning beasts. But now it is to take revenge, so why don't you take it yourself? The heavy hammer was hit in the hell-level abyss before. The attributes are not very impressive and cannot be sold, so it has been kept in the portable space. The magic profession is not that the melee profession cannot be used, but that the attribute bonus and effect bonus of the equipment cannot be obtained. The excellent heavy hammer is in his hands, no different from an ordinary hammer. However, with Gu Chen's current strength of 627, it is higher than the basic strength of a level 35 warrior. Even if he takes a hammer, the damage caused is extremely terrifying. Gu Chen half squatted down and took off the hidden emblem from the hunchbacked man's clothes, and the other party's information was immediately revealed. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, LV.25. Attributes, Strength 232, Agility 220, Physical Constitution 243, Spirit 384. Skill I, Beast Speech Proficiency. Skill 2, Drive the Alien Beast. Skill 3, Alien Beast Madness. Beast Controlling Master is also a rare profession. But at level 25, isn't it too arrogant? Looking for death? With this little ability, you dare to threaten me? Do you think I should hammer you to death? Or hammer you to death? Gu Chen's tone showed an unconcealed murderous intent. Hearing this sentence, the hunchbacked man showed a look of horror on his face, and he felt that the person in front of him was a madman. Which magic profession uses heavy hammers as a weapon? Are you going to die at the hands of this lunatic today? Suddenly, the grey fog around him surged, and a low and hoarse voice came from all directions. Little brother, how could he get such a murderous aura at such a young age? Letting this Beastmaster be used to treat it as a gift to our Abyss Temple. How about it? Temple of the Abyss? Gu Chen has never heard of it. However, he looked at the hunchbacked man with an inexplicable smile on his face. So you are from the Abyss Temple, I'll say it long ago. When the hunchbacked man saw this scene, a hint of hope burst out in his eyes. Brother, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Then, the heavy hammer hit him with a bang, and the hunchbacked man felt that his eyes turned black and his head was smashed into pieces. Gu Chen shook the red and white plasma from the heavy hammer, his eyes swept around the empty grey mist, and his face showed a chuckling that was neither salty nor light. Sorry, I'm sorry to post every day. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8, I have never heard of any abyss temple. I accidentally trembled my hand and lost your face. You should choose to forgive me, right? Boy! You're looking for death. Anger was filled with the low and hoarse voice. Why don't you come out and kill me? Gu Chenai was not afraid. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement in the grey fog. Not to mention the figure, there was not even a skill fluctuation. An accident flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Logically speaking, after he killed the hunchbacked man, the man who claimed to be from the Abyss Temple would definitely jump out and kill him to vent his hatred. However, I waited for a minute or two and didn't even see a picture of it. Is the Abyss Temple so serene? Well, it's not bad. I didn't scare you. For the sake of your courage, I will spare your life today. Boy, if the mountains and waters do not turn, we will have a date later. I want to leave. It's too late. The reason why I waited so long just now was to delay time and let the Blood Clan King find the place of that person. If the other party left from the beginning, it would be impossible to find it, but now it is too late. The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed, and passed by after image, rushing into the grey fog. The flames spurted in the two guns, and the bullets poured wildly into a certain area in the grey fog like a storm. The grey fog surged, and a muffled groan sounded, and then a black shadow jumped out of the grey fog. Die for me! Gu Chen shouted violently, and the Blood Clan King activated his skills directly, and a series of bright silver bullets shot out quickly, hitting the black shadow like lightning. The storm-like storm was just to force the opponent to appear, and the current skills are the real killer move. Chapter 110 Since you are a small character, what's the point of using it? The black shadow was hit by the skill and screamed, followed by a dense metal collision sound from his body. The grey fog spread to both sides, and the black shadow also showed its shape. It was a middle-aged man wearing black armor and a gloomy face. Gu Chen looked over and said that because the other party was wearing blocked equipment, he could not see the information. However, according to the equipment on your body, 80% of them are professionals such as warriors or swordsmen. Although the armor blocked most of the damage of the skill, large pieces of damage appeared on the surface of the armor, which was seriously damaged. The man fell to the ground, his face pale, and he was still breathing heavily. Seeing Gu Chen coming, he quickly showed a hypocritical smile. Little brother, don't rush to do it first. The grudge between you and the Beast Master has nothing to do with me. I just joined the Abyss Temple to do a job. How about I take out an epic equipment as a plea and give you another one, and you just think I'm a fart and let me go, okay? Hearing the epic equipment, Gu Chen's eyes showed some interest. Take it out and I'll take it out and see. The man looked embarrassed and smiled, that, the equipment is not on me yet. Seeing the chill in Gu Chen's eyes, the man's body trembled and he quickly changed his words. Little brother, I have something to say. The equipment is guarded by the people of the Abyss Temple. It is located in a nearby stronghold. I can take you to get it. What the hell is it? Epic equipment, replicating the ring. This ring can replicate a talent from your own unit and impose it on the user. Replicate the talents of your own unit? A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Chen's eyes and asked, how far is it? Take the bait. A little joy appeared on the man's face, pointing a direction into the grey fog. Not far away, walk about 10 kilometers along this direction and you can find the stronghold of the Abyss Temple. The Beast Master you just killed is one of the believers of the Abyss Temple. He planned to gather foreign races to attack the army this time, with the purpose of creating accidents and attracting nearby Zhenyuan troops to come and die. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at the man and asked, "Then what are you responsible for in the Abyss Temple?" The man looked slightly stunned, and a panic flashed in his eyes. I am just a small character, working for the Abyss Temple, these things have nothing to do with me." A hint of impatientness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, without saying nonsense, and directly activated the effect of the medium cloak. Dimensional attack. Before the man could react, his body trembled suddenly, and the vitality in his pupils quickly disappeared. "Since you are a small character, what's the point of asking you? Have peace of mind, go. Although I don't know what the Abyss Temple is, those who have the courage to attack the Zhenyuan army's special train are definitely not good people. Before the time travel, these people were terrorists and they all had to be pulled out to rush. People's hearts are too complicated, Gu Chen is too lazy to interrogate. Isn't it wrong to eradicate the roots?" After all, the man had already seen his face, and there was a terrorist organization behind the other party. He was not afraid of thieves stealing. Are he not afraid of thieves thinking about it? Only after taking down the hidden emblem on the man's body was the other party's information was revealed. A level 30 ghost swordsman. Poor. The equipment that exploded all over the place, the highest quality is a rare level Tadeo. Not as strong as the level 25 beast driver. At least an epic Dharma book was published. When Gu Chen was sorting out the harvest, the Blood Clan King was not idle either and transformed the two corpses on the ground into two descendants of the Blood Clan. Among them, the Ghost Swordsman is a level 30 profession, and converted it into a descendant of the level 30 vampire, directly consuming 5,000 health points. Although the consumption is a little higher than before, the self-destruct damage is also higher, reaching 10,000 points directly. It's better to have a third level. After waiting in place for a while, two mirror images came up with 4 mud beasts transformed into descendants of the Blood Clan. The 4 Blood Clan mud beasts are all third level, and together with the Blood Clan Ghost Swordsman, they can deal 50,000 damage with one self-destruction. Don't underestimate this harm. Humans are not elite aliens or boss, and there is no such thing as a health bonus. In addition to the Blood Bowl profession, few third-level professions have health volumes exceeding 50,000, at most, they just wear some high-quality equipment to improve their defense. Gu Chen and the Blood Clan King walked through the black fog, heading all the way to the direction pointed by the Ghost Swordsman. No matter whether the person said it is true or not, you will know it after taking a look. Gu Chen and his party marched all the way through the wilderness and did not discover facilities similar to those of the Abyss Temple stronghold. He was not impatient either. He walked patiently for a while, but still found nothing. It seems that the Ghost Swordsman is lying to me, and he will not blame him for his death. Gu Chen cursed inwardly and turned around and turned back. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly flashed from the grey fog behind him and rushed rapidly. I saw a pitch-black arrow breaking through the air, like a black lightning, and it came to Gu Chen's heart in a blink of an eye. A cold flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. There was no movement, so he activated his skills directly. Displacement interchange. In an instant, his figure was replaced by a Blood Clan slug beast, and he was extremely thrilling to avoid the nearest attack. In his original position, it was almost the Blood Clan mud beast that was hit by a black arrow as soon as it appeared. The black arrows were like a shadow, sank into the body of the Blood Clan's mud beast. Roar! A wail echoed in the wilderness, and the skill damage exploded, and the ferocious body of the Blood Clan's mud beast directly turned into a pool of dirty blood and sprinkled on the ground. Destroy the corpse! Damn it, he actually avoided it. Somewhere in the grey fog, a shadow ranger shrouded under a black cloak looked unwilling. Just as he was about to retreat, a sudden sneer rang behind him. I finally found you, I really know how to hide. Who? The shadow ranger's body trembled, and his face was filled with horror. He quickly pulled out the spare arrow without looking back and stabbed behind him without hesitation. The air made a sharp explosion, and it did not hit any target. He subconsciously turned his head to look, but saw a series of silver lights attacking like lightning, hitting him with a crackling sound. Shadow Ranger's equipment is a black leather armor. Although it is of excellent quality, it cannot resist the damage of the skill at all. It is knocked out 30% of its health in one breath. The Shadow Ranger showed a look of horror on his face and fled in a hurry, unable to raise his heart to resist. The leather armor on his body is epic, and he was even knocked out 30% of his health. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the real damage of this skill would be. However, at this moment, Gu Chen raised his hand and released a chaotic shadow, instantly entangling the other party in place. Immediately afterwards, he walked through the thin grey fog and came to the side of the Shadow Ranger. Without saying a word, he swung the heavy hammer in his hand and mercilessly broke the ranger's leg bone. Click! A crisp sound of bone fracture sounded. The Shadow Ranger was asking for forgiveness, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he turned into a shrill scream. The piercing pain made his facial features twist. Chapter 111 Replica Ring, Werewolf Talent. Ah! The scream sounded and it ended abruptly the next second. The Blood Clan King pinched the Shadow Ranger's throat and gently exerted force on his palm, lifting him up. The Shadow Ranger's face turned into a pig's liver due to lack of oxygen. He struggled desperately with his hands, trying to spread the steel-like fingers of the Vampire Maharaja from his throat. However, everything is in vain. Gu Chen walked up before, a cool look flashed in his eyes. Where is the replica ring? The Shadow Ranger pointed at the place where he was before, Earth, the cave. The next second, the Blood Clan King exerted his 5 fingers, which directly made the Shadow Ranger's head and head different. After taking off the hidden emblem, the other party's identity information was also revealed, a level 30 ranger. Although Shadow Ranger is a very famous rare profession, he can only output remotely. Once he is close, he will basically be dead. Not to mention that the Blood Clan King is a legendary summoned beast, even if it is replaced by an epic dark dragon hunting turtle, this Shadow Ranger will not be able to escape death. The Vampire Majesty transformed the Shadow Ranger's corpse into a descendant of a 3rd-level vampire. After Gu Chen picked up a few pieces of equipment, he brought a group of descendants of the Blood Clan to the wasteland that Shadow Rangers pointed to. A cave? Several descendants of the Blood Clan searched on the ground and soon found a device similar to a mechanism. After the trigger, a 2-meter square entrance appeared in Gu Chen's sight, and the inside was pitch black and he couldn't see clearly what was inside. Gu Chen subconsciously moved closer a few steps, and before he could get closer, he smelled a fishy and pungent smell floating out of the entrance of the cave. In this case, Gu Chen was unwilling to get closer. Not only did he smell the fishy smell, but he also faintly heard a low roar like thunder coming from the darkness. Damn, that Shadow Ranger must be cheating him. In the Abyss Temple, no good thing should be damned. Just as he was about to turn around, a slight sound came from the depths of the cave. After a few breaths, the slight sound disappeared. Then, a deafening roar sounded, like some kind of beast roaring in attack. A huge black shadow rushed out from the entrance of the cave, at an astonishing speed that it was impossible to see clearly. Gu Chen immediately ordered the Blood Clan King to launch an attack. The bullet drew a torrent of steel in the grey fog and hit the black shadow. However, the black shadow suddenly exploded, with a sharp increase in speed, and several rises and falls one after another, easily dodging all the bullets. Then, it jumped to a rock more than 3 meters high, and the thin grey mist surging around, revealing its shape. Human-shaped wolf body. What the hell? It turned out to be like a werewolf. The werewolf is more than 2 meters tall, with thick black hair covering the whole body, wide shoulders and back, and the muscles are tight and bulging high, full of wild and violent power. Gu Chen frowned slightly, and a little surprise appeared in his eyes. He just wanted to find the replica ring. Why did a werewolf appear? Moreover, the werewolf also carries a hidden emblem and cannot see the information. It's strange. This is the first time I have encountered an alien race with a hidden herald. The Blood Clan Lord blocked Gu Chen and confronted the werewolf. In its eyes, it even burst out with a cold murderous intent like encountering a natural enemy. With a command, the descendants of the 7 blood clans rushed forward together. This werewolf is very fast, but the descendants of the vampire are no slower than it. After several battles, the descendants of the 7 blood clans quickly formed a siege and blocked all the retreats of the werewolf. And this scene was exactly what Gu Chen wanted. With a thought, the descendants of the 7 blood clans were around the werewolf and exploded themselves. The terrifying explosion fluctuated directly to dissipate a large area of grey mist, and the blood flames boiled, completely swallowing the werewolf's figure. Soon, the breath exploded, the werewolf was covered in bruises, and his entire body was blown to the point of blood. Although the blood bar was not cleared, it became a big ruin. At this moment, the werewolf's dark blue pupils showed incredible shock and fear. Don't kill me! It opened its mouth, and its mouth full of sharp teeth actually made an extremely clear voice. Gu Chen's eyes were cold, without any sympathy. Just as the werewolf started begging for mercy, a bloody light burst out from the body of the Blood Clan King, and a strong energy storm broke out from its body, sweeping towards the werewolf in an instant. Scarlet Feast! Boom! The damage to the skill broke out, and the werewolf's tall body seemed to be torn apart, and a large piece of blood burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the blood bar was cleared, and even the second stage of damage was not required to be judged, and the huge body fell heavily to the ground. Dead. The descendants of the 7 blood clans exploded, and coupled with a damage output from Scarlet Feast, the damage caused by the damage is definitely around 150,000. Why did a werewolf suddenly appear? Just as Gu Chen was puzzled, the werewolf corpse that fell to the ground suddenly changed. The tall body quickly decreased, and the dark skin quickly faded. In a blink of an eye, the body of a human man appeared in front of Gu Chen. At the same time, a ray of light shone, and several pieces of equipment and props exploded. It turned out to be a human. Gu Chen's eyes showed a strong surprise. A professional who can transform, is this person a druid? Gu Chen's eyes showed curiosity, looking at the body. Once a profession dies, props and equipment will have no energy supply and lose its effect. The information about the corpse was revealed, not a druid or a witch hunter that could transform. A level 25 monk, ordinary. A monk who can transform into? I haven't heard of it. A look of confusion appeared on Gu Chen's face. He subconsciously swept to the ground and his expression was stunned. Among the several equipment that exploded on the ground, one of them emitted a golden light. Gold. That's an epic symbol. No, right? A hint of joy suddenly burst out from Gu Chen's face. Could it be that the ghost swordsman didn't lie to him? Look carefully. Replica ring. Quality, epic. Level, LV.20. Occupational restrictions, none. Attribute, Spirit plus 600. Effect, replicate the talent of one of your own unit and apply it to the user. Current talent, Dark Knight Werewolf Bloodline Rare. Note, each time you change your talent, you need to go through 24 hours of cooldown. It's God really helping me. Gu Chen looked ecstatic and picked up the epic ring and put it directly on his hand. The most intuitive feeling is that the mind is instantly improving by 600 points, and I feel unprecedented transparency and comfort in my mind. Replicate the ring and replicate the talents of your own unit. This piece of equipment is simply tailor-made for the summoner. Without hesitation, Gu Chen directly erased the Dark Knight Werewolf bloodline on the ring. Rare level? What kind of garbage talent? He has 3 legendary summoned beasts, 1 epic summoned beast, and any replica of the talent of a summoned beast is explosively improved on his combat power. But the problem is here. Can the epic replica ring's replica legendary talent be reproduced? Chapter 112 The Temple of the Abyss, Rekindled. The answer is yes. The effect of replicating the ring is to replicate the talent of one unit, and there is no limit on the quality of the talent. It's the same as the medium cloak. I don't know if I can find a founder. If I can make the medium cloak and replica ring into a suit, it would be perfect. After sending a message to Liang Yi on the military line, the other party quickly replied to him that he could arrange a foundry master when he returned to Wancheng next time. There is no need to make an appointment or queue up, and the founder will put down the work at hand and give priority to forging equipment for him. This is privilege. In the past, he hated the privileged class because he could not enjoy it. Now, it's so delicious. After erasing the Dark Knight werewolf talent in the ring entered a cooldown state and had to wait 24 hours before the new talent was replicated. Gu Chen started to turn back with the Blood Clan Master and 2 mirror images. When they returned to the place where the military train was located, the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle and Chaos Yuanling were already waiting next to the train. After solving the Beast Master, the source of the alien race was cut off, and the remaining alien races were no longer in a state of madness, and their combat power was greatly reduced. The 2 summoned beasts did not exert much force and easily killed the alien races. The battle quickly calmed down without causing too much casualties. The soldiers were resting outside the army, and several soldiers with the priesthood were treating the wounded. The 3-star lieutenant was standing next to the army, waiting anxiously. After seeing Gu Chen's figure walking out of the grey fog, he looked excited and hurried forward to salute. "Sir, has the mastermind behind the scenes been killed by you?" "Yet." Gu Chen nodded and put away the officer's medal on his chest. "There are 3 people in total, claiming to be people from the Abyss Temple." "Abyss Temple?" The officer's expression changed slightly, and his brows suddenly frowned. "It seems you know this force? Let's hear it." "Yes." The officer immediately said, "Basically speaking, the people in the Abyss Temple are almost all madmen. They advocate the Abyss and believe that the appearance of the Abyss is a miracle, and even worship the Abyss aliens as gods. The most hateful thing is that the Temple of the Abyss has secretly developed many professions as believers, brainwashing these believers and instigating these believers to kill professions everywhere. It's not the first time that the accident attacked the army today, because Zhenyuan army guards the Abyss, and these people from the Abyss Temple hate us to the core." "Oh? Why?" Gu Chen asked. "The believers who joined the Temple of the Abyss have been brainwashed. They believe that the appearance of the Abyss is a miracle, while the behavior of the Zhenyuan army has hindered the arrival of the gods. They killed professionals in the Abyss, attacked the army, and even attacked the strongholds of the Zhenyuan army in the wilderness, all in order to welcome the gods from the Abyss. Even, all believers are very firm in their belief that as long as more people die in the Abyss, they can accelerate the process of the Abyss coming to the world. So arrogant? Temple of the Abyss? Isn't this a terrorist organization?" Gu Chen showed a look of surprise on his face. "Does the Shengxia Empire not care about it? The military headquarters not care about it? They..." Officer shook his head. How could he ignore it? The Temple of the Abyss was listed as a heresy by the Empire 10 years ago, and was launched by the military headquarters to launch a secret military operation, carrying out a devastating blow to the 34 strongholds of the Temple of the Abyss in the Empire. Since then, the Temple of the Abyss has disappeared from the Empire, and the speed of the Abyss invasion has been effectively curbed. However, in the past 2 years, this force has shown signs of revival. Gu Chen nodded and took back all the summoned beasts. Since the Abyss Temple has been listed as heresy by the Shengxia Empire, it is to die when you see the light. There is no need to pay too much attention to such small fuss. Then, he walked towards the train. As soon as he stepped into the car, all the recruits in the train all looked at Gu Chen. For a moment, the whole audience fell into silence, and the needle fell to the sound of it. Everyone's eyes showed unpredictable tension and admiration, as if Gu Chen was not their peer, but some unattainable big shot. After watching Gu Chen enter the compartment, the new soldiers in the car looked at each other in a low voice until the army started to start again. Gu Chen's combat power is really terrifying. If it weren't for him, we would probably have all died under the attack of alien races. No wonder he can become a master of assessment. It seems that killing 10 elite aliens in the assessment is not his upper limit. Do you want to go over and be familiar with each other? He is a 5-star lieutenant after all. I'm thinking too much. Zhenyuan Army respects combat power. If you don't have enough combat power, even if you have a superior to you, you won't be able to endorse it. The recruits were talking and talking, recalling Gu Chen easily stopped the attack of the alien race. They all showed admiration. I decided that my goal in life will be Gu Chen in the future. If you don't want to be beaten, I advise you to be called the Sir. The flight attendant Su Hai watched Gu Chen walk into the compartment, his face feeling complicated. When he recalled the scene of a foreign race attacking the army, he still felt a little scared. Such a strong crisis was easily resolved by Gu Chen. No wonder he was able to become a 5-star lieutenant of Zhenyuan Army at a young age. The future is limitless. After returning to the compartment, Gu Chen sorted out the equipment he had exposed to killing 3 professionals. In addition to replicating the ring, the highest quality is the epic magic book that the Beast Master burst out. The attributes are very eye-catching, increasing 560 spirit points, increasing damage by 30%, and after equipment, the user's skills can be directly increased by 1 level. Unfortunately, it is the exclusive equipment for the Beast Master profession. Gu Chen is a summoner and cannot be used at all. He can only exist in the portable space and sell it later. Nothing else is eye-catching, so I won't waste my time anymore. The army line was driving at high speed in the wilderness, only half of the distance from Yunlong City. At the same time, Gubei City thousands of miles away. War the King's Mansion. A noble boy in a white uniform was holding a spear, and the wind swept through the strong grass in the yard. The tip of the spear cut through the air, as if it was a popular one, with amazing momentum. Yes, I didn't expect that CIER has become a second-level profession after returning from the Beijing Academy this time. Such talent is almost impossible to find an opponent among her class. Gu Qingfeng, wearing gorgeous clothes, stood at the entrance of the yard, his eyes full of relief. Qin Yun stood beside her, nodding with a smile, her beautiful eyes full of pride and spoiling. This is her son, who is more than thousands of times better than that Gu Chen. After a few breaths, Gu Ci took away the spear and stood in front of the couple with a happy expression. Father, Mother, how are you thinking about going to Yunlong City? Gu Ci asked with hope. Chapter 113, 5,000 Iron Buddhas are ordered to set off with me. Gu Ci is going to lure the Dragon City. On the day he returned to the northern border, he told Gu Qingfeng and Qin Yun this idea. He was promoted to level 20 in the special recruitment assessment of Shangjing Academy. As a Dragon War Knight, he has now reached the level of controlling the Dragon Clan. For him, the most urgent task is to conquer a Dragon Clan before the school starts. In this way, when he enters Shangjing Academy, he will definitely be able to crush 99% of professionals of the same level. Seeing Gu Ci's eager look, Qin Yun said in a doting tone, I can't make the decision on this matter, so I still have to ask your father. Upon hearing this, Gu Ci looked at Gu Qingfeng with a serious look on his face. Father, I am now a second-level Dragon War Knight, and I have reached the level of controlling the Dragon Clan. I also ask my father to allow me to conquer my mount. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, the soft complexion on his face drew a little, and he shook his head solemnly and said, CIER, Yunlong City comes from the abyss after all, and it is full of dangers. Not to mention that you are only a second level, even if you are a third level or fourth level profession, there are many people who are killed in it. Gu Xi said unwillingly, Father, danger and opportunity coexist. Since someone can soar in Yanlong City, I can definitely do it too. At worst, I'll bring you 500 Taifutu with you. Now you can always rest assured, right? Gu Qingfeng said with a cold expression, I have decided, so don't think about it anymore in the Dragon City. There is absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. As for conquering the Dragon Clan, Shangjing Academy has already expressed his opinion to me. If you can rank in the top 3 in the year-end assessment, the Academy will open a copy of the Dragon Valley for you. Entering the Dragon Valley dungeon can also conquer the Dragon Clan, but it is safer than the Dragon City. This is the most suitable for you. When Gu Xi heard this, he fell into silence, and the unwillingness in his eyes turned into an unconcealed loss. Year-end assessment? Wouldn't that have to wait for another half a year? I am already a level 20 Dragon War Knight, but I still have to wait half a year to conquer the Dragon Clan? Although the ending was well arranged, he was not satisfied with the process at all. At this moment, the butler Gu He walked into the yard. Your Majesty, the Lord of Wancheng, Su Lai arrived in Gubei City this morning and was asking for a meeting outside the mansion. Gu He walked to Gu Qingfeng with a hurried look on his face. Su Lai? Humph, he is not staying in Wancheng, why are he going to Gubei City to travel thousands of miles? Gu Qingfeng said with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, Su said that there is something important to report, which is related to the eldest son. Huh? Chener. Gu Qingfeng's face changed, and he felt something wrong in his heart for no reason. What's the matter? Su said, the eldest son. Gu He wiped the sweat from his forehead, felt ruthless, and said in a deep voice, he said that the eldest son joined the military headquarters and was taken over by Ling Feng from the Dongzhou military region to the Zhenyuan army. What? It's simply nonsense. Gu Qingfeng suddenly said angrily, the Gu family comes from the Swifo lineage, so let's forget about the rebellion of the rebels from the northern border. Now he has joined the military headquarters again. Is this going to completely break up with my Gu family? Bastard! Ling Feng is so brave. He dares to kidnap my son into Zhenyuan army. Gu Qingfeng glared at him. When did what happened? Yesterday. What happened yesterday? Su Lai reported it today. Gu He stopped talking. Yesterday, to celebrate Gu Xi's return from Shangjing Academy, the royal family celebrated and held a big banquet. He was busy until late at night and missed Su Lai's call and message. He will definitely not admit this kind of thing. On the side, Qin Yun and Gu Xi subconsciously looked at each other when they heard the news, with unconcealed surprise in their expressions. Especially Gu Xi, I couldn't figure out which one he sang. My half-brother was not only so arrogant that he broke with the royal family, but also so stupid that he joined the military power? Is it because I am not going to Beijing to go to the Beijing Institute, but I want to be a big soldier? It's extremely stupid. Gu Qingfeng suppressed the anger in his heart and had a gloomy face. Dongzhou military region, Ling Feng, if I remember correctly, this person should be a 5-star general of Zhenyuan army. A 5-star warrior dared to poach people from my northern royal family, and he also dug up my son. Do you really think that Gu Qingfeng is a kind man and a trusted woman? Gu He dispatched a floating warship and ordered 5,000 Taifutu to set off with me to go to the Dongzhou military region to seek people. Prince, please wait. Gu He quickly persuaded. Hi. Gu Qingfeng glared at his eyes and shouted coldly, no need to persuade me. I have decided, you can go down and pass the order. No, the king, I want to say that if you go to Dongzhou to ask for people, then you will go to the wrong place. Tell me clearly. There has been news from Wanchinj that the eldest son has already taken the army this morning to Yinlong City alone. Yinlong City. Gu Qingfeng's brow frowned immediately. He is just a summoner, what are you doing in Yanlong City? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately reacted and his heart suddenly became angry. Nonsense! He is just a summoner, and he actually wants to contract the Dragon Clan? It's simply nonsense. Even if he wants to contract the Dragon Clan, you can come to Gubei City to find me. Join Zhenyuan army, isn't this slap me in the face? Also, what are the people in the Dongzhou military region doing for food? They actually let my son go to Yinlong City alone? If the rebellious son is at least good, can they bear the responsibility? Gu Qingfeng cursed angrily, then looked at Gu He and issued an order. Gu He, I will give me the order. Within 10 minutes, I ordered 5,000 iron pagoda to board the floating battleship immediately and follow me to Yinlong City. Yes. Gu He bowed and hurriedly retreated. Gu Qingfeng suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Gu Ci who was standing aside. Cier, don't you want to go to the Dragon City? 10 minutes later, set off with Taifutu. Yes, father. Gu Ci nodded and sighed silently, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. Going to the Dragon City is what he most longed for in the past few days, and now he has finally received his father's permission. But why do you feel so frustrated? I begged my father for several days, but I never got permission. But when my father learned about Gu Chen, he led his army to Yinlong City with great fanfare. He wanted 500 Taifutis but was rejected, but his father mobilized 5,000 Taifutis to accompany him without hesitation for Gu Chen. This sense of gap made Gu Ci feel very uncomfortable. He is a rare professional dragon warrior. The scholar is also the pride of the heavens of the royal family in the northern border. Why did my father go against the norm today and focus all on the waste summoner? This made him feel that his preferences should have belonged to him were snatched away by Gu Chen at once. Gu Ci was so upset that he couldn't help but ask coldly, Father, I don't understand. I'm dispatching a floating battleship and leading 5,000 iron pagodas. Such a big deal is just for that waste Gu Chen. Cier, stop talking. Qin Yun's face suddenly changed and she scolded him sternly. Gu Ci suddenly reacted, and a burst of regret surged in his heart, blaming himself for losing his composure in impulse. However, it's too late. There was a snap. Gu Ci didn't react at all, and half of his cheeks were stamped with red palm prints. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were cold and his face turned completely gloomy. Gu Ci, that's your biological brother. Even if you look down on him in your heart, you shouldn't be rude. This is not the first time Gu Qingfeng got angry, but it is the first time he has attacked Gu Ci. For a moment, Gu Ci was completely panicked. Father, I don't mean that every day. Post it. Book, Group 65,0/502*33.8, I. Shut up, I don't want to listen to your explanation, but remember for me that I don't want what happened just now. Yes. Father, I get it. Gu Ci nodded obediently, feeling the scorching pain on his cheeks, and a hint of hatred flashed in his heart. This slap made him feel resentful. He didn't understand why his father, who had always loved him, suddenly began to care about that waste. Gu Chen, what is he comparable to himself? Chapter 114, Dragon City, Central Dragon Palace. This is Yinlong City. After coming down from the army, Gu Chen came to a ruin that was hard to see at the end according to the map's guidance. Yinlong City has become an extremely huge deserted city. The originally towering city walls have long been destroyed in the battles over the years. From a distance, this city that descended from the abyss has become a huge ruin located in the wilderness. Walking through the dilapidated city wall, the pungent burning breath was like an invisible hand holding your breath. Under your feet were dry and scorched earth. In the deep cracks, red magma was gurgling, splashing out several strings of Mars from time to time. When you enter the city, the grey fog is almost invisible wherever the scorched earth is, and becomes extremely thin. The vision suddenly became widened. Looking up, the sky was like a huge decay curtain, with a strange crimson in the lead grey, which was pressed down heavily. The strongholds of various major forces were stationed outside Yinlong City. A few minutes later, Gu Chen found the location of the Zhenyuan army's stronghold. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw 2 guards of Zhenyuan soldiers looking over with a vigilant look. "Stop! This is the Zhenyuan army stronghold, and idle people are not allowed to enter." 2 soldiers blocked Gu Chen's way. Without saying much, Gu Chen took out the officer's medal and put it on his body. The 2 soldiers were slightly shocked and looked in disbelief on their faces. "Hello, sir." One soldier reacted first and immediately saluted Gu Chen. The other soldier responded half a beat slower and learned to raise his hand to greet him. Gu Chen nodded, walked past the 2 of them, and went straight into the camp. Watching Gu Chen leave, the 2 soldiers couldn't help but sigh. Is such a young 5-star lieutenant a descendant of any warrior? I don't think it's like that unless the general's mind is in the water, he will send his descendants to such a place. When he entered the camp, Gu Chen saw a group of professionals gathering here. Although it was the stronghold of Zhenyuan army, most people were wearing casual clothes like him, and only a few were wearing military uniforms. When Gu Chen walked in, the officer medal on his chest was very eye-catching. Some people around him noticed his appearance, stopped to salute, and then retreated to both sides, subconsciously giving him a passage. "Gu Chen, welcome to Yinlong City. I am the person in charge of this stronghold, Ho Yu." A middle-aged man in military uniform walked up, and the rank on his epaulet represented the 5-star lieutenant, who was on the same level as him. After saying hello, Ho Yu handed over a metal sequin the size of a thumb and then explained. "This is your identity nameplate. Be sure to carry it with you. The nameplate will record your performance in Yinlong City. If necessary, you can also call for help from the stronghold through the nameplate." In Yinlong City, most of them are 2nd-level alien races, and there are also a certain number of 3rd-level and 4th-level alien races. However, those mid-level aliens usually move in fixed areas, and as long as you don't trespass their territory, you won't be attacked. At the center of Yinlong City, there is a Dragon Hall. Ling will tell me to tell you that he will wait for you in the Dragon Hall. After saying that, Ho Yu's eyes looked at Gu Chen. Since Ho Yu is a 5th-level profession and his level is far higher than Gu Chen, the shielding effect of the officer medal did not work, and Gu Chen's level was taken abaxi through. Just a 2nd-level profession. Ho Yu's eyes showed surprise, almost thinking that he had read it wrong. A 2nd-level profession went to the Dragon Palace, located in the center of Yinlong City alone. There were many crises along the way, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a life-threatening death. If it weren't for Gu Chen's officer medal containing his basic information, Ho Yu would have doubted whether he had made the mistake. Ho Yu couldn't help but glance at Gu Chen and complained in his heart, could this kid sleep with Ling Feng's daughter? Otherwise, how could a 5-star general in the Dongzhou military region use this method to make it difficult for a 2nd-level professional? After a few words of criticism in his heart, he briefly introduced the situation of Yinlong City. Then, Gu Chen got a map of the Dragon City and turned around and walked outside the stronghold. In Yinlong City, most of them are 2nd-level alien races. The closer they are to the center, the more 3rd-level and 4th-level alien races are. But as Ho Yu said, as long as you do not actively enter the territory of those intermediate alien races, danger can be avoided to a large extent. Leaving the stronghold and stepping onto the scorched earth, Gu Chen immediately summoned the Blood Clan King and followed him in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Not long after walking, a dragon clan more than one person tall appeared in front of him. He was small and looked like a young dragon. The young dragon has a ferocious and sharp head, and his eyes are cruel and fierce. The scales on its body are green, reflecting a dazzling luster. A pair of short flesh wings flapping behind it. The tail is slender and flexible, like a lively whip. Interracial, iron-winged dragon. Level, 2-3. Health point. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 233, Physical 262, Spirit 234. Skill, Puncture Claw Strike. The ordinary alien at level 23 has a health of 156,000 and its main attribute is close to 370, which is equivalent to the difficulty of a nightmare level abyss. Even the ordinary alien races on the outermost periphery of Yinlong City are so powerful, how strong will the central area be? With Gu Chen's order, the Blood Clan King raised his two guns and activated his skills directly in the direction where the alien race was. The bullet drew a large piece of silver light, like lightning intertwined, with a terrifying power. Bang! 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 There was only a dense muffled sound, and a series of bullets with skill effects hit the iron-winged young dragon. The terrifying damage directly knocked the alien into a sieve. A large blood hole emerged from the body covered in scales, and a painful wail was heard, and it fell heavily to the ground, with its blood volume cleared. Kill the iron-winged dragon LV.23, experience plus 5,899. This damage. It's worthy of being a legendary summoned beast. A level 23 alien race was killed instantly by a skill of the level 21 Blood Clan King. Moreover, since the Vampire Majesty has the talent to kill and reset, after the iron-winged dragon died, his skills directly skipped the cooldown time. In the distance, a team of professionals is also besieging the iron-winged dragon. Standing in the back row was a level 28 archer. When he saw the scene just now, he was so scared that he rubbed his eyes with disbelief. Damn it! That level 21 summoning beast actually killed the iron-winged young dragon in seconds. What? Level 21 kills the iron-winged dragon? Brother, have you read it wrong? I'm an archer, you can doubt my combat power, not my vision, okay? But isn't this realistic to kill level 23 at level 21? The archer's face was slightly stunned. Yes, it was indeed a bit unrealistic. Could it be that he had hallucinations? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head and look over. Unexpectedly, this look made him so shocked that he collapsed on the ground. Chapter 115, Picking Up a Surviving Elite Alien. The Blood Clan King reached out and swung his hand, and a red light flew into the corpse of the iron-winged young dragon. The next second, the iron-winged dragon resurrected directly, with a scarlet light lingering on its body, and slowly stood up from the ground. Living, living. The archer's eyes were wide open, his chin almost fell off. At the same time, several professionals behind him also noticed the situation here and looked at Gu Chen with shock. What profession is this? Summoner? No, the summoner does not have this ability. You should be a necromancer, right? After the blood dragon stood up, several blood holes on his body recovered in a blink of an eye. The original green scales seemed to be stained with scarlet color, and a bloodthirsty light burst out from their cold eyes. Gu Chen ignored the shock of those people. The Blood Clan Lord led the Blood Clan young dragon to open the way and continued to move towards the depths of the central area. Along the way, every time I walked, one or several iron-winged young dragons would jump out of the ruins, all of whom came to deliver vegetables. Gu Chen did not summon other summoned beasts. After all, this place can only be regarded as the outermost periphery of the Dragon City. The frequency of alien races appears as not high and the difficulty is the lowest. The Blood Clan King is more than enough to summon beasts. If another summoning beast comes, these alien races will not be able to distinguish them. With the talent of resetting killing, the Vampire Master easily killed the alien races along the way one by one, and then transformed them into the Vampire Young Dragon. After killing the alien races triggered by the Abyss Temple in the Tundra Wilderness, Gu Chen has already reached level 22. The Blood Clan King has also been upgraded, and now it can transform a total of 240 Blood Clan descendants. Each second level Blood Clan self-destruct can cause 5,000 damage. If 240 Blood Clan young dragons are transformed, it will be 1.2 million damage. 3 Blood Clan Kings, that is 3.6 million damage. 3.6 million. This number is terrifying even if you think about it. A hint of excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. At this moment, he even had an illusion that even if the Dragon King came, he would be killed by the descendants of the Blood Clan. Of course, this is just an illusion. Not to mention the Dragon King, even if an elite Dragon Clan comes, you only need to spit out a dragon breath to cause heavy casualties and injuries to these young dragons in the Blood Clan. If these young dragons of the Blood Clan were really allowed to siege the elite Dragon Clan, most of them would probably not be able to get close to them, and there would be very few that could cause damage. Moving forward all the way, without going far, there were more than 10 young blood dragons who were leading the way. Gu Chen and the Blood Clan King walked behind, with a casual posture, forming a sharp contrast with those professions who fought to death. Not long after, an alien race that was taller than the iron-winged young dragon appeared in Gu Chen's sight. Interracial, Iron-winged Dragon Elite. Level, 25. Health points / Attributes, Strength 468, Agility 433, Physical 362, Spirit 334. Skill I, Dragon Scale Shield. Skill 2, Iron Wing Slash. Skill 3, Dragon's Breath. An elite alien. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but take a look at the blood volume of this alien race. Health points / Remaining blood. And it's a big mess. It is simply outrageous to be able to happen, it is like a pie falling from the sky. There are a large number of professionals fighting here every day in Yunlong City, and it is not uncommon to encounter alien races with low health. But when encountering an elite alien with a surplus with low blood, the luck is a bit too good. This elite alien has a low agility attribute. I think it was killed by other professionals and escaped here by chance. Gu Chen's mouth curled up a curve. No matter who was killing this alien race, since it was delivered to him, how could he not kill him? After a change of thought, the Blood Clan King immediately understood and a bloody light suddenly burst out from his body. Scarlet Feast. A strong blood-colored storm swept towards the elite alien race. Boom! The Iron-Winged Dragon Elite was hit by the skill, and the remaining 10,000 health was instantly cleared, and his body, which was fleeing in a hurry, fell straight to the ground. After all, he is a big mess, and there is no suspense in the instant kill. Kill level 25 Iron-Winged Dragon Elite, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Dragon Spirit Hunting Bow *1 Epic Level. Get the loot, Dragon Scale Boots *1 Rare Level. Get the loot, the Young Dragon Claw *4 Rare Level. Get the loot, the Young Dragon Heart *1 Rare Level. It's a lot of gains. Killing an elite alien at level 25 not only gained nearly 55,000 experience, but also revealed an epic weapon, a rare boot, and a bunch of rare material. It seems that my luck is so good. Gu Chen felt happy in his heart, and was about to check the properties of the long bow. Whoosh! An ice arrow exuding a strong chill broke through the air like lightning. Gu Chen's face changed. Just as he was about to move out, the Blood Clan King raised his hand and a silver-white bullet instantly hit the ice arrow. Bang! The ice arrow shattered and exploded the ice slag on the ground. The 13 young Blood Clan dragon guarded Gu Chen and let out a low roar, with bloodthirsty eyes staring at the front, with fierce look in his eyes. Gu Chen looked forward and saw 2 figures walking out of the ruins one after another. There is no need for mental perception at all. You can judge the other party's profession by looking at it at a glance. A warrior walking in front and a mage behind. Boy, we fought this elite alien for half an hour, and finally got beaten into a traitor. You actually intercepted it. You. The warrior held a big sword with an angry face. He was about to step forward, but he saw more than 10 young blood dragons rushing forward and guarding Gu Chen. The warrior's face froze, his eyes were full of fear, and his voice suddenly weakened. Should you give us an explanation? Little brother, according to the rules among professionals, you stole our elite alien race. I'm afraid this is unreasonable, right? The young man dressed in a mage stood opposite him and kept a safe distance. Gu Chen glanced at the two men, as if he was looking at two fools. Can't argue? So what is reasonable? Today he has high combat power to kill the elite alien race. If it was changed to normal 2 level 2 summoner, I am afraid that he will be killed in one encounter. You can't kill aliens, you can only be killed by aliens? What is reasonable? Stop talking nonsense, I'm just robbing your remaining health elite aliens, so what can I do? Gu Chen's face was slightly dark. If these two people continued to be ungrateful, don't blame him for being rude. Humph, are you acting arrogantly? Do you think I, a soldier, have a good meal? The soldier shouted angrily, staring at Gu Chen with a big sword in his hand, as if he was about to take action if he had a disagreement. The mage also walked up and said with a cold look on his face. Little brother, your summoned beast is level 22, then you must be level 22. Don't blame me for not reminding you, we are already level 28. What happened just now was your fault, so all the spoils that were exposed belonged to us. If you take out another million as compensation, today's matter will be written off. How about it? The staff in the mage's hand burst out with a cold blue light and threatened without hesitation. Chapter 116 Invincible Scroll, The Woman in the Cave. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and the other party said to this point, and it was obvious that he was sure of him. In the world of professionals, human life is the least valuable thing. What's more, it's in the wilderness now, and killing people and robbing people is normal. Seeing the chill in Gu Chen's eyes, a golden light suddenly burst out from the warrior. He first put a shield of courage on himself, then raised the sword in his hand, with a ferocious look on his face. I originally wanted to let you go, but since you are ungrateful, it's great, then you don't have to live. Die for me! The warrior shouted loudly, raised his sword and rushed towards Gu Chen. There was no need for Gu Chen to command this kind of scene. The group of young blood dragons guarding him roared and greeted them without hesitation. The mage in the back row cast a frost shock as soon as possible, knocking out the blood dragons rushing in front of them by more than 8,000 of their health, and also imposed a frozen state on the young dragons in the front row. Effective, but not big. With the blessing of the instinct of the blood clan, the attributes of these blood clan young dragons are higher than those of the same level of alien race. Even if the freezing effect is applied, it will not have much impact on the action. 13 young dragons of the blood clan rushed forward and launched a fierce offensive, defeating the warrior step by step, and soon surrounded the two professionals. Then, 10 of them rushed forward and launched a suicide attack. Retract the circle and explode. Boom! The two professionals were still struggling to defend without any warning, and they were swallowed by a violent explosion in the blink of an eye. The dazzling blood flames rose into the sky, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Gu Chen and the Blood Clan Master stood aside with the only 3 remaining Blood Clan young dragons, watching coldly. When the dust settled, a huge hole had been blown out of the place where the two professionals were originally located. The mage had been killed by the blow, and there were still traces of ice crystal armor on the broken body, and equipment was scattered on the ground. It can be seen that at the beginning of the explosion, he also used his skills to resist, but the shield of the ice crystal armor could not block the damage of the self-destruction of the 10 young dragons of the Blood Clan. The warrior was also covered in bruises and his blood was blown away, but he was not dead. On the surface of his body, a shield formed by a golden halo was slowly flowing. This is not a skill halo, but a prop effect, the invincible scroll. After using the invincible scroll, you can obtain extreme defense within 3 minutes, neither physical nor magical damage can pose any threat to the target. At this moment, the soldier turned his head and looked at Gu Chen, with a strong look of horror on his face. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away, running wildly. The invincible scroll only takes 3 minutes, and beside Gu Chen, there is a Blood Clan Lord, 2 mirror images, and 3 Blood Clan calves. How to fight? There is no chance of winning at all. He was already injured in the explosion. Although he had obtained a short-term extreme defense, there was no improvement in the attack. The 3 young blood dragons alone could hold him back. Chase! With Gu Chen's order, 2 mirror images rushed out with 3 Blood Clan young dragons. Although this warrior's combat power is mediocre and there is no threat to him, since he has done it, he must do it. He doesn't want to cut the grass without removing the roots, and it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. He doesn't want to leave a hidden danger for himself. Taking advantage of the 3 Blood Clan young dragons chasing them out, Gu Chen walked to the mage's corpse and took a look at the equipment that was exposed. Garbage all over the place. Apart from the rare 5-star staff he used, there was no valuable equipment at all. At this level, he still dares to play killing and robbing? Gu Chen put away the rare level staff, which could be sold for millions at least, so he was too lazy to see the others. Then, he and the Blood Clan King chased in the direction the warrior fled. With the induction between the Blood Clan King and his descendants, not long after, Gu Chen chased into a hidden cave. In the cave, it is often empty, almost hundreds of square meters, and it should be a temporary base for the 2 of them. When I reached the deepest point, I saw that the previous warrior had been forced into a corner by the Blood Clan dragon. 3 minutes have passed long ago, and the invincible scroll has expired. Now he is like fish on a chopping board and can only be slaughtered. Give me a chance. I'll spare my life. The soldier looked at Gu Chen and knelt down with a plop. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was bitten by the Blood Clan young dragon. Gu Chen chased him for the sake of killing people. Wouldn't it be useless to spare him? After a glance at the ground, several pieces of equipment were revealed. Except for 1 piece of rare level heavy armor, the others were excellent. After retracting his heavy armor, Gu Chen turned around and planned to leave the cave. At this time, the Blood Clan King seemed to have discovered something, walked to the deepest part of the cave, and knocked on a wall. 3 crisp sounds came from the darkness, which seemed particularly clear in this quiet darkness. There is a dark room. Gu Chen's expression moved slightly, and he hurriedly walked forward and found that the wall was much flatter than the other walls in the cave. Without any hesitation, he took out a heavy hammer from his carry-on space and smashed it out with 1 hammer. There was a bang. The wall collapsed, and there was a dark room of more than 10 square meters inside. On the wall, a crystal emitting a faint light was inlaid. On the ground, a woman like a flower was tied up with her hands and feet. This woman looks in her early 20s, has small and delicate facial features, and is a bit sexy in her delicate temperament. Her figure is plump and delicate, wearing a well-made leather armor, perfectly presenting her bulging figure with a skewed front and a skewed back, without any extra fat from head to toe. The waves behind the towering breastplate are surging, the black armor and white skin are full and attractive, and the peaks are undulating and are about to emerge. However, such a beautiful stunner looked horrified at this moment, and his moist eyes were red. The seductive body curled into a ball and looked at Gu Chen in horror. Gu Chen's face looked slightly surprised, not knowing what was going on. How could there be such a sexy and charming woman in this desolate and dilapidated cave? A gift from nature? After a moment of silence, before Gu Chen could speak, the woman asked, "Who are you? Why did you catch me here?" Gu Chen was stunned and caught off guard by this sentence. It seemed that when she saw Gu Chen not showing any bad behavior, she was even a little tough and handsome. The vigilance in the woman's eyes faded a little. My name is Luo Qingxiu. I came from the Luo family in the north. I came to Yunlong City 2 days ago and was slapped by two. I don't want to listen to nonsense, I'll talk about the key points. Gu Chen interrupted the other party with an impatient look. Luo Qingxiu looked slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect that the man in front of her would be so rude. Since she was a child, how could she have ever been treated like this? Thinking of this, a little tears appeared in those beautiful eyes, which was pitying. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen looked speechless, ignored the woman in front of him, and turned around and left. Chapter 117 You kidnapped the little princess of the Luo family? Seeing the man turn around and leave without saying a word, Luo Qingxiu suddenly became anxious. Hey, don't leave. I was caught here. Can you save me? Don't look for me, I've just been there. Gu Chen said without looking back. I came from the Luo family in the north. If you save me, my father will definitely pay a lot of money. Luo Qingxiu said immediately. Rewards with a lot of money? How much money can you get? Gu Chen ignored it and continued to walk out. Then do you want equipment? I can give it to you no matter what quality of equipment. It's quite a tone. What if I want legendary equipment? Okay, but I can only give you a piece of legendary equipment because I'm almost running out of pocket money this month. Gu Chen turned around and looked at the woman speechlessly. This month's pocket money is almost used up, so can you only buy one legendary equipment? What kind of tiger and wolf word is this? At this moment, he suddenly realized that the woman mentioned the Luo family in the north just now. Could it be the Luo family, the richest man in the north? As soon as he thought of this, he looked at the woman carefully. The level 18 assassin was full of epic equipment, and it was a suit. He is really a lady from a wealthy family. The deal is completed, a legendary piece of equipment, I'll save you. Gu Chen responded. When Luo Qingxiu heard this, she let out a long sigh, patted her towering chest, and stood up from the ground. Let me loosen my ties first. Luo Qingxiu stood in front of Gu Chen, looking up and thrusting her chest. Gu Chen took a look and said, it's not to mention that this binding method is quite romantic. The chain is an ordinary chain, but it is possessed by a demon, so Luo Qingxiu is trapped in this cave. Unlocked the chain and walked out of the dark room. Luo Qingxiu had just taken a step and a look of horror appeared on her face. Alien tribe. How could there be any strangeness in this cave, clan? She pointed to the 3 blood clan dragons outside with a trembling voice. Shut up! Gu Chen shouted coldly, it's not an alien race, it's my summoned beast. Luo Qingxiu calmed down and felt embarrassed on her pretty face, and followed Gu Chen out of the cave. Shortly after the two left, a middle-aged man shrouded in black robe walked into the cave. Looking at the mess in the cave, a cold and angry shout sounded under the black robe. Humph, I'm just going out to do something, and that little girl was actually rescued. This cave has been hidden very well. How was it found? The Luo family in the north has really some skills. Speaking of this, the man in black robe smiled sinisterly and said, but the grudge between your Luo family and me will not end so easily. Gu Chen did not take Luo Qingxiu back, but continued to advance towards the city center. At dusk, they arrived at the supply point outside Yunlong City, which was actually a dilapidated tavern. The exterior walls of the tavern were mottled, the windows were incomplete, the exposed cement was full of battle marks, and the tiles on the roof were also scattered. It is obvious that there have been more than once or twice tragic battles in this tavern. Gu Chen took the Blood Clan King into his carry-on space and arranged 3 Blood Clan young dragons to stand by nearby, and then brought Luo Qingxiu to the tavern. There are not many people inside. The tavern owner is a bald middle-aged man, a level 35 priest. He first glanced at Gu Chen, and saw that Gu Chen didn't care much about him, so he looked at Luo Qingxiu again. Then, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. What a big little girl, she really embraces all the rivers. This big, no, this beauty, what do you want to drink? The tavern owner handed over a drink list. Help me contact the Luo family in the north and ask them to send someone to pick me up from this tavern. Luo Qingxiu said directly. The Luo family in the north? Are you Luo Qingxiu? The owner of the tavern looked surprised. Do you know me? Luo Qingxiu asked curiously. Hearing Luo Qingxiu's words, a hint of surprise and excitement flashed across the face of the tavern owner. It's not just about knowing each other. After you disappeared this morning, the Luo family members were almost crazy looking for you. At least 3 groups of people came here to inquire about your whereabouts. Immediately, the tavern owner looked at Gu Chen with malicious intentions. This little brother, did you kidnap the little princess of the Luo family? Gu Chen was speechless. Before he could speak, Luo Qingxiu explained, I was kidnapped, he saved me. The tavern owner nodded, so that's it, little brother, it seems that you are going to have great luck. Please wait, I'll contact the Luo family now. The tavern owner went to the other side of the bar, took out a call for help, and spoke with excitement, obviously conveying what happened here to the outside world. The Dragon City descended from the abyss, located in the depths of the wilderness, and even the teleportation array had not been built here, let alone the communication facilities. Mobile phones have always been in service free and can only contact the outside world through a special communication nameplate. After saying a few words, the tavern owner came over excitedly, Miss Luo, I have asked someone to notify you at home. I guess they will come here to pick you up soon. Thank you, you are such a good person. Luo Qingxiu said with a smile. The two found a seat in the tavern and sat down. Gu Chen said in a deep voice, I have rescued you from the cave. Your family will come soon, so you'd better fulfill your promise, otherwise don't blame me for turning against you. Luo Qingxiu's heart was tightened for no reason and said weakly, little brother, don't worry, just a piece of legendary equipment, I won't make a big deal. When my family comes, I'll ask them to give you a treasure house gold card. You can use the gold card to exchange for a legendary equipment in the treasure houses of major cities. The treasure house gold card, he is familiar with this, and the unyielding black armor is exchanged for the gold card in the Wanchange treasure house. Yes, just follow what you said. Gu Chen nodded. Not long after, it became dark. At night, Yanlong City was covered with clouds, the temperature suddenly dropped, and even the magma in the cracks quickly cooled down. There was no 5 fingers above the earth, only this dilapidated tavern flashed with a glimmer of light, bringing a little fireworks to the dead ruins. Soon, a sound of breaking through the air came from the darkness, a small flying boat descended from the sky, and 3 professionals walked down from above. Here you come. The owner of the tavern heard the sound first and looked out the window. Gu Chen also turned his head and saw 3 middle-aged men walking into the tavern from outside. The leader was a 3rd-level swordsman, and 2 warriors were following behind him. Seeing this, Luo Qingxiu walked quickly with excitement on her face. Uncle Qin, why are you here to pick me up now? Seeing that Luo Qingxiu was safe and sound, Qin Lianzhen's face relaxed a little. Miss, you can never be so willful again in the future. Do you know how worried your family is? Hearing the solemnity in Qin Lianzhen's tone, Luo Qingxiu's pretty face showed a little embarrassment. Then, he quickly pointed to Gu Chen behind him. Uncle Qin, it was this guy who saved me. I promised to give him a piece of legendary equipment. You can give him a treasure house gold card. Chapter 118 If you want to rely on my account, I will kill your lady. Hearing this, Qin Lianzhen's face changed slightly and he looked at Gu Chen standing aside. A legendary piece of equipment is worth tens of millions, which is not a small amount. If this person really saved the lady, he would naturally be rewarded with a lot of money. However, the Luo family mobilized thousands of professionals to search in Yinlong City for a whole day, but they couldn't even find a figure. As a result, as soon as the sun set, the young lady was found by the young man. Fast tickets don't last night? Isn't it a bit too coincidental? Qin Lianshan has been a guard in the Luo family for more than 10 years. Out of professional instinct, he is used to looking at others with a vigilant look. Little brother, I wonder what you call me? How did you find my lady? Gu Chen frowned slightly. If you save your family, you still have to be interrogated? He didn't spoil it and said directly, what are you doing if you ask so much? Just give me the gold card. Although Qin Lianshan is a third-level swordsman, and his level is one level higher than him, if he really fights, it will not be considered a threat at all. It's just level 3, it's not that I haven't killed it. Feeling the unhappiness in Gu Chen's attitude, Qin Liansheng said, little brother, don't get me wrong. The Luo family will not make a big deal about the matter of Jinka, but whoever arrested my lady must also be clear about this matter. A coldness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. What does this mean every day? Do you suspect that you kidnapped Luo Qingxiu? The owner of the tavern next to him felt the strong smell of gunpowder and hurried forward to smooth things over. Guard Qin, I misunderstood. If this brother really captured Miss Luo, how could he fall into the trap? Qin Lianshan glanced at the tavern owner, what are you? Is there a share of your words here? The tavern owner's face suddenly sank. Qin Lianshan was just a guard of the Gu family, so arrogant. An anxious look appeared on Luo Qingxiu's face and quickly explained, Uncle Qin, you must have misunderstood. It's indeed this young man who saved me. Miss, you are not well informed in the world. You can't just look at the surface when you look at things. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore, just watch it from the side. Uncle Qin, it's really this guy who saved me. You can't repay your kindness with grudges. Luo Qingxiu showed a little anger on her pretty face, but Qin Lianshan was stubborn. He signaled the two soldiers behind him to protect Luo Qingxiu, and then looked at Gu Chen with a bad look on his face. Little brother, my lady has a noble status and her safety cannot be careless. If you don't want to explain, the Luo family base is outside the city. I can only ask you to go with me. Gu Chen's face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't want to waste his time on the Luo family's affairs. His eyes raised slightly, and he stared at Qin Lianshan, with a strong chill bursting out from his eyes. I have rescued the person, the treasure house gold card, will you give it? Qin Lianshan smiled contemptuously and said indifferently, little brother, don't worry first. As long as you cooperate with the investigation, how could the Luo family be stingy with a treasure house gold card? Gu Chen was completely out of patience, I rescued the person. If you want to rely on my account, I will kill your lady. As he finished speaking, a silence suddenly fell into the tavern. Luo Qingxiu? The owner of the tavern next to him suddenly jumped and he looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Tear the votes if you don't need the ransom? You kid aren't really a kidnapper, right? I was just saying good things for you. Qin Lianshan showed a hint of disdain on his face and said with a sneer, boy, I've seen that you have a problem for a long time. I can't pretend now, right? Gu Chen looked calm, I'll give you 30 seconds. Seeing the murderous intent in Gu Chen's eyes, Qin Lianshan pulled out the long sword on his back without hesitation. He dared to speak wildly in front of him, really think that he, the Luo family guard, is a good meal? If you dare to rob the lady of the Luo family, this kid is dead today. Qin Lianshan held the long sword in his hand tightly and was about to take action. Just then, a low roar suddenly sounded outside the tavern. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and the roof of the tavern was overturned by a huge force. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a ferocious figure 3 meters tall emerging from the darkness. Interracial, iron-winged blue dragon. Level, 3-2. Health point. Attributes, Strength 535, Agility 313, Physical 538, Spirit 310. Skill I, Dragon Scale Shield. Skill 2, Iron Wing Slash. Skill 3, Dragon's Breath. The iron-winged blue dragon is the form of the iron-winged young dragon after adulthood. The appearance looks like an enlarged version of the iron-winged young dragon, but the green scales have turned into a deep blue color, and the attributes in all aspects have been greatly improved, especially the physique and blood volume. When the tavern owner saw this scene, his face changed. Oh! No, why did an adult blue dragon come? This is not its territory. The iron-winged blue dragon poked out its hideous and huge head, and its cold eyes were full of cruelty and fierceness, revealing people's words, "Humble humans, you bedbug-like things, who gave you the courage to provoke the abyss race?" The deep words were full of murderous intent, which made Luo Qingxiu's body tremble and she fell into a strong fear. What's going on? This is a supply point, how come an adult iron-winged blue dragon suddenly appears? How is it possible? Luo Qingxiu only felt her scalp numb, and the third-level dragon power seemed to imprison the air, making her tremble all over. Uncle Qin, save me! Luo Qingxiu hurriedly hid behind Qin Liancheng. It's okay, just a level 32 blue dragon. Qin Liancheng looked light and his tone was full of strong confidence. He is at level 35, and he is also at level 35 epic sword in his hand. He is more than enough to kill a level 32 iron-winged blue dragon. A mere third-level alien race dares to alarm my lady. I will take your head now. Qin Lianshan snorted coldly, cast his skill, and slashed at the iron-winged blue dragon with a big sword in his hand. A dazzling light burst out from the sword blade, forming a sword-shaped light and shadow that was more than 3 meters long, carrying a terrifying power to slash towards the iron-winged blue dragon. A bang! The skill hit the iron-winged blue dragon, and dazzling Mars burst out from the deep scales, and then the scale armor shattered. Then, he swung his sword again and slashed out. The iron-winged blue dragon retreated rapidly, but he could not escape. A terrifying scar was cut off from his huge head. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingxiu showed a look of surprise on her face. So strong! Any skill can injure the iron-winged blue dragon. Although this alien looks terrifying, it is no match for Uncle Qin at all. The owner of the tavern on the side had a serious face. Although he was a priest, if he could reach level 35, he would fight in the sea of blood. Although Qin Lianshan is arrogant, he does have arrogant capital. It seems that this iron-winged blue dragon will be killed in no time. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Chen standing next to him. Although it has a shielding effect, the level cannot be seen. But at a young age, dying is the peak of the second level. With this little combat power, dare to threaten to kill Miss Luo's family? It was obvious that Qin Lianshan didn't take it seriously. As soon as he thought about this, the tavern owner couldn't help but retreat half of his body and distance himself from Gu Chen. It seems that after this iron-winged blue dragon is solved, this kid will definitely die miserably. Chapter 119. Is it fun to like playing so much? Qin Lianshan was amazing. Under the effect of his skill, the great sword in his hand was invincible and had the upper hand. On the other hand, the iron-winged blue dragon was obviously at a disadvantage and could only retreat under the storm-like attack, roaring from its mouth. At this time, Luo Qingxiu looked at Gu Chen and said, "Brother, after I, Uncle Qin, kill this blue dragon, you should apologize to him. This is his personality, don't be surprised. But don't worry, since I promised to give you a treasure house gold card, I will definitely do what I say." Gu Chen said without hesitation, "Don't do this with me. If you don't give me a gold card today, you don't want to leave alive. When Luo Qingxiu heard this, she was anxious. Why are you like this? Uncle Qin is a level 35 swordsman, and even this iron-winged blue dragon is not his opponent. How dare you disrespect him? Level 35? Very strong? Let's talk about it when he can survive. What? Have you had hallucinations? Didn't you see that the blue dragon was beaten unrestrained by my Uncle Qin? Luo Qingxiu was so angry that this person was simply unreasonable. She looked at the battle not far away, and saw Qin Lianshan holding a big sword in his hand, like a divine weapon falling from the sky, beating the blue dragon step by step. The situation is very good. Do you think I, Uncle Qin, can't survive? It's simply a fool. Just as Luo Qingxiu showed a proud look, several tall black shadows suddenly jumped out of the darkness around her, and in a blink of an eye, he surrounded Qin Lianshan. Five-headed iron-winged blue dragon appeared again. Why are there so many? An ambush? Not good. Seeing this scene, the two soldiers who were protecting Luo Qingxiu's faces immediately changed drastically, and they quickly took out their weapons and rushed forward to help. Two level 32 warriors, both holding epic weapons, have great combat power. However, 3 to 6, and two-headed iron-winged blue dragons, there is no chance of winning at all. After a fierce fight, two loud bangs were heard, and the two soldiers were blown open by their sharp wings. Then he screamed and fell heavily to the ground. After struggling for a few times, he died directly. Qin Lianshan was not having a good time, and he consumed a lot in the battle with the previous iron-winged blue dragon. When the support of the iron-winged blue dragon came, his pressure increased sharply and he could only be forced to defend and retreat while fighting, and he seemed to have no power to resist. Scream! Suddenly, an iron-winged blue dragon attacked from behind and activated its skills directly. Iron Wing Slash! The wings cut iron runi, this is how the two soldiers died before. Qin Lianshan was shocked and hurriedly pulled away and dodged, but his movements were still a step slower. With a scream, his entire right arm was cut off from his shoulder. In an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Qin Lianshan's face was distorted due to the severe pain, and he crawled out of the gap between several iron-winged blue dragons like crazy, looking for his broken arm on the ground. He has a healing scroll. As long as he finds the broken arm and uses the healing scroll, the broken arm can be immediately attached and there will be no sequelae. At this moment, a broken arm holding a big sword fell from the sky and landed next to Gu Chen. Blood was still splashing out from the fracture, splashing on his shoes. Qin Lianshan struggled to avoid the attack of the iron-winged blue dragon and rushed here with all his strength. As long as he could take back the broken arm and use the healing scroll, he would have the possibility of turning the tables. The attack of the iron-winged blue dragon also slowed down a little. The 5 blue dragons that came supported were more siege and blocking, just like hunters teasing their prey, handing over this human to the blue dragon that they had initially fought. After all, the original iron-winged blue dragon was beaten to pieces. Little brother, give me my arm. Qin Lianshan found the location of the broken arm, and hope of life appeared in his eyes. Give me my gold card and I'll kick your broken arm over. Gu Chen took a few steps and stood next to the broken arm. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Gu Chen's words, Qin Lianshan looked furious and even breathed a mouthful of blood. At this critical moment of life and death, did you actually get a gold card with me? Didn't you see the two-headed iron-winged blue dragon here? Are you crazy? Qin Lianshan's face was full of rage. There are 6 of L3 level aliens here. If you don't help me, do you want to blackmail the gold card from me? I saved the person, and your lady wants to give it to me. Don't you give it to me? Gu Chen said in a deep voice. Boy, you have thought about it. I am the highest level here. If I die, you can't live. Qin Lianshan avoided the attacks around him, and his anger surged in his heart. So, you still don't plan to give me the gold card? Miss Luo's Jinka, the lady of the Luo family, cannot make the decision. Do you want a guard to make the decision? At this time, Luo Qingxiu also shouted from the side, Uncle Qin, it's just a gold card, give it to him quickly. The tavern owner was also anxious at this moment. Qin Lianshan, Jinka belongs to the Luo family, not yours. As for the confrontation with his life, Qin Lianshan has been beaten to a surplus blood and is completely out of shape. He is about to be unable to hold on. He immediately took out a teleportation scroll and activated it, and the healing technique acted on him. Taking advantage of this gap, he looked at Gu Chen and said, "Okay, I promise to give you the gold card, you give me the broken arm first." At this time, I got the broken arm and I could just take it back. Gu Chen smiled. It's so far, is it still scheming? Do you bet I dare not let you die? He didn't reply and kicked his feet. Bang! The broken arm was kicked out, and the direction of falling was not Qin Lianshan, but an iron-winged blue dragon not far away. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air, the iron-winged blue dragon turned his head. Then, it opened its big mouth, bit the broken arm in one bite, and ate it in a few seconds. Like cashew chicken, it is crunchy and crispy. Qin Lianshan's eyes widened, and his whole face was extremely distorted because of this scene. The pavilion owner and Luo Qingxiu showed disbelief on their faces, and the audience fell into silence. Even the iron-winged blue dragon that had been teasing Qin Lianshan stopped attacking. The alien race is also wise, and the dragon race is more wise. Therefore, not only the others present, but even these iron-winged blue dragons believed that Gu Chen would definitely compromise with Qin Lianshan. There is no reason, this level 35 swordsman is the highest level in the game. Only when he lives can these people have hope to continue to live. But what did Gu Chen do? He fed Qin Lianshan's broken arm to an iron-winged blue dragon. In other words, his moment completely ruined everyone's hope of survival. Crazy! Bastard! What the hell are you doing? Silly X! I'll fuck you! Qin Lianshan was completely furious and wished he could rush up and die with Gu Chen. He thought everything was under his control, but he didn't expect that Gu Chen was a lunatic and just played it off. Gu Chen looked at Qin Lianshan's extremely distorted face, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is it fun to play so much? Chapter 120. It's not that I want to die, but that you don't want to live anymore. Little brother, what do you mean by doing this every day? Posting. The tavern owner asked nervously. What does it mean to post every day? Of course I sent him to death. There is no trace of Gu Chen's eyes pity, anyway, I saved the person. He is dead. I can go to the other people in the Luo family to ask for that gold card. Gu Chen said indifferently that Qin Lianshan's life was like an insignificant object in his eyes. If the other party gave him the gold card from the beginning, he might consider helping him in this situation. Since Qin Lianshan likes to commit suicide so much, let's send him a ride. As he said, he rescued Luo Qingxiu. Even if Qin Lianshan dies, he can still find other people from the Luo family. Therefore, Gu Chen was not in a hurry. With the effect of healing the scroll, Qin Lianshan's injuries have recovered a lot and his condition has also improved. However, at this moment, he looked miserable and stared at Gu Chen with extremely resentful eyes. His expression wanted to swallow Gu Chen alive. Originally, if he had to take his arm, there would be a turning point. Because he still has the strongest skill that is useless, this is the key to turning the situation around. But now, it's all over. At this moment, he felt endless regret in his heart, hating that he was too arrogant. He has been a guard in the Luo family for more than 10 years and has long regarded himself as a member of the Luo family, so he is so serious about Jinka's affairs. However, looking back now, although the gold card is expensive, it belongs to the Luo family after all, and has nothing to do with him. The price is too high to lose your arms and become a useless person for something that does not belong to you at all. If I had known this, it would be better to give the gold card out quickly. Qin Lianshan showed regret on his face, but it was too late. A dull look flashed in his eyes, and Qin Lianshan shouted to the owner of the tavern beside him, "Pastor, you are also a third-level profession. If you can escort my lady away today, the Luo family will definitely repay you heavily." When the tavern owner heard this, his face looked ugly and he didn't dare to reply. If he had such an opportunity to save the life of the Luo family's daughter in normal times, he would have agreed without hesitation. However, the current situation is not something he, a level 35 priest, can handle. If this group of alien races are undead creatures, he can also exert some combat power, but now he is facing the dragon race. If he goes up, he will be a delivery person. Seeing that the tavern owner did not dare to answer, Qin Lianshan's face suddenly showed despair. Except for him, no one can deal with these third-level alien races, but he has lost his arm. Without arms, you can't hold up the sword. What's the difference between such a swordsman and a waste? All I have to do is wait to die. Qin Lianshan showed a decisive look on his face, blocking Luo Qingxiu behind him, staring at the iron-winged blue dragon in front of him. He is the guard of the Luo family. Even if he dies, he must die to protect Luo Qingxiu. More than 40 years ago, his father protected the head of the Luo family in this way, so he had a transcendent position among the Luo family guards. Now, he also uses this method to protect Luo Qingxiu. Even if he dies because of this, his son will become the most respected guard in the Luo family in the future. Alien race, if you want to do it, step over my body first. Qin Lianshan stared at the group of iron-winged blue dragons with a fierce look on his face, like a trapped beast making the last roar. The leading iron-winged blue dragon walked out with heavy steps, without even looking at Qin Lianshan. The heavy and powerful long tail suddenly flew out like a steel whip, knocking the latter away directly. Interestingly, post every day. The leading iron-winged blue dragon looked at Gu Chen, and a look of joking appeared on his hideous face. Humanity, for your interest, every day, I can give you a way out. As long as you kill all the humans next to you, I can let you go. Hearing the iron-winged blue dragon's words, the pavilion owner and Luo Qingxiu's faces changed suddenly, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Gu Chen frowned slightly. He was still waiting to see these iron-winged blue dragons kill Qin Lianshan. Why did he provoke him again? Human, I have given you a way out, why haven't you done it yet? Do you want to die? The leading iron-winged blue dragon took a step forward, and the words were filled with strong threats. It's not that I want to die, but that you don't want to live anymore. Gu Chen said calmly. Dare you dare to disobey me? You are seeking death. The iron-winged blue dragon shouted angrily and rushed forward. A pair of sharp wings suddenly spread out, like a wide sharp blade slashing down. Iron wing slash! The air was cut into a clear trembling sound, and the murderous intent surging in the eyes of the iron-winged blue dragon rushed down, ruthlessly slashing down towards the place where Gu Chen was. Seeing this scene, the owner of the tavern next to him was so scared that he couldn't speak. Luo Qingxiu covered her mouth, and a look of horror appeared on her pretty face. It's miserable. Qin Lianshan's arm was cut off by this skill just now, and now Iron Wing Slash is slashing towards Gu Chen. Next, then, can't he be cut in half? Qin Lianshan fell to the ground, covering his broken arm with one hand, and seeing Gu Chen about to be killed, a happy expression appeared on his face. Anyway, he can no longer survive. Now that he can watch Gu Chen be killed by the iron-winged blue dragon with his own eyes, it is a great revenge for him. However, the next scene directly made everyone present's scalp burst. Gu Chen reached out to point at the iron-winged blue dragon and gently spit out a word, "Die." Dimensional attack was launched, and a dark and deep space crack suddenly appeared, carrying a powerful destructive power, and appeared on the body of the iron-winged blue dragon. The murderous intent in the iron-winged blue dragon's eyes suddenly turned into strong terror. Just as he was about to resist, his huge body suddenly shook, his eyes were full of vitality, and he died on the spot. Kill the iron-winged blue dragon LV.32, experience plus 8720. At this moment, the air suddenly became quiet, terrible. Not only Luo Qingxiu and others, but even the group of iron-winged blue dragons on the opposite side were dull. How is this possible? That's a level 32 iron-winged blue dragon. 1/3 level alien race. He was actually killed so easily by Gu Chen. What skill is this? Talking to kill someone? It's too scary. This human being is too dangerous, withdraw. I don't know which iron-winged blue dragon said, and a group of aliens flew backwards directly. At this moment, the dragon clan with 3 scales emitting dark red blood light jumped out of the darkness, blocking the way of the iron-winged blue dragons. Since Gu Chen has taken action, how could he let these aliens leave? At the same time, 2 figures appeared beside him. No instructions were needed. As soon as the Blood Clan King and the Chaos Yuanling appeared, they rushed towards the alien race without hesitation. Level 22 kills level 32, a gap of level 10, but the iron-winged blue dragon with a higher level was killed and retreated step by step. Kill the iron-winged blue dragon LV.32, experience plus 8760. Kill the iron-winged blue dragon LV.32, experience plus 8930. Kill the iron-winged blue dragon LV.32, experience plus 8850. Not long after, all the remaining 5 iron-winged blue dragons were killed. Gu Chen's eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at Luo Qingxiu and Qin Lianshan on the other side. Treasure gold card, can you give it to me now? Chapter 121 5 Legendary Sets. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Luo Qingxiu's face changed suddenly. So, killing these alien races is easy for you, so why don't you take action earlier? If you took action earlier, the 2 soldiers would not have died, and Uncle Qin would not have lost an arm. Gu Chen sneered and said without hesitation, "Humph, your guard wants to rely on my account and wants me to save him. Do I look that cheap? Luo Qingxiu, don't think that you can teach me how to do things just because you are the daughter of the Luo family. The same thing is, if you don't hand over the gold card today, you will all die." Feeling the unconcealed murderous intent in Gu Chen's tone, Luo Qingxiu's face suddenly showed a look of panic, and a little tears appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Little brother, just a gold card is only tens of millions, which is nothing to the Luo family in the north. It's not that I didn't want to give it to you before, but I really didn't. Let's do this. As long as you send me and the lady to the Luo family stronghold outside the city, the Luo family can give you 2 gold cards. How about it?" Qin Lianshan walked over, his face full of weakness. Although he had used the healing scroll just now, he lost one of his arms and was seriously injured by the iron-winged blue dragon. Now he can't even exert half of his combat power. "Little brother, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you, just because I lost my arms and my combat power was greatly reduced, and I could no longer protect my lady. Anyway, the Luo family base is outside the city and is not far from here. As long as you send us out, you can get 2 legendary equipment. This is a sure profit." Qin Lianshan's attitude became a little sincere. Luo Qingxiu is the daughter of the Luo family. She was kidnapped just after she arrived in Yinlong City. After finally reaching the supply point, she was hit by a group of alien races again. This made it difficult for him not to doubt whether there was any connection between the 2. Behind these 2 things, there is a very likely other connections. Therefore, from the first glance he saw Gu Chen, he strongly suspected that Gu Chen was related to Luo Qingxiu's disappearance. However, after what happened just now, he eliminated Gu Chen's suspicion. Moreover, with his current state, he cannot protect himself, let alone protect Luo Qingxiu. So I can only let go of my previous hatred and ask Gu Chen for help in a whispering manner. 2 gold cards? Are you just a guard, can you make the decision? Gu Chen said disdainfully. Aren't it just 2 legendary equipment? I'll do it as Uncle Qin can say. Luo Qingxiu stepped forward and said. Are you sure? Gu Chen asked. What? I look down on my Luo family? Just 2 legendary equipment is just a drop in the bucket for the Luo family, the richest man in the north. A drop in the bucket? This is what you said. A hint of intimacy appeared on the corner of Gu Chen's mouth, a smile of interest. It's okay to send you out of the city, but are there too few 2 legendary equipment? Luo Qingxiu frowned slightly. What do you want? I want to call the legendary suit of the summoner class. What? Luo Qingxiu's face changed, and her face was full of shock. Legendary set. This price is ridiculously expensive, not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Take the second level equipment as an example. The legendary suit with the worst effect is about 1 billion. From tens of millions to 1 billion, even as the daughter of the Luo family, she couldn't help but feel a pain. Okay, as long as you send us to the Luo family base, I promise to give you a legendary set. Luo Qingxiu stared at Gu Chen and agreed after the decision. 1 set? I didn't say it's only 1 set. Gu Chen shook his head, with a little dissatisfaction in his tone. What do you mean every day? Post. Luo Qingxiu's tone changed. 5 sets. Gu Chen said lightly, from the 2nd level, the 3rd level, the 4th level, the 5th level, and the 6th level, a total of 5 legendary sets. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. The tavern owner's body trembled suddenly and almost got scared to pee. Luo Qingxiu and Qin Liancheng were even more shocked and even felt that Gu Chen was crazy. The 5 legendary sets, let alone whether they can be collected, even if they can be collected, it will be worth hundreds of billions. It is true that the Luo family is the richest man in the north, but mainly owns many industries and may not be able to produce such huge resources in a short period of time. Even if you really have such abundant resource reserves, spending hundreds of billions at once will definitely cause great damage to your vitality. Little brother, you are too greedy. Do you know what this means for 5 sets of legendary equipment? Qin Liancheng's face looked ugly. Greedy? Isn't your Luo family the richest man in the north? Can't even get 5 sets of legendary equipment? Gu Chen asked. Just 5 sets of legendary equipment? Little brother, do you want to listen to what you are saying? If this is spread, it will be regarded as a joke. Oh? Since you can't afford it, forget it. Gu Chen said without any attention. Forget it, forget it. I asked you to escort the lady because you have extraordinary combat power and want to give my lady an extra layer of insurance. I didn't expect you to start asking for a price all over the place. Qin Lianshan said without hesitation. From the 2nd level to the 6th level, 5 legendary equipment are also a huge sum of money for the Luo family in the north. Not to mention Luo Qingxiu, even if her father, the head of the Luo family, came, he might not be able to bring out such valuable resources at once. If this is really given out, the Luo family's strength will definitely plummet in the future. Therefore, even if you agree now and arrive at the Luo family base, this request will never be fulfilled. To put it bluntly, although Luo Qingxiu is the daughter of the Luo family, she is not worthy of the huge benefits sacrificed by the family to save her life. Even if her father agreed, those uncles would not agree, and the elders who had the right to speak in each house would not agree. Thinking of this, Qin Lianshan ignored Gu Chen and turned to Luo Qingxiu and said, Miss, I have a communication nameplate here, which can send a help message to the family base. They will definitely come immediately after receiving it. As he said that, a metal piece the size of a knuckle appeared in the only remaining palm of Qin Lianshan. It just so happens that the Luo family brings the golden card here too. If you don't see the golden card, you will never leave alive. Gu Chen reminded at the right time. Golden card? It's another golden card. Is there only benefits in your eyes? Luo Qingxiu rebuked with anger, and her original favoritism for Gu Chen completely disappeared. Originally, Gu Chen rescued her from the cave, and she was full of gratitude. But now, in her eyes, Gu Chen is a cold-blooded and ruthless despicable villain. Obviously, as long as Gu Chen takes a slight move, he can kill the iron-winged blue dragons, the two soldiers will not die, and Qin Lianshan will not lose an arm. But he stood there and watching the two soldiers being killed by the alien race. Those are two living lives. How could he do it? Where is his conscience? Chapter 122 Hidden Profession, Necromancer. It's just a deal. What should I talk about if I don't talk about interests? What do I talk about feelings? I'm sorry to post every day. I have no feelings for you. Gu Chen had no mercy on Luo Qingxiu and retorted coldly. Where is Yinlong City? For third-level professions, it is a life-threatening death. And Luo Qingxiu, a level 18 ranger, can survive until now? This matter is terrifying to think about it carefully. Humph, if my 30 guards are still here, how can you speak? Luo Qingxiu looked angry. Hearing this, a strange color flashed across the face of the tavern owner next to him. 30? Guards? Of course, how dangerous it is in the Dragon City, I must bring more guards. The tavern owner's eyelids jumped suddenly and he took a breath. What a good guy, he is worthy of being the daughter of a big family. Even though you know that Yinlong City is extremely dangerous, you can't beat the alien race here, so you will bring 30 people to be the meat shield? I guess those people even prepared their suicide notes before coming to Yinlong City? Before, he thought that Gu Chen's lion was a bit too much. Now, compared with this, Gu Chen is simply a great saint. Gu Chen just didn't save people, but you, Luo Qingxiu, knew that the Dragon City was dangerous and still brought so many people to see him off, which is unreasonable. It's a pity that they are all a group of third-level guards. Although they can die as much as possible, they can die too early. Luo Qingxiu looked regretful, but there was no sadness in her expression. The tavern owner twitched his cheeks and turned his head, feeling a chill. God died so much. He saw that Luo Qingxiu was not regretting the death of the guards, but regretting that the guards could no longer protect her. I blamed Gu Chen for having only interests in my eyes because Gu Chen harmed her interests. Gu Chen was blamed for not saving him when he saw death because those people would threaten his safety if they died. In her eyes, human life is just a tool. The tavern owner subconsciously took a step back. Devil! It's just like this to regard human life as a rampant? Those guards just work a job at your Luo family, but you took their lives directly? Do you think the labor contract is a contract for sale? Even your life is going to be sold to you? Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Luo Qingxiu picked up the communication nameplate in her hand to deliver the message. Soon, the message was passed, and the light on the nameplate quickly dimmed and lost its effect. This means that the people from the Luo family stronghold outside the city have already received the news. Seeing this, Qin Lianshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then he looked at Gu Chen with a sarcastic look on his face. Little brother, do you regret it now? You could have obtained 2 legendary equipment, but unfortunately you have missed it. Greed is the original sin, and people should still have some self-knowledge. Luo Qingxiu also came up and said domineeringly, "This is my first time dealing with you. I will not ask for your help in the future. When my family comes, I will give you the gold card. We will not owe each other." Gu Chen smiled, "One word is certain." It is a double happiness to get a gold card and draw a clear line. Seeing Gu Chen's posture, Luo Qingxiu's face couldn't help but change slightly. No, how could he promise to be so successful? It shouldn't be, the plot is not like this. She is the daughter of the Luo family, and countless people pursue her. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is ranked from the northern border to the southern border. How many days of pride have asked her about her well-being, fearing that she would suffer any grievance. However, Gu Chen's eyes were calm from beginning to end, as if she was just an ordinary passerby. Even after hearing her words, Gu Chen agreed without hesitation. Could it be that in his eyes, the daughter of the Luo family, is not as good as a legendary equipment? For a moment, Luo Qingxiu felt a little dissatisfied. Her eyes raised slightly and she looked at Gu Chen with a grievance, feeling pitiful, and even tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. However, this look of my pity did not attract Gu Chen's attention. At this moment, Gu Chen had turned his head and looked at the endless darkness in the distance. At the same time, Qin Lianshan frowned slightly and looked at Gu Chen's gaze. In the dark and deep night, a blurred figure in black robe was slowly approaching. It was 100 meters away the previous second, and it had already arrived in the blink of an eye. Ah! Luo Qingxiu was startled, and her pitiful appearance instantly turned into a look of horror. Under the black robe was a skinny young man. His face was shriveled, like dead tree bark, and his dead grey skin was tightly pressed against the thin skeleton. The eyes were two sunken black holes, dead and deep, with a faint cold light coming from it. Seeing this person, Luo Qingxiu, Qin Lianshan, and the tavern owner's bodies trembled significantly, and the bone chill instantly penetrated into the bone marrow. I wonder who you are? Qin Lianshan suppressed the horror in his heart and asked first. The man in black robe didn't even look at Qin Lianshan, and he set his eyes on Gu Chen. A second-level summoner can kill 6th-level, 3rd-level aliens with one's own strength. If my disciple is not dead, I'm afraid it's not much inferior to you. I have such combat power at such a young age. It seems that you destroyed my cave and rescued the girl of the Luo family. The necromancer looked at Gu Chen with a cold look. Gu Chen frowned slightly, and immediately detected the past with his spirit. Profession, necromancer. Level 4-2. Health point. Property : Skill : 4th level professional. Necromancer. It turned out to be a hidden profession. This is an existence that is even stronger than a rare profession. Nether mage. It turned out to be the necromancy mage. How is that possible? Qin Lianshan looked shocked. The tavern owner was also extremely shocked. This hidden profession only has one of millions of people, which is very rare. As for combat power, it is also unprecedentedly powerful. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, the man in black robe said lightly, I think you are not from the Luo family. I won't care about you when you rescue the girl of the Luo family, but from now on, don't meddle in other people's business, understand? Okay, I can't find anything. Gu Chen nodded and took a few steps back. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. If it weren't for the leading iron-winged blue dragon who had just taken the initiative, he wouldn't have planned to take action at all. Moreover, Luo Qingxiu said just now that she would not ask him for help again. Now that the man in black robe said this, he was happy to get out of the matter, otherwise he would be forced to save the person later. Seeing Gu Chen retreating with great sensibility, the man in black nodded with satisfaction. Before he appeared, he had already figured out the situation here. His main goal is Luo Qingxiu. The reason why he did not attack Gu Chen was because he had just learned that Gu Chen and the Luo family were not the same. It is precisely because he did not pursue the matter of the underground cave. Otherwise, the first person he wants to kill now is Gu Chen. Chapter 123 I am not arguing with you about right or wrong, I just want to kill you. The man in the black robe looked at Luo Qingxiu and Qin Lianshan, and a cold smile appeared on his grey face. Qin Lianshan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He is just a third-level swordsman. Not to mention that he has broken his arm now. Even if he returns to his peak state, he is not an opponent of the fourth-level necromancer. He bit his tongue and the sudden stinging pain calmed him a little. Looking at the man in black robe, Qin Lianshan asked respectfully, "I wonder who you are? If the Luo family has offended you, you can tell me that. I can apologize to you on behalf of the Luo family. How about it?" The man in black robe showed a creepy sneer, "He. Don't use the Luo family to suppress me, I came today for revenge." "Revenge? Can you ask where the Luo family offended you?" "You didn't offend me, but you offended my students." The man in black robe laughed strangely, and his cold eyes were frozen on Luo Qingxiu, as if he was watching a prey. Luo Qingxiu's body trembled, and she looked surprised. Did you make a mistake? I haven't seen you before. How could he offend your students?" The man in black robe snorted coldly, with a look of resentment in his eyes. "Luo Qingxiu, do you still remember the engagement that your parents made to marry you and the Xiao family in Yunqiang?" Luo Qingxiu's face was stunned. "I do have an engagement with Xiao Bufan from the Xiao family, but this engagement has been cancelled. Are you Xiao Bufan's master?" Hearing Luo Qingxiu's words, Qin Lianshan's expression changed slightly, but he still said, "It is indeed wrong for my lady to regret the marriage, but the marriage is something you want and I can't force it. At most, we will apologize to you." "Humph, if it were just a love affair with my children, I would not have given this old face to attack a junior. But who would have thought that the daughter of the Luo family had a fairy-like face, but a snake-scorpion-hearted heart inside? When my student was infatuated with you, he asked him for huge amounts of money and resources repeatedly, and even forced me to force my student to give away a large number of family industries in the name of the young head of the family." Luo Qingxiu's face changed and she immediately refuted, "Where are those? Xiao Bufan is willing to give me. How can I say that I forced him? Give it to you." The man in black robe had anger in his eyes. "Okay, let's talk about the resources he gave you, whose hands finally fell into." Luo Qingxiu was slightly stunned and was reluctant to answer for a moment. "Not to say it, right? Okay, then I'll say, in order to elope with the prince of the northern royal family, you gave all the huge amount of money and resources you asked for, just to help him quickly improve his combat power. Pity that my student is too stupid. He emptied out most of his family's property, but in the end he just made wedding dresses for others." Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes showed a look of surprise. Northern border, royal prince? Why is something wrong?" The man in black robe did not notice Gu Chen's eyes, and glared at Luo Qingxiu with hatred. "You obviously don't love Xiao Bufan, but you have always been ambiguous with him, just to ask him for resources to help your lover. For the past year, you didn't even let him touch his hands, but you were having fun and singing with the royal prince in the manner he gave to you. Half a month ago, my student accidentally broke the mess between you and the royal prince, and you openly regretted the marriage, which made the Xiao family in Yunqiang ruined the face. My stupid student wants to take revenge, but you killed him with the help of the royal family. Not only that, the entire Xiao family in Yunqiang has been uprooted. Pity, hateful, that silly boy was infatuated and eventually got ruined by a woman." The man in black robe became more and more excited as he spoke, and the murderous intent in his tone was about to emerge. A hint of astonishment flashed in Qin Lianshan's eyes. As a man, even he felt a little sympathetic to the unlucky man named Xiao Bufan. But after all, he was Luo Qingxiu's guard. From his position, his first reaction was to defend Luo Qingxiu. However, sparks were almost in my mind. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't think of any refutation. At this moment, Luo Qingxiu raised her delicate face. "I admit that I was wrong, but putting aside the facts, isn't Xiao Bufan wrong? Even if I do something that I'm sorry for him, he shouldn't be tempted to kill me. I came from the Luo family in the north and married him to the richest man's daughter. Isn't it okay for Xiao Bufan to suffer some grievances? So, the problem is still with him. The owner of the tavern behind was shocked when he heard this. With 20 years of skill in this punch, even he, the bystander, was broken. It must be her. The man in black robe shouted angrily, and the murderous intent that surged from all over his body was almost condensed into substance. Even he could not resist the power of Luo Qingxiu's punch. What a sharp-tongued girl! No wonder my student would be ruined by you. But I'm here today, not arguing with you about right or wrong. I just want to kill you and avenge my student. The man in black robe stretched out his hand and a large area of earth buns suddenly broke open on the ground around him. Crack! The sound of turning the soil came, and nearly 100 ghostly skeletons broke out of the ground, surrounding everyone's 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Seeing this, Luo Qingxiu suddenly changed her face. It's only your students and their families who die. To you, they are just irrelevant people. As for killing me, the man in black robe said coldly, to me, you are also an irrelevant person. I want to kill you, like slaughtering a pig or a dog. After the words came, a group of tall skeletons, holding swords and soldiers, rushed towards Luo Qingxiu and Qin Lianshan without hesitation. Who dares to attack my Luo family? At this moment, a loud shout exploded from the darkness. Not far away, a tall figure was filled with rich blood light, and he was traveling through the darkness at an extremely fast speed. The speed was like a blood-colored lightning, which was astonishingly fast. It was almost a breath, and the tall figure came close to him, holding a pair of huge heavy axes and chopping towards the man in black robe. Seeing this, the man in black robe put a piece of skeleton armor on his body. At the same time, a large number of skeletons gave up attacking Luo Qingxiu and rushed towards the tall figure holding a giant axe. The 2 giant axes were slashed down with blood. With one blow, they cut the 3 skeletons rushing in front and broke the bones and flew backwards. A little surprise appeared on Gu Chen's face. Even though he was 10 meters away, he could feel the violent aura bursting out from the tall figure's body. There is no need to perceive it at all. Just this momentum is combined with a pair of giant axes, it is definitely a rare professional berserker. Second Master, aren't you in the northern border? Qin Lianshan was overjoyed. The tall man nodded and rushed forward. He held 2 giant axes in his hand, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, and cut off a group of skeletons in just a few strokes. Luo Qingxiu showed a happy expression on her face, and tears appeared on the corners of her eyes. Uncle Second, you came too timely. I was bullied so badly just now. You must avenge me. Chapter 124 The Furious Fighter, Summoning the Bone Dragon. The berserker who suddenly appeared was nothing else, but the cousin of the head of the Luo family, Luo Qingxiu's second uncle, and Luo Quanggren. His original name was Luo Chao, but after he changed his current name after he changed his job as a berserker. Hearing Luo Qingxiu's words, a hint of anger burst out from Luo Quanggren's face. Humph, the 4th level necromancer actually attacked the juniors of my Luo family regardless of their identity. I see that you are all living to a dog at this age. Luo Qingxiu ruined my student's family and died. My student is dead. Naturally, I have to avenge this revenge. Facing the level 46 berserker, anger flashed across the shriveled face of the man in black robe. It's all because of saying so many things just now that I wasted my time. If he had known that Luo Quanggren would come, he should have killed Luo Qingxiu first. The original intention of his speech was to let Luo Qingxiu die with his repentance to Xiao Bufan, but who would have thought that at this critical moment, Luo Quanggren actually arrived. Luo Quanggren is at a higher level than him. If the other party is determined to escape with Luo Qingxiu, it will be difficult. I heard in the early years that a necromancer had appeared in Yunchenj, and I guess he was yours. Okay, let me come and learn what the power of the necromancer is. Luo Quangren snorted coldly and launched an attack without hesitation. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, with his thick arms swinging a giant axe, opening and closing, full of invincibility. Since you want to die, I'll help you. The man in black robe sneered, not afraid. He was not afraid of Luo Quangren attacking him, but he was afraid that the other party would turn around and run away. With a wave of hand, dense skeletons rushed to go up and surrounded Luo Quangren. The battle was about to break out, and Luo Quangren was surrounded, but he was not afraid. He slashed his axes and slashed down at the skeletons without hesitation. The skeleton soldiers' bones were broken under the giant axe, and their bones were flying, either with broken hands or with broken feet. But after looking closely, there was no fatal injury. The broken bones quickly recovered as before, and the broken arms and bones could be connected immediately, with extremely low losses. On the contrary, under the intensive attack, Luo Quangren gradually increased his wounds on his body. Huh? Can't kill me? Luo Quangren glared at his eyes, thinking that these skeletons were all miscellaneous soldiers and could be killed at will. But I didn't expect that now I was surrounded and the battle became more and more difficult. Humph, then I'll kill you first. Luo Quangren shouted violently, staring at the direction where the black-robed necromancer was located was about to start a sudden attack. At this moment, the necromancer stretched out his finger and a little bit from the air. A black light flew out from his fingertips and instantly landed on Luo Quangren. Luo Quangren's sudden body suddenly stopped, his speed dropped a lot, and his legs were as heavy as lead, so he could not get close to the necromancer at all. He shouted violently, and a dazzling blood light burst out from his body, forming a shield to resist the attacks from the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, his size suddenly surged, and in a blink of an eye he turned into a burly giant 3 meters tall. He held 2 giant axes in his hands, and his mighty power was ruthlessly chopped down at the group of skeleton soldiers. Bang! With one axe, 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers were shattered and broken into pieces. At this time, Luo Quangren turned into a harvester. His sharp axes were like chopping melons and vegetables, which made the people in the field look excited. I am worthy of being a necromancer. I can force the second master to use the violent skills. It seems that the battle is about to end. Qin Lianshan said from the side. Humph, my second uncle is a rare professional berserker, not much worse than that hidden profession. A mere necromancer will sooner or later turn him into a corpse. Luo Qingxiu snorted coldly, subconsciously looked at Gu Chen not far away, and a little cold flashed in her eyes. Obviously, she still held a grudge against Gu Chen because of what happened just now. Feeling Luo Qingxiu's cold gaze, the owner of the tavern standing behind Gu Chen changed his face and his expression became a little stiff. Who is Luo Qingxiu? The daughter of the richest man in the north, and the daughter of the Luo family. Now with the support of the 4th-level berserker Luo Quangren, the tavern owner suddenly felt a little bad in his heart. Little brother, Miss Luo's second uncle is named Luo Quangren. He is the cousin of the head of the Luo family, a 4th-level berserker, and a core figure of the Luo family in the northern border. When the battle is over, you should apologize to them. The owner of the tavern whispered. Although Gu Chen is extremely talented and can easily kill a 3rd-level alien race like the iron-winged blue dragon at a young age, Luo Quangren is a 4th-level professional after all. If the evil Luo Qingxiu complains first later, it will be a big trouble. Gu Chen shook his head slightly, his face calm as usual, and he did not take the advice in his ear seriously. Judging from the current battle, Luo Quangren is indeed a bit capable. Under the siege of the 4th-level skeleton soldiers, he is not at a disadvantage without losing the upper hand, and even has a vague tendency to break through the siege. However, the necromancer only used 3 skills from beginning to end to summon skeleton soldiers, skeleton armor applied to himself, and the slowdown effect applied to Luo Quangren. A dignified 4th level necromancer cannot have only these 3 skills, so this person definitely did not use all his strength. It seems that it is not that easy for Luo Quangren to turn the tables. Sure enough, just after Gu Chen shook his head, dark formation patterns appeared on the ground in front of the necromancer. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented aura of terror emanated from it, making the people in the field frightened. Okay, let's just stop here. Lujia Luo Madman is really not as famous as meeting. If my student is still alive, you won't be worthy of carrying his shoes. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground in the middle of the black array pattern suddenly exploded, and earth and rocks flew. A huge dragon claw broke out from the ground. His sharp bone fingers were clenched into the ground, and several shocking cracks were deeply captured. Hold head high! Accompanied by a trembling growl, an extremely huge dragon skull appeared in everyone's sight. The empty eye sockets were burning with green ghost fire. As the upper and lower jaws opened and closed, rolling black smoke and a pungent rotten smell were sprayed out, as if they had just crawled out of hell, wrapped in endless resentment. In an instant, a gloomy and cold bone dragon appeared in everyone's sight. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Chen's eyes and he hurriedly looked at it. Interracial, Bone Dragon. Level, LV.42. Health point. Property : Skill : The level gap is too big, and the detailed attributes are not visible at all. But the strong aura of death released by the Bone Dragon was like the gaze of the god of death, which was terrifying. The Bone Dragon moved its body, its hideous skeleton was covered with mottled marks, and the bone wings behind it were covered with broken films and sharp bone spurs. Each spine was as thick as a stone pillar, and the ribs were divided into roots. It is like a fence that imprisons evil spirits. Straws of black mist lingered on the skeleton. The Bone Dragon stretched forward his neck and slightly lowered his body. The green ghost fire in his eyes instantly locked on Luo Quangren. For a moment, Luo Quangren's face turned pale and cold sweat was pouring on his head, as if he was hung by the sickle of the god of death. Chapter 125 The Iron Cavalry of the North, the king comes up to save us. Bone Dragon. Epic 5 stars. How is this possible? Luo Quangren asked 3 times, his face full of horror. The level 42 necromancer is not afraid of him in his opinion. But when facing the 42 level epic 5-star Bone Dragon, he could not have any resistance at all. This is only one step away from advancing to the legendary existence. Roar! The Bone Dragon let out an angry roar and sprayed a thick black breath into the direction where Luo Quangren was. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, just like a 1,000-year-old glacier descending here. Luo Quangren's eyelids twitched wildly, and he turned around and ran away. However, he was already affected by the deceleration effect of the necromancer, and he could not even exert 1/10 of his speed. A black breath swept over and swallowed Luo Quangren with the terrifying extreme cold force. When the black breath dissipated, Luo Quangren had already fallen to the ground, and his blood suddenly dropped as much as 30%. At this moment, his skin turned blue-gray, his whole body was covered with black ice crystals, and his whole body was exuding a decadent aura. Second uncle. Luo Qingxiu looked shocked and looked gloomy. How is this possible? Qin Liancheng trembled all over, and he was shocked to see the scene in front of him. The level 42 Bone Dragon killed more than 30% of the blood volume of the level 46 Luo Quangren with just one breath. There is no need to say much about the power of the epic summoned beast. The necromancer's eyes were filled with coldness, and he was about to let the Bone Dragon kill Luo Quangren. At this moment, a strong tremor came from the ground, and a muffled thunder sounded in the darkness. Gu Chen looked in the voice, his eyes suddenly condensed. I saw a large piece of silver armor appearing in my sight, and a big Gu word was written on the flag floating in the wind. What comes with it is a strong murderous aura. Gu's name is the king's flag. It's the North Iron Cavalry. Uncle Second, hold on, the king is coming up to save us. Luo Qingxiu and Qin Lianshan looked at each other, and an irrepressible look of excitement appeared on their faces. Luo Quangren turned his head to look, and a burst of ecstasy burst out from his dead face. Under the black robe, the necromancer suddenly panicked, his eyelids twitched, and his face was full of fear. The Northern Iron Cavalry is famous for its reputation and is even called an alien meat grinder in the Abyss battlefield. It is extremely fierce, who dares to stop it? Miss, the royal family actually sent thousands of Iron Cavalry to support you. It seems that Mr. Gu Xi attaches great importance to you. Qin Lianshan breathed a sigh of relief. That's natural. I will become the princess of the north in the future. Luo Qingxiu raised her delicate face and looked arrogant. Seeing this scene, the necromancer's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it! It's so damn! Originally he could control the whole game, but why did the situation suddenly change? How could the Iron Cavalry in the north appear at this time? A look of grievance and unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and he ordered the group of skeletons on the ground to launch a crazy attack on Luo Quangren. Taking advantage of this empty space, the necromancer jumped and stood on the back of the bone dragon. The bone dragon flapped its wings and disappeared into the vast darkness after several leaps. Luo Qingxiu was stunned when she saw this scene. Escape? This is not possible. That man wanted to kill her, how could he let her escape? Second uncle, hurry up and chase after me. Don't let Xiao Bufan's teacher escape. Luo Qingxiu shouted anxiously. It's too late. That's an epic 5-star 4th level bone dragon. It's about to escape. Not to mention me, even the Iron Cavalry in the north may not be able to catch up. Luo Quangren said with a weak look on his face. Damn it! Luo Qingxiu glared at her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of anger. At this moment, the thousands of silver-armored Iron Cavalry that appeared from the darkness also arrived. The commander in the head was a 3rd-level knight wearing thick armor and bright silver fine iron armor covering the whole body, including the head, upper body, arms, legs and key parts of the war horse. Behind the rear, a neat and orderly queue followed. As soon as we arrived near, everyone felt a strong solemn aura. The cavalry commander tightened the reins in his hand. Although he was wearing thick armor, he turned over and dismounted immediately and came to Luo Qingxiu's side. I have seen Miss Luo. After the young master came to Yinlong City, he learned that you were in danger and specially ordered his subordinates to lead 1,000 iron Buddhas to escort you out of the city. The cavalry commander said with a respectful tone. Hearing this, Luo Qingxiu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? Isn't Gu Xi going to the capital? Why is he here? Reply to the lady, the young master is already in the 2nd level, and it's time to come to Lord Longcheng. 2nd level? So fast? Okay, take me to see him. As soon as he finished speaking, a gleam flashed in Luo Qingxiu's eyes. No, he has something to do, so I won't bother him. You wait a moment, we will go out of the city with you after a break. The cavalry commander nodded, turned his head on his horse, and ordered the cavalry behind to enter a state of alert and wait on the spot. Just as Luo Qingxiu was talking to the cavalry commander, Luo Quangren had already used a scroll to return most of his health, and learned from Qin Lianshan what had just happened. Then, he looked at Gu Chen, and a faint surprise flashed in his eyes. This little brother, thank you for saving my niece Qingxiu. If you accept this treasure house gold card, don't refuse. This is the reward you deserve. There was no accountability, nor was it arrogant. Luo Quangren was casual in his posture and took out a gold card and handed it to Gu Chen. Then, he looked at the tavern owner standing aside. My friend, thank you for sending us the news in time. If you encounter any difficult things in the north in the future, I will report my name to Luo Quangren. Ah! Mr. Luo is so polite. The tavern owner was a little flattered. After all, he only sent a message from beginning to end and never helped Luo Qingxiu. But Luo Quangren not only expressed his gratitude to him, but also gave him a huge favor. The tavern owner nodded heavily, feeling excited. "Uncle Second, did you give him the golden card like this? He just didn't save him when he was dead." Luo Qingxiu walked from the side, with dissatisfaction on her face. "Qingxiu, if it weren't for this little brother, could you live until now? Don't think that everyone should treat you well for no reason. Everyone meets by chance. It is a love affair for others to save you. You have to be grateful. If you don't save you, it's your duty, and there is nothing to say," Luo Quangren said earnestly. When Luo Qingxiu heard this, she glanced at Gu Chen with an arrogant look, curled her lips, and said nothing. Gu Chen ignored Luo Qingxiu's words and took the gold card. After all, this was what he deserved. Everything was handled properly. Luo Quangren took Luo Qingxiu and Qin Lianshan into Taifutu's team and followed the team toward the outside of the city. 1,000 iron cavalry galloped away and soon reached 1,000 meters away. The cavalry commander, who was driving the war horse under his crotch, said to Luo Qingxiu beside him, "Miss Luo, there is a geothermal spring 30 kilometers ahead. The Luo family has arranged people and will pick you up there." When Luo Qingxiu heard this, a little surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Don't you send me out of the city. We have the important things that the young master has assigned to do. When we meet with the Luo family in advance, we can only say goodbye first. Okay, when you reach the geothermal spring, you will turn back immediately. Don't delay." Gu Si's explanation. "By the way, what's the matter? Is there anyone who can help my Luo family?" The cavalry commander was slightly stunned and chuckled, "It's nothing. The young master just asked me to wait in Yunlong City to find someone." Chapter 126 Taifutu returns, killing people to silence. Looking for someone? An accident flashed in Luo Qingxiu's beautiful eyes, and she said, "This is not simple. Give me the information about that person and I'll post a reward for you. As for the bounty, I will bring out a piece of legendary equipment. As long as the man is still in the Dragon City, he will definitely have nowhere to hide." Upon hearing this, the cavalry commander shook his head. "The young master has told me that this matter should not be too ostentatious. We can only act in a low-key manner." "Oh? You have to find someone, but you can't be arrogant." Luo Qingxiu's two willow eyebrows frowned slightly. Could it be that Gu Si was hiding behind her back? Who is that person? Is it a man or a woman? Luo Qingxiu's tone was a little deeper. Seeing Luo Qingxiu's face changed, the cavalry commander was slightly stunned. "Woman. If this is not explained clearly, I am afraid that he will only be a small commander in his life." "Miss Luo, I misunderstood. The person we are looking for is Gu Chen, the half-brother of the young master." "Look for Gu Chen." Before Luo Qingxiu could reply, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in Luo Quangren's eyes. "Then why didn't you call him just now?" The cavalry commander's expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned his head. "Mr. Luo, what does this mean every day?" Post. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. Not only the cavalry commander, but even Luo Qingxiu's face showed a look of confusion. "Second uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Gu Chen be with us?" Luo Quangren said with a firm tone, "The young man who accepted the gold card is Gu Chen." "You?" The cavalry commander's face darkened, and he immediately pulled the reins tightened, stopping the running horse. "Mr. Luo, are you sure?" "Male, she is only 20 years old and is a second-level summoner. Together with these three conditions, it seems that there is no one else except Gu Chen, right?" The cavalry commander looked regretful. "Mr. Luo, since you guessed that he was Gu Chen, why didn't you say it just now? I thought you recognized him from the beginning. If it weren't for his identity, how could I have sent the gold card so happily?" When Luo Qingxiu heard this, she gave Luo Quangren a blank look. The earnest teachings of the few words just now were performed. An old actor. Luo Quangren was also helpless about this. There have been many different opinions about Gu Chen severing a relationship with the Gu family in private. Although Luo Quangren could not confirm the authenticity of this matter, it is certain that there must be a conflict between Gu Chen and the Gu family. Therefore, when Taifutu arrived, the two sides ignored each other, which seemed normal to him. Luo Qingxiu thought for a moment and immediately said, "Commander, since it is what Gu Ci told you, then set off immediately." The cavalry commander frowned slightly. "Miss Luo, then you. Don't worry, it's not far from the geothermal spring. Besides, my second uncle is a 4th-level berserker, so he can just escort me." Luo Quangren looked at his blood volume that had not yet been fully recovered and sighed inwardly, "Alas, a woman is not a big shot." "Since that's the case, thank you Mr. Luo," the cavalry commander said politely. "It's okay." Luo Quangren waved his hand. Luo Qingxiu did not delay and immediately took Luo Quangren and Qin Lianshan out of the team. Yi Qian Taifutu turned in place and rushed towards the direction he came. Soon, Yi Qian Taifutu rushed to where he was before. At the door of the dilapidated tavern, the 35th level priest, the tavern owner, was cleaning up the mess after the battle. At this moment, when he saw Taifutu turning back, he suddenly showed doubt in his eyes. "Pastor, where is the little brother here just now? Where has he gone?" the cavalry commander asked while sitting on the war. "June, after you left just now, that little brother left," the tavern owner said with a smile. "Leaving? Where did you go?" "Over there, I walked along the path to the city." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. He asked me about the direction before leaving." The cavalry commander nodded. "That's good, thank you." The tavern owner waved his hands repeatedly. "No need." Bang! Before he could finish his words, the cavalry commander's spear suddenly pierced out, piercing directly into the abdomen of the tavern owner, instantly knocking out nearly half of his blood. "Why are you?" The owner of the tavern's eyes were full of fear, and the intense pain almost made his facial features twist together. While speaking, he endured the severe pain and used the healing technique on himself as soon as possible. However, the cavalry commander took off his spear and threw it back hard. Bang! The body of the tavern owner was like a sandbag, thrown into the Iron Pagoda team behind him. "Let's go!" The cavalry commander rushed forward by steering the horse. A group of Iron Pagodas followed closely, like a torrent of steel, without any sympathy, and stepped past the weak body of the tavern owner. The dust settled, and the broken bodies were scattered on the ground, and there was no human form at all. In the vast dark night, Gu Chen stepped on a Blood Clan blue dragon with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters under his feet and flew towards the depths of a mountain range at a very fast speed. Behind him were 5 Blood Clan blue dragons and several Blood Clan young dragons. The Iron Cavalry in the north? What did they do to Yinlong City from thousands of miles away? No matter what they do, don't hinder me, otherwise. A cold look appeared on Gu Chen's face. Soon, the dragons flew into a mountain range. On the other side of the mountain range, among the lush forests, a figure in a black robe sat down against an ancient tree. On the ground beside him was a large pool of blood that had not yet dried up. "It's so damn! How could the Iron Cavalry in the north suddenly appear? Could it be that royal prince? If I hadn't been injured, I could have lasted a few more minutes to kill Luo Qingxiu. Only a little bit. That's a little bit." The tone of the man in the black robe showed a clear sense of weakness, and his face was extremely difficult to see. Although the Iron Cavalry in the northern border was famous, he had just realized that those silver-armored cavalry should be just Iron Pagoda, and they were not the most elite cavalry in the northern border. If he hadn't been frightened by the Gu King's flag just now, he would have to hold on for another minute and he would definitely be able to kill Luo Qingxiu on the spot. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly fell from the sky. The man in black robe looked tight. When he found out that the person was Gu Chen, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Little brother, are you really not afraid of death? How dare you follow me?" Gu Chen glanced at the blood that had not dried up on the ground and said calmly, "Are you injured?" The man in black robe suddenly turned cold, and his eyes showed unconcealed murderous intent. "Humph, I originally planned to spare your life. Since you are ungrateful, today is your death." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge skeleton more than 3 meters tall appeared out of thin air, and a faint green ghost fire flashed in his deep eyes, instantly locking Gu Chen's figure. The next second, the huge skeleton waved the machete in his hand and chopped down at Gu Chen without mercy. If this knife hit Gu Chen's head, I'm afraid that the entire head would be cut off. However, at this moment, Gu Chen's figure disappeared instantly, replaced by a scale with dark red color. The Blood Clan Blue Dragon with color rays. Converting a 3rd level vampire requires 5,000 health points, and the explosion damage is 10,000 points. Before the knife could fall, a dazzling blood light burst out from the iron-winged blue dragon. Self-destruction. Boom! The surging blood flames soared into the sky, and the huge skeleton seemed to be hit hard by something. The bones on the body appeared fine cracks, and the body fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 127 Young Master, I'm afraid you can't help. In a hurry, the man in black robe had no time to react. As soon as the white skeleton armor appeared on him, his whole person was blown away by an explosion. Bang! His body slammed heavily on the tree trunk, and another mouthful of blood spurted out, his face filled with pain. Fortunately, he is a 4th level mage. If he had changed to a 2nd level mage, he would have been a corpse now. The man in black robe climbed up from the ground, with a cold face. His 4th level necromancer was actually plotted against by a 2nd level summoner. It's simply a shame. Anger rose in my heart, and the next second, a huge bone dragon emerged from the ground. The man in black robe stood on the back of the bone dragon, his cold eyes swept the mountains and forests below, and locked in Gu Chen's position at one glance. Kill him! The bone dragon let out an angry roar, flapped its giant wings and soared into the sky, and rushed towards the place where Gu Chen was. Gu Chen stood there, not afraid. Behind him, a huge stone golem more than 3 meters high stood tall, and 2 black lights burst out from the golem, and suddenly fell on the bone dragon and the man in black robe. Extremely exhausted. Under the powerful debuff effect, the full attributes of the bone dragon and the necromancer were suddenly reduced by half, and the combat power dropped directly from level 4 to level 2. What's the situation? The man in black robe changed his face and felt chill all over. What kind of skill is this that instantly cut off half of his combat power? Just when he was shocked and suspicious, in the darkness below, the dark dragon hunting turtle turned into a hideous shadow and soared into the sky, crashing hard towards the direction where the bone dragon was. The bone dragon noticed the movement and turned his head immediately. The 2 green flames in his eyes burst out with a terrifying aura. It opened its mouth wide, and the strong black mist breath rushed towards the bottom. The dark dragon hunting turtle turned its body in the air and used its thorn armor to resist the black breath, and the damage it suffered was almost negligible. Immediately afterwards, its skills also came to the bone dragon. Broken impact. Bang! The bone dragon suffered this strong impact, as if it was hit by a meteorite. Its body shaking violently, and the bones on its body were shattered, and its blood volume dropped by about 10%. If this bone dragon is not the qualification of the epic 5-star, its health has dropped below the half-blood line. Impossible! A 2nd level summoned beast can actually hurt my bone dragon. The man in black robe looked shocked, and then he realized that it was not only him, but also half of the bone dragon's combat power was weakened. What kind of skill is this? It's simply outrageous. Without any hesitation, the man in black robe immediately ordered the bone dragon to turn around and escape in the other direction. Fighting with the debuff effect is a very irrational behavior in itself, and he will not do such a stupid thing. However, just as the bone dragon turned around, a large piece of crack suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Immediately afterwards, a black fog-like figure jumped out of the cracks in the space. What's this? The man in black robe twitched his eyelids and immediately ordered the bone dragon to speed up and escape. Where did your bone dragon conquer? Gu Chen's voice came from below. The man in black robe was slightly stunned, and then he showed a little disdain. Just because you want to subdue the bone dragon? Dreaming. A mere second-level summoner, no matter how strong your combat power is, you will never be able to subdue it. Before he finished speaking, in a crack in the space, a big hand formed by black mist suddenly stretched out, grabbed the man in black robe, and then smashed him towards the ground. Bang! The man in the black robe smashed heavily into the ground, and under the powerful impact, he directly broke more than a dozen big trees, causing him to get even worse. No! Don't do it! The man in black robe struggled to get up, his face full of fear. At this moment, he felt like a lamb to be slaughtered. The fourth level was actually abused by the second-level summoner like a dog, and a desperate feeling suddenly surged into my heart. Bang! A loud noise came from behind, and the man in black robe turned his head and looked at it. The skull dragon he summoned was grabbed by the dark dragon hunting turtle and dragged it down from the air. Immediately afterwards, the dark dragon hunting turtle stepped on the bone dragon's body, and its sharp claws slashed on the bone dragon's body without mercy. Broken bones flew everywhere, and the bone dragon roared angrily, and fought back frantically. However, under the anti-injury talent of the dark dragon hunting tortoise, the bone dragon is like a weak and helpless chicken, even resisting it looks pale and powerless. Gu Chen looked cold and walked towards the man in black robe. Seeing the chill in Gu Chen's eyes, the man in black robe trembled all over and knelt on the ground regardless of his image. Little brother, I was wrong, please spare my life. I said everything. This is a smart person. Even though he still had skills that were useless, he knew that even if he tried all his skills, he could not escape from Gu Chen's nose. Kneel down and beg for mercy is the only way to survive. Gu Chen nodded slightly. I thought the other party was a hidden profession, had an arrogant personality and a tough temper. Unexpectedly, I could kneel so frankly and stretch. Tell me, the bone dragon is. As soon as he opened his mouth, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly condensed and he looked into the darkness in the distance. In the endless darkness, a large area of silver armor attacked with smoke and dust. The flag flying in the wind has a big word Gu written on it. The Iron Cavalry in the north, are they again? Gu Chen's brows frowned slightly. Oh no! Those Iron Cavalry are actually coming to chase me. A clear look of panic appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. He wanted to kill Luo Qingxiu, so the Northern Iron Cavalry came to chase him. The preconceived inertia made all this seem reasonable. Silver-armored spear, Iron Pagoda. Although it is not the most elite force among the North Iron Cavalry, how can one or two pros resist the trampling of this steel torrent? Soon, 1,000 Iron Cavalry rushed to the front. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Because he found that the cavalry commander in the head was wearing a mask, but his eyes were fixed on him, as if he was judging whether he was their target. Mr. Taifutu, I have met the eldest son. After hesitating for a moment, the cavalry commander seemed to have confirmed the target in front of him, nodded to Gu Chen, and sat proudly on the war horse. Have you ever met the eldest son? That's it. Since he is called the eldest son, it means he has recognized Gu Chen's identity. But you, the commander of the North Iron Cavalry, get off the horse to greet the outsider Luo Qingxiu. Now that you see the real master, you just greeted him indifferently? Reversed Yen Gang? I have recognized the wrong person. I am not a big young man. Gu Chen looked at the other party with a calm expression. The eldest son, I will take you back to the northern border according to the order of the king. Please. I said, I'm not a young man. Go back and tell Gu Qingfeng that I have broken off my kindness from the Gu family. I will never look back on my family in this life. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the cavalry commander and said in a deep voice. Young master, I'm afraid you can't help it. Chapter 128 1000 Iron Pagodas, all destroyed. Seeing this scene, the man in black robe quietly retreated. He realized that these northern iron cavalry did not seem to be here to kill him. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. I can't help me. The cavalry commander's voice sank, with no emotion in his tone. If the eldest son does not cooperate, he will have to take some measures. Wow! As he finished speaking, 1,000 iron cavalry behind him lifted up the spears in their hands, and the murderous intent that soared into the sky locked on Gu Chen in an instant. Taifutu obeyed the order, and the eldest son had been killed by a foreign race. Follow me to charge and avenge the eldest son. The cavalry commander pointed the spear in his hand at Gu Chen, and his face under the mask was covered with cold murderous intent. Gu Chen raised his eyes slightly, and when the cavalry commander met these black and white eyes, he felt a sense of terror. At the same time, a deep space crack suddenly appeared beside him. Not good. The cavalry commander is a third-level knight. He has experienced many battles and has a good sense of combat. After feeling the danger is coming, he immediately launched a charge skill at Gu Chen. But it was still half a beat slower after all. A dark light came upon him, and the speed of the lifting was suddenly halved. Then, an extremely deep space crack passed by him quietly. No one could react, the cavalry commander just trembled, and his body and head were different the next second. Thump! The head fell to the ground, and the bright red blood splashed out, and a strong smell of blood suddenly filled the air. The cavalry commander died. 1,000 iron Buddhas behind him stared at Gu Chen's cold and handsome face, and they all fell into a dead silence. The heads that rolled on the ground have already explained it all. The 37th level cavalry commander was killed by Gu Chen in seconds before he even rushed to the most basic charge. Is this what a second-level professional can do? Charge! Kill the alien race! Avenge your eldest son! Avenge your commander! The deputy commander next to him shouted directly, and then a large number of silver-armored cavalry drove the war horses and launched a charge without hesitation. The silver torrent rushed towards Gu Chen's direction, and was about to completely submerge him. Gu Chen's face turned cold. It's really the opposite. He shouted at the eldest son one by one, and he was about to kill him as soon as he came up. Is it the Gu family who wants him to die? Since that's the case, you don't want to live. Facing 1,000 iron cavalry, the dead skeleton golem cannot cast so many negative effects. Gu Chen reached out and the figure of Chaos Yuanling appeared in the air. A gyrosphere of death with a strange light blooming surrounds it, and strands of purple-black energy are wrapped around the body of Chaos Yuanling. The effect of the dead grammar ball is activated, and the Chaos Yuanling has obtained 100% full attribute bonus, lasting 1 minute. The next moment, the full attributes of the Chaos Yuan spirit doubled, and the rich black fog lingered on its surface, and its body size doubled. Die! Chaos Yuanling let out a cold whisper, looking at the large piece of silver-armored cavalry below. A layer of golden energy appeared in front of Gu Chen out of thin air. Gigzu Ultimate. The dark golden energy spreads around in a vortex shape, and a chaotic domain is formed in a blink of an eye. As soon as the field was formed, 200 or 300 cavalrymen rushed into it. At the same time, the power of chaos formed an unprecedented crushing force, trapping the cavalry in the field, causing a large amount of continuous damage every minute and every second. Although Taifutu is not an elite force among the iron cavalry in the north, the armor armed to the teeth should not be underestimated, and it directly resists almost half of the damage. In addition, the number of cavalry rushing into the field is increasing, forming a battle formation. With the blessing of charge skills, there is a vague trend of breaking through to the field. If we continue to pull this way, it will probably not take long before these iron pagodas will break through the shackles of the realm. It's too slow. Gu Chen shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the golem of death skeleton rushed up with a roar, and raised his thick arms made of huge rocks high, smashing them down in the direction of Taifutu's charge. Bang! A layer of black streaming light burst out from it and disappeared into the chaos realm in a blink of an eye. Just as a drop of ink was soaked in water, the dark golden chaotic light and shadow were dyed with a light grey energy, and the two fields were instantly superimposed together, bursting out with unprecedented power. Within the skill range, the consumption of all targets skyrockets by 10 times, and the damage suffered skyrockets by 10 times. And under high continuous damage, every time a target dies, other targets will be dizzy for 1 second. After the two skills were superimposed, the Iron Buddhas who were killing Gu Chen were originally excited to fight, and were about to break through the oppression of the power of chaos, but the pressure increased sharply in an instant. The energy was consumed rapidly, and the damage suffered suddenly surged to an incredible level in an instant. After a few breaths, the Iron Pagoda was forced to stop the charge due to exhaustion of energy. At the same time, their health plummeted at an incredible rate. Where is my skill? Charge! Charge! My energy has bottomed out? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! What's going on? My blood volume is falling so fast. What skill is this? How can there be such a terrifying damage? The cavalry was frightened, and as the blood volume plummeted, the fighting spirit on their faces turned into strong horror. The Northern Iron Cavalry is famous, not bad, but it is all the bloody nature that bursts out in front of fighting. Faced with the current situation where it is simply impossible to compete, it is like a mortal provoking the gods, and the strong helplessness and despair are impacting the psychological defense of every cavalry. A group of iron cavalry that cannot even charge is not afraid of at all. With the bonus of 10 times the damage, wailing sounded one after another in the chaos realm. All the cavalry could not walk beside Gu Chen and were killed by the chaos power. Even the people, horses, and even the thick armor they were covered with, all turned into powder all over the floor. As the light of the skill disappeared in the dark, all the iron pagodas within the skill range completely lost their traces of existence. This scene made the man in black robe hiding behind even forget to breathe. How could a second-level summoner burst out with such a terrifying power? At this time, the Blood Clan King came forward and transformed the cavalry commander and the corpse of the war horse into the Blood Clan cavalry. Gu Chen also walked over and put away the few pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. There are two epic equipment, namely the Knight Spear and the Knight Armor. It should be sold at a good price when hung on the trading platform. The body was disposed of and the equipment was picked up. At this point, the traces of the existence of the 1000 Iron Pagoda were completely erased, and even if those who were interested tried to find their traces, they had no idea how to start. Gu Chen's face was normal, without any psychological burden or much emotion. He never hangs over anyone. If someone wants to kill him, he will kill the other person. What happened to the North Iron Cavalry? The Iron Cavalry in the north is also a human being. Can't he resist? Since the other party has shown his fangs, he will fight against him. Chapter 129, Baptism of the Dragon Gate, Experience and Rewards for Killing Professionals. The sky is getting brighter and it leads to a place in Dragon City. In the brightly lit camp, a figure hurried into the center of the military tent. Report. Report to the young master, the 1000 iron pagodas we sent have been missing for 7 hours. This dear. After the soldier finished speaking, the handsome young man sitting in the middle of the military tent suddenly condensed, and a sharp aura burst out from his eyes. 7 hours? Where is the last place where those 1,000 riders appeared? Gu Xi asked coldly. Young master, they sent Miss Luo to the vicinity of the geothermal spring, and then immediately rushed to a tavern outside Yinlong City to track down Gu Chen's whereabouts. Since then, they have never received any reply. Transfer my order to summon 2,000 cavalry and go to the periphery of Yinlong City immediately to search for the traces of the team of people. No matter what the situation is encountered, you must report to the camp as soon as possible. 1,000 Iron Buddha disappeared outside Yinlong City, which is something that has never happened before. Related to Gu Chen? No, it is impossible. How could a mere summoner have such skills? Young master, in theory, Yi Qian Taifutu is all 3rd level knights. Even if you are in a desperate situation, you will not be able to hear from you. This incident happened a bit strange. Should you report it to the king? No, my father has something to do to go to the Dragon Palace. Before leaving, I appointed me as the commander of the 5,000 Iron Pagoda. If even such a small matter is reported, wouldn't it disappoint my father? Then the search for Mr. Gu Chen. Is this a question? Gu Xi snorted coldly, his voice full of murderous intent. Yes, my subordinates know. In addition, be sure to erase all the traces that Gu Chen has appeared. If there is a mistake, then military law will be dealt with. Yes. After the personal soldier left, Gu Xi's brows gradually frowned. As soon as he arrived at the periphery of Yinlong City last night, Gu Qingfeng was transferred away by a secret order and rushed to the Dragon Palace in the center of Yinlong City. Gu Xi was appointed as the temporary commander of the 5,000 Iron Pagoda. Gu Qingfeng gave him the task to search for Gu Chen's whereabouts in the Dragon City. And how could Gu Xi be willing? Looking for Gu Chen in Yinlong City, what is the difference between this and finding a needle in a haystack? 5,000 Iron Cavalry, this is an excellent help to conquer the Dragon Clan. With this power, not to mention sweeping across the Dragon City, at least most of the alien races in the city will surrender to the iron hooves of Taifutu. Therefore, Gu Xi only sent 1,000 Iron Cavalry out and ordered them to support Luo Qingxiu, and then searched for Gu Xi's whereabouts in the city. Unexpectedly, these 1,000 Iron Cavalry lost contact shortly after they were sent out. The most important thing is that the information they sent back mentioned that they had discovered Gu Chen's traces. First, I discovered Gu Chen, and then I lost contact. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Although Gu Xi felt something was wrong, he didn't think much about it. After all, for him, the most urgent task is to subdue a dragon clan as a mount so that he can exert the peak combat power of the Dragon War Knight. Not long after, another personal soldier rushed over from outside the camp. Report. Report to the young master, the 2,000 Iron Buddhas sent back the good news, and they have found the location of the Dragon Gate. The tone of the personal soldiers was filled with excitement. Oh? Really? You won't make a mistake like last time, right? Gu Xi asked immediately. The cavalry commander replied that he could use a captive guarantee, and he would never be wrong. Okay, I'll send my orders, and all the soldiers are ready to set out and head towards the place where the Dragon Gate is. Dragon Gate? Where is that? Where did you conquer your skull dragon? In the dim morning light, a huge bone dragon flapped its bone wings in the air and flew at an extremely fast speed. On the back of the bone dragon, Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back. The undead mage in black robe stood beside him, with a respectful look, and even made a wrong step back. The name of the undead wizard is Suemo. Because he changed his job to a hidden profession, he is proud and despised all the heroes. But after witnessing Gu Chen easily killing 1,000 North Iron Cavalry, he has become much more honest. When Suemo heard Gu Chen's question, he looked different. Brother Gu, you are here to lure Dragon City. Don't you even know the Dragon Gate? As soon as I finished asking, I saw a little cold look on Gu Chen's face. He felt nervous and said quickly, the Dragon Gate is similar to the baptism of the abyss. As long as you walk through the Dragon Gate, you can kill professionals. Gu Chen looked puzzled. No, can I kill professionals now? That's different. Sumo shook his head and said, you killed 1,000 iron cavalry just now, all of them are third-level knights, but are you experienced? You don't have any hair, you lose your blood. Could it be? At this moment, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Can you know, as long as you walk through the Dragon Gate and kill the professionals, you can gain experience. It's not just experience, but also rewards. Sumo nodded and explained patiently, why can you get baptism from the abyss when you walk through the Dragon Gate? Because the abyss requires us pros to kill each other. The stronger the profession, the more energy you get when you receive the baptism of the abyss, and the higher the experience and reward you get after killing. Perhaps, this is another way the abyss invades the world. Gu Chen nodded and continued to ask, Dragon Gate, what's next? Well, how to say it, Yunlong City is a city that descends from the abyss. It is a city of alien races, but it is much larger than our human city. You can understand the outskirts of Yunlong City as the suburbs of our human city. Only after passing Longmen can you truly enter the city, and the difficulty of killing the aliens will also increase sharply. How big is the difficulty gap? The data has been released before. The periphery of the Dragon City is equivalent to a nightmare-level abyss. After passing the Dragon Gate, it is equivalent to a hell-level abyss. As for the Dragon Palace you just asked me about, it is the most core area of the entire Yunlong City. Few people have been there, and I don't know the specific difficulty. But I heard that these alien races regard the Dragon Hall as a temple, as if they are sealed with the real Dragon Clan. I didn't lie to you. That's a real Dragon Clan, with pure dragon blood, not a sub-dragon like the iron-winged blue dragon. The real Dragon Clan. When Gu Chen heard this, he became interested. From this point of view, Ling Feng was waiting for him in the Dragon Hall, the center of Yunlong City, perhaps because the real Dragon Clan was sealed there. Gu Chen wants to contract with the Dragon Clan, so of course he will not choose the Yelong that can be seen everywhere. The Dragon tribe bloodline in the body of the dragon is very mixed. Although its combat power is outstanding, it is very limited and its potential is extremely low. Even the skull dragon that Sumo contracted was so dead that only bones were left, it was far stronger than those sub-dragons. Therefore, to enter the Dragon Palace, you must go through the baptism of the Dragon Gate. Very good, then continue to move towards the Dragon Palace. Gu Chen smiled. As long as you pass the gantry, you can get experience and rewards after killing professionals. This is simply a gift from Yunlong City. What a pity, those 1,000 North Iron Cavalry were really too early to kill, and they were in a loss of blood. However, since the Northern Iron Cavalry has traveled thousands of miles to Yunlong City, there will definitely be no such a mere 1,000 cavalry. Gu Chen licked the corner of his mouth. Come on, the more you have, the better. If you want my life, you have to pay something. Chapter 130, the difficulty increases sharply, the explosion of Flame Fire Dragon. With the Bone Dragon transportation, and Sumo guided the way, Gu Chen soon arrived at the place where the Dragon Gate was. The Dragon Gate is a giant portal formed by light and shadow. When you walk through this light and shadow, you will be baptized from the abyss. Is this the Dragon Gate? Walking down from the Bone Dragon's back, Gu Chen reached out to grab the phantom of the portal. The light and shadow flowed through his fingers like clouds, and could not be touched or touched, but it really existed. To be precise, this is just one of many Dragon Gates. If you want to find the Dragon Gate and receive baptism in the abyss, you also have to rely on luck and opportunity. Sumo said, after walking through the Dragon Gate, you have to face not only foreign races, but also talented professionals from various major forces. These people are constantly fighting inside to obtain the qualification to enter the Dragon Palace, but no matter how many geniuses they enter, there are only 5 places that can enter the Dragon Palace in the end. Only 5. Well, although the competition is a bit cruel, it is nothing compared to the gains in the Dragon Palace. Gu Chen nodded and asked, after entering the Dragon Gate, can you gain experience and rewards by killing no matter what level of professionals you encounter? No, there is also a level limit. If you want to gain experience and rewards from professionals, the level difference between the kill target and your own level cannot be greater than level 15. If it exceeds it, it will be invalid. That is to say, as long as the level of the pros I killed does not exceed level 37. That's right, but... Sumo's face showed a strange expression, those are all geniuses from various forces. Not to mention the 2nd level, the 3rd level, and even the 4th level professions are also present. How many people do you think you can kill? Gu Chen didn't say much and raised a finger. 10. Sumo blurted out subconsciously, as if he felt that he was saying less, and added, do you want to kill 100? Gu Chen said lightly, kill it all the time. Sumo's face changed slightly and he suddenly fell silent. To be honest, he felt that Gu Chen was a little too confident. Perhaps it was because of the killing of 1,000 Iron Buddhas that made Gu Chen's self-confidence quickly. But after all, Taifutu is not the elite force of the Northern Iron Cavalry. If Gu Chen thought that killing 1,000 cavalry would be invincible in the world, then the pain would be inevitable next. By the way, since you conquered a skull dragon after you went in, why did you come out again? Gu Chen asked. That. Sumo's face showed a hint of embarrassment, I just said that those who went in and fought were all geniuses from major forces. My skills were not as good as humans, so I came out. Then why aren't you dead? Gu Chen's eyes showed surprise. After walking through the gantry, killing professionals can gain experience and rewards. Is there anyone who doesn't want experience? This is unreasonable. Seeing the puzzled look in Gu Chen's eyes, Sumo immediately slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot to tell you a detail. After being baptized by the abyss, everyone will have a mark on them. The reason why killing professionals can gain experience is to plunder the energy in the mark. So, there is a consensus among professionals that as long as the defeated party takes the initiative to give his mark, the winner does not have to kill him. Of course, if you encounter someone who would rather die than hand over his mark, just kill him. According to the rules of the gantry, once the mark is lost, you must leave this area immediately, otherwise you will be erased by high-level aliens. So I came out. Gu Chen nodded, roughly clearing the rules. Since Sumo was already a loser, he could no longer accept the baptism of the Dragon Gate, nor could he enter the Dragon Gate, so the two of them could only say goodbye to each other here. Enter the gantry. I heard a slight buzzing sound from the illusory light and shadow, and then, Gu Chen felt a strange energy appearing in his body. Is this the mark? Gu Chen felt a familiar feeling. How to describe it? It's like wearing buff on it. After walking into the Dragon Gate, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. Looking up, thick blood and dust were piled on the ground, and the smoke and weeds were everywhere. I didn't look strange outside, but after walking in, I found that the areas on both sides of the gantry were completely different. According to Sumo, under normal circumstances, the experience gained from killing professions of the same level is almost the same as that of boss. Therefore, we should give priority to finding other professionals. But Gu Chen doesn't think so. To kill someone, you have to find someone first. Yinlong City is so big. Finding someone here is like finding a needle in a haystack. Instead of finding someone first, it is better to kill the alien race first. In fact, Sumo's idea is fine, but the two have different perspectives on the problem. Sumo is a 4th-level profession, and the difficulty of Yinlong City is only equivalent to that of the 2nd-level abyss. For him, the experience gained from killing aliens is pitifully small, while the experience gained from killing professions of the same level is very rich. However, Gu Chen is only at level 22 now, and the alien race in the Dragon City is the most suitable for him. Moreover, while killing alien races, there is also a chance of meeting professionals of the same level. He took out the map and looked at the location of the alien branch marked on it. The closest to him was the territory of the explosive fire dragon. Without delay, Gu Chen began to move towards the direction where the alien race was. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Chen stepped into the territory of the explosive fire dragon. Boom! As soon as he walked into it, a scorching breath ejaculated towards him. Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly, and he immediately activated his skills to exchange positions with a Blood Clan blue dragon behind him. Laugh! A scorching breath fell on the Blood Clan blue dragon, and in one encounter, it killed almost half of the Blood Clan blue dragon's blood. It sounds a lot, but actually a lot. After all, the maximum health value of the Blood Clan blue dragon is only 210,000, half of the blood volume is more than 100,000. Gu Chen turned his head and saw a giant dragon covered in fiery red scales flying towards him from a distance. Alien, Explosive Fire Dragon. Level, 26. Health point. Attributes, Strength 432, Agility 423, Physical Constitution 658, Spirit 620. Skill I, Flame Halo. Skill 2, Burning Breath. Level 26 aliens are 6 levels lower than the Iron-Winged Blue Dragon. However, the Explosive Fire Dragon has more than twice the blood volume of the Iron-Winged Blue Dragon. As for the total attributes, it is more than 500. No wonder the difficulty will increase sharply after entering the Dragon Gate. Even an ordinary second-level alien race is so powerful. You can imagine what you will face in the future. Laugh. Another breath ejected, and almost no interval, landed on the Blood Clan Blue Dragon again. The Blood Clan Blue Dragon let out a wail, and his blood volume was directly zeroed, and in a blink of an eye it was burned to ashes by the blazing flames. Chapter 131. There is a single person here. 2 skills kill an iron-winged blue dragon transformed by the Blood Clan Master. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and it was impossible to say that he was not surprised. After all, after the iron-winged blue dragon is transformed, it will also receive the blessing of the Blood Clan's instinct, and the 4-dimensional attributes will be greatly improved. Whether it is blood volume or defense, it is not comparable to before. The most important thing is that the level of this explosive fire dragon is only 26. It surpasses the level, and it is still so easy to kill. Gu Chen didn't think much about it and summoned the Blood Clan King and the deceased golem. The summoned beast can feel the summoner's thoughts. Almost as soon as the golem of the dead body appeared, 2 black lights shot out from it. Extremely exhausted. Black Death Bacteria. The powerful negative effect instantly fell on the explosive fire dragon. The Blood Clan King was not afraid at all, and he immediately opened the distance, and a fierce offensive was launched. Laugh. Another burning breath came. It was not against the golems of the dead body, nor the great king of the Blood Clan, but shot towards Gu Chen. A touch of solemnity flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. In just a few minutes, he clearly felt that the alien race here was completely different from the 2 types in the abyss. The aliens in the abyss will hardly attack sneak attacks, and will not bypass the summoning beast and directly attack the summoner. He rushed straight to Gu Chen, but did not hit Gu Chen, but was blocked by the Blood Clan King. The blood volume dropped sharply by more than 20,000. From more than 100,000 to more than 20,000, the same skill hit the Blood Clan King, and the damage was reduced several times. First, the Blood Clan King is a legendary summoned beast, and his physique and defense are far higher than the previous Blood Clan Blue Dragon. Second, under the influence of negative effects, the explosion of Flame Fire Dragon has dropped by half, resulting in its output ability also reduced. The damage of 20,000 yuan will be insignificant when it hits the Blood Clan King, who has more than 200,000 yuan. It seemed that he felt his abnormal state, and the explosive fire dragon turned around without hesitation and flapped his wings on his back, which was extremely fast. If you can't gain the upper hand, do you want to withdraw? Gu Chen raised his hand and released a chaotic shadow. Almost as soon as the shadow appeared, it fell accurately on the body of the explosive fire dragon, wrapping it around. Roar! The explosive fire dragon exclaimed, and flapped his wings even harder, trying to stay away from this evil human. However, at this moment, the Blood Clan King had already come up. The two guns in his hand spewed out a metal torrent, and the bullets poured out like a storm, and a series of damage hit the explosive fire dragon. Facing a target that is entangled, you don't need any skills at all, just do it. After the full attributes of the explosive fire dragon were reduced, with the current attack power of the Vampire Master, each skill bullet could explode nearly 20,000 damage. This damage is really outrageous. The fire dragon of explosion found that he could not escape, so he turned around and started to output to the Vampire Lord. It opened its mouth in a big mouth, spit out a halo of blazing flames, and instantly landed on the Blood Clan King. Flame Halo. Attached by the halo, the Blood Clan King began to suffer continuous damage and his health continued to decrease. However, this little harm is not enough for the Blood Clan King. It still has an extremely tough fighting style, fighting blood for blood. The flame aura is attached to it, and it can only lose 10,000 health every 10 seconds on average, but if its skill bullets are fired, it can cause nearly 20,000 damage in one blow. Not only will you not lose money, but you will also make a profit. With just 2 breaths, the explosive fire dragon was knocked out with almost 200,000 blood volume. At this point, the Blood Clan King stopped urging and directly activated his skills. Scarlet Feast. The blood-colored energy turned into a storm, sweeping across the body of the explosive fire dragon in an instant, directly killing more than 150,000 of its blood. Immediately afterwards, the second stage of damage exploded. The blood volume of the explosive fire dragon collapsed and was cleared in an instant. Normal attack plus deadly shooting plus Scarlet Feast. In just 10 seconds, you can directly kill the explosive fire dragon. Kill the explosive fire dragon LV.26, Experience Plus. This is the gap. On the outskirts of Yunlong City, killing a level 32 level iron-winged blue dragon can only gain more than 7,000 experience. But once you pass the dragon gate, killing the 26th level explosive fire dragon can get more than 10,000 experience. It is already very good to get this experience by killing ordinary aliens. But for Gu Chen, he almost wanted to send it every day. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. After all, he is now at level 22, and it takes 950,000 experience to level 23, and the road is still long. Then, the Blood Clan King took action and transformed the corpse of the explosive fire dragon on the ground into a Blood Clan fire dragon, and then advanced deep into the territory. There are not many explosive fire dragons in the territory, and they can only find one every few kilometers. It takes a long time to find monsters, and it takes about a few dozen seconds to kill monsters. With the cooperation of the dead skeleton golem and the vampire master, the explosive fire dragon can exert very limited combat power. Gu Chen's purpose is to discover one end and kill another. Therefore, the journey was very smooth, and soon he discovered the boss in the territory. However, the explosive fire dragon boss is fighting fiercely with a team of summoners. There are 5 people in the team, all of whom are at the peak of the second-level professionals. A warrior, 2 knights, a ranger, and a priest. There is a meat shield, an output, and a treatment. This configuration is basically the mainstream configuration of the current professional team entering the abyss or dungeons. When Gu Chen was observing the other party, the ranger who was standing behind the two knights and facing the crazy output of boss suddenly felt something, and his sharp eyes looked at this side. Rangers generally have hawk-eye skills and are very powerful in reconnaissance. So almost as soon as Gu Chen appeared, he attracted the other party's attention. On the professional team, it seemed that they had noticed the strangeness of the ranger, and the priests behind him also turned around and took a look. "Oh, Captain, there is one left alone there." The priest's tone was a bit joking. Hearing the sound in his ears, the warrior who was pushing the two knights in the front row said without looking back, "Don't act rashly, be careful of ambushing." The ranger's eyes were sharp and he didn't say anything. While he was outputting damage to boss, he quickly shot several detection arrows around. After a brief wait, the sharpness in the ranger's eyes turned into a sneer. "It has been confirmed that there are no ambush around, and it is indeed a single person. This is great." The knight holding the shield showed joy on his face. A single professional has a very rich killing experience. After a moment, the warrior who had been attacking boss finally spoke. "Since that's the case, then move quickly, kill this boss, and then kill that profession. The ranger is staring at it, don't let that person run away." Ranger turned his head and glanced, and said with surprise, "Captain, that man doesn't seem to be ready to run, he's coming here." Chapter 132 I heard that you want to kill the boss first and then kill me? Hearing the ranger's words, the soldier, as the captain, subconsciously turned his head and took a look. I saw a figure wearing a dark red dress jumping up suddenly. Boom! The boss who was being attacked by them suddenly suffered a severe blow and was swept by a raging blood storm. The warrior instinctively felt a strong crisis and felt anxious. After fighting for so long, boss's health is almost over, and someone is coming to grab the monster? Stop him! The soldier roared angrily, and rushed straight up without caring about defense. The other 4 people in the team were about to move, and suddenly there was a strong shock in their eyes were dull, and their faces were full of disbelief. I saw that the level 28 boss that was being attacked by them was actually emptied by a skill released by the dark red dress. Immediately afterwards, the huge body fell to the ground with a wail, and there was no movement at all. Kill the explosive fire dragon bow SSLV.28, experience plus. Get the loot, the explosion staff LV.28 epic level. Get combat power. The bloody storm subsided. After picking up the killing spoils, Gu Chen's figure appeared in the sight of the 5 professions. "I heard you want to kill boss first and then kill me. It just so happens that I'll kill you for boss, and now you can do it." Seeing Gu Chen's figure, the faces of the 5 professionals no longer had the ease and jokes they had before. "Is it a summoner? How could he have such terrifying combat power? His summoning beast killed the remaining blood boss with one move. I can't see the level, is it level 3 or level 4? Unable to figure out Gu Chen's background, the 5 professions were shocked and angry, and their faces were extremely ugly. As the captain, the warrior made a decision after only thinking for a moment. Since the other party has only one person, then kill the summoner first. As long as you kill the summoner, the summoned beast will not be afraid. 5 against 1, we have the advantage, go. Looking at Gu Chen standing in front, a cold light appeared in the soldier's eyes, and he swung the big knife in his hand and rushed forward. Slash of the earth. In anger, the warrior shouted out the name of the skill in a very secondary manner. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing aura burst out from the blade, and a wide sword shadow slashed down towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen stood there, calmly. Because the boss corpse on the ground had been transformed into a Blood Clan fire dragon, it roared towards the warrior. The huge body covered with hard scales is like a huge mountain, easily blocking this skill. Bang! The long sword in his hand seemed to be slashing on an iron mountain, and he could not make any progress. The powerful anti-shock force caused the warrior's hands to hurt severely, and a look of horror burst out from his eyes. Boss is alive? And it's even stronger than before. What the hell is going on? The warrior forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and turned around and shouted decisively. Withdraw! The 4 people behind had no time to react. Almost the moment the warrior turned around, a series of skills bypassed the Blood Clan Fire Dragon and all rushed towards Gu Chen. All the staff gathered fire, and the goal was clear. Kill the summoner first. However, with a flash, Gu Chen's figure was replaced by a Blood Clan dragon. The next second, the fire-gathering attack came close and directly killed the Blood Clan dragon completely. This is a desperate move, and I don't even give you a chance to admit defeat. As for Gu Chen, he appeared 2 kilometers away and was rushing towards him with dozens of descendants of the Blood Clan. The ranger did not notice the ambush before, because as soon as he discovered this team of professionals, all the descendants of the Blood Clan were deported. They wanted to keep Gu Chen at the beginning, but Gu Chen was also worried dozens of descendants of the vampire scared away these professions. Everyone has their own thoughts, each other. The young dragon of the Blood Clan teleported was killed, and as a result, the attack of the Blood Clan King also fell on the ranger who was the main C. A set of general attack and skills, combined with the additional damage of Scarlet Feast, took a knight away without any accident. That's right, he was a ranger, but the knight came up to fight the damage and was taken away. The priests standing in the back row had already tried their best, and the healing technique was still being cast, and the knight's blood bar was cleared. For these professions, the damage of the vampire Magister is simply ridiculously high. The warrior who rushed in front couldn't help at all. He was already at a disadvantage by carrying the Blood Clan Fire Dragon alone and was suppressed to death. Gu Chen stood on the back of a Blood Clan Fire Dragon, followed by dozens of Blood Clan descendants, rushing here at full speed. Kill Professionals Knight LV.28, Experience Plus. The sudden prompt popped up made a surprise appear on his face. Killing a level 28 profession and getting a 20,000 experience directly, which is a surprise. The distance of 2 kilometers is not long or short. When Gu Chen met the Blood Clan King again, the team of professionals had been wiped out. Kill Professionals Warrior LV.28, Experience Plus. Kill Professionals Ranger LV.29, Experience Plus. Kill Professionals Knight LV.28, Experience Plus. Kill the Profession Priest LV.27, Experience Plus. A team of professionals has gained less than 100,000 experience directly. From this point of view, it will not take too long to reach level 23. Gu Chen walked forward and put the equipment on the ground into the storage space one by one, with his face calm as usual. If the opponent takes the initiative to kill himself, but his skills are not as good as others, then he cannot blame him. The only shame is that there are no mages in this team, and no equipment suitable for him is revealed. But it doesn't matter. Yunlong City is so big. Apart from the alien race, the most lacking of professionals is professionals. Next, Gu Chen scattered a descendant of a blood clan and continued to search within the territory. Yunlong City is not like the Abyss. After fighting boss, there are no alien races. Even though the boss was killed just now, there are still a large number of alien races in this territory, but it only takes time to search. Moreover, the alien races here are even more sinister. They will attack sneak attacks, and they will circumvent the back, and they also know how to attack on weaknesses. Simply put, today's battles are no longer human-machine. Not long after, a Blood Clan Blue Dragon passed the message to the Blood Clan King and found traces of the alien race. Gu Chen and the Blood Clan King rushed over immediately, but when he arrived, he found that he had already been taken over by others. Or, it was the alien race that found their prey. I saw a scoundrel elite with 5 scoundrels on a flat ground, hunting a team of summoners. There are 5 people in the team, all of whom are professionals at level 27 or 8. However, they can't resist these alien races at all, and their overall strength is more than that of a professional team. The explosive fire dragon elite is already very difficult to deal with, and there are 5 ordinary aliens next to it, so these professions can only gather the defense line and have difficulty resisting. Chapter 133. In just half a day, I won 300,000 experiences. Don't worry about the ordinary fire dragon, the fire-raising elite alien race will be able to hold on. The person who spoke was the captain of this professional team, a level 29 swordsman. Apart from him and another warrior, there was only one mage, an assassin, and a priest. This team configuration has objective damage output, but only the warrior can really resist damage. The priest in the back row used almost all his skills on the warriors, but under the attack of the fire dragon elite, the warrior's health was getting lower and lower. No, although the elite alien races are powerful, these ordinary explosive flame fire dragons are not weak in combat. The mage in the back row spoke. The scorching breath kept approaching, and the damage of the flame aura was unavoidable. His health had been knocked out by Onet Herd. If he was touched by the fire dragon's breath, he would probably have left his health. Catch the fire dragon in front of me first. As the mage said, he immediately cast a row of ice cones and flew out, trying to force the alien race to retreat. However, at this moment, the swordsman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Wang Gang, dodge immediately. Hurry! A fire dragon suddenly rushed up, and a scorching breath gushed out and invaded in the direction where the mage was. The mage's face changed suddenly, without any hesitation, and a burst of blue energy lit up on the boots under his feet, instantly causing his body to jump forward 3 meters away. Almost as soon as he left the place, a surging heat wave hit his face. The place where he was originally was covered with strong flames, and a big pit was burned out of the ground. It's so dangerous. The mage stabilized his body, looking shocked. Fortunately, the captain reminded him in time, otherwise he would have been dead now. The teammates next to them also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, but they were not really worried about the safety of the mage, but once the mage was killed, they would face almost a situation of death. At this moment, the elite alien race could not capture it for a long time, and the tyranny in his eyes became more and more cunning. Roar! With a roar, the explosive fire dragon elite directly entered a violent state, and its health quickly increased, and its attributes such as attack, defense, and attack speed were also greatly improved. It's over. Several people in the team looked pale. It was difficult to fight, but now the elite aliens have entered a violent state, so it is even more impossible to beat. As the captain, the swordsman looked extremely ugly and did not dare to keep anything. He used a healing scroll on himself, spared no effort to resist the attacks of the elite aliens. Quickly use the communication nameplate. The swordsman shouted. Those who can enter Yinlong City are basically people from all major forces. Like Gu Chen, they will have an identity nameplate. This nameplate can not only record the professional's combat performance, but also call for help from the forces where they are located. However, how far is this place from the stronghold outside the city? Even the 4th level bone dragon rushed to the road at full speed and flew all night. Now I call for help, let's not talk about whether the rescue will come. Even if it really comes, the only thing left is to collect the body. Just when everyone was desperate, the situation suddenly changed drastically. I saw a fire dragon covered with dark red scales falling from the sky. With just one ordinary attack, the elite aliens directly retreated. Subsequently, dozens of descendants of the Blood Clan also showed their bodies and launched crazy attacks on the 5 explosive fire dragons. In an instant, the team of professionals who were already in desperate situations turned around and the look of horror on their faces turned into a dull look. What happened? As the captain of the swordsmen, he still maintained his previous defensive posture, but the battle at this moment had nothing to do with him. At the same time, Gu Chen's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Give me the mark energy, you can withdraw it. Captain Swordsman and the 4 people behind him were slightly dull for a moment. After a few breaths, their faces regained their spirits. Okay, I'll hand it over, thank you for helping us. I think too much, I just need to mark the energy. Gu Chen said frankly that he didn't want to talk, and he was not even willing to accept a favor. The 5 professions did not say anything, surrendered to Gu Chen and handed over the seal energy on their bodies. Battle against the profession warrior LV.28, experience plus. Battle against the profession swordsman LV.29, experience plus. Battle against the profession master LV.28, experience plus. Battle against the profession assassin LV.28, experience plus. Battle of the profession pastor LV.28, experience plus. As the mark energy of the 5 professions was absorbed by Gu Chen, the experience bar suddenly soared, and this hand gained less than 90,000 experience. At the same time, the 5 ordinary aliens were defeated by the descendants of the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan Fire Dragon transformed from boss has been greatly improved in all aspects, and at this moment it is even more overwhelming the explosive Flame Fire Dragon Elite. The Blood Clan King was not disturbed at all and was crazily outputting it without any scruples. The bullets were pouring out like rainstorms, almost just a breath, and a fire dragon sank heavily fell to the ground. Kill the explosive fire dragon LV.28, experience plus. What did I see? What a terrifying injury! The group of professionals who were about to retreat were wide open, and they could hardly believe the scene in front of them. Those explosive fire dragons with thick skin and thick blood were actually killed in one breath. It's simply unimaginable. For them, it would be difficult to repel these alien races. If Gu Chen hadn't appeared, they would have almost died here. However, how could these alien races that could almost destroy them be as weak as ordinary aliens in the novice dungeon's copy in the hands of this mysterious man who suddenly appeared? This fierce offensive is not an exaggeration to say that it is cutting melons and vegetables, right? Summoner? When did the summoner become so strong? Captain Swordsman's face became even more shocked. The level cannot be seen, it may be a 3rd level or 4th level summoner. The priest said next to him. I think he is young and seems to be younger than me. It shouldn't be at level 4, right? The mage guessed from the side. Gu Chen didn't care about the discussions of these people. After collecting the seal energy, his eyes kept falling on the elite of the explosive fire dragon. An elite alien should be able to get more than 20,000 experience after being killed. In addition to the 5 ordinary aliens around and the 5 professions who surrendered voluntarily, this wave can gain at least 170,000 experience. Yunlong City is really a good place. This time, I really did not come wrong. In addition to the scattered alien races killed on the road, the 5 professions just now, and the explosive fire dragon boss. In just half a day, I got about 300,000 experience. It is no exaggeration to say that the experience gained in the past half day is worth the success of an ordinary professional for several months long. At this moment, the profession next to him noticed Gu Chen's gaze to deal with the explosive fire dragon elite. Captain Swordsman's face changed slightly, and he quickly reminded him. Be careful, the fire dragon elite is in a violent state. Chapter 134 The Immortal Guild, the mission issued by Su Xia. Before the captain of the swordsmen finished speaking, the figure of the Blood Clan King flashed, and his 2 guns opened fire and rushed towards the explosive fire dragon elite. With the Blood Clan Fire Dragon boss, with the speed of the Blood Clan King, he can output freely without any scruples. Bang! 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 The bullets flashed with silver light roared out, carrying high damage to explode on the body of the explosive fire dragon elite, and the hard scales became extremely fragile. Every time the gunfire sounds, a bloody hole will explode on the body of the explosive dragon elite. The damage caused by a bullet with skill effects is equivalent to a fire gathering output from the professional team just now. The blood bar of the explosive fire dragon elite fell rapidly, but in just a few breaths, it fell below the half-blood line. For the Blood Clan King, the half-blood line is basically equivalent to the kill line. Because the skill Scarlet Feast can not only cause high damage, but also perform additional damage in the second stage after the target health is less than 50%. The second stage of damage is 30% of the maximum health of the Vampire Majesty. Based on the current health of the Vampire Majesty, it can also add at least 60,000 UN. Coupled with the original damage of the skill, it can definitely destroy less than 200,000 health. Accompanied by a bloody storm, the blood volume that had just fallen to the half-blood line suddenly collapsed rapidly. Roar! The explosive fire dragon elite let out a roar full of despair. Although it is level 25, it is an elite alien after all. After the blood volume collapsed, it was not directly taken away by this skill. But it was soon, with less than 50,000 health left. An unexpected flashed in the eyes of the Blood Clan King, as if he hadn't expected that the blood volume increase of this elite alien was so high. Without words, it continued to attack. Although the 50,000 blood volume is not much for the Vampire Master, since the kill reset was not triggered just now, all its skills have entered the cooldown. It will take some time to kill this elite alien now. A series of normal attacks hit the explosive fire dragon elite, and the blood volume continued to drop, but the blood loss speed was significantly slower than before. After 2 or 3 minutes, the blood bars were cleared, and the body of the explosive fire dragon elite fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the elite alien corpses on the ground, the eyelids of several professionals next to them twitched wildly. In less than 5 minutes, the elite aliens who almost wiped out were killed by a level 22 summoned beast. The summoned beast is level 22, which means that the summoner's level is also level 22. As soon as he thought about this, the eyes of several people trembled, and the shock in their hearts was no longer greater. Level 22 summoner, directly kill the level 25 elite aliens? Is this too scary? Kill the explosive fire dragon elite LV.25, experience plus. Get the loot, Star Broken Necklace LV.25 epic. Get the loot, the explosion of flame source crystal epic. Get the loot. Not only did epic equipment be revealed, but epic materials are also revealed. Gu Chen's eyes showed a bit of surprise. Even the boss was killed just now, but the epic material was not revealed. Now it was exploded from an elite alien. However, although this material is precious, it is of no use to him for the time being. He put the explosive flame source crystal into his portable space and Gu Chen looked at the epic equipment. Star Broken Necklace. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.25. Career Limit, Ranged Attack Career. Attributes, Strength plus 350, Agility plus 450. Effect, every 3 long-range normal attacks will carry an additional attack, and the additional attacks will cause the sum of the damage of the previous 3 long-range attacks. This is a good thing. Although there are career restrictions, it can be used by the Vampire Master. The general attack of the Vampire Magister has always been a weakness because the damage caused by skill attacks is too strong. This leads to the fact that once the skill does not trigger the kill reset, it will fall into a pull in the battle and can only use normal attack to wait for cooling. Although energy recovery can shorten the cooling time, the cooling mechanism cannot be completely avoided. Now that the Star Broken Necklace is available, the lack of damage to the general attack can be greatly compensated for. Equipment effect, after every 3 long-range normal attacks, the total amount of damage of the previous 3 times can be added. In other words, the effect of this equipment can almost double the damage of the normal attack. This is a great addition to the Blood Clan King. The level 25 equipment is not available yet, so I have to upgrade it as soon as possible. The 5 explosive fire dragons just now were solved by the descendants of the vampire long before the elite aliens were killed. Gu Chen collected this epic equipment and also put away several of the exposed materials and potions. The five-man team then recovered from their shock and watched Gu Chen take all the spoils for himself, and they did not show any abnormality in their expressions. Although they discovered this elite alien first and fought for a while, they only lost 8% of their health. If Gu Chen hadn't taken action, they would have been wiped out now. If Gu Chen takes action until then, not only will the equipment released by the elite aliens belong to him, but even the equipment released by these 5 people belong to him. That is the real harvest. At this time, the captain of the swordsmen looked at Gu Chen and said, "Brother, oh, no, this great god, thank you for helping you." Although Gu Chen seems to be younger than him and has a lower level than him, in the world of professionals, combat power is the king. A 22-level summoner killed an elite alien at level 25 alone. With this combat power, no one dared to show contemptuous eyes to him. Gu Chen was about to leave, and his eyes glanced inadvertently and saw the badge on the swordsman's clothes. "Are you from the Immortal Guild?" Gu Chen asked curiously. The Immortal Guild, which is the professional guild established by the Immortal Group, is one of the top 10 among the major forces in Dongzhou. As for Yongsheng Group, it is right, it is the Yongsheng Group controlled by Wancheng Sujia. One of the core members is his former teammate, Su Xia. Captain Swordsman nodded, "Yes, I am an official member of the Immortal Guild, Lu Mu." Then, the swordsman pointed to the 4 people behind him, "My teammates are also from the Immortal Guild. We took over a commissioned task issued by a core member of the Immortal Group to come here to collect the explosive flame source crystal." Core member of Yongsheng Group? Gu Chen asked subconsciously, "Published by Su Xia." The swordsman showed an unexpected look on his face and nodded and asked, "Yes, have you taken on this mission too?" Gu Chen shook his head, thought for a moment, took out the explosive flame source crystal he had just obtained and handed it to the swordsman. "Please take this Yuanjing and give it to Su Xia for help. You can complete your entrusted task." Chapter 135 Come on, solve these summoning units within 1 minute. Gu Chen's actions made Captain Swordsman and the 4 people behind him stunned. An epic explosion flame source crystal, this is a precious material worth tens of millions, and was sent out without any warning? Are you afraid that I will run away with your materials?" Captain Swordsman asked subconsciously. "If you are confident that you can escape the reward from the Immortal Guild, you can try it," Gu Chen said indifferently. The swordsman showed a self-deprecating look and shook his head. What a joke, he is just a 2nd-level peak professional, how dare he offend the Immortal Guild? By handing over this explosive flame source crystal to Su Xia, he can not only complete a commissioned task, accumulate contribution value in the guild, but also get task rewards. In addition to being able to obtain more than 10 million for embezzlement of this explosive flame source crystal, he could only hide in Tibet to survive. He can still tell the difference between saturation and fullness. "Don't worry, we are all regular guild professions. I will hand this epic source crystal to young Master Su Xia in person." "But, if Master Su Xia asks after he goes back, how should I answer him?" the swordsman asked with a serious face. "Just answer truthfully," Gu Chen said lightly. "Okay, then I'll say it was a summoner who asked me to bring it to him." After putting the explosive flame source crystal, the swordsmen looked at each other with the 4 teammates behind him, feeling a strong surprise and gratitude. Originally, they were almost destroyed by the elite alien group, but now they not only survived, but also completed the entrusted task. This kind of encounter is most suitable to describe it in a sentence. Immediately, the swordsman and others took out the teleportation scroll and activated it, and the 5 figures quickly disappeared in front of Gu Chen's eyes. I don't know how Su Xia's armor was developed. When entering the Hell-level Spider Cave, Su Xia wore Mark 21 armor and also conducted several actual combat. Gu Chen also noticed that the basic combat ability of the armor was already available, and he could fight with the alien race at level 10 for several rounds. However, the actions in the battle are not very coherent, and various commands are delayed. If sufficient reaction time is guaranteed, long-range combat can be barely carried out. However, once you are approached by a foreign race, the battle can basically be declared over. Because there is still a lot of room for improvement in the armor, Gu Chen did not leave the explosive flame source crystal in his hand. Although a second-level epic material is worth tens of millions, in Gu Chen's opinion, it would be more meaningful to hand over the material to Su Xia than to sell it for more than 10 million on the trading platform. Therefore, it is really difficult to determine whether Gu Chen's character is good or bad. He should say he is a good person. He is very particular about Luo Qingxiu and his interests are paramount. Say he is a bad guy, it's worth it. He gave tens of millions of epic materials to Su Xia without saying a word. If Lin Yuan was by his side along the way, this good guy would definitely touch the back of his head and look puzzled. I really don't understand you. After the professional team left, the Vampire Majesty transformed the corpses of the alien race on the ground into 6 vampire fire dragons, and the team grew a little further. Among the descendants of the vampire today are young dragons, blue dragons, cavalry commanders, and fire dragons. Gu Chen divided them into several teams and spread forward as advance teams to find the next target. It's not just a simple search. If you encounter a lonely alien, the descendants of the vampire will also kill him. He himself stepped on the back of a Blood Clan blue dragon and followed the advance team to move forward. Kill the explosive fire dragon LV.26, Experience Plus. Kill the explosive fire dragon LV.26, Experience Plus. Along the way, there will be experience prompts to jump out from time to time. By the time he left the territory of the explosive fire dragon, his experience soared by more than 200,000, and the progress of the experience bar had exceeded half. Meanwhile, somewhere ahead. Captain, look, another alien is coming. A team of professionals hidden in the woods found traces of a group of descendants of the vampire. Huh? What the hell is that? The captain was a woman in a mage robe. There was a look of surprise on her delicate face, and she was very puzzled by the figures in her eyes. A cavalry, 2 explosive fire dragons, 2 iron-winged blue dragons, and 2 iron-winged young dragons. What kind of combination is this? Are you sure you are an alien? Not an alien. The ranger in the team looked over and used the Hawkeye skill to see the attribute panels of several descendants of the Blood Clan, and then shook his head. What's it if it's not a foreign race? The captain asked. It's all some summoning units. Which profession should have used the psychic scroll? How many levels? All level 22. What? Only the second level. Ranger nodded. Well, all summoning units are level 22, which means that the masters of these summoning units are just a second level profession. A faint smile appeared on the captain's cold face. It seems that Yanlong City has been too comfortable in recent years. Now even a second-level professional dares to die. The priest next to him immediately asked, "What should we do next?" A team of second-level professionals will not gain much experience after killing, but will expose our ambush. The captain showed an intriguing smile, and then the staff in his hand burst into a bright red light. Fight! A second-level professional team should have 80,000 or 90,000 experience, which is a little less, but the mosquito thighs are also fleshy. The point is that I didn't dare to come to Lord Dragon City when I was in the second level. How dare they come? So, I have an obligation to let them see the sinisterness of Yunlong City. If you have been wet with the rain, you will tear someone else's umbrella. The ranger didn't care about the captain's evil taste, so he nodded and shot a rain of arrows directly at the place where the descendants of the Blood Clan were. The arrow rain comes with a freezing effect. As soon as it hits the descendants of the vampire, a layer of freezing effect was applied. The Blood Clan cavalry was covered with heavy armor, and the damage suffered in the rain of arrows was minimal. It looked around with a cautious look on its face and immediately discovered the team of professionals lying ambushed in the woods. Kill! The vampire cavalry pointed out that it launched a charge directly and rushed out first. Roar! The descendants of the Blood Clan spread their wings and quickly followed, without any delay in their movements. The freezing effect attached to the arrow rain had little effect on them. At the same time, the mage captain twisted his graceful body and walked out of the woods slowly. It's not a matter of fear for a few second levels. The ranger stays in place, stands on the stance and outputs, and gives priority to attacking the cavalry, while slowing down other summoning units. Paladin, you two put on shields and go up to attract the hatred of the Dragon Clan and help me share the damage. Pastor, stare at my blood volume and treat me if it falls below 70%. Come on, we will resolve the battle within 1 minute. I believe the master of the summoning unit is coming soon. Chapter 136. Let this genius brother feel despair. The mage captain did not say anything, but directly activated the staff in his hand and immediately used the group attack skill Meteor Fire Rain. The next second, a violent rain of fire fell from the sky, causing a lot of damage to the descendants of the Blood Clan. Second level, haha! Captain Mage sneered contemptuously, and the staff burst out with another energy fluctuation. The wide fire wall burning with raging flames rose up from the ground, dividing the team of descendants of the Blood Clan into two from the middle. The Blood Clan cavalry and the two Blood Clan fire dragons rushed in front. Seeing this, the two paladins immediately put on shields and pushed forward without hesitation. At the same time, the arrow with powerful attack power also landed on the vampire cavalry. The blood volume dropped rapidly. If the third-level professional team plays a group of ordinary second-level players, there will basically be no accidents. However, the next moment, an accident happened. 1,000 cavalry wearing thick armor suddenly appeared from a distance and rushed over. A solemn aura could be felt from a distance. Captain, what is that? Why did a cavalry team suddenly appear? The North Iron Cavalry. It turns out to be the North Iron Cavalry. The ranger turned his head and saw the King of Gu, who was flying freely in the wind at a glance. The mage captain's face darkened. Impossible. How could so many Northern Iron Cavalry appear in Yinlong City? An incredible look appeared on her face. Even though she was not from the north, she had heard of the great reputation of the North Iron Cavalry. If the cavalry from the north are coming to them, then surrender directly. Just as he was stunned, the cavalry in the distance had already arrived. The bright silver armor flashed with cold murderous intent in the sun. The leader was wearing thick armor, and the entire team was armed to the teeth. The mage captain had never seen such an iron cavalry team before, and he was disrespectful for a moment. At this moment, 1,000 cavalry were like a torrent of steel, launching charge skills to crush the descendants of the Blood Clan. Under the crazy rushing, in just one round, the descendants of the Blood Clan were crushed into pieces. At the same level 3, a professional team must cooperate with tactics and skills when fighting against a group of descendants of the Blood Clan, but for these 1,000 cavalry, it only takes one charge to solve the problem. After dealing with several descendants of the vampire, the speed of the cavalry team slowed down rapidly and stopped in place. Immediately, the cavalry commander looked at the direction where the group of professions were in the woods, and a cold look appeared on his face. "Leave that mage, everyone else, kill!" With a command, the cavalry in the front rows pulled out their spears and rushed towards the professions in the woods. The 5 professionals were so scared that they ran away. Yinlong City is a dangerous place, but most of them refer to the dangers of alien races. Now that the North Iron Cavalry comes forward, it is a crushing existence. The cavalry led the lead, held up the spear in his hand, activated the puncture skill, and directly stabbed the slowest ranger to the side. The other cavalry also turned into killing machines, and with the rich smell of blood in the woods, all 4 professions turned into corpses in a few breaths. "No, don't kill me. I surrender." The mage captain was so scared that he was shaking and knelt on the ground, trembling. The cavalry commander stepped forward and pointed at the body of the vampire cavalry on the ground. His tone was cold. "I ask you, what's going on with this cavalry?" "I don't know. This was already the case when I saw him. Please let me go." The mage begged for mercy immediately. "I don't know. Then what's the point of keeping you?" The cavalry leader's eyes cold, and the spear in his hand suddenly stabbed forward, piercing the mage's head with one blow. On the side, the deputy commander came forward and came to the next to the vampire cavalry, and observed it carefully for a while. This cavalry should be one of the people who disappeared outside the Yanlong city before. I don't know what skill he got, but he was actually transformed into an alien race. The cavalry commander looked cold. "No matter who it is a naked provocation, and this matter must be thoroughly investigated." At this moment, a flash of light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the cavalry commander, and he turned his head to look in the other direction. "I saw a few Blood Clan fire dragons falling from the sky. On the back of the head fire dragon, there was a young man with a cold expression standing. The Iron Cavalry of the North." Gu Chen frowned slightly. "How did it appear here? Is it a coincidence or did you kill my summoning object?" Gu Chen looked at the cavalry commander in the lead and asked. "So what?" As soon as the cavalry commander finished speaking, his face suddenly changed, and his narrow eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you a summoner?" Under the mask, a pair of slightly surprised eyes looked at Gu Chen in front of him carefully. Gu Chen didn't care about this detail, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He directly summoned the Blood Clan King and led a group of Blood Clan descendants to walk forward. "Since you killed it, it's easy to do." "Kill? No one left." A cold murderous intent flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. The descendants of the Blood Clan showed bloodthirsty expression and were about to rise up. "Let's wait." Suddenly, the cavalry commander in charge shouted loudly and flipped off the horse's back regardless of the heavy armor on his body. Taifuto commanded Mo Hanshan and met the eldest son. The cavalry commander knelt down and saluted without saying a word. Immediately afterwards, the cavalry behind also reacted. "Wow! Wow!" With the uniform sound, all the thousands of iron pagodas were dismounted and bowed together. "Grand Prince, the king ordered us to find you in Yinlong City, and I would like to ask the eldest prince to return to the northern border as soon as possible," the cavalry commander said respectfully. "Returning to the north again?" A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. "Do you think he is a 3-year-old child? Stop talking nonsense, die for me!" Gu Chen shouted coldly. The Blood Clan fire dragons roared and rushed forward, spitting out scorching breaths and attacking the cavalry. Defensive formation. Faced with the attacks of dozens of Blood Clan fire dragons, the cavalry commander's face changed suddenly, and he quickly ordered the cavalry to change their formation, and released shields to resist the attack of the Blood Clan fire dragon. "Only resist, not attack?" Gu Chen frowned slightly. This team of Taifuta seemed to be different from those before. "Grand Prince, the king is in the Dragon Palace. The second prince is now heading towards the Dragon Palace. Since you don't want to return to the north, why don't you escort you to the Dragon Palace?" The voice of the commander Mo Hanshan came from a bright silver armor. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. "Hi? Gu Qingfeng and Gu Ci? Are they all here in Yinlong City?" "Yes, the king led 5,000 iron pagoda to Yinlong City from the northern border to find the eldest son and take you back to the northern border." "Since you are here to find me, why did Gu Qingfeng go to the Dragon Palace? Do you dare to lie to me?" Mo Hanshan quickly explained, "I dare not. As soon as the king arrived at Yinlong City, he received a secret order to go to the Dragon Palace alone. We don't know what the matter is. As for the 5,000 iron pagoda, it is now under the command of Mr. Gu Ci. Our team of men is not valued by Mr. Gu Ci, so they are assigned a miscellaneous job. Hearing this, Gu Chen nodded and stopped the attacks of the descendants of the Blood Clan. He snorted coldly, and a hint of anger suddenly burst out from his eyes. The 5,000 iron pagodas are commanded by Gu Ci? In other words, is Gu Ci trying to use the Typhutu's hand to eradicate himself? What does this mean every day? He has clearly cut off his relationship, and that younger brother still wants to kill him? Okay, this is interesting to post every day. A sneer appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. Since the other party wants to kill him, Gu Chen will not be polite. A genius brother who is highly anticipated cannot tolerate him, a trash brother who has already cut off relations with the family? Okay, play like this, right? Then let this genius brother feel despair. It would be boring to deal with such an arrogant genius. Let him fall at the feet of the trash brother he looked down upon, and nailed this genius to the pillar of shame for the rest of his life. Killing someone to kill your heart is what your brother should do. Chapter 137, The Eldest Son, Why Not Let Yi Qian Taifu to escort him? Young master, if you want to go to the Dragon Palace, the last general can lead 1,000 Taifutas to accompany you to escort them. Mo Hans Han said. Gu Chen shook his head. First of all, I am not a member of the Gu family, nor the eldest son you mentioned. Secondly, you said Gu Ci was on the way to the Dragon Palace. What did he do to the Dragon Palace? Return to the eldest son. If Mr. Gu said, Mr. Gu Ci has been promoted to level 20. This time he went to the Dragon Palace to conquer a dragon clan as a mount. Conquer the dragon clan as a mount? Gu Chen's eyes showed a little contempt. According to Ling Feng, the school of Shangjing has prepared a contracted dragon clan quota for Gu Ci, and he has given him the resources given to him by the School of Education, and he insisted on attracting Dragon City to compete for a place that does not belong to him? Looking for trouble if you have nothing to do? Who is used to the problem? Yes, this time the Dragon Palace has given 3 quotas. All professions who enter the Dragon City, regardless of which force they come from, will each have 1 quota for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels to enter the Dragon Palace. The second young master went to the Dragon Palace this time to compete for the 2nd level quota. This is the same as what Sumo told him before, but it is more detailed. Sumo just said that there were 3 places to enter the Dragon Palace, but he did not tell him that there were 1 in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels. So, after passing the gantry, I just came to a screening platform. Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt tired. Since coming to Yinlong City, the people at Shenyuan Army Stronghold gave him only a map and an identity nameplate, and then told him that Ling Feng was waiting for him in the Dragon Palace, the center of Yinlong City, and then there was nothing else. Along the way, he needed to obtain all the information himself, and he was just feeling the stones across the river. Now that I have met Mo Hans Han, I finally figured out some rules. So Gu Chen continued to ask, how can we get that quota? When Mo Hans Han heard this, he glanced at Gu Chen with a little surprise. What does this mean every day? You have passed the Dragon Gate, don't tell me you don't know how to enter the Dragon Palace yet? Is it true that the eldest son still knows the rules of the Dragon Palace? Seeing Gu Chen's face slightly dark, Mo Hans Han immediately said, that's right. The eldest son should have an identity nameplate on his body, right? Good. The identity nameplate not only serves to call for help, but also records your location. Just bring the identity nameplate to the Dragon Palace. You will naturally be qualified. Just qualification. Yes, it's just a qualification. If you want to get a quota, you have to defeat all the professionals of the same level in the Dragon Palace. I see. Gu Chen nodded. Mo Hans Han said that he was defeating the same level profession, which means that under normal circumstances, there was no conflict between the 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level professions in Yinlong City and him. Is there a limit on the time to enter the Dragon Palace? No, but if you stay in an area for a long time and stagnate, your identity plate will issue a warning. If you cannot leave the current area within 10 minutes of the warning, you will be revoked from entering the Dragon Palace. There is no clear time limit, but it will force professionals to continue to march towards the Dragon Palace. Isn't this just shrinking the circle? Gu Chen suddenly felt a little familiar, and he felt that he was coming to Battle Royale. After almost the same question, Gu Chen suddenly said, "By the way, I killed the 1,000 iron pagodas outside the Yinlong city. Do you want to avenge them?" Mo Han's Han was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "Mr. Gu, don't joke. Although that team of people are recruits, they are also 1,000 third-level knights. You are only a second level. I'm joking with you." Gu Chen's tone was cold, without any emotion. The smile on Mo Han's face suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, he asked with a serious look, "Mr. Gu, did you really kill those 1,000 men?" "Yes, if you want to avenge them, it's best to do it immediately." Mr. Gu misunderstood. "The team of people you killed was a force supported by the second young master. If you want to take revenge, it's not my turn." Mo Han's Han said lightly, "Besides, Taifutu has casualties every year, and the team has just joined less than half a year. In a dangerous place like Yinlong City, it is reasonable to have a little more casualties. Being destroyed equals the casualties are slightly bigger? Is this reasonable?" "Okay." Gu Chen looked helpless. It seems that he can't get the experience of this 1,000 iron pagoda. A hint of surprise flashed across Mo Han's face. At that moment, he keenly captured a look of regret from Gu Chen's eyes. Regret? He couldn't figure out what was worth regretting. "Mr. Gu, since you are going to the Dragon Palace, why don't you let us follow us, the 1,000 iron pagoda, escort us?" "Mr. Mo, I appreciate your kindness, but I have nothing to do with the royal family in the north. I will be spared if I accompany Taifutu." Gu Chen turned around and waved his hand. The Blood Clan fire dragon under his feet swayed his wings and drove him to fly away. Immediately, dozens of descendants of the Blood Clan around him also left and soon disappeared from the end of his sight. Mo Han's hand shook his head and sighed. "Oh, eldest son, you are the eldest son of the Northern Royal family. Why do you have to do such a thing that will destroy your future?" After several hours of rushing, Gu Chen came to a long-abandoned mine. This is the territory of the second-level alien dragon people. A large number of aliens resemble giants with scales and horns on their bodies, are called dragon people. Originally, Gu Chen could walk straight, but the reason why he came here by detour was that according to the map, he could pass through a huge mountain range covered with poisonous miasma 50 kilometers ahead. Poisonous miasma is just a difficult point. The key is that there are 5-level dark poisonous dragons in the alien race entrenched in the poisonous miasma mountain range. That's level 5. If it really starts to fight, with Gu Chen's current combat power, it will probably be difficult to gain the upper hand in the battle. Considering that the level gap is too large and that killing 5th-level aliens cannot gain 100% of their experience, Gu Chen is too lazy to do that thankless thing. When Gu Chen came to the mine, he happened to be in the depths of the mine. A figure wearing alloy armor was fighting fiercely with the Dragon Man. Yes, this person is Su Xia. Wearing Mark 31 armor, he fought dozens of dragon men by himself, and fought for hundreds of rounds without a chance of winning or losing. There were more than 10 dragon men lying on the ground, and the alloy armor on his body had been damaged on a large scale. There were 3 alloy wreckages on the ground that had been scrapped in the battle. Although more than 10 dragon men died, Su Xia's situation is even more unoptimistic. A dragon man with a horn on his head walked up with a hideous sneer on his lips. "Human, your armor is indeed extremely powerful. It can actually kill us dragon people, but it's a pity that this should be your last armor, right?" Chapter 138 Meeting Su Xia again, the blood and blood of the two kings. Deep in the dark mine pit, more than 30 dragon men had already forced Su Xia into a desperate situation. Just as the dragon man finished speaking, a dragon man next to him suddenly jumped out and snatched up from the darkness. Su Xia felt a stern and quickly raised his hand. As the air fluctuated violently, a blazing beam of light burst out from the mechanical palm. Bang! The dragon man culled backwards, his scales shattered, his blood splattered, and his broad chest was pierced through a shocking blood hole. Su Xia stared at the dragon people who were gathering more and more, and her face became paler. Originally, he was releasing a mission at a guild stronghold outside Yinlong City. When a team of professionals gave him the epic explosion flame source crystal, he realized that Gu Chen was also in Yinlong City. Through the algorithm analysis of the armor, Gu Chen had the highest probability of passing through this mine, so Su Xia brought his latest Mark 31 armor into Yinlong City. According to his design, the Mark 31 armor has powerful combat power to fight against third-level alien races. This is true. After entering Yinlong City, he came to the mine. Along the way, he had killed 4 third-level aliens and 53 second-level aliens. However, the energy contained in the epic explosion flame source crystal did not reach his ideal endurance. The dragon man living deep in the mine was far beyond his expectations. After killing more than a dozen dragon people, more dragon people soon came to siege, and there were more and more alien races, and they could not be beaten at all. The thruster of the armor was damaged during combat and his flight function was damaged. If this continues, he will only be dead. Human, what kind of armor are you? It's even more powerful than the exoskeleton armor of Zhen Yuan army? Hand over your armor design drawings, maybe I can spare your life. Want armor design drawings? Su Xia's face suddenly sank. If you don't give it, the dragon man will definitely kill him. Given, it is hard to guarantee that the other party will go back on his word after getting the drawings. For a moment, Su Xia began to feel entangled. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the mine. Want armor design drawings? Do you have the life to take it? Who? The dragon man who was talking changed his face, and he quickly turned his head and looked back, with a hint of horror flashing in his eyes. I saw dozens of fire dragons covered with dark red scales falling from the sky. As soon as they fell, their scorching breath was like rain of fire, attacking the dragon people. Dozens of dragon men were burned by the flames, their bodies were full of fire, and they rolled and crawled backwards. The dragon man in the lead was even attached to his body by the aura of flames, and his blood volume dropped wildly, and most of his body turned black. It quickly retreated back a safe distance, showing fear on its face, and could not feel any resistance in its heart. These dozens of fire dragons falling from the sky are not something they can mess with. Gu Chen stood above a Blood Clan fire dragon with a cold face. The Blood Clan king walked out from behind and attacked the dragon people who were retreating. Su Xia looked at Gu Chen, who suddenly appeared with surprise, his eyes full of surprise and glory for the aftermath of the disaster. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the thunder-like gunshots echoed deep in the mine, more than 30 dragon men turned into corpses in a few breaths. Kill Dragon Man LV.22, Experience Plus. Kill Dragon Man LV.22, Experience Plus. Kill Dragon Man LV.22, Experience Plus. Level Improvement. Level, LV.23, 9690/. Strength, 637. Agility, 636. Physical Constitution, 638. Spirit, 909. Summoned Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.23 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.23 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.23 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise LV.23 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. you can obtain the dark bloodline again. But now I will solve this dragon man first. You, who are you? The dragon man looked at Gu Chen standing on the Blood Clan fire dragon, and a clear look of horror appeared in his eyes. Where did the summoner come from? His combat power is so powerful. The Blood Clan king walked forward and shot 2 bangs, directly breaking the dragon man's arms. Ah! Gu Chen ignored the dragon man's scream and asked calmly, I only asked once, where is the passage that can pass through the poisonous miasma mountain? At this moment, the cold meaning in Gu Chen's tone was infinitely magnified in the dragon man's senses. It trembled, staring at a direction deep in the mine. On there, don't kill me, I'll take you there. Just at this moment, Su Xia, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke, I have a navigation, don't ask about it. As soon as these words came out, the dragon man's body began to tremble violently because of fear. He knew that at this moment, he had lost the value of his existence. No, you are a human being. You must not know that I know it. Don't kill me, I can lead the way for you. What else do you want to know? I can say it. Let me have a way out. Don't kill me. Bang! 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 A series of silver photo bullets suddenly shot out, instantly blew the dragon man's head. Kill the dragon man leader LV.23, Experience Plus. Get it done. Gu Chen turned to look at Su Xia, and his tone showed a little surprise. Su Xia, you are not studying your armor in Wanchange, what are you doing here? Su Xia walked out of the armor with a look of surprise. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, my armor has calculated all your action routes, and you have the greatest probability of appearing in this mine. Armor algorithm? Yes, are you killing old customers with big data? Su Xia smiled, with an unconcealed look of pride on her face. By the way, what are you waiting for me here? Gu Chen asked. Su Xia did not keep it in hiding, and said that he wanted to follow Gu Chen to the Dragon Palace. According to him, as long as the more combat data is collected and the higher the quality of the collected materials, the stronger the combat power the armor can exert. On the way to the Dragon Palace, you will encounter various alien races or genius professions, which will inevitably be accompanied by a lot of battles. In this way, he can collect a large amount of combat data and upgraded armor materials in a short period of time, thereby greatly improving the combat power of the armor. Hearing Su Xia's request, Gu Chen looked at the armor next to him that was as damaged as broken copper and iron. Your armor has been beaten into a pile of scrap iron. How can you go to the Dragon Palace with me? Wait a minute, there's no big problem. Su Xia said, taking out a huge rectangular operating table from the space ring, and then put the seriously damaged armor on the operating table. After setting up the program, he put the entire operation table into the space ring again, allowing the repair program to be automatically performed. Su Xia took out an exoskeleton armor and put it on her body, and said, Brother Chen, my armor is expected to be repaired in about 2 hours. During this period, I can only hold your thighs. Okay, you can treat the injuries you just in the battle first. Gu Chen nodded and agreed to this matter. After all, it's just a matter of bringing one more person, which will not affect his actions. When Su Xia was using the healing potion, Gu Chen was not idle either and opened the talent panel. The dark bloodline has not been drawn in the last 2 upgrades. There were exactly 2 chances. Star talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King Blood. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King Blood. Are both Dark Bloodlines King Blood? Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong shock burst out from his eyes. Chapter 139 Legend 2 Stars, Killing Through the Dragon Man Territory. Looking at the 2 King Blood vessels that appeared in sight, Gu Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Real. Not a dream. From level 14 to level 21, there has never been a Wang Shui bloodline, and he is almost giving up. Even the Nightmare Lord advanced to Chaos UN Spirit with the first generation of bloodlines rising up 1 star by 1. Now, otherwise I won't come, and 2 will come as soon as I come. Double the happiness. The shock in Gu Chen's eyes turned into a strong joy, and then he began to think. He is bound to enter the Dragon Clan contract with the Dragon Palace, so he can only use one of the 2 kings' bloodlines at the moment. After all, the King Blood plus Dragon Clan is so exciting to think about. Delayed enjoyment is the real double happiness. And which summoned beast should another currently available King bloodline be granted to? Among the 4 summoned beasts, the Blood Clan King, the deceased Golem, and the Chaos Yuanling have all advanced to the legendary level. Now there is only the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle left or the Epic Star. For balance, the most important thing to do at present is to advance the Dark Dragon Hunting to the legendary level to make up for the shortcomings in combat power. However, Gu Chen had another consideration, which was to use the King's bloodline to upgrade the qualification of the Blood Clan Majesty to the legendary 2-star. Why do this? Because one of the talents of the Vampire King is that he can obtain 10 permanent health points after killing the target. Don't underestimate these 10 permanent health points. Most of the Blood King's current health of more than 200,000 yuan is accumulated through this talent. The Golems of Dead Skeleton, which are also legendary summoned beasts, are also known for their physical constitution, and their current health volume is less than 100,000. The gap is clear at a glance. This is also why Gu Chen wanted to bind the Amulet of Fate with the Blood Clan Master. With the effect of the Talisman of Destiny, as long as his health falls below 30% in battle, the Blood Clan King's blood bar will become his blood bar. In this way, let alone the same level, even if a 3rd level or 4th level profession wants to kill him in seconds, it is a dream. Therefore, the most urgent task is to improve the combat power of the Blood Clan King and kill all directions in the Shillong city. If the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle is advanced, Gu Chen can only get a full attribute of plus 100 feedback. However, if the Blood Clan King is promoted to the star, his combat power will increase rapidly, and he can quickly kill the alien race, thereby accumulating tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of health points. Do you still need to choose this? After the decision, Gu Chen gave the King's bloodline to the Blood Clan King. Summoning beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Blood Clan Majesty Legend Rightward Arrow Blood Clan Majesty Legend. Level, LV.23. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 655, Agility 730, Physical 753, Spirit 668. Skill Deadly Shooting Get Enhanced. Fatal Shooting, the Vampire Magister's normal attack is enhanced, and the normal attack will obtain skill effects, shoot large caliber high explosive bullets, causing multiple critical damage when hitting the target. Note, after the skill is turned on, it can be turned off actively, and it can be continued until the energy is exhausted. Good guy. Gu Chen's face showed unconcealed excitement. Deadly Shooting. After strengthening, the Blood Clan King turned into infinite fire power. From now on, as long as the Vampire Magister activates this skill, every bullet it fires will carry the skill effect of Deadly Shooting. Is this so great? As for exhaustion, it does not exist. Under the talent of Vampire Instinct, its recovery ability is already terrifyingly strong. Moreover, he had killed so many alien races in the abyss and dungeons before, but now Gu Chen's portable space stores a large amount of energy recovery potion. Sure enough, the Blood Clan King did not disappoint me. The general attack comes with skill effects. Isn't it easy to break through the low-level alien races in the Dragon City? Brother Chen, I have completely recovered. Su Xia said excitedly. Okay, then just navigate. Do you know how to go? I know so much. The end point is set in the Dragon Palace. You can go wherever there are many alien races on the way. Su Xia followed Gu Chen to pass the spider cave, and of course he knew Gu Chen's fighting style. Smart. Gu Chen cast a thumbs up with praise. Hee. Su Xia grinned and began to set the route on the control panel of her arm. Okay, then start with the Dragon Man territory. This place is mainly low-level alien races at level 23. With your combat power, you will probably be able to break out of the mine in about 2 hours. There are countless mine caves dug by the Dragon Man at the bottom of the mine, and the interior is complicated. If you rely solely on the map, you will inevitably waste a lot of time. Now that Su Xia's navigation is available, there is no need to worry about this problem at all. The Vampire Majesty activated the effect of the mirror ring and brought 2 mirrors to the depths of the Blood Clan's descendants into the mine. This mine occupies a very large area, stretching for 50 kilometers, and the mines inside belong to the territory of the Dragon Man. Most ordinary dragons are at level 23, with ferocious faces and shoddy weapons in their hands. If you have to identify the quality of these weapons, most of them can only be excellent, and if you can reach the excellent level, it is already the ceiling. With their outrageous industrial level, Gu Chen couldn't understand what the Dragon Man just asked Su Xia for the design of the armor. If you can't even open the blade, can you still want to build armor? The Vampire Majesty, who had activated the infinite fire power, led the way and rushed to the front of the team. The 2 guns in their hands kept rushing like machine guns. The bullets shot by the normal attack were accompanied by the bright silver light of deadly shooting. Killing these alien races was like mowing grass. The headshot was shot, and good luck was coming. The dragon people rushed over and basically couldn't get close to the Blood Clan King, so they were beaten and fell to the ground by slashing their heads. Occasionally, 1 or 2 dragon elites would pop up and launch a counter-attack with a large number of dragon people, but without exception, they were all shot to death by 3 Blood Clan Kings. The mirror inherits all the talents and skills of the body, so the infinite fire power mode is also turned on. The only disadvantage is that they only have 80% of the entire attribute of the body, and the damage they take will increase by 50%. However, in this situation, those dragon men cannot hurt the Blood Clan King at all, so this disadvantage can be directly ignored. Upgrading from level 23 to level 24 requires 1.35 million experience. A rough calculation requires killing more than 100 dragon people. There are only more than 100 dragons, and it seems that they can be upgraded soon. Gu Chen's tone was filled with strong confidence. If other professions hear this, they will probably vomit blood in depression. If an ordinary professional team wants to kill 100 dragons, it will take at least 10 days. But for Gu Chen, it only took a few hours. This is the gap. Su Xia was able to kill more than 10 dragon men in a short period of time, but this was his limit. According to him, the manufacturing cost of the Mark 31 armor just now is completely equivalent to 10 second-level epic equipment. In other words, he was able to mobilize such a huge resource with his back on the Yongsheng group. Otherwise, even if someone else could make powerful armor like him, he would not be able to afford such a terrifying cost. All the way, all the killing dragon people's corpses were transformed into Blood Clan dragon people. Gu Chen ordered these Blood Clan dragon people to quickly disperse and find their own goals in the complex mine cave. The density of alien races in the mine cave far exceeds that of the explosive fire dragon territory, and Gu Chen's experience began to rise rapidly again. Kill Dragon Man LV.22, Experience Plus. Kill Dragon Man Elite LV.23, Experience Plus. Kill Dragon Man LV.22, Experience Plus. Experience tips are like bullets. The curtain began to roll, and Gu Chen was overwhelmed. At this speed, you may be able to upgrade in less than 2 hours. The Vampire Majesty led a group of descendants of the vampire, constantly killing one dragon after another, continuously bringing experience and materials to Gu Chen. Although Su Xia had long had psychological expectations, she was still amazed by this scene. Mages will consume spirit in battle, and warriors will consume physical strength in battle. Each profession will face the problem of consumption. Moreover, once you enter continuous combat, this consumption will be even more intense, which is an inevitable iron rule. However, these summoned beasts are different. The Blood Clan Master himself has super recovery ability, and Gu Chen's life recovery potion and energy recovery potion have never stopped the activation of skills since the start of the battle. The descendants of the vampire are even more exaggerated. Although they do not have the powerful recovery ability of the vampire lord, they are just summoning units. When the energy or physical strength is exhausted, there is no need to recover at all, and they rushed directly to the Dragon Man and started a self-destruction. Anyway, there were a large number of Dragon Man corpses on the ground, and a descendant of a blood clan exploded and then transformed them with the corpse. To transform a descendant of a second-level vampire, it only takes 3,000 health points. For the Vampire King, he recovered in just a few breaths. Not only cheap, but also efficient. Soon, an hour passed and the Dragon Man's territory was completely killed. Kill Dragon Manbo SSLV.23, Experience Plus. Level Improvement. Level, LV.24, 6680/. Strength, 647. Agility, 646. Physical Constitution, 648. Spirit, 929. Summoned Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.24 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.24 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.24 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise LV.24 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. Chapter 140 I didn't expect that 1,500 cavalry Taifutu is nearby. After killing through the Dragon Man's territory from the mine, it just happened to pass through the poisonous Miasma Mountains occupied by the 5th level alien race. Up to level 24 and activate your talent. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline First Generation. A first generation bloodline can just give epic upgrades. Without thinking too much, I directly gave this bloodline to the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. Summoning Beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Dark Dragon Hunting Epic Rightward Arrow Dark Dragon Hunting Epic. Level, LV.24. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 560, Agility 430, Physical 570, Spirit 450. Skill Broken Impact is enhanced. Broken Impact, starting from the ejection, charge forward, knocking back all targets on the path, causing critical damage to the target at the end of the path and knocking it away. Compared with the past, the skills have more knockback effects and critical damage, making them stronger. After passing through the mine like a maze, Gu Chen and Su Xia walked up from the mine at the bottom. Around them are the Blood Clan Lords and all the Blood Clan Dragons, with hundreds of heads, all over 3 meters high, full of strong oppression. As soon as I walked out of the mine, I saw a group of soldiers wearing bright silver armor guarding the exit passage. Yes, it's Taifutu again. You can feel a strong iron-blooded aura escaping from a distance. Next to the group of iron pagodas, a tall stone slab was moved from somewhere, with 4 big words written on it. No access. Brother Chen, look, your army has closed the road. Su Xia leaned forward and said with a smile, are they waiting for you here? Who knows? Gu Chen raised his eyes and looked ahead. A large area of bright silver armor exudes a cold and icy meaning, with a total of 500 cavalry guarding the middle of the exit passage of the mine. Adding to the stone slab with the words no pass is said, judging by this posture, this passage is indeed completely blocked. Gu Chen glanced at it, didn't care, and walked straight forward. The mine cave is complicated, but this is the only one that is the final exit. It's impossible to say, because the 500 cavalry were blocked in the middle of the passage, so they would go back? There is no reason. As soon as Gu Chen and Su Xia walked up with a group of descendants of the Blood Clan, they attracted the attention of the cavalry commander in charge. 2. This passage has been requisitioned by our Taifutu. If you want to go to the Dragon Palace, please take a detour. The cavalry commander sat high on the war horse and did not recognize Gu Chen, but waved to the two of them, as if driving away flies. Has been requisitioned? Joke, when did Yinlong City become your northern territory? Gu Chen said without hesitation. Stop talking nonsense. Whether it is the North Frontier or Yinlong City, this place is now under our Taifutu management. Today, I am the King of Heaven, and I can't pass. A glimmer flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he could see that these iron futu were really not aimed at him. This is paving the way for Gu Ci. Nearly 90% of second-level professionals want to enter the Dragon Palace will go from the mine by passing through, that is to say, this road can almost be regarded as a must-pass. Wu Bai Taifutu stationed here to block the exit passage, with only one purpose, to prevent other second-level professionals from getting out of the mine. In this way, those professions who cannot leave the mine will be disqualified from entering the Dragon Palace because they are stuck in an area for a long time. Gu Chen walked up with a cold look on his face. What if I have to pass? The cavalry commander's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Gu Chen with a cold face. The next second, the eyes under the mask trembled slightly, and a sneer appeared on the gloomy face. Oh, who do I think I am? It turns out that he is the eldest son. I have said it. I have been looking for the eldest son for a long time by the order of the king. Please. Speak less nonsense and get out of the way. Gu Chen directly interrupted the other party. Similar rhetorics have been heard in the past 2 days. Wouldn't these people change their skills? The cavalry commander did not move any, but asked in a deep voice, the eldest son wants to go to the Dragon Palace? Yes. But before that, I want to know whether the 1,000 iron pagodas missing outside Yinlong City are related to you. The 1,000 iron pagoda disappeared on the way to capture Gu Chen. There is no news yet, just like the world has evaporated. Thinking of this, a hidden sneer appeared on the corner of the cavalry commander's mouth. He had made up his mind. No matter how Gu Chen refuted it later, he would have to take the blame. However, Gu Chen's next words were unexpected. I killed them all, why do you want to take revenge? Not only was there no displeasure in Gu Chen's tone, but there was also a little surprise. That's right. This is how the plot should develop. How can you do not take revenge? If you don't take revenge, I'm embarrassed to post every day. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8 Start. The cavalry commander reacted and instinctively thought that Gu Chen was lying to him. That's 1,000 iron pagodas, all third-level knights, how could they die at the hands of a second-level summoner? However, when things have come to this point, it doesn't matter what the truth is. If you want to inflict a crime, Gu Chen has already gone ahead. Didn't that just give him a chance to take action? His eyes chilled, and he pulled out the spear from the horse's waist and pointed it at Gu Chen. Those 1,000 iron pagodas are all my northern sons. They should have killed foreign races in the Abyss battlefield, but they didn't expect to die at the hands of their own people. Since that's the case, I must seek justice from the eldest son. Seeing the arrogant arrogance of the cavalry commander, Su Xia took a step back. He knew that this commander was going to be in trouble. As expected, Gu Chen's voice rang out the next second. I just want to attack me for 500 iron pagodas. How do you think those 1,000 iron pagodas died? The cavalry commander sneered, and did not get angry because of Gu Chen's contempt, but instead shot a long arrow into the sky. Chi bang! The long arrow exploded a ball of fireworks, which was particularly eye-catching in the sky. Su Xia's exoskeleton armor suddenly issued an alarm. He leaned over Gu Chen and whispered, Brother Chen, 3 kilometers away, a large number of iron pagodas are coming, at least 1,000 cavalry. He didn't speak loudly, but he was clearly heard by the cavalry commander. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on the face of the cavalry commander. Ha ha ha, my eldest son, didn't expect it. 1,500 cavalry Taifutu are scattered nearby. Today is your death. The cavalry commander looked at Gu Chen, trying to find a little panic from the latter's expression, but it didn't. Upon hearing this news, Gu Chen was not panicked at all, but instead a surprise flashed in his eyes. The cavalry commander's expression suddenly stopped and his brows frowned tightly. He didn't understand, he was dead, so what was Gu Chen happy about? Does he have a backup plan?